would say, yeah, I played baseball, and I can beat anyone. I'm better than you or anyone that you put in front of me, despite the fact that I played only through middle school.
Yeah.
Like that normally prevents someone from feeling confidence in their abilities in a sport, but Joe normally shines through with his overwhelming confidence in his middle school ability as a baseball guy.
I'm not going to embellish my intramural basketball accomplishments. So,
yeah. Well, good. You had him. Intramural basketball is a tough sport. Did you ever wonder why the dollar sign is like an S with a
what a segue
thing through it?
Yeah, very natural, John. Never thought of it. Why?
I've wondered. I've often wondered, and no one knows for sure. But the theory that leads the group is that symbol, the dollar sign symbol, is an amalgamation, a combination of the letters P and S. That once upon a time, like even in the 1800s in the U.S., the 1700s and the 1800s, the peso was the main monetary unit in the United States. The peso. And so when they would write peso, they would write PS, and then that PS started overlapping. And then that PS, once it was completely overlapped, looked kind of like the S with the lines through it that became the dollar sign.
Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it really is.
I did not know the peso was such a big part of American currency history.
Indeed it is, Tom.
So there you go. Well, thank you, John. A big show planned for today. A lot of stuff to get into, but where we'll start today, guys. Phillies win last night. They get a hard-earned 2-1 win in Miami. Christopher Sanchez, 8 innings, the outstanding performance from him. Orion Kerkering comes on, closes the game out. Phils go down. They do what they're supposed to do in Miami. I mean, let's be honest. They take 3 of 4. But that's like the appetizer for the main course, which is this weekend. Because for the first time since, last year in Game 2, the Mets come to Citizens Bank Park. We all know what happened in the playoffs last year. We all know what happened in New York earlier on this season. And I know that you look at a series and you look at the season, 162 games, all that stuff. But I think this is a critically important series for the Phillies. I think this is a series that you're going against the Mets. This is a team that owned you the back half of last year. They obviously embarrassed you in the playoffs. They swept you in New York earlier on this season. I know it's only 3 games. Mets lost last night. These teams tied atop the NL East right now. But I think this is a series the Phillies need to win. I think they need to win this series this weekend. I think not just from a standings perspective, but from a confidence perspective, this is really important. What do you think, John? Do you think this is,
absolutely,
even though
important.
In late June, a must-win series, though? Must-win series for the Phillies.
Well, I'm not going to go that far. I love the zest. I love the zest. It's not must win.
Today.
I love the zest. I love the fact that we are establishing a real, baseline for belief right now. And that's not normally the case, I guess. We get thrown off the course of, belief in our team, of, rallying with some of the twists and turns, the bumps and the bruises. Like, we normally will just say, okay, Trey Turner sucks now. And I don't know, this team feels like we're riding with it a little bit better than we normally would, because we know that the talent's there. And we know that we are, if we're within striking distance, we can set ourselves up with positions like we are now in, where we are 8 of the last 10. We've won. We're feeling pretty good about ourselves. I feel especially good about our starting pitching, especially the left-handedness of it all, being a left-hander myself. I love the fact that you got Sanchez, what we saw last night from Sanchez, unbelievable. Ranger the night before. And then before that, holy cow, we got Luzardo. I forgot almost that Luzardo was the lefty I was excited about, because it's been so long since I felt that same level of excitement about his performances, because they've sort of dovetailed a little bit. But the point is, we've got lefties for days, and they can pitch, and they can scare people. And then we've got more starters than we know what to do with on top of that. That's exciting to me. I feel like the Mets, on the other hand, aren't feeling themselves right now. They've lost 5 in a row.
6 in a row.
6 in a row. They're not smelling themselves because they suck lately, and that's great for us because we have a chance to really put a thumping on them. Lay them down, put them down, keep them down, stomp on them when they're down. That's what good teams do.
Yeah, the Mets had a terrible week. They had a terrible series. If you want to get in, 215-592-9494, 215-592-9494 is how you get in. Do you think the Phillies need to win this series? And I think so for a few reasons. I think, obviously, as we laid out, the history of the Mets over the past year or so. But I think you need to make a statement. And also, I think with everything that's happened this week, because we all know this has been somewhat of a tumultuous week for this team with the whole Nick Castellanos situation. He's pulled out Monday, gets sat down Tuesday, makes the catch on Wednesday night. I feel like there are moments throughout the course of a baseball season where you look back and you remember. And I think we could remember this one as remember that week where Castellanos gets sat down in Miami. Phillies come back, they win 3 of 4. Then they came home and they beat the Mets into a 3 or swept the Mets.
We're definitely at a flashpoint. Like this is like what you're talking about. This is one of those moments that could go either way. And I felt like the Castellanos thing, holy cow. Did we escape that unscathed? And if we did, wow, good for this team. That's some leadership because I don't know that Rob Thompson did the strong enough thing in the way that was handled. I think winning might have helped pull us through that whole thing. And I know that winning this series will put that in the rearview mirror for good.
And I feel right. I feel like even more than winning that series in Miami, if you can carry over that momentum now and you can come home and you can beat the Mets, I think we can really look at that moment. And we'll talk about, Rob Thompson's handling of it and whether he handled it properly. But it does feel like regardless of that, you come home, you beat the Mets this weekend, it feels like it could be a real launching off point for this team. And not like they needed a season restart, but I do feel like they needed some energy. They needed something to wake them up.
No,
and I think that's what this week could be.
There was a real roadblock. There was a real bump in the middle of the road, an obvious deterrent, something that would shake us from our path of, the straight and narrow, the easiest path, the straight course to a championship. That is in our plate. That's in front of us. We have to figure out a way to get around it. I know that this team has the talent to do it, but sometimes you need a little extra oomph. Sometimes you need a little extra help. Feeling the Mets, the power of the Mets. This Mets team, with the talent that they have, if we can put them down and keep them down, that does go a long way towards boosting the confidence and keeping the confidence at an all-time high.
Absolutely.
We need to taste dominance on the diamond, and I know that this team can do that. I'm excited, especially because we're starting the series with Zach Wheeler.
Oh, man.
We're starting
awesome
the series
tonight.
with our
starting
best
with
foot
Zach
forward.
Wheeler, and then it's a really big spot for Mick Abel and Jesus Luzardo, who has been, Richie, you mentioned, he's been good, but through his last 4 starts, he's had one good one, one solid start. And I don't know if he's still tipping or what, but I mean, it's a big spot. And you look at Mick Abel for tomorrow's game, I don't know if he's been in this large of a or big of a.
Well, he hasn't.
Situation. I mean, I know your first MLB game is probably a big deal, but you're tied for first place. I would say this is a must-win series, and I don't like saying that in the regular season, but it literally is when you look at the National League East, their standings. They're literally going to be battling for first place through the weekend, and it's going to be a really good litmus test to see where this Phillies team is at.
And you look at this too. I mean, from a standings perspective here, obviously. It's rare that teams finish tied at the end of the year, even though the Mets and Braves did last year. You're already 0-3 against the Mets this season. So you need to at least make up some of that ground. Even if you win 2-3, you're in good shape. But if you lose 2-3 this weekend, it's very unlikely that you're going to end up winning any sort of tiebreaker with them if you get to the end of the year and you're tied for the lead in the NL East.
You sound like you don't have much confidence.
No,
if we lose 2 of 3 this weekend, that's
why it's a must-win, John. They need to win the series.
That's such a foreign concept to me. Yeah, that is a foreign concept. The way we are playing, the way they're playing, I feel so good about tonight, about the way that we'll play with Zach Wheeler. Zach Wheeler taking the mound, leading the way.
Bury the
I
Mets.
know we'll put our best foot forward, and then that'll lead the way right into a really look. Mick Abel, this is absolutely the biggest spot he's ever been in, but all we've seen is this guy go out there and beat steel ice water through his veins. That's the great. That's going to be awesome to watch, and I can't wait to see the way this team puts it on someone who really is a quality opponent.
Absolutely. And if you want to get in 215-592-9494, and that's the thing, baseball seasons, they're long. These guys, I mean, let's face it, watching those games in Miami, not incredibly exciting. This is a different animal tonight. Like, I'm excited for this weekend. I can't wait to see how the Phillies and Mets match up in this series. So I want to know how excited you are for the series and how important you think it is for the Phillies, even though it's only late June, come out with a win. 215-592-9494. When we get back, we'll introduce our side topic for the day. Also, get it started on the phones with your calls. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. This summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Chiefs head coach Andy Reid says Travis Kelce is definitely practicing like a guy who isn't anywhere near ready for retirement. On Thursday, Reid said he's had to tell his all-pro tight end to slow down at this week's Chiefs minicamp.
I know he's getting older. He doesn't know he's getting older, but I do. So I can be the bad guy in some cases there, and if needed. But if I think it's catching up to him a little bit, I'll pull off and put him where he needs to be. He's in great shape right now, so I think he's looking forward to getting going.
Reid also says wide receiver Rashee Rice and first-round pick offensive tackle Josh Simmons will both be full goes for training camp next month. Rice was leading KC in receiving before suffering a season-ending knee injury back in Week 4, while Simmons hurt his knee last year at Ohio State. And happy trails to C.J. Mosley. The 5-time Pro Bowl linebacker announced his retirement Thursday after 10 seasons with the Jets and Ravens. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there.
That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Today, sunshine warm but less humid, high 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
See dealer for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. The Phillies beat the Marlins 2-1 last night, taking the 4-game set down in Miami. Christopher Sanchez struck out 4 through 8 innings, and Kyle Schwarber hit a solo home run to give the Phillies the lead in the top of the 8th. The Phillies return to Citizens Bank Park tonight, tied with the Mets for first place in the NL East. The two will battle for the top spot in a 3-game series starting tonight. And the NBA Finals roll on. The Pacers beat Oklahoma City 108-91 to force the first NBA Finals Game 7 since 2016. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Weather today, mostly sunny with a high of 84. It's currently 64 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Tom Kelly Show.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Buzz, I was saving this for later on. I was saving this theme music for later on. This is the new remix they made of mine. But you got to hear the actual open later on, John. Of course, Buzz ruined it. Are you out of your mind?
Well, maybe clue me in that you want to play it later.
Well, I mean, how about you clue me in that you're going to play this now?
I want to try and surprise you.
Well, it was a bad surprise.
I love it. I way to go.
You got to hear the actual. You got to hear the actual one. It does. It hits.
Where did this come from? This song. This gorgeous music.
I had a listener, Sean in Newark. He made me a custom open for the show. Now this is just like the
Thank you, Sean.
phony open that Mike and Buzz, kind of messed with back there.
No.
But
the
real
sounded good too.
The real open's so much better. It's so much better.
Wow.
I'll have to
believe
play it
you.
for you later on in the show.
Wow, you are demanding.
I am. I'm a demanding host. That's why all the producers don't like me.
Man, I didn't realize this side to you because I think the last time we were here, weren't we talking about the fact that you're like a bunny?
That was like over a year ago.
What do you mean?
John, don't get John started. He was going crazy on the zodiac signs or something like that.
Oh,
and hijacked the entire show.
The Chinese New Year stuff. Yeah.
Tom's a bunny.
He's just like obsessed with
this. I'm a tiger.
Yeah.
Or that
and
was
Tom's
the obsession
a tiny
of the
little
day.
bunny.
Well, the best was
No, the obsession today is these pants that I have. My pants,
you're going off during the break about your pants smelling bad.
First of all,
sounds like
I
a problem. I don't know.
No, I think I do have a major problem, and it's I'm imagining smells now. Like I don't know if you've ever
are they the
from
pants
a
you're
puppy,
currently wearing?
Yeah, the pants I'm currently wearing. I think I am imagining smells because I have a puppy. I think that's first and foremost. So I now walk into a room and I think I smell like puppy pee or puppy poop. So I might be just imagining stuff. But I got a pair of jeans yesterday that I was really excited about, and I put them on, and it was like, wait, what is that smell? And it's like the fabric of the jeans. So I put the jeans in the washer and put them in, pulled them out of the washer and smelled them, and they still smelled weird. So as I put them in the dryer, I'm putting like dryer sheets in the legs. I take them out after they're done drying.
You put them outside. What is that going to do to
right
help you?
After they're done drying in the dryer, I put them outside like I was going to hang them outside like on a clothesline to see if the fresh air would do them some good. And no, none of that worked. I sprayed some cologne on them to try to make it go away. Nothing has changed the fact that there is this undertone of, I don't know what it is, death, this awful stench that's stuck to the denim. I don't know if it's
organic.
Can I
ask where are the jeans from?
I don't think I should say that. I don't think I don't want to put a bad name and attach it to the denim.
Have you tried using like fabric softener, like the scent Morocco thingies?
I did.
And
I used them. I used all that stuff. I used the scent maracas when I was washing them. I put the scent of sheets in the legs as I was drying them.
Huh.
Well, please, if anybody knows how we can solve this problem, how can John make his jeans smell better?
Is it
Please,
I was
call
excited.
in. We're at an emergency here.
They're organic fabric. Is that part of the problem? Is this part, like, I didn't realize previously about organic denim versus regular denim. Like my daughter was like, hey, you should try that denim. Is it because it's organic denim that it smells?
Well, I don't have the answer for you. Hopefully somebody can call and help us out. Yeah. I think somebody will figure it out. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But starting the show off talking about the Phillies, big series of the Mets this weekend. How important is it? I mean, this is, I think, pretty critical here, considering the Phillies, we know the history over the last year or so. We know what happened in the playoffs. We know what happened in New York earlier this year. Two teams tied for the lead in the division. And especially with everything that happened this week, it feels like this weekend series could really be a jumping off point for this team. And, I mean, if it goes badly, who knows how they respond after what happened with Nick Castellanos and everything that happened with Rob Thompson this week. 215-592-9494. But I did want to unveil our side topic today. And our side topic, great prize. You have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Philadelphia Eagles 2024 Championship Season Musical Concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center in Philadelphia on July 24th. The Mann Center, Philadelphia Eagles, and NFL Films coming together to celebrate another Eagles championship season with a special concert hosted by the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese. Fans can relive the highlights of the 2024 championship season. Concert will feature highlights displayed on 3 giant screens, accompanied by NFL Films-inspired music performed by the Philadelphia Orchestra. Fans can get their tickets at Ticketmaster.com. A portion of all proceeds from the performance will support the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives and the Eagles Autism Foundation. So make sure that you get in on that for the side topic. And our side topic today is based off of a pretty famous movie that was released 50 years ago today. 50 years ago today, Jaws released in theaters, June 20th, 1975. And I think, would you guys agree that Jaws is an iconic movie?
Yes.
Indeed. Very much so, Tom.
So our side topic today, give us something iconic. What is iconic, John?
Michael Jordan is iconic.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
That's a good one. I'm going to go with, shocker here, Taylor Swift.
That was what I was going to go with.
Really?
Are you kidding?
You stole my answer.
Well, you should have given your answer
Oh, my
first.
God.
Sorry.
Great minds.
Also, know your audience, TK. Obviously, I was going to take that one off the board.
Okay.
Obviously.
Man, that was
Taylor
a killer.
Swift is an answer. I'm going to take it.
She's so talented. My gosh. Not
She
as
is.
talented as, well, I don't know.
What? As who?
I was going to say not as talented as Michael Jordan. Taylor Swift is as talented
I don't know
as
about that
Michael Jordan.
comparison.
That's a tough one.
She might be the
Who's
Michael
more
Jordan of
talented?
music.
I
Yeah.
think she is.
I
That's
think
the
they're
thing.
comparable. We
yeah.
may have found Michael Jordan's equal.
I know. So I can't say what I was going to say.
All right,
They're
well-
both great answers.
Do you think Michael Jordan would sell out an NFL-sized stadium 3 nights in a row? In, like, every
think
city in the world.
No question at his height as a player.
yeah.
But then
Yeah.
you can't really equate that.
Yeah, that's a tough one to compare.
Yeah.
You know, it would, like if it's a huge game, obviously.
He
but
might,
if it's just
yeah.
a
Like
regular season game.
it's actually interesting to think about. Like
Like
he
the
might
the
if he
'90s
was
Bulls could have sold out an NFL stadium
multiple times.
multiple. Yes, I think so.
Well,
Okay.
I'll go
The
with
90s Bulls were everything back in the 90s, that's for sure.
I'll go with something specific. I'll say not the person, but the voice. Morgan Freeman's voice is iconic.
Ooh.
very true.
And it's
I like that.
ubiquitous now. Have you
Ubiquitous,
noticed
that's a
like
great
he's
word.
he's everywhere
Yeah.
lately. And I just watched, have you watched Lioness?
No, you ask me that every
What
week.
is Lioness?
It's an awesome show.
It's about lions, I
I
guess.
don't know what Devin, if I'm
It's not-
asking
I
you
don't
if I'm
think it's about
asking you every
lions.
week, it suggests that you should start trying to dabble in it. or
Morgan
something.
Freeman is
It's
the best
great.
narrator for like any of those.
Well,
National
he's not even
Geographic
narrating.
shows or-
He's in it.
Oh, he is.
He is in the cabinet for this show. So
Okay.
he's constantly talking in ways that I didn't think Morgan Freeman spoke. So I love that part. I love that it's like adult version of Morgan Freeman. You know, like the commercial version is great, but when you get the version that's going to bawl someone out and use expletives, that's even better. And it's like old grizzled Morgan Freeman in the
Oh wow,
cabinet
he's
for the
bald
president.
in this.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's
Bald
awesome.
Morgan.
Buzz,
He's
what do you,
awesome, and Nicole Kidman's awesome too.
Buzz, what do you got for an answer?
I had another basketball example, and it's a local one. How about the AI step over? Like an
Ooh.
iconic image.
I actually have
Yeah.
a piece of art like in my office of the AI step over. And it says the step over.
Piece
Do
of
you guys
piece
know?
of
of
like a
Like,
picture.
I know
What
it
do you
sounds
mean,
ridiculous.
piece of
to
art?
say. Do you guys know like
Wait a
Philly,
second.
Glass
like
an
Philly
office?
sports artists? Like
Yeah.
her name's
you have an
Dewani. She's
office?
my favorite. She does art for like the teams, and she also sells her artwork. Shout out Dewani.
Is
Well,
it
just
a
the way you
painting
said
or like
that.
a drawing?
I know it sounds so fancy.
It
like,
did.
it's-
It really
it's
did.
not. I got it on
I
Etsy.
have a
Elitist
piece of
Devin over
art
here. I have
No.
a piece of
office.
art in my
It was like
office.
$5, but it is iconic.
Wait, is it
I
like
have
a-
it framed in my house.
Is it a painting or like a drawing, or is it just like the photo?
It's a print. Like Buzz, you know Dewani, right?
I think not like by name, but maybe if
She
I saw her
does-
stuff.
You've definitely seen her stuff. She does like like sketches for Philly sports teams.
Okay.
All right. There you
Oh
go.
my God.
I need to get an office.
It was just the way you said it was pretty
Jeez.
funny. I have a piece of art. In
I
my
know it did.
Art
I-
elitist Devin
I
over here, yeah.
commissioned a piece of art for my office.
Devin's
like,
like the secret art collector on the
Hang
side.
it in the
No.
Louvre.
That
Yeah.
did sound. It was so.
no, it was like a
It's right next to
$5
my-
print from Etsy. I promise you.
It's right
My
next to
golden
my
toilet bowl,
1609 Picasso. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Get back. We'll get to the calls. Also, some interesting sound on the Sixers. Jake Fisher joined the afternoon guys yesterday. We'll get to that coming up next.
Why
Tom,
do my pants smell?
why did John's pants smell?
And
Please
is it a
help
thing
us with this?
that you can imagine smells, because I think I might be imagining smells because of Carl. My dog Carl, he's running the show right now at my house.
There's a high probability.
Whatever he wants to drop.
There's a high probability that you're just insane. 215-592-9494. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation. We've done our show from their headquarters. And, man, the people, the technology, it's all so impressive to witness. If you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. The Phillies beat the Marlins 2-1 last night, taking the 4-game set down in Miami. Christopher Sanchez struck out 4 through 8 innings, and Kyle Schwarber hit a solo home run to give the Phillies the lead in the 8th inning. The Phillies return to Citizens Bank Park tonight, tied with the Mets for first place in the NL East. The two will battle for the top spot in a 3-game series starting tonight. Some roster moves for the Phils yesterday. Weston Wilson was sent down to AAA. Buddy Kennedy was called up, and Aaron Nola was placed on the 60-day IL. And the NBA Finals roll on. The Pacers beat Oklahoma City 108-91 to force the first NBA Finals Game 7 since 2016. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. Weather today, mostly sunny with a high of 84. It's currently 64 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. John Ritchie's here. Devin Caney is here. You want to get in 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. Getting you ready for a huge series this weekend at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies Mets. And first off, guys, we touched on it a little bit earlier on. How nice will it be to watch a baseball game, a baseball series again that has fans and an atmosphere? Because those games, like, I'm sorry, they're brutal to watch. Like, even on TV.
It's depressing.
It's like COVID
it's
baseball.
It's darker, too. Poorly lit. It sounds almost echoey. Because
like
there's
you feel
such
like
a lack
you could
of
hear
humanity
a pin drop
there.
in there. I mean, it's why, what was it, Wednesday night or Tuesday night, you heard the, like, free Castellanos? Because you could really, like, you can hear anything. If you want to get a message across, it's silent in there.
And like the pit, like, I don't know, even the picture looks worse. It's just like not a fun experience watching games there.
I will say of all the roofed baseball stadiums, that one isn't. I mean, the crowd is awful, but not my least favorite. The Diamondback, I forget what their ballpark is called.
Chase Field.
Chase Field looks like someone compared it to a giant Costco once, and I can't get it out of my head. I also just have a bad taste in my mouth. I don't like the Diamondbacks, but like that ballpark is so weird and dark on the inside. I hate it, but they at least have fans, unlike the Marlins.
Baseball stadiums shouldn't be indoors. I mean, they
should. I understand why. Like
Arizona, you kind of have to.
Yeah, they have like dust storms and stuff.
Yeah, Miami though,
it's humid in the summer,
and it does.
It's humid here too.
It does rain a lot in Miami.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably the bigger issue.
Fair. It's going to be really hot down at Citizens Bank Park this weekend too, though.
It's going to be a great weekend.
How hot are we talking?
I mean, it was. Did you feel it outside yesterday? I think it's.
It was very humid
to that.
Nasty weather.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're there. We're
it's a high of 96 on Sunday.
Officially. Oh,
what's a night game?
And
night game.
Oh my God! Could you imagine if that was a day
that'll help a little bit.
Going up to 100 next week.
Well, at least it's a night game.
Wow,
I hate it.
That's
100 and humid too.
I hate summer weather so much.
Nasty weather. You hate summer weather more than winter weather?
When it gets like this, like when it gets to be like 100 degrees, like 96, I don't like it.
You live in the city too, and the city is awful. When it's that hot.
The city, and like I love the feel. I love like I understand baseball weather's warmer weather, but when it's like 100 degrees and thankfully none of the games are day games this weekend, but like it's a day game. I've been at a Phillies game where you're just sitting out there baking and you're just like dripping with sweat. It's not fun. I just don't think it's fun. No, I don't know who thinks that's fun.
I agree with you. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in.
Tom.
1 second, John. First, the Twitter question of the day. Twitter poll question of the day at WIP Morning Show on Twitter, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevy Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at ArminChevy.com. Question for today: is this a must-win series against the Mets? Yes or no? Must-win series. I say yes.
I'm saying yes. And I don't typically say that about a regular. I think the last regular season series that I thought was not even a full, like a 100% must win, but it would be nice if they won, was when the Phillies hosted the Braves a couple weeks back. And they took that series. They played well in that series. So,
And I do think the
I expect them to
Castellanos
play well in this one.
The Castellanos stuff, doesn't it add to it? It feels like it's even bigger because of that. And it feels like, I think it's too early to tell which way that situation is going to go yet, whether it's going to be a positive or a negative. And I think this weekend could go a long way in determining how it does go.
I expect success. Do you expect success this weekend? I feel like you're teetering here.
No, I feel good.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you I'm like guaranteed.
Feel really
there's
good.
A lot
I feel
of
good.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of unknowns going into this weekend. I mean, it's the Mets. Like we just hate them. At least I hate them naturally. Like they swept the Phillies earlier in the season. They beat the Phillies in the postseason, knocked them out last fall, and then you have a guy like Mick Abel facing his first probably really high intensity, high profile matchup.
Sure, it's going to feel like
you have
a
Jesus
playoff
Luzardo.
Atmosphere for
You have
a
to
young
see
pitcher.
right. You have to see how Luzardo's going to do.
Potentially right now, maybe even still tipping his pitches.
You have no
somehow.
Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
You have the Nick Castellanos stuff. So there's just a lot of things that are up in the air.
But the Mets have now lost 6 in a row, and
they have, and that kind of makes me nervous because I don't want their bounce back to be against the Phillies.
Yeah. As we've won 8 of the last 10, and we are, despite the distractions, able to stay on track. I think that we'll be able to lock in because it's the Mets, and because it's such a tightly contested, hotly contested division right now. And I think that we will put a whooping on these guys because they're ripe. They're ripe for one. They deserve it. And I love the fact that we'll be able to stomp on them and crush them even further while they're down.
Well, it's going to be exciting. Our side topic prize today, pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles 2024 championship season musical concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center on July 24th. Side topic today, give us something iconic. Something iconic Jaws released 50 years ago today.
I have a question.
What?
I like what is the name of the thing on the back of Devin's phone?
Oh, yeah. I was showing TK and John a picture of the damage from the storm in Philly last night. And
What
it
is
was like
that?
right before my sports update, and Richie just proceeded to like play with the pop socket on the back of my phone.
Was weird.
The entire
Pop
time
socket.
I was doing my update, I'm like, what is he doing over there?
So is that Is that
It's a pop
something
socket.
So have you had a pop socket before?
No, I've never seen one.
I mean, I
life-changing.
know I've seen
It's
pop
life-changing.
sockets. I like it. I've
So
never
I have like the
held
really
a
big,
phone
I have
with
the really
a pop
big
socket.
iPhone.
Yeah, me too.
And when I'm covering the Eagles and the Phillies, like in the locker room, I record on my phone. So
And-
it hurts. It makes it easy because I can just hold it like
It
that.
does make
Sorry,
it
I know this is
easier
radio
to
and I'm-
hold your phone. And
Right.
I scoffed.
Otherwise, I
at
feel like it's
those
going to give me like
things.
carpal tunnel or
That's
something.
I scoffed at that idea before, but I'd never held one.
Yeah.
I like it.
Makes sense.
I like it.
That's a good.
The
you
pop
should
socket.
get one, John.
You can
I might-
also
Go
flip
get one.
it
I think
like
I've
that
got a goal in mind
if
for
you
the
need
weekend.
to like stick it somewhere.
There you go.
Wow, I do
Yeah.
like
Oh, wow,
that.
that is cool.
That's
She-
highly
now for the audience.
effective.
Devin just like put it on her.
I
to
clipped
the
it
top
to
of
my
her
laptop.
computer.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I mean, it's a
the
nice
leverage
Yeah,
clip to the
technology is
back of your
crazy.
laptop.
Let's get it started on the phones here with Neil in the Northeast. Hey, Neil.
Phillies fever, Phillies fever. Ain't no stopping us now. Phillies on the groove. So I go, I like the fact Wheeler's starting off our best pitcher
I know.
against the Mets.
That feels
And,
good.
Like the back at home, and the Mets have been losing, so good for that. And, so I'm looking forward to the series. I think at least 2 out of 3 against the Mets. Even
Yeah,
though
I am not.
Phillies-
I'm not worried. I'm excited to see how well we can stick it to him because I feel like we're getting them at a great time and we can just pile on.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Devin, shout out to you and Ruben Amara Jr. and your show. I think
Thank
maybe
you.
you should say either covering all the bases or batting cake. How about that for a title of the show on Saturday at 8 o'clock?
I think we had a producer, Alex Call, who's a producer for WIP, who pitched the covering the bases or something like that. We certainly need an official show name, though. So we'll brainstorm.
Right.
Thank you for the
and
suggestions.
also, shout out to Go Birds Radio with James Seltzer and Elliot, too, at 1 o'clock on Saturday as well. So
We are not
shout out for
paying
my
this
show.
man.
I mean,
Yeah.
Come on, Neil.
Yeah, shout out to
Love
Shout
the
out.
free
Thanks a
promo.
lot, Neil. Thanks for the love.
Hey, Neil, shout out to Neil. Way to go, Neil. I mean, that's very kind of you. Very
That
kind
is
of
very
you
nice
to
of
consider all those people.
Yeah. Oh, and Devin, I wanted to hear, because, I heard they said you send down Wilson. Tell me about the new minor league, because I would like Crawford, now. But who's the minor leaguer that they're sending up now?
They brought up
A
Buddy
little
Kennedy.
bit about his statistics, yeah.
Yeah.
What does he do, and what has his average been in Lehigh Valley?
This is a good segue into our Beat the Beat trivia
Oh, yeah.
that we're going to do.
Neil, give us what's iconic. What's iconic, Neil?
Okay, well, the Eagles being the gold standard with the offensive line, with Jalen Hurts, with Barkley, with the defense, I'll say the Eagles.
All right, there you go, Neil. Appreciate the call. I don't know. I don't think that's going to win. Don't mean to be hard on Neil, but
Not like
Well, you were kind of hard on him.
I'm sorry.
truly iconic.
Yeah, I mean that's
I know.
kind of
Beating up on Neil. a
I'm
little bit.
sorry. I mean I love Neil, but
That's
He's
not-
promoting-
that's
he's
not
giving-
very
giving everybody else
funny
props on
of
their shows. There's the
you.
props for
Let
my
me shout
show.
out
Neil.
every
Like,
other
come on.
WIP employee besides Tom.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I heard. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm a little
actually,
sensitive.
What's the root of that?
I don't know. I mean,
You guys
he's-
have a history?
Devin, great show. Go Birds is awesome. Morning show's
Afternoon
awesome.
show's
Hey,
great, yeah.
I'm sitting here, Neil.
Yeah,
Come on,
what-
man.
What's up with that, man?
Felt
Look,
like
he's clearly a big fan of the Saturday lineup.
Tom, do you ever get a chance to do Tom Kelly stuff? Like,
What do you mean
I was
Tom
wondering
Kelly
this.
stuff?
I don't know, like stuff for you. Do you ever get a chance?
Like in my life?
Yeah, in your life.
No, I have 3 kids, 4 years old and younger. Absolutely not. I wanted to play golf with my cousin yesterday. There's no way in hell I'm getting out of the house to do that.
I'm sorry, man. I mean, I didn't set it up like that for you. I mean, I feel bad.
Tom
I
needs
really
some more
did.
me time.
I was
Hey.
thinking about this. I mean, I really was thinking about you. Man, it must be rough. Like, I know that you've got many children. I also
love my
have
kids.
many children.
Yeah.
And it's hard sometimes,
Yeah.
but yours are much younger than mine.
Well, I appreciate your concern, John.
I
appreciate
yeah.
But-
So, but your answer to that question, my gosh, I didn't know how much you hated this experience. That is every day you feel embattled?
Oh, no, I don't hate it. Well, I just don't like – the question was, do I have any me time? And the answer is no. I'm just being honest.
Yeah. Well,
But Devin mentioned, and I do want to promote this to the audience here, because obviously Joe's not here, so we will not have Beat the Hammer. But we are doing Beat the Beat today. Devin's the Phillies beat reporter
what a
here
great
at WYP.
idea.
I've never gotten. I'm nervous, but I've never been the contestant.
The focus?
Yeah.
Contestant. I'm usually the one. Even when Joe's not here, I'm like writing the pop culture questions or whatever the topic is. So
yeah, the contestant.
But I'm nervous. Dan
You
Wilson.
should be.
Buzz wrote these questions. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Buzz wrote.
I hope these aren't too hard.
Like 4 of them. I
And
contributed one.
What are they about?
They're about the Phillies, and it's
just the Phillies.
Yeah, about the Phillies.
And I'll be facing a caller.
You'll be facing caller the same way we do Beat the Hammer.
Okay.
So.
Oh wow.
That is at 7:45 today. So
Beat and the name
Buzz,
is
I'm going to be
Beat
so
the
mad
Beat.
at you if you.
No, I
if
didn't
you
lay it
made
on
these
too
hard.
thick. No, they're fair questions. I think.
So if you're interested in participating in Beat the Beat,
Beat the Beat because she said that she was the news.
She's the beat reporter.
What?
Yes.
What-
I'm the
the-
news.
I
What
didn't
about-
say I'm
John,
news.
I'm
Hi,
news.
this is
I'm
I guess
the
I
beat.
do.
Yeah.
But not like that.
I do. I love the name on so many levels.
Well, for the purpose of this, like today, I think Beat the Beat works better than Beat the News. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, it's ideal. You did an awesome thing here, Tom.
Thank you, John.
Really awesome.
Wow, that's really nice.
I
really
I feel like I
appreciate
should have
that.
studied for this or something.
You'll be fine.
Maybe you can't. Maybe
Yeah, you really can't
You'll
study
probably
for
be
that.
wasting your time. It really.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. You're immersed in
As
it,
long as it's
Devin.
not too many, like I'm just not good with historical stuff. Things past like the 2000s.
Okay.
I will
Well,
tell you that every question pertains to this century.
Okay.
Yes, more recent. I think we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
More recent.
That's
so
good.
I think you'll be in good shape. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Nick in Bucks County. What's up, Nick?
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
Doing great, Nick.
John, I got some help for you with these jeans, man.
Yes. Please.
Yes. This is from Jen from Bucks, my wife, man. She is excellent at this. We're rock climbers, always funking up some clothes.
Okay.
You need OxyClean and vinegar.
Really? OxyClean, like I have a spray that it
Okay.
doesn't, it's not like bleach. It's just the OxyClean spray that gets out the stains, like you put it directly on the stain, right? That's what we're talking about here?
No, get a box of the OxyClean powder, and you just put it right into the tub with the jeans, and then you put a tablespoon of vinegar into the fabric softener, the liquid fabric softener tray
Okay.
in the washer. That'll get it out, man.
All right. Thank you. That's good.
My wife is yelling at
But
me.
I put the vinegar in the I just put the vinegar in my washer, and it doesn't make the washer smell like vinegar forever.
We wash every load of clothes with vinegar, and nobody's turning their nose away from us. But Jen just yelled at me. You have to soak the jeans in a tub of OxyClean first with water, OxyClean and water. Soak them first, then put them in the wash. The most important thing, John, the vinegar goes in the liquid fabric tray.
Okay.
Liquid fabric softener tray. Yeah.
Wow.
So
That's good
I'm
to
taking
know.
notes here. So this is white vinegar. Like, does it matter
white
that?
vinegar.
Okay.
And it goes in the fabric softener tray. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that every time if that helps. I mean, that's really amazing.
Every time, man, and it doesn't make anything smell like vinegar because I was worried about the same thing.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, because I'm not a big fan of the vinegar smell, and so that
it's
doesn't
not
come
a good
through at
smell,
all.
John.
Wow. What do you got on the Phils, Nick?
I love playoff baseball, and it's exciting that we have playoff baseball here in June already. But I really want to see Kerkering as our closer until proven otherwise right now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he's done great with these 2 opportunities that he's had, and Romano's been up and down. I thought he settled into that role, but it's been interesting
They
to
kind
see
of
Rob
both
Thompson
settled, but I think Kerkering has more high-end stuff. Like his stuff just is a little bit better, and it feels like it's finally coming to where he's pitching up to his capabilities.
And Thompson's gone to him consistently in this series in
They're
Miami. It's been
showing
interesting to see.
But it's like they've always been showing him so much deference. Like they've given him a lot of leash. They've been, I don't know, more confident in him than I have been previously.
Yeah.
But now we finally arrived to this point where he's pitching to deserve their confidence, and I think he's moved into a spot where they feel like he stands alone, don't you?
Yeah, I think they certainly probably feel like he's got the highest upside, and that's why they're putting him in this spot. But what do you got for what's iconic, Nick?
Man, people come here every year from all over the place to make this run just to see the Rocky statue. Love Philadelphia, man.
That's a good one, Nick. Appreciate the call.
That is
Rocky
good.
statue.
So are we going, like, I feel like there's Philly iconic, and then there's...
No, this is everything.
Like world iconic.
World iconic.
And I know that Rocky, like, everyone knows Rocky, not just Philadelphians, but I just don't know if outside Philadelphia they would consider that iconic. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. For us, maybe we
like
value
Michael
that
Jordan
higher.
is, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
it's not, that's more of a local thing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And by the way, I couldn't believe yesterday, Devin, you've only seen Rocky 1? You have not seen the other
And
Rockies?
I only saw Rocky 1 because the morning show bullied me into it like 2 years ago.
Okay.
I'd never seen it.
But I got to say, I mean, that turkey situation yesterday, thinking it was a live turkey, amazing.
That was bad.
That was amazing.
That was bad. I wasn't paying attention. And then, yeah.
Well, I feel like
that was-
Rocky 3 and Rocky 4 have created who I am.
Rocky 4 is one of the best movies of all time. I don't care what anybody says.
Like, I am who I am as a person because in no small part because of Rocky 3 and Rocky 4. Rocky 4, I went to the Capital City Mall, the movie theater there, and watched Rocky 4 with my best friend Dan Capello. We were standing
Shout out,
up
Dan.
cheering with the rest of the theater as Rocky felled the giant.
Wow.
And we thought for sure that was Mikhail Gorbachev leading.
It looked a lot like it.
Oh, my
It did.
gosh. I swear that looked exactly like him. And he was acting. Anyway, that was transformative for everyone who was my age. And I know for sure Rocky 3, I don't care what you say, Rocky 3, that is a quality film, and there's so much that goes into it. Holy cow! It's like 6 movies rolled into one.
Yeah,
Rocky 3 is awesome, and I can't believe that we didn't force you to continue to watch the Rockies, Devin. I guess that's my point. I think you would be rewarded if you would continue to watch Rocky.
We'll have to get Devin to complete the series.
Maybe.
215-592-9494. Talking Phillies Mets. Side topic today, what's iconic? That's all coming. That's all on the table today. And when we get back, an observation about the game tonight that I wanted to touch on with you guys. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise? Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today and stop worrying. No matter the time of the year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because they've seen it all. And you won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services has same-day service, so they'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. And as always, with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your house. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers. Exton in New Town Square.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expired.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans or CVS and make the most of every moment. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto
Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Sam Bennett. The Florida Panthers' 29-year-old forward is also celebrating his second straight Stanley Cup and his selection as Conn Trophy winner for his 15 goals in 23 playoff games. It was even harder to win this year, Bennett said. I'm going to enjoy this one even more. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. John Ritchie here. Devin Caney is here. We are at the Borgata in Atlantic City for Down the Shore. Want to stop by? This will be a nice weekend down the shore. When the heat is this intense, it's a great place to be.
It is. I'm always jealous of people who have houses down the shore.
Well, two places to be, either down the shore or at the ballpark.
There you go.
No
you
question.
do a lot of tanning, Tom?
Yeah, yes, I'm a frequent tanner. I go in the tanning booth twice a week. Why?
You know, when
Why do you
I
ask? Could you tell?
Yeah, I think we're in the
I
same
can
boat.
tell.
I don't do
Thanks,
do
Devin.
well. Like I feel like I reflect most of the sun right back at the sun. But when I was getting ready to go to the NFL Combine, all the recommendations that were coming my way from agents and the like were, you need to go and tan.
Why?
That's
to
what
impress the
That's
scouts?
what I'm saying.
That's
Why?
really
Very
interesting.
weird.
No, but
Everyone
it's
is
almost like
saying
in
you'll-
anything.
You'll put your best foot forward.
Yeah.
You want to look your best in every way.
Yeah.
And think about what they did. And
So dumb.
Actually, in the years since, I have seen pictures of myself from the Combine that are as high
What year was it?
definition as you can imagine.
But this is the thing.
Of me standing there shirtless, in my underwear with a number, with a height and weight attached, and that's exactly what it was. I was like livestock, essentially.
Did John Gruden pick you because you were
Combine.
tan?
I refuse to believe this matters. I mean, you can't have NFL front offices.
I actually totally believe it matters.
Really sitting back there. You know what? This guy, he's just a little too pale. He's a good player.
So-
He just
I'm
doesn't look
telling
the
you.
It's
part.
not like they'll
It's
actively
not-
think it.
Right.
It's
If I look
being
a
tan,
little
like
bit
your
pudgier
your
or
brain,
something,
yeah,
if
it
I'm
makes you look
pastier,
skinnier.
Yeah. If
It
I look
makes
pasty
you look
and
healthier.
broad and unhealthy,
Probably
then
a little bit more toned.
it might play a trick on them. So anyway,
So
I went.
dumb, though.
I'm
I
trying
went-
to find pictures and I can't.
I went
Tan John
to
Ritchie.
Yeah.
a tanning bed. This is I was in I was living in Palo Alto at the time, and I went to a tanning bed there in Palo Alto. Saved my money because it wasn't free. Like I didn't have the money to be going and frivolously tanning myself. So I went in for 15 minutes, and I was devastatingly burnt. It was so bad.
Oh, no.
I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to do stuff at the Combine.
Was it
This
a
could've
Ross and Friends
backfired.
situation, or
Yeah, this could have backfired horribly.
Exactly. It could have backfired. I felt like such an idiot. So not only did my tanning session not make me tanner, because it just all the skin peeled right off. I mean, I blistered and peeled, and I was pasty again.
Should have just gotten a spray tan.
I know. I don't know if they even had that then, but it didn't work out for me. I still was the top fullback in the draft, though.
And you still look great. So it's
I don't think I looked
ending.
too great, but I looked great enough to play fullback.
Well, I think you look great, John.
Well, that's nice.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Talking a lot about the Phillies and Mets. Is this a must-win series for the Phillies this weekend? Just feel with everything that kind of transpired over the past week, you win 3 of 4 in Miami. The Mets are, I think, teetering right now. They have a bad series in Atlanta. They've lost 6 in a row at this point, tied for the division lead. It just feels like a week where you can make a statement here against the Mets. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to.
Right down.
Stomp
while
them
they're
into
on
the dirt.
ground. Yep.
Yes. And our side topic today, give us something that's iconic. Jaws released 50 years ago today. And one thing that bothers me with this game tonight, though, is it's a Friday. So the Phillies have this huge series against the Mets. You know, I love certain jersey combinations. I think the Phillies and Mets jersey combination is great. It bothers me they're wearing those stupid City Connects tonight.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I love City Connect.
Really?
I look forward to this.
But not against the Mets. Like, for this one Friday night, drop it. This is a big series. Use your regular uniforms.
These are
man.
regular uniforms when it's Friday and home. Yeah, this is good, man.
Mickey Mouse uniforms.
I love when JT's looking like Wolverine back there, man.
What do you think, Devin?
No, I don't. You know what I won't like? If he
on
wears the light blue padding instead of the yellow.
The gold
I'm talking
is
JT.
The gold looks better.
I want JT in yellow padding, not the light blue.
Does he wear light blue with the City
He did,
Connects?
I think, with Father's Day.
Oh, well, yeah, because it was the Father's Day. Marshawn had like the Father's Day pads on.
Real Muto has had less yellow on for the City Connect Friday nights this year.
I think it was.
So he doesn't look full Wolverine.
There
I
was
haven't
something
noticed that.
military.
I believe Scott noted that on the broadcast a few weeks
there
ago.
was something, for our men and women of the military where it was like
well, if it's
gray
for that, then
and,
keep doing
and
it.
camo. I thought that was pretty cool. But it's been a while, I think, since he's been in the yellow Wolverine outfit, which I miss.
So,
I yearn for.
Just tonight wear red
pinstripes.
You yearn for. I agree with you tonight, and like for a big series, I think I've just gotten used to the City Connects. Like I haven't hated them as much as everyone else does. I just feel like we could have done
something
mind much
to
cooler.
them.
Like you could have done something with like
cool.
the Fanatic. You could have done a green, and then that could have fit with like the Eagles too. Like I don't like the blue into the black pants is what gets me. I don't like the black pants. I think if the pants were like blue or a different color, maybe I would like it a little bit better. It just doesn't scream Philly to me, and I think that's what it's supposed to be.
It definitely doesn't scream Philly.
I've tried to like them to the
they
point
look
where
like Philadelphia Union colors.
Right, to the point where I told myself I kind of do like them, but I'm out. In the end, I'm out.
If we're
really
being
don't
real.
like
It's like, okay, they're fine, but then if you really are honest with yourself, it's like
the good news is
your real
the game is on
They
Apple
look
TV, so no one can
different.
find it anyway.
Oh, great. I think all 3 games are national.
They are.
Yeah.
Apple,
Apple
Fox,
TV,
and ESPN.
Fox, I'll have your post game on Fox tomorrow night.
Nice.
And what's Sunday
Night
Baseball on ESPN.
Yep.
Yeah.
Going right up against Game 7 of the finals. So
wow.
Yeah. That'll be big. We'll get to that when we get back because the NBA Finals is going to a Game 7. Some Sixers stuff as well. Everybody on hold. We'll get to you in the next segment. But talking Phillies Mets, what's iconic? That's our side topic for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Philadelphia Eagles 2024 championship season musical concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center on July 24th. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hello, June, and hello, warmer weather, too. Before you know it, we'll be deep into summer and searching for any way to beat the heat. Keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows with a 20-point inspection of every window upon installation. Right now, Window Nation is offering you 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. And you want to talk about installation in a day or less. How about installation in a nap or less? And they never woke me up. I awoke to a new home experience with my Window Nation windows during my nap. It was wonderful. Window Nation's sale, though, it ends June 30th, so don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch Finishes at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Trey Turner with a no-doubter.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column with savings up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm Red.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
This sports update brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill. Family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. The Phillies beat the Marlins 2-1 last night, taking the 4-game set down in Miami. The Phillies return to Citizens Bank Park tonight, tied with the Mets for first place in the NL East. The two will battle for the top spot in a 3-game series starting tonight. Some roster moves for the Phils yesterday. Weston Wilson was sent down to AAA. Buddy Kennedy was called up, and Aaron Nola placed on the 60-day IL. And the NBA Finals roll on. The Pacers beat Oklahoma City 108-91 to force the first NBA Finals Game 7 since 2016. Weather sponsored by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Mostly sunny with a high of 84. It's currently 70 degrees. Home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara today. We're broadcasting live from the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. If you're down in this area, stop by, say hello as we do the show this morning. Big segment here. We got Beat the Beat coming up in 25 minutes here as Devin makes her trivia debut. This is usually like me on the hot seat if we're doing this, like the pop culture. Yeah. Figured we'd switch it up. I don't want to take myself off the hot seat this week. But.
Smart Uno reverse card of you, Tom Kelly.
Yes.
I'm nervous though. I'm nervous because sometimes it's hard. I haven't been the contestant yet, and it's like the speed of which the questions are asked, and you have to just have that quick answer ready to go. I'm worried I'm going to take too long.
That's the problem. That's the tough part. But we got that coming up.
And I'm facing a caller, right?
You'll be facing a caller. And we will put the word out at 7:43 to call in. And you will have the chance to face Devin in Phil's Trivia. So you want to get in on that. Also, talking about the Phillies and Mets. Big series this weekend. Phils win 3 of 4. Good series win in Miami. Kind of a tumultuous week for this team. Nick Castellanos, that whole situation. But the Phils come out of it with 3 out of 4 in Miami, and now a huge series this weekend. You're tied for the lead in the division with the Mets right now. The Mets have lost 6 in a row, and it feels like this is a series the Phillies really need. And John, I want to get your perspective on this real quick because, you know, as a professional athlete, and I guess a little different in the NFL, you don't play these teams with the same kind of frequency, but does it get in your head a little bit when, I don't know, did you guys struggle to beat the Broncos or something like that? And does that get in your head when there's a team that you've been owned by recently because the Mets have owned the Phillies recently.
I don't think. I mean, I don't have personal experience with that sort of thing. I kind of have the opposite of what you're talking about. I really do feel like the Dallas Cowboys, when I was playing for the Philadelphia Eagles, were so pathetic. The Cowboys were so poor that they were not a concern for me. Like, so it works against the, let's hate on the Dallas Cowboys so much, here in Philadelphia, because historically we have, when I actually was in the league in the NFL, the Dallas Cowboys were so horrendous. I mean, going from quarterback to quarterback, Quincy Carter, Chad Hutchinson, they were
Drew Henson.
Yeah, they were just the bottom of the barrel. They were bottom rung, just pathetic. I don't know that a team that I played for ever lost to the Dallas Cowboys, and I can remember lots of years, very specific games, having played against them as a Raider. Before I was an Eagle, and then two times a year as an Eagle, they were just a bad organization. The pits, and so I didn't feel that same. We must beat this team. I always assumed we just would.
Do you think it can get into a team's head though when you've been owned by an opponent the way the Phillies have been recently?
Yeah, if I were that Dallas Cowboys organization, it would have gotten into my head because they were that poor. Yes, you'd hate for that sort of thing to happen. Teams do get stuck in ruts, and for whatever reason, you can match up against a team that might not really hold a candle to good teams, but they have your number for whatever reason. I've seen that work against teams, and then you let that enter your belief system, and you never know how poor you can become. The mental part of all of this matters so much more than we give it credit. And so that's where so much time and attention is paid now, especially in modern sports.
And that's the thing. I think for the Phillies this weekend, and obviously it's important from a standings perspective, you want to stay in reach of a tiebreaker if it gets there. But I think even more mentally for this team, to win this series, to win 2 of 3.
Because they
got swept earlier in this year. We all know what happened in the playoffs.
Taste out.
I think the Mets won something like 7 of 8 against the Phillies in the second half of last season.
See, I don't know that the players,
they dominated the Phillies.
I don't know that the players are looking back and believing that their number is gotten by the Mets. Right. I know that they're going back individually and looking at those matchups against the Mets. They're watching tape of those players, and so it's not like. It's not like that history is erased. It's not like that getting swept is no longer it's in existence and they are completely oblivious to the truth of the situation. I mean, the coaches, I'm sure, are harping on them to prevent this from happening again, and I don't expect it to. I feel so confident with the way things are going lately in particular that we're about ready to springboard, and the Mets are about ready to flounder. So we're just going to aid them in that process. I do think this series is going to demonstrate that. It's a catapult for us. This is the springboard, and you're gonna watch the Mets continue to swirl around the drain.
And it's going to be an amazing atmosphere. Big series. Do you think the Phillies need to win this series? 215-592-9494. Also, a side topic. Give us something that's iconic. Jaws released 50 years ago today. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles 2024 championship season musical concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center on July 24th. Give us something that is iconic. Let's get back to the phones. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. What's up, Ed?
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Devin. Good morning, John.
What's up, Ed? Ed, do you get Eddie a lot?
My grandparents, may they rest in peace, were the only ones who called me Eddie. But you know what? It wouldn't offend me if you called me Eddie, John.
Eddie and the Cruisers was such a cool movie back when I was, I don't know, I was a little kid. It was on HBO a lot. I thought Eddie
Haskell from Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah, I did like Eddie Haskell. A little bit of troublemaker in Eddie Haskell.
Yeah, you remind me of Eddie Haskell a little bit.
Really?
A little bit.
Yeah, I liked him.
Kind of a mischievous guy.
Yeah, he had that in him.
What do you got, Ed?
So, about the Phillies, I'm equal parts, and I know as Phillies fans, we tend to kind of dive into the minutia a little bit. So I want to get a little bit of that. I mean, Castellanos needs to get his head out of his ass. That last at bat, and I don't know if he was guessing curveball or if, like, the catcher kind of fooled him by, like, he was standing up asking for a high pitch, then it was like 92 right down the middle, and he just froze there. So he needs a better series, but you know what? Big picture, if we can take 3 out of 4 with one of our players playing like that, as ugly as it is, I'll take it. But, you know, I think, you know, his struggles are just being amplified by the fact that Harper's not in the lineup and so much more. He may be pressing a little bit. So I just think, however we need to get it done, I think, you know, Kerkering, if he can anchor that closer spot to Nick's point, he's really our highest, you know, upside guy in terms of stuff, as long as he's locating his fastball.
Yeah, that's for sure, and he's as long as he's trusting it. The mix of fastball to sweeper too. You know, he tends to get a little sweeper heavy at times, and as long as that's all in order, man, the guy's stuff is so nasty.
Well, and they need him too. I mean, they desperately need Kerkering to be a real piece in that bullpen for them. But what do you got for what's iconic, Ed?
How about when Chuck Bednarik took Frank Gifford's soul and stood over top of him? It has to be one of the most iconic photos in Philly history.
That is iconic. That is. I appreciate the call, Ed. Thanks for checking in. I will say a lot of Philadelphia-themed answers so far.
Yes, very.
Have we gotten any non-Philadelphia-themed answers?
Aside from ours, no. Yeah, no, very Philly heavy, but it's understandable.
Yeah. I mean, you want to go that route, that's fine, as far as what's iconic. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in a few minutes here. Do need to get to a big development regarding the Sixers and the NBA draft. Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report, he joined the afternoon guys yesterday, had some interesting things to say. So we'll get to that in a minute. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Bam in Upper Darby. What's up, Bam?
Good morning show. How you doing?
Doing well, Bam.
I'm trying to recover because I fell out the tree yesterday.
Oh, what?
You fell out of a tree?
How does that happen?
Because Rob from Delco, I'm shouting him out, took my answer from the midday show yesterday.
So how does that lead you falling out of a tree,
That
Bam?
should not cause you to fall out of a
It was
tree.
nice out yesterday, and I took a ladder. I had a ladder, and I climbed the tree, and I sat in the tree. And as soon as he said my answer, I just dropped my phone, and you know, I'm blind, so I dropped my tree. I didn't know where I was at. I was like, and I fell. And I got 12 stitches in my head.
No.
What?
No. Bam.
So maybe it's just a bad decision from the get-go, like the tree climbing, that.
Definitely when you're on your phone.
Yeah.
You got
that's tough.
too
Yeah.
much going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. The phone in one hand, the tree in the other hand. There's just too much.
Yeah, and
But I guess we learned that lesson now.
I sure did. But John, I thought I was a little boy. You know, I thought I was a little boy again, sitting in the tree when it's nice out.
So it was worth it, is what you're saying?
You know how when we're little boys we climb trees and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I loved doing that, and I reminisce a little bit. I'm a little jealous.
Well,
that sounds great.
Well, we're glad you're okay, Bam. We're glad you're okay. That's the important thing. What do you got on the Phillies today?
Hey, I hope Topper doesn't do what he did to Castellanos on Monday, take him out the game for defense in the ninth inning, man. Because this is a tough series against the Mets, and I will really say, I hope there's no bad shenanigans going on this series, because I don't know. Topper reminds me of it's going to be cause problems in the clubhouse once Bryce comes back. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I might be in the minority here. I thought Rob Thompson handled things well this week. I really do. I think the way he kind of managed things, taking Castellanos out, I don't look at it as a sign of weakness that he put him or let him stay in the game on Wednesday night. I just think, you're managing personalities, and I think Rob Thompson had managed it well.
We don't know exactly what went into some of these decisions. I can't imagine he would retreat the way that he did if there wasn't a good reason for it. I initially was bothered by the fact that he allowed the softness to come through a little bit. But then I guess maybe players are just different now than they were when I was playing, than they were even 10 years ago. And it's possible that we need to get our heads around that as fans, that you can't deal with these players with the same, tough love approach that used to work.
Well, I think that's a real thing. I think it has changed. And, I think it's part of why managing and coaching in some ways I think is probably harder nowadays than it used to be. But what do you got for what's iconic, Bam?
Okay, before I get my answer, right? Hey, Dan, if you're listening back there, I like that little song you played the other day about Tom.
Oh, his new open
that
with
is
the
an
remix.
The new open. Yeah, the new one.
That's an awesome
I feel like we
song.
didn't give
Not
the new
the
open.
remix.
We didn't give the new open enough. Wait,
Yeah,
was
why
that
don't
the
we
one you
play
played?
You got to
that
play the
coming
real
back?
one. That was the
I'll play the real
spoof
one
of-
next,
Okay,
next
okay.
break.
Yeah,
Okay.
the real one's much better.
I love it too, Bam.
What
Good
do you
point.
got for your answer, Bam?
I got the winning answer. He's America's grandfather, the oldest man on TV. God rest his soul, Bob Barker.
Bob Barker. There you go. That's a good one. Buzz, you're going to have to drop him from back there. I lost my call screener down.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, Bob Barker,
that
what do you think?
happen?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Iconic.
I'm more worried about
Absolutely,
Bam
he's
climbing
iconic.
trees and falling out of them. That
Yeah.
was...
I'm glad no one
I
took his
wasn't-
answer today because he might have hurt himself.
I mean,
Sorry, it's not
I love Bam, but a lot going on. You're climbing the tree. You have the phone in hand.
Was I the only one who wasn't sure? I'm like, is this a metaphor for, or like a saying that I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with,
No.
like falling out of a tree over? I don't know. I didn't know if it was literal or not until he said he got stitches.
I was exactly where you were. I'm like,
Yeah.
did
Am I
stitches
missing?
really
He was
fall
so
out of a tree,
casual
right?
about it. He was like,
Right.
"Yeah, I fell out of a tree, but like we move on. We're fine."
Yeah, well, thankfully, Bam's all right.
I'm glad
That's
he's
the
okay.
important thing. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But we
I
didn't.
don't think I would like climbing trees anymore. I'm just thinking about
Well,
this.
you're an older man. now,
Well,
John.
yeah. Think about what do you do once you get up there? Like if I
hang
got
out.
well, that's now that
Enjoy
I'm
life.
me, like 50-year-old.
Do you enjoy
me,
getting down?
I just want down. Yeah, I would be up there sitting, and it would be like, wait, this is not comfortable in any way, and how is this advantageous? Like I want to watch the Phillies game. Like I'm not watching the Phillies game now. This is it. This is not a comfortable seating arrangement. It can't be. I'm in the crook of a branch up in a tree.
Yeah.
I just don't think I would fare well as a tree climber.
I was
any
never
longer.
good at climbing trees, so.
Really?
No, I
No.
wasn't either. That
Yeah,
probably
I
doesn't
was
come as a
never.
surprise.
There was always like the kid who
You
was
were
good at
kids.
it.
You were good.
I was never good at it.
Well, you were better than you are now.
Probably. I haven't tried lately. Maybe I should.
Maybe I'm really bad now too. Maybe I wouldn't even be able to get up there.
It would be tough.
I mean,
think
we're
you'd
all
struggle.
adults. I'm gonna go and say like we're not. None of us are gonna be good at climbing trees.
But then
we're all probably
the,
gonna
the
pull muscle doing
uncomfortability
that.
level would be so high as an adult.
Yeah.
Like I like comfortable chairs now.
Yeah.
That's not a comfortable chair.
No, it's
No, it's
not.
a-
Far
it's a
from
treat.
it.
It's not a comfortable chair. Certainly. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But we mentioned it briefly earlier, but we should talk a little bit more about the NBA Finals. Pacers win last night. They win Game 6. They're on to Game 7. That's going to be awesome on Sunday night. Seeing NBA Game 7. As you said in your update, Devin, first Game 7 since, I guess that was the
2016.
LeBron versus Warriors. That was like the epic Game 7 where they came back
that's
from
a good
3-1
question.
down.
Let's see.
It was that one where they came back and won
I'm
the
kind of
championship.
excited that it's going to Game 7 because it just right now once basketball's over, NHL's over, we only have football. I mean, aside from like golf and tennis here and there. I mean, did I just say football? Baseball. Football in my mind already.
We do
so it
kind
gives
of
us
have
something
football.
else to watch.
But we do have the draft next week. Next Wednesday night, the NBA draft. And
Yes.
big news coming out over the last couple days here. Ace Bailey, the guy who I'd say has been the prospect talked about most in regards to the Sixers, he ends up canceling his interview with the Sixers, canceling his workout. Here was Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report yesterday on the afternoon show talking about Ace Bailey and his decision to cancel things with the Sixers.
Why did he make the meeting and then cancel the meeting?
To be honest, there does not seem to be a sensical reason as to why this has all unfolded, because the only savvy chicanery agenting that would be behind this that would make sense is if you have a promise somewhere else in the top 5, top 6, wherever your range that you're comfortable with, and you have that secured and you just want to make sure you try to clear the way and do what you can to get to that spot. But we have not heard he's worked out anywhere else. And from all my conversations around the league, I don't think he's locked in at Charlotte. I don't think he's locked in at number 5 with Utah. And there's some serious questions about even if the Washington Wizards would be a home for him, or even the New Orleans Pelicans down at 7. So I could be completely in the dark, but there is no word right now that Ace Bailey actually has a spot. And I don't really understand what the strategy here is. I really don't.
I mean, kind of a weird situation. Here's a little more from Jake Fisher on how this would affect the Sixers' plans to potentially draft him.
If you're the Sixers, does this, if you were going to take him, does this, like, do you think this affects whether they would take him or not?
No. At the end of the day, I think Daryl Morey is the type of, I will go against the green thinker type guy to just pick the prospect that he wants no matter what. That being said, I think with Philly, this is such a weird spot, being that you very rarely see teams trade out of a top 3 pick, and you also very rarely see a top 3 pick immediately contribute to a championship caliber rotation and roster. And that is, of course, what the Sixers hope this group will be when everyone is theoretically back healthy next season. Those are big ifs and big theories. But if that is the outcome, that's what obviously is the North Light and the guiding star of what Daryl and that group is trying to achieve throughout all their offseason roster work and whatnot. I don't think you take the project guy. I do think you want someone who has more of a clear cut. We see him translating and contributing in some degree right now. Like, you're kind of trying to have to split the baby in thinking about this group long term, knowing the concerns that Joel might not be healthy, and then you have a bigger question on your hands. But in the event that you are a top of the Eastern Conference team, you do want someone who can help you right now. And I don't know if that's Ace Bailey.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but even before this, there are reports, he wants a pathway to stardom. He wants to be a star, all this stuff. I'm totally out on Ace Bailey. Like, I have no interest in drafting him whatsoever. I don't know if what he's doing is posturing. I don't know. It feels, though, like he wants to go to a bad team where he can put up numbers. And I don't know. That's not the kind of guy I want around. I'm totally out on Ace Bailey.
Well, maybe Ace Bailey just doesn't want to have anything to do with this organization, because this organization has proven to be such a disaster.
Well, but they're not the only one. He hasn't met with any. He's the only U.S.-born player who hasn't met with any teams. So, it's not.
That is.
I agree the Sixers are flawed, but
it's not like the Wizards and the Hornets are much better.
Right. Like, when you're saying, like, you might go to the Wizards or you might not. Like, the Wizards are a cursed franchise as well. Like, the Sixers aren't the only cursed franchise in the NBA. So I agree with I don't understand the strategy here. If that's what he wants to do, if he wants to go to a bad team and so he can play more, so he can start, then more power to him. But that wouldn't be my choice. I agree, Tom. Like, that's just not someone, given what the Sixers have been through in the last decade, I just don't think that's the type of energy and player that you need regardless.
Is he trying to manipulate the system in some way to get past the raft of horrendous teams at the start of the draft?
But that's the weird thing, John, is the way it worked out.
He might slide.
But the way it worked out, the teams at the top aren't horrendous. And I know, we feel the way we feel about the Sixers. The Sixers are honestly not a horrible option considering the rest of the teams. Considering the rest of the teams around you. And I just think if you take Ace Bailey, it would be a catastrophic mistake. Like, I really do. And Devin, I think you made a great point. With all the things that this team has been through, and, the Fultz and the Simmons and all the players we've been through, take a player who can play.
No
a
more
player
drama.
who wants to play. Like, I'm fine with – I would trade down a couple spots. Just take the kid Con Knippel from Duke. Like, he's a player. We saw him play in the tournament. He played on a team that went to the championship game. The fact also that Rutgers with Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, they couldn't get in the tournament. I don't know how much that matters. I know we had similar conversations with Ben Simmons at the time about LSU couldn't make the tournament. Oh, it doesn't matter. His teammates stunk. Well, it turned out to kind of matter. I think it would be a huge mistake to chase a star. And you look at the teams in the finals right now. Look at Oklahoma City. Look at Indiana. These are teams that are deep, teams that have players that play roles for them. And I think, like, the days of just chasing stars in the NBA, I think are behind us. And I hope Daryl Morey realizes that.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I just don't think it's worth it. Plus, like, Rutgers, you would think that not that Rutgers is a Philly school. It's in Jersey. It's pretty close. Like, I personally would want to stay close to home or where I went to school. And like, if you go with a Duke guy, like, I can never say his name.
Knippel.
Former teammates with Jared McCain, right?
No, he was
No?
Knippel was a
Okay,
freshman,
still,
one and done. Yeah.
Still, similar ties. Like, I just want someone who's going to come in seamlessly. I don't want to say not mess up the vibes, because it's not like the Sixers have good vibes to begin with.
No.
But I think someone like Ace Bailey, a guy who's already kind of starting drama when he's not even on an NBA team yet, is not the answer.
He's a bad vibes guy. He's a bad vibes guy.
Yeah,
well, absolutely.
So,
are you in on Ace, John? Are you in on Ace Bailey?
No, but he can't possibly be doing this. This must be intentional to some degree, right? Like, he can't possibly be messing it up this bad on purpose without a good reason.
Well, I mean,
right?
unless his agent's giving him horrible advice, I don't understand why you do this. And by the way,
we've never seen this level of accordance, like just not going along with what is expected for what is the biggest opportunity of your lifetime. I mean, you have to be somewhat complicit with this thing, the draft. Like, you have to go and try to be a part,
right?
Somehow.
Well, what it seems like to me, and who knows, but it feels like this is a guy who he wants to play his 35 minutes. He wants to take his 20 shots. He wants to get his 25 points, and he would rather do that on a 15-win team than be on a team like, and I know we've been down on the Sixers. That being said, still a lot more talent here than there are.
Is
from
that
a lot
what's
of those other
driving
teams.
this? Is that what?
I think so. I think he wants to put up numbers on a bad team. I think he'd rather do that than play for a team who could be a contender where he'd play a lesser role.
Wow.
And that is a choice. That's
not the kind of
what
player
he wants,
I want.
Sure, go to the Wizards.
Yeah.
Let us know how it is, Ace Bailey.
Well, and I just think the Sixers, they need some sort of a culture change here. I mean, we've seen this over the past couple of years. They really need to do something.
The thing that's so
different.
troubling to me is you had a guy like Tyrese Maxey who was 5 a.m. every day showing up and working out by himself to do his first of 3 workouts of the day. You want a culture change. You've got a guy who's trying to set that example right before your very eyes. But what happened? Everyone else, the crush of negativity from Joel and Paul George and everything that went with that, it actually wrapped up its tendrils around like Tyrese's ankle and pulled him down into the muck with the rest of it.
And I just think they need to find a way to change the culture. And by the way, right now, time for Beat the Beat contest line. Third caller to the contest line. You can compete against Devin. Phillies Trivia, 215-988-1258. 215-988-1258. That's contest line. Third caller will face Devin in Beat the Beat Phillies Trivia. But yeah, I just look at this situation and I just don't want to. I don't want to add this guy to the mix. And I've seen, and Jake Fisher kind of said it there, how it wouldn't necessarily preclude Daryl Morey from selecting Ace Bailey. I've seen it suggested maybe Daryl Morey would draft him and kind of hold him hostage for a team that really wants him. Just don't even bother with it. Just take a guy who you know wants to be here, a guy who wants to play here, and a player can contribute. You can get that kind of player with the third pick. I just think this would be a really bad decision by the Sixers to bring him in.
Well, I have no idea. I have no idea how the Sixers, who seem to make bad decisions with such regularity,
good news
continue.
is that the Sixers are known for making good decisions.
Right. So how do they make this the worst possible decision? Like, how can they put a Sixers twist on this decision and make it somehow worse than what it seems at this point in time? Look, I don't think that this. I don't think that this guy makes any sense for anybody if he's going to be this much of a head case before he's even assigned to a team, before he's even agreed to cooperate with workouts.
Right.
What is that? What in the world,
Who does he
man?
think he is? Who do you think you are, Ace Bailey?
Really is incredible.
The dude, Steve, couldn't even make the NCAA tournament.
This is still a job interview process, man. Like, they are your future employers. Like, you don't get to do this much. That's my feeling on it. Like, you're tooting a horn. You're barking up some trees here that you can't unbark.
Agreed. And if you want to get in on the Ace Bailey situation, are you in or out on Ace Bailey? You are welcome to 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, let's go back to the phones. Go to Jim in Philly. What's up, Jim? Yo, Jim.
John, I never call. It was really nice talking to you down at the game.
Awesome. How are you?
I'm okay. Worried about Devin. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you down there.
It's okay. Next time.
But, I'm worried about, they're just not, there's leaving too many guys on base. The Phillies. It's just, I think they're bringing guys home when you got first and second and one out. It's just a bit of a dilemma for me, so can't figure it out.
Well, it feels like that's the dilemma we have often when we're mad at our Phils. But lately we've been 8 out of the last 10 times we've been doing it enough. It doesn't seem like we're overpowering anyone offensively when you really boil it down, except for a few isolated instances where we really put it on folks. I do think when we score early, it helps. I do think we're about ready for the gelling that should occur and lead us to see how good this team can really be. And this Mets series is going to be the measuring stick that we need. I like that we will have a much better feel for how good the team is after we win this series.
Well, this is a big one. This is definitely a big one. Okay, can I get to you? Are you down for Gata now?
We are, Jim.
You have those jeans on?
Yeah.
Yes, he has the jeans on.
Okay, I'll give you the solution right here.
What do you got?
I'm a little bit on the older side. Are they brand new jeans, like not, pre-washed or anything?
Yeah, they were brand new, but I washed them. Once, and I sat them outside for a whole day.
Okay, well, this is what we used to do. You're in a perfect position because we hated wearing brand new jeans because it was like putting on a pair of cardboard pants. There's no giving up brand new.
But these are different. These are different than those. Like, these are stretchy jeans. I forgot to mention that part. Maybe that's what smells so bad, stretchiness.
Now, here's the deal. You get a plastic bag. I hope you probably don't have another pair of pants with you. But this works all the time. You go down, you're blocked. Where you blocked from the ocean?
Yeah, probably.
You put your jeans in a plastic bag. You get down the ocean, load it up with salt water, rinse it out. All right, but keep the jeans wet. This is crazy, man. And then put baby powder, little baby powder in there.
Huh.
Keep them wet until you get home, then wash them.
Wow.
But salt water works every time.
That's a long, involved process, Jim.
Salt
What do you?
water and baby
What's iconic, Jim?
Well, there's a couple big ones in the city, but I'll go Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty. There you go. Appreciate the call, Jim. Thanks for checking in.
Great answer.
Yeah, it is a good answer.
I like it.
It is a good answer.
So
I'm picturing us like walking with Richie out to the Borgata, closest beach, the Borgata.
Yeah, maybe I just keep
Dunking
walking.
them in the
right
ocean
in.
like we're baptizing the
Well,
Jeep.
yeah, we'll do it at 10 a.m. as like a ceremonial thing. But the problem is, what are we going to, like, John would have to take his pants
John
off
would,
for that to be the case.
That's
You know what? I
issue
might
there.
skip it. Maybe John.
Rich,
maybe
you
you
might
can
have
just
to
do
do
that
that one on your own
Boxers
time.
are
Yeah.
like shorts.
Yeah.
Boxers are like shorts.
I still wouldn't feel comfortable.
Boxers are like a bathing
Yeah.
suit.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, guys, it is time for more important topics. It is time for Beat the Beat. Do we have an open? We do.
Beat. It's time for Beat the Beat on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Love the production. Well done, Buzz. Good job.
Incredible
That's why they pay me the big bucks,
production
yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff. But okay, so who goes first? Then we'll bring it on our
The caller has to go
contestant.
first, yeah.
Derek in Ridley Park is our contestant. Derek, how you doing today, man?
Not bad, Tom. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Derek.
Morning.
So I'm not going to pull a Joe to camera and trash talk you right now. I'm just going to say good luck to you.
Okay.
Well, thank you. You too.
A much more cordial contestant this week, I'd say.
I like the back and forth. I mean,
Well,
Joe is a
'cause
little
I have
disrespectful.
no clue what to expect from this. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, are we doing fine?
I don't know what level questions
Yeah,
I'm
we're-
going to
we're
get.
doing-
I don't
so-
know how in depth.
So
Buzz is the moderator.
I have
We'll do 5 questions.
I have 5 questions. They are all pertaining to Phillies trivia this century. And we're going to do the same rules. 5 questions, 55 seconds. I have a tiebreaker question should it come to it. Richie's going to do time. I'm going to moderate in for Seltzer. So it's going to be as normal.
Okay.
Except
All right,
Devin's in the camera chair.
Okay, well, at this time, Devin, we will ask you to step away to the
All right. I don't have rosary beads.
booth.
All right.
Ensconce yourself, please.
Good luck to you.
And Derek will be the. Derek, how are you feeling about this? Are you confident today in your Phillies trivia abilities?
I am confident, but it all depends on what you ask, for real, you know?
Okay, well.
Some topics I'm really great at, and then some days it's like, wow, I don't want to know.
How
that.
great are you at Phillies stuff?
I'm not bad, John.
All right.
All
We
right.
should be all right.
Well, Devin is now ensconced in the soundproof booth. So we will begin when Buzz asks the first question, I guess.
So, all right, Derek, you've heard Beat the Hammer before, I assume?
Yeah, I've played before.
Okay, so you understand how it works. Clock will begin when I finish asking the first question. Question number 1. Prior to Rob Thompson, the Phillies have had 8 managers since 2000. Name 3 of them.
Brian Sandberg, Joe Girardi.
Name 3 of
I'll
them.
move on to the next.
Pass?
I'll pass for now. I'll get the third one, yeah.
Who was pitching for the Phillies when Francisco Lindor hit a grand slam in Game 4 of the 2024 NLDS?
Kirkland.
Since 2008, the Phillies have appeared in the World Series 3 times. Name the 3 opponents they've played against.
Tampa, the Yankees, and the Houston Astros.
In sequential order, name the 4 teams the Phillies played during the 2022 postseason.
St. Louis, Atlanta, San Diego,
Time.
Houston.
That is a 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad. I think you know what? I'm not necessarily feeling great from Derek's perspective. We're going to put Derek on hold here while we wave Devin. Someone please wave Devin back.
Devin is
Devin
running
is-
back
she's
briskly.
jogging.
Yeah, sprint. Not a sprint. Somewhere between a jog and a sprint.
I appreciate
is what we
that.
got.
Yeah,
from
not
Devin
this
right
again. Totally different than the camera.
Well, yeah, what we've seen from Joe.
You out of
is-
breath there, Devin? You all right?
A little bit. I'm nervous.
Well,
And I did just run.
Yeah.
You really did try hard.
It's awkward
to get back
standing over there.
quickly.
Like, I never really thought, because I haven't had to do it, and everyone just, like, when you don't have a purpose and you're just kind of standing there, everyone's looking at you like, what are you doing?
Well, you could just lean up against the pillar and
Yeah, but, like, that's
Play a
even
slot machine real quick.
weirder. I know, I should have played a slot.
Play a slot
Next
machine
time.
during.
Next time.
Yeah. All right. So
All right, how'd he do? How'd Derek do?
You ready to roll?
Can't tell you that.
You ready to roll here, Devin?
Fine.
I appreciate the gamesmanship, though. All right.
Rob Thompson. That's my Joe to Cameron.
That's it. That's your joke. No. All right. Here we go.
Let's move through the questions quick here, Buzz.
Question
impression.
Question number 1. Prior to Rob Thompson, the Phillies have had 8 managers since 2000. Name 3 of them.
Gabe Kapler, Joe Girardi, and since what date?
Since 2000.
Charlie Manuel.
Who was pitching for the Phillies when Francisco Lindor hit a grand slam in Game 4 of the 2024 NLDS?
Carlos Estevez.
Since 2008, the Phillies have appeared in the World Series 3 times. Name the 3 opponents they've played against.
The Houston Astros, the Tampa Bay Rays, and the New York Yankees.
In sequential order, name the 4 teams the Phillies played during the 2022 postseason.
Ooh, the St. Louis Cardinals, the Atlanta Braves, the San Diego Padres, the Houston Astros.
Who was starting at third base? Ooh, a 4-1 victory for Devin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bang.
That was domination.
Bang.
You want to try to get the last one?
I was just saying, no one got to the last question. The last question was, who was starting at third base and drove in the winning run during Game 5 of the 2008 World Series?
For the
Phillies.
2008. I don't remember.
It's Pedro
I don't know.
Feliz.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that.
Pedro Feliz, the answer.
Nevertheless,
but
a 4-1 win in Devin's Beat the Beat debut.
Let's go.
Strong performance.
I'm genuinely so relieved. I was so nervous.
Round of applause from the audience.
The audience was applauding.
Guy
Devin.
all
Nice.
Phillied out?
Yeah,
Nice.
he's all Phillied out.
A lot of
I'm like,
support.
The beat writer you need right here.
adrenalined up right now.
Yeah.
Let's go. Do you just throw Elliot's
I stole
tagline
Elliot's
at me?
hashtag.
Let's go.
Hey, I mean, you won the contest.
Listen,
Yeah.
Devin's 1-0. Elliot, don't believe has ever played, so.
No, Elliot has played Pop Culture Beat the Hammer with me, and he lost. So he lost to James Seltzer, which was surprising. and
Oh, that's
disappointing.
right. Yeah, I was here for that. So, yeah, you're 1-0. He's 0-1.
Yeah,
so
let's
you
go.
are officially the beat writer you need.
Well, there you go. Well, Derek, I got to say,
Those are
not
good
not the best performance from you today, Derek.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That's all good, man. Appreciate you checking
Thanks,
in.
Derek.
Appreciate you calling and
I
and
won't
playing the game
ask you
today.
to bend the knee or anything, Derek.
Yeah,
Good game.
Much more cordial
Yeah.
than to beat the hammer.
I just don't
typically
have
is.
it in me. I don't have it in me.
Yeah. Well, that's
good for
I tried my best bang. I don't know if it worked though.
That was, I mean, it was well done, Devin. You got all the questions that were finished in time, so good stuff there. We're broadcasting live from the Borgata in Atlantic City, WIP HD1, Philadelphia, from the Tasty Cake Studios today in Borgata in Atlantic City. So beat the beat. Devin 1-0 in her career.
A dominant
performance.
Thank you.
From Devin Caney today. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But some of the things we're talking about today, Phillies and Mets. Big series this weekend. Phils win 3 out of 4 against the Marlins. And a really important series. You look at where they are in the standings. Both these teams tied atop the NL East. And considering everything that has happened over the last week for the Phillies, considering the way the Mets have kind of dominated the Phillies recently, end of last year, we all know what happened in the playoffs. The sweep at Citi Field earlier this season feels like a real big one. And with the Mets being losers of 6 in a row here, maybe a chance to knock them out a little bit this weekend. And couldn't start in a better way than Zach Wheeler being on the mound tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad Zach Wheeler's on the mound. I know this sounds counterintuitive, but it's baseball, and I almost hate the fact that the Mets are on a 6-game slide right now, because what happens after a team is sliding? Like, the Mets are a good team. The Phillies are a good team. The Mets are a good team. I don't
Why
want them
don't
to
we
have their
just keep
bounce
them
back
sliding?
against the Phillies.
No.
No, that's what I'm saying.
We
and
slide
I'm
them
confident
all
that
the way to
Phillies
9.
can. It's a big spot for the Phils. I mean, it's a big spot for both teams, but especially for, they have Wheeler tonight, which is great, but then you have Abel and Luzardo. I mean, that's a high-pressure situation at Citizens Bank Park. You know that crowd's going to be rowdy, and I hope that they help contribute to the Phillies win.
I can't wait to see Mick Abel in this spot. I
Yeah.
can't wait to see this, because he's been so nonplussed by everything. He's been so just stoic up there. on the mound. And afterwards, he just says all the right things, keeps it to a bare minimum. And I'm interested to see what he looks like. And it's the great time to catch the Mets, which, for his sake, I'm happy that they're, 5-6. Is it 5 in a row?
Six in a row.
6 in a row. They've lost.
6 in a row.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
and I think
good
they
for Mick.
have Mets are down 2 of their starting pitchers right now. They lost Kodai Senga, and I forget the other one's name. So their starting rotation is diminished.
Yeah, and
so that's good for the Phils.
And I'm excited to see Abel in this spot, like you guys said. I mean, I know you think, and you'd maybe rather have Sanchez or a Ranger, but I'm excited to see Abel in this moment. Nationally televised game, Saturday night, huge series. Going to be fun to see how he responds. So that'll be good on Saturday.
I agree with that, and I am wondering if anyone out there knows, can I be imagining smells now?
Yes.
Am I?
We're
because
still talking
we need to
about
figure
the
out
can.
John's genes.
No, seriously, because of Carl, my new puppy, I think I'm imagining the smell like, oh no, he peed in this room somewhere, or oh no, he dropped a deuce somewhere in this room. Like, that's the way I feel every time I enter a room, no matter where I am. I came here to the Borgata last night. I walked into my room. I thought there was puppy pee. Yeah, that's the illusion. That is
I have the opposite worry so my dog's 2 years old now. And I will say, you're always sniffing because, you don't especially when you come home or they've
You're
been alone for a little
always
bit.
sniffing, and I have a big
I worry
nose.
that I am what's it called, smell deficient
Smeth.
because I've gotten used to.
You're smell deaf.
I'm like, what if my
I call that
entire house
smeth.
smells like dog and I don't know it?
Yeah, sure, right. That
you
might be.
Well, if you have
clearly
a
would
dog,
know
there's
that.
a high probability.
I've got
Yeah.
2 dogs now. I've got 2 dogs now, and this new dog that I've added, Carl, he's got long hair, and so he smells more than Louie, who has no hair at all. He's like bald dog. So now I am definitely smeth to dog smell, but am I imagining these other smells that make me think that my genes stink to high heaven?
Please let us know if this is something that's possible and how we can fix John's genes.
Olfactory illusions.
It's really affecting him today. Time for a read on our Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at ArminChevy.com, at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. Is this weekend series against the Mets a must-win series? Right now, would you like to, or do you guess at the end, John? Do you want to guess at the end, or do you guess right now?
At the end.
At the end. All right.
Yeah.
So
We let it breathe. Let it ride.
Let it breathe.
Let the numbers build up.
Yeah. There you
throughout
go.
the course.
And our
of
side
the show.
topic today is give us something that is iconic. Winner will win a pair of tickets to see the Philadelphia Eagles 2024 championship season musical concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center on July 24th. The Mann Center and Philadelphia Eagles NFL Films coming together to celebrate another Eagles championship season with a special concert event hosted by the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese. Fans can relive highlights of the 2024 championship season. Concert will feature these highlights displayed on 3 giant screens, accompanied by NFL Films-inspired music performed live by the Philadelphia Orchestra, and proceeds from this performance will support the Mann Center Free Arts Education Initiatives and the Eagles Autism Foundation. Fans can get their tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. That sounds like an awesome event.
It does.
You get to go, a musical performance, relive the season. I mean,
that does sound awesome.
I've
I've never been to one of those because I know that they've done live orchestra stuff for like Game of Thrones and Harry Potter, but doing it for the Eagles, that's awesome.
I went to
I
that.
Want to go.
I went to that.
Oh, you
I
did?
went to the Game of Thrones.
Was
thing.
it cool?
Yeah, I was there with Andrew Swank.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, we
I
had
love
a
that.
box for that one.
I didn't know that you were a Game of Thrones
Swank,
guy.
Oh, I love
Swank and I used to talk World of Warcraft all the time.
Yeah.
I've stopped playing World of Warcraft.
Is that nerdy of me to go to a Game of Thrones inspired concert?
Not at all.
It's Game
I
of
don't
Thrones.
think so
It's
at
awesome
all.
of you.
The
Yeah.
afternoon show would probably drag you for it, but I will not drag you.
It was
I'm
a
jealous.
fun experience.
Yeah, it seems awesome.
I think the word I was looking for was olfactory hallucinations. Am I having olfactory hallucinations?
Is that a
Olfactory
thing?
hallucinations?
Yeah. The smell. Like, am I imagining smells?
I am sitting next to you, and I don't smell anything. If those are that you're wearing,
Yeah, these are the jeans.
So,
And it's the kind of thing I can't be like, hey, smell my jeans. Like, you can't.
Yeah, it'd be weird.
Yeah,
that'd
like,
be a
hey,
little
come
weird.
over here and smell
Well,
my
even
jeans.
though you have kind of asked us multiple times to smell your jeans today.
And I'm realizing through that process that it's not the kind of thing I can
Yeah.
say, hey, Devin, smell my jeans here. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, like, it is sort of, it's never going to be proven or not proven whether these jeans smell, because no one's going to stick their face up to my jeans and smell them.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet, John. Well put. Well put.
Yeah. I just didn't realize that going in.
Well,
I can't believe we're still talking about
well,
John's.
he just, you get fixated on certain things.
He
don't
does,
you?
he does.
You really get distracted.
You know how stretchy
And
they
it's
make
different.
denim
my
now,
God.
by the
It's
way?
different every day.
Yeah.
They make
It's different every
And
day.
I knew when he arrives here today. And he
You just
comes-
know. You know what it's going to be.
Yeah, and he's the first thing he says to me
you
and
see
Fran
what I'm doing?
is that these jeans smell, man, and I'm just like, oh my god.
I can stretch these jeans like 5 inches. Look at this.
They seem
Nice.
comfortable.
Put your leg down.
They're very comfortable. Do you guys have jeans like this?
No, I don't have stretchy jeans.
I have not had jeans like this. I'm telling you, it all adds up. It's a crazy thing. I have these stretchy jeans. They're wonderful. They're super comfortable, but they stink. They stink. I can't stand the smell. So the moment I took them out of the bag, they're delivered to my house. I take them out of the bag. I wash them. I put all those scent beads in there. I then, when I'm drying them, I shove all the little fabric softener sheets in the legs. Then I leave them outside for a whole day, airing out, and they still.
We need a clothing
reek.
expert. Is John imagining the jean thing, or do his jeans really smell? And if so, how does he fix it?
It's almost like oil, like petroleum or something. I can smell it.
215-592-9494. Also, we talked about it in the last segment. I'm out on Ace Bailey. Are you in or out on Ace Bailey? Cancels workouts with the Sixers. Do you want this guy? I think the Sixers should move on. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. When we get back, they want to talk a little bit more about the Rob Thompson situation from this week, how that can affect things moving forward, and how he handled the situation with Nick Castellanos. That's coming up. Tom Kelly in for Judah Camera. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got. It's a good time for a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake. Accept no substitutes.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm gonna ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25.
applied. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing. But I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So here's a sign of the times, folks. Louisiana is poised to become the first state to raise taxes to fund college sports since Judge Wilkin approved the settlement allowing schools to pay athletes directly for their name, image, and likeness. Louisiana schools will divide a share of the state's betting tax revenues. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Helen's Sausage House. The Phillies beat the Marlins 2-1 last night, taking the 4-game set down in Miami. Christopher Sanchez struck out 4 through 8 innings, and Kyle Schwarber hit the tie-breaking solo home run to give the Phillies the lead in the 8th. The Phillies return to Citizens Bank Park tonight, tied with the Mets for first place in the NL East. The two will battle for the top spot in a 3-game series starting tonight. And the NBA Finals roll on. The Pacers beat Oklahoma City 108-91 to force the first NBA Finals Game 7 since 2016. Helen's Sausage House, with locations in Smyrna and Newark, Delaware for over 40 years. Breakfast, lunch, and catering online. HelensSausage.com. Weather today brought to you by Window Nation. Mostly sunny with a high of 84. It's currently 72 degrees. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Tom Kelly Show. Just to let you know. 94.1 on the radio. All right. Dial it up 215. Speak your mind. 592-9494 every time.
More than hot takes, it's Philly Sports Gold. Kelly got the fire, every segment's got soul. Respect to the roots, but he's building his throne. One call, one beat, one mic, all
What do you got? What do you guys think of the new open to the show?
How? How did you get that?
I did it all myself.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. But one of our great callers, Sean in Newark, made this open for me.
What?
Now, yeah. I mean, outstanding stuff. It's pretty long. You let the whole thing play out, but really good. I've really enjoyed it, and I know there are a lot of haters at the station.
Mark?
What?
Mark?
Sean.
Sean. Oh my gosh, this is
like it?
Incredible.
Yeah?
Is it him, like,
It's
rapping?
incredible.
What
a great song. What a great sound. What a great, great lyrics too. That is amazing.
Spike made a good point because they actually brought me on the afternoon show to talk about this because Jack, I guess, uncovered it in the system. And Spike made a good point. Like, Sean turned this thing around in like 2 days. I thought, wow, this guy's like a musical genius. He's so talented. It's AI.
I was going to say,
but
can AI, so I know AI can do a lot of things, but I didn't know if it was like you could do a full like custom song with AI.
But
Okay.
I appreciate Sean doing that.
Yeah.
Because it's
Spike
a banger,
would bring
right,
you on
John?
to bring it down.
A lot of people are hating on
like, well,
Your song,
actually,
man. I love
I'm
your
riding
song.
with it.
I think
and
it's
you
great.
deserve that song.
I
That
deserve the
you.
song.
You deserve that song, Tom.
Thank you.
That's a pick me up. That's a. You know what? That gives you a good.
It's a catchy
feel for
tune,
the
man.
vibe heading into the
It gives
show.
it does.
You got to use that. That is a
Lucy-
perfect show song for you, Tom.
I've realized-
and I love the way it sounds. I'm really happy for you.
It's a pick-me-up leading right into the most negative takes in Philadelphia sports.
That's not true. That is not true. It does make me feel very good, like getting into the show, though.
It does,
I feel
and
like
it should.
I've a more positive mindset.
Because it's
changed my life, this song.
Well, good. Keep listening then, because I like the way it sounds, and I love the message.
Well,
Keep it coming.
What's the message?
It's that you are ready
it's
to
the Tom
roll,
Kelly
man.
show.
It's your show. You own it.
Yeah, there you
Have
go.
you played this song for Little Tom yet?
I have not. I don't think so. I don't think
What do you think
so.
you would
Little Tom, one of your
My
names?
wife. My wife's heard it. My wife.
Little Tom?
Yeah, that's my son's name.
Little Tom.
Which what?
Do
How
you
old
call
is
him
he?
Little
Tom,
Tom?
Tom, Kate, and Colin are
Do you
my
call
kids'
him Little
names.
Tom?
No, I call him Tom.
You know, I am
Yeah.
I am John, and my dad was also John.
Okay.
So we had a similar
my son's not
situation
a
in
my
the house.
son's not a junior though. We have different middle names.
Same.
So.
We had the same situation.
Look at us,
Different
man.
middle names in my house. He's John Keith. I'm John David. So yeah, I'm not junior.
Yeah.
But it always created problems.
Why?
You know, because we had the same name. So
Yeah.
it's John. Okay, and you're both. Yeah. So yeah,
That happens
I
in my
didn't
house.
like
too.
that part.
My wife will say be talking to either me or my son.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't like we all have names for a reason. It's to differentiate us.
Try having your brother's name rhyme with yours.
Yeah, Devin and Kevin.
Every
Dev
time.
and Kev.
Every time when we were growing up, we'd be like, "What?
What
Which one?"
What is worse?
Did your parents then say that they regretted doing the rhyming names? Did they ever say, in retrospect,
No.
maybe we shouldn't have?
No, they never said we really regret naming you that.
I don't think that's so. You're Devin and Kevin.
That's probably for the
You know,
best.
my brother's name is Jerry. We're Tom and Jerry.
No.
Yeah.
No
God.
way.
That is
No.
true.
Did they?
I think Devin
It
and
was not
Kevin is
intentional.
worse
What do you
just
mean
for
it
the
wasn't
rhyming.
intentional?
It was
Are
apparently.
your parents completely oblivious
My-
to
Well, no. So
pop
mine
culture?
grandfather's
wasn't
name was
intentional
Thomas.
either.
Right. My grandfather's name was Thomas, and my dad's name was Gerald. So that's how it happened.
My parents didn't, or they claim, and they're not like corny. Like I don't think my parents would have been like, let's name them Devin and Kevin. My brother's older, so he was born first. My name's spelled differently, and I genuinely don't think they realized until
Wow.
after, and they're like, oh wow, both their names rhyme.
Oh no.
Yeah, it wasn't to be
So
like.
what do we do
cute.
now?
Well, I
How many
mean,
weeks in you
I
think
think
they
they
were?
would have realized it beforehand, though.
I
Were
don't
they like a year
Well, 'cause
in,
when
or
you're
are we
like-
talking? Because if they were only a couple weeks in, they could have been like, yeah, you know what, this, Dad, she doesn't know her name. She's 2
But
weeks
I
old.
like my name, so I'm
But
glad
you were
that they
2
didn't
weeks old.
change
You
it.
wouldn't have known it.
No.
It's
There's
not that bad.
They could have.
It's
They
not
could
that
have
bad.
reversed out early.
Yeah, but
They
I
must
don't know.
not have valued the reversing out that
The
much.
names rhyming is not that bad.
I think it's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, you know, like you guys are like a tighter knit.
John
family
says as
almost.
he's like, why don't you? It's not too
Yeah.
late at 30-something years old.
Yeah.
You can change it.
Devin, no offense, but I don't like your name. Is basically what I heard.
Tell me how you really feel.
215.
I just think it's amazing that they did that. That they really did rhyme it. I love that it rhymes.
Yeah.
But I can't believe they really didn't realize it. I
No.
can't believe that your parents actually named their kids Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
And you're saying they had no idea.
They may have known
Come
about
on,
the
man.
cartoon.
They
but
had no idea.
That's not why they
a
did
show
it.
called
But
Tom and
that's not-
Jerry was
That's
out
not
there.
why they did it. Is the point? It's family names.
I don't care if it's like the motivation or not. Like the fact that
Who are you
the
to be
show is
critiquing
out
my
there,
family
man.
for what we're naming our
Like
children?
I'm not going to name
My
my
God,
kid
man.
Seinfeld. I don't know. Like it just I don't.
Well,
I'm not
Buzz
gonna-
probably will name his kid Seinfeld, but Seinfeld
First name
Wilson.
Seinfeld, yes.
Yeah. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Talking a lot of Phils today. Phils Mets, big series this week. And also, are you in or out on Ace Bailey? I am so out on this kid. What a ridiculous situation. It won't work out for the Sixers. Won't work out for anybody. I've never seen anybody try to, like, sabotage their draft status.
Is he hurt?
No, I think he just wants to go to a bad team where he can shoot all the shots and put up all the numbers. I don't want a loser like that. Get out of here. Give me Con Knipple. Give me a winner. That's
I like
a guy.
the
I want.
name.
Yeah, it's a good name. K-O-N. How you spell Con?
We're trashing names.
His name is
And
K-O-N.
you're going to say Con
K-O-N.
Knipple
I wish my
has
name.
a good name.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I actually wish my name were Con. It's his first name is K-O-N.
His first name is K-O-N.
See, my first name being J-O-N. Again, the same
He should have
name
been
as
your brother.
my
You
dad.
should have named your brother
Such
Con.
a boring
Yeah.
name that I have. I think Con is a cool name. And
Con
it's just
is
one letter
cool.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
cool.
so, oh, man, Oh, if only my parents would have, or if someone would have. My whole life.
You could have.
I've never had a nickname. My whole life. I've never
Richie?
been.
Richie
it's
Rich.
always been, Richie Rich.
Yeah.
My last name or whatever it is.
Because your first name's 3 letters. Like, you don't.
Yeah, you don't need a
and
nickname.
But you do need a nickname when everyone has the same name as you. Everyone's
sounds
named
like
John.
Sounds like you're just
Look at our
jealous
station.
that
Everyone-
Devin and I
half the
have such
people have the same name as
easy,
me.
rhymable initials. DK and TK.
That is cool.
JR is
JR
just not
is
cool. It's
awesome.
lame.
Thank you. Great initials. I think we should all be thankful for our initials.
You could have been called Junior because you are a junior and your initials
I'm
are
not
literally
a
JR.
junior.
Yeah, that you should have been a junior for that
I'm
reason.
not a junior.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in our side topic today for a chance to win tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles
Richie?
2024 championship season.
That's
musical
another
concert
thing.
with the
Richie?
Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center on July 24th. What's iconic? Give us something that's iconic. That's our side topic tonight. Stop it, John. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Sean in Newark. What's up, Sean?
Good morning, Tom. How you doing?
Sean. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, Sean.
All right. I wanted to chime in. Oh, I don't know if Tom's made the connection yet. I'm the same Sean that just did the song that.
Oh,
he played.
this is the
Oh,
Sean
you're
that
the
made the
composer.
open. There we go. Thank you,
Just
Sean.
So, Sean, was it AI?
Yes.
But that's still
That is
impressive.
incredible AI. I mean, your AI nailed it. Like,
Yeah.
your AI is a prolific songwriter AI that has a special gift.
Well, Sean called into the afternoon show the other day, and Spike is very familiar with AI, and they were having, I wouldn't say a contentious debate, but I don't know, Sean. It felt like Spike was not,
He was
didn't
poo-pooing
consider
you?
you a real musician. Sean.
I've been in recording studios and worked as a producer and engineer for years, and then later I moved to New York and used to do music videos and things like
Whoa.
that.
Wow.
So you definitely
Dropping
do
his
know.
credentials
He
down.
knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like, he's able to get the
Well,
most out of these programs. That's
the
for
one
sure.
in a way, John. But what happened was I was having a hip replacement, so I was kind of laid up. I had it out last Friday, so so I was kind of out of it a little
Wow.
bit before that.
How
So then
are you all right?
bored. Yeah, I'm fine now. The hip's in, and I'm happy to have it done. 'Cause
Are you
it's
walking?
Like basketball. Yeah, now today, I'm standing outside, walked outside, and I'm standing
Nice
outside.
job. Wow. And how long ago did you get it replaced?
A week ago now, like
That's
almost
unbelievable.
like this time. Yeah.
In a week. That's good for you.
Yeah, Sean,
Yeah, amazing.
Sean's a talented guy. He's getting his hip replaced. He's still able to
Like
make
a man of
bangers.
steel.
Yeah.
Bo
walking
Jackson's my
around
new
like it was
hero.
nothing.
Like he was my hero back in the day, but now he's my hero again. Bo
I'll
Jackson.
say.
Well,
I'll say.
there you go, Sean. Well, I
Incredible.
appreciate it, man. Thanks for making that. What do you got on the
but
finals today?
Well, I called in because I was like, everybody that's a fan of the Sixers, especially the process, I think Sunday night is must-watch TV because T.J. McConnell is going to be out on that stage in a Game 7, and if he wins, he's an NBA champion. And when you think of all the other people that passed through the process, even Jimmy Butler taking his teams after he left twice to the finals, but T.J. McConnell, when he was here, he was absolutely a crowd favorite. Nobody wanted him to leave. And they said, well, you have to understand that, we're on our way to bigger and better things. And T.J.'s nice for now, but he's not the kind of guard that's going to actually be playing like if it was a Game 7 in the NBA
Yeah.
Finals. You don't want T.J. McConnell on the court.
Yeah,
well, it
how
turns
about
out
that?
You do.
No, Sean, it's a great point.
And
I
now-
mean, watching this, he's made a massive impact on this
Yeah.
series. He's changed these games for
He
Indiana.
always has those sessions where he just goes off.
Yeah,
And
last
it's
night
like
again.
TJ
He did
time.
it again last
Yeah.
night.
Exactly. He only comes in for 10 or 15 minutes, but he always
Yeah.
surprises the other team with his energy, and he ends up getting like 4 or 5 steals and just impacts
So
the game during
crafty,
the brief
works
time.
so hard. It never stops working from the moment he steps onto the court, and it's almost like teams can't keep up with that level of competitiveness and intensity.
Yep.
You just can't stay with them.
No,
Exactly,
it's crazy. Sean, what do you have for what's iconic, man?
Iconic. The word yo. I mean, you
Yo.
talked about Rocky. That was one of the first times the rest of the country got to hear the word yo, but that's a uniquely Philly thing. And then by the 80s, it was Yo MTV Raps. But the idea of using YO as a way to say, hey, it's just as iconic as some of the other things like John. It's one of those things that came right from Philly, and the first time the nation heard it was more in like Rocky. because he was trying to make it authentic
Wait.
Philly.
So Rocky started Yo?
Well, it made it popular because one of his biggest things he's screaming in the movie,
Yeah.
and I don't want to, even the final scene, Yo, Adrian.
I
or
never
Yo,
thought about
Paulie,
that.
Or Yo, whoever.
Yeah, I never thought about that connection.
Yeah, that's
Yo
interesting. Sean, thanks, man.
really
appreciate
is
the call and
owed
appreciate the song, of course. But
to
yeah,
Rocky.
Yeah, I didn't. I
The
never thought of that
national
either.
proliferation of Yo.
Yeah, how about that? That's a good answer.
It's a great answer.
It really is. And I thought Sean made a great point in his call
I think
as well.
That's going to be really hard to beat,
Yeah,
by the way.
it will be. It will be hard to beat.
Because he beats you up in Beat the Hammer, or has beaten Joe, beaten the host and Beat the Hammer. And he's got all sorts of talent on top of talent.
Wait, Sean beat Joe and Beat the Hammer?
Oh, he could.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure he could.
Oh, yeah, probably.
has.
Yeah, he's extremely
Yeah, but you
talented
just
guy.
said that like a fact.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I was like, did he say that during his call and I just missed
No,
it?
it just feels like it's probably true.
All right.
I'm
I don't
ju-
think
I'm gonna
Joe
go
would
out
take
on a
kindly
limb.
Do you
to
think
that.
he
No, he sure would.
Do you think
That's-
he could beat me
But
and beat the beat? That's
probably.
real question.
Devin's getting a big ego
Unlike-
from this Beat the Beat win.
I'm just
No,
really
she had
excited.
a great
I won.
performance.
Better winning percentage than Joe.
There you
She
go.
had-
There you
Yeah, how
go.
about that?
She had an outstanding performance today. But
Thank
no,
you.
Joe hates it if you say things that are untruths like they're true. So maybe I just automatically do it now without realizing it when
Yeah.
it pertains to him.
Oh.
Because I know that really,
His
really
blood will boil
bothers
if
him.
he did that.
So I'm sorry if it threw you off. I think that's what I was doing.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But I thought Sean made a great point in regards to T.J. McConnell, though, because, we were talking about earlier the Ace Bailey situation, what you're looking for players in this draft. And I do think, this NBA Finals should be really informative to the Sixers in terms of depth, in terms of the kind of players you need, because he made a great point. Like, when the Sixers let TJ walk, a lot of it was like, hey, it's a cute story, but this isn't a guy who's going to be able to play for us big playoff minutes. And you look at it, 5 years later, TJ McConnell is legitimately changing an NBA Finals. Like, the games he's had, specifically Game 4, the first half last night, he is an extremely valuable player.
Yeah.
And to think, the
He's
Sixers made
going
a ton
to
of mistakes.
give them.
That's one of the bigger mistakes they've made.
He's going to help give them a championship.
Yeah.
And
He's gonna help
I
be
still
part
love
of the reason
watching
they
TJ
win a
McConnell
championship.
play. And I honestly think he's a big reason why I find myself rooting for the Pacers in this matchup.
There's no doubt.
Yeah,
That's why.
And because I loved him,
enjoy
I
watching
loved
these games.
watching TJ McConnell as a Sixer, and I remember being upset when they let him go. But it was like he's not that good. He's not the type of player that they need right now, and he wants too much money. Blah blah. Well, look at him now, and now I kind of hope he wins. Even just TJ McConnell's the most I guess severe example of a former Sixer. You look at these NBA playoffs. So, of course, you have James Harden and Nick Batum, but you have Isaiah Joe playing for the Thunder. You have PJ Tucker still out there or was out there. There's so many former Sixers, and it's okay, well, they're getting farther than they got with the Sixers. So
how about
I can't
that?
be mad about it, but it does make you wonder, what are the Sixers doing wrong in terms of player development where these guys aren't hitting their max with the Sixers?
And this is the thing with Daryl Morey, is he's so focused on the stars, and we got to get a guy like Paul George. We need to get this star player. That's not the way the league is anymore. I mean, you look at Indiana; they're built around their two best players are Siakam and Halliburton. 2 to 3 years ago, really anybody could have had either of those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Toronto was looking to trade Siakam. They wanted to get out of his contract. Same thing with Sacramento. They had De'Aaron Fox and Halliburton. They decided they were going to trade Halliburton. It's Indiana, I don't know if you consider either of those guys to be top 15 players, probably not, top 20 players in the NBA. They're just a good team with a lot of good players who play well together. And that I think needs to be the focus now, instead of just, well, we think Ace Bailey's got the highest ceiling, so we need to take him.
Yeah.
If he's got a losing attitude, maybe that's not the guy you want.
Ace Bailey's what's ESP's take? Sorry, love Elliott. Not throwing him under the bus here. The next Kevin Durant, I think that's who he compared him
I've
to.
seen those comparisons made. I mean, I don't
But
know.
you're,
I'm
but
willing to take my
even in
chances.
terms of trading the pick for a KD player, I think that this Thunder and Pacers matchup, we're seeing you don't need a massive star or multiple massive stars. You need role players. You need a guy who is able to spread the ball around the court. Like, you look at SGA and the Thunder, and I think that they're a good example, and I mean both these teams are, of what works in the NBA now. You don't necessarily need like the biggest star, which Daryl Morey, I feel, has yet to realize.
And it's why I have like very little optimism for this season, because you look at Indiana and Oklahoma City and the way they've kind of come along here. It's taken time. Like, Oklahoma City's drafted their guys. Indiana's traded for a lot of their guys. But the bottom line is, like, they've played together for 3-4 years. That's what you need. So the idea that, oh, yeah, well, we're just going to throw Embiid and Paul George and all these guys out there together next year who have never really played together, and we're going to compete for a championship, I don't think that's realistic.
And that seems like it's been Daryl Morey's plan for the last 5 years, right? And like they keep trying different combinations, seeing if it sticks, when none of these combos are really getting a lot of work done together on the floor. Like, it didn't work with Ben Simmons and Joel. Didn't work with Jimmy Butler. It didn't work with Tobias Harris. Didn't work with James Harden. So what makes anyone think that trading the pick or bringing in another third star is going to work with this team? I think you bring in a young talent, you draft a young guy, not
That's
Ace
the only
Bailey,
way you can do it,
and you
because how
build.
do you get reps? How do you get reps with your old stars if your old stars refuse to
They never
work or
play.
practice
Yeah.
or play?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
You
it's
got
kind
to
of a
bring a
problem.
young guy or multiple young guys in who don't know the ways of the NBA yet. They don't realize that they're supposed to be, oh, this is beneath me, when people ask them to practice.
I think you plan to have Joel Embiid as an occasional luxury. So, like, you build a team with guys like Jared McCain, Tyrese Maxey, who I don't even know who the Sixers
Grimes,
are
if
going to
you
keep around.
bring him
Grimes,
back,
if you bring
you
him
know.
back. I think they should. And then, if Joel Embiid is healthy, or when he's healthy, when he can come in, hopefully in, important moments, great. But otherwise, you build the core around those younger guys who are going to play a lot more than Joel Embiid.
Well, that's another part of it too, and we'll get back to the phones in 1 second here. But as far as Embiid, and like you watch the finals, and these two teams are playing their asses off. I mean, every possession feels like it's the final possession of the fourth quarter. He can't play in intensity basketball like this. Like, he wouldn't be able to play.
Who, Embiid?
Yeah, 40
No
minutes in a game
way.
like we've seen in this series. No chance.
Way.
No chance.
It's just unrealistic, completely unrealistic. And now we're all aware. Now that we've watched these games, we know that this is a pipe dream. The idea that Joel is going to come back and be able to hang.
Why, in my mind, he should not have been anywhere near that top 11 list. I didn't have him on my list personally.
So I think Embiid made my top 3 of my top 11 last summer, and it just shows how rough the Sixers have and how hard they've made it to remain a fan and to remain watching the team and caring about them, because I was bullish on the fact that I felt that we weren't giving Joel Embiid the recognition he deserved for when he's healthy. He really is the most dominant basketball player that we've seen in Philadelphia. But this past season broke me as a Sixers
Well,
fan.
I hate to bring this up, but we worked together the day after Christmas or 2 days after Christmas.
Yeah.
And I said I didn't feel anything during that Boston game, and you told me I was crazy. You
Yeah,
said you were
yeah,
keeping
yeah.
receipts.
Yeah.
And the
And
rest of the season broke you.
I've never been so wrong. Even through Christmas of this past year, I really stuck with it when a lot of people had fallen off, and I had faith, and I thought that Embiid was going to come back and they were going to, make a push in the postseason like they have, not, of course, past the second round, but still. And I was very wrong.
Yeah.
And because of that, my spirit when it comes to the Sixers is just crushed.
We've all been broken by the Sixers multiple times.
Yeah.
So it happens. Let's go to Randy in Delaware. What's up, Randy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's happening?
Hi, Randy.
Hey, John, how you guys doing? I called in a little bit.
Awesome. Good to hear you.
It's good to hear, man. Check this out. First of all, I'm with you, TK. This Ace Bailey thing, no way. No way. You're just begging for more trouble. I think if you combine him with Joel Embiid, and they're not going anywhere. I like the Canoodle idea. Come from the same background as McCain is going to Duke. I think that's going to be a huge plus if they go with him. That's
And Randy, and I know, he only played 1 year in college, but I mean, I watched a lot of Duke this season and in the tournament, and I mean, he's a really good player. And maybe he doesn't have the upside that a guy like Ace Bailey is, but I'm at the point where I want a guy who I know is going to be good for me for 4 or 5 years at least before he gets on that next contract. And I think Knippel's a pretty safe bet.
I think he is too. And this thing with Ace Bailey, I'm reading a lot about it, and he's getting left a sour taste in a lot of other franchises' his mouth with him. I mean, it's all over the internet reading about this guy. He's just horrible with his attitude. And if they say more, it's more along his camp. The people that are running it is the ones that are leaving a sour taste in people's mouth.
Oh, that's
and
a
we
shame.
just don't need that in Philly. We really don't.
No.
And I got to tell you a quick little story. I heard you guys talking about climbing trees. In second grade, I'm from North Carolina, you guys know. And in second grade, I had this crush on this young girl down home. And I was climbing this tree in our front yard, and it had a fork in it. And I stuck my leg in it and got my leg stuck. Ended up breaking my leg. And on the front page of the paper, it says, "Boy stuck in tree." And they had to carry me across, and they were cutting my pants leg off, and I was screaming, "My mom's going to beat my butt because you're cutting my leg off."
Oh, that's embarrassing,
Yes.
Randy.
So, yes, I go back to school with my cast and everything, and the girl's looking at me, and she brought the newspaper. She knew I liked her. She brought the newspaper, and they're carrying me, and I got my mouth wide open, bawling, crying with the front page of the journal picture. "Boy stuck in tree." So I don't climb trees no
that's
more.
devastating.
Well, did you ever get the date with the girl, Randy?
No, I didn't. She laughed at me.
Oh, man. That's a
Straight up
rough
clown.
one,
There's
man.
no way out of that one.
Well,
Wow.
no way.
I'm so sorry.
What do
So, wow. So never, from that point forward, did you just have no chance?
No chance. I heard, and I'll never forget her. I mean, she turned out. I think she's a lawyer now, to be honest with you. But she was pretty, and I was hot for her. You know,
Whoa.
little kids sending the letters, check yes or no. And
Wow.
and
So you've
man,
kept up with everything, and you now
Yeah.
know that she's a lawyer and successful.
Yeah,
and
we graduated
holy
high school
cow.
together. Yeah, she's a lawyer
This
now.
is
and I-
tragic.
man.
This is a sad tale.
Boy
Well,
stuck in tree.
Randy, what's iconic, man?
Iconic. Now, we talking Philadelphia stuff? We
No,
talking
You know what?
world?
It sounds like she's kind of. She might be heartless. Let's just
We're
go
still
with
talking
that.
about the.
Let's go with that.
the tree
She sounds heartless because she, at that age, probably would have been crying also. Had she
Oh,
broken
yeah.
her leg in the tree, man,
Yeah, and I was
she
more
shouldn't have
scared
put
my mom
herself
beat my
above
butt
you.
over my pants.
Well,
Oh, I know.
what's iconic, Randy?
I'm
In
sorry.
anything, not just Philadelphia.
Anything. How about the Revolutionary War?
The Revolutionary War.
Iconic.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, is
Sure.
that iconic? The
I
Revolutionary
mean,
It's an
it's
iconic war.
It's historical.
Yeah.
I guess it
Aren't
is
all
One of more
wars
famous.
kind of iconic for different
I
reasons?
guess.
I
I
guess.
feel like there are
Good or bad?
lesser known wars.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
big. It's a big war. The Revolutionary.
It's iconic in American history.
Yeah, I mean the biggest American war, I'd imagine.
Well,
I mean,
don't think
debatable.
No.
but it's the.
I would
I mean,
can't
it's the.
But yeah, like
there
the
wouldn't be in
first-
America.
The
if-
first one.
yeah.
Sure.
So.
Probably won't
All right.
win, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. Good answer, Randy. John, are you okay? Are you past the story yet? I just want to make sure.
No.
The
I am troubled. I'm
I
troubled
know
by
you're
the
troubled.
story.
I can tell. I can tell you're just pondering.
You know,
as
the part that really hurts is he's kept up with her.
Yeah, I know.
And
That was
he's
tough.
like stayed up,
Tough to
not
hear.
that he stayed in touch with her, but he knows like how she's doing and her job and all that. Just feels like,
Yeah.
man,
Tough.
she
tough
was
beat.
she was setting a
One
high
that got
standard,
away.
a high unattainable standard.
Exactly. yeah,
Yeah,
seems
rough.
like it. Let's go to Lou in Mount Laurel. What's up, Lou?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Awesome, Lou.
Devin, congratulations on the big W today.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited about it. I was nervous.
So yeah, it's you deserved it. Well done. It's going to be great seeing T.J. McConnell hoist the championship trophy. 4 or 5 days after we watched Sergei Bobrovsky hold another Stanley Cup.
Yeah, it's just great, Lou, isn't it?
Oh, good Lord! I know, but it's the truth though. You're makes you root for him, and I really do. I hope they win on for his sake. I really do. He's been fun to watch, and he's been a huge difference in the series. He really has.
Yeah, and it's crazy because he's not a guy who plays like 30 minutes a night, but I mean, just you know what you're getting from. Like he'll come in for 15 minutes, and those 15
High
minutes,
intensity.
he's
Just
going to
let
give
him
you.
loose.
He's going to give you everything he's got, man, and he's firing up the crowd. He's high fiving people on
He's
the
going to
sidelines. It's
pester
awesome.
you. He will pester you until you can't stand it anymore.
Yeah, he's a pest.
He's going to dominate
and
while
before-
pestering.
Before I make my Phillies point, John, I could not agree with you more when with the puppy smells and the dog smells, where you'll go somewhere and you think you smell it. Wait a minute, the dog's not even here.
Is it an
completely understand what you're
illusion?
talking about.
Yeah,
No,
it's like
I
an
totally get
olfactory
it.
hallucination. I think it's like crawled into my sinuses or something, and maybe I'm smelling my own head or something.
No, John, I've been there, and you're like, wait, it's impossible because the dog's not even with me. Like, I get it. I don't know how to explain it, but I totally
Yeah.
get it, John. I really do.
All right. Well, I do feel better hearing that, so thank you.
Yeah, seriously. Guys, when Nola comes back, do you, if the starting rotation keeps going the way it does, do you put him in the bullpen maybe to work his way back?
Ugh. I think you have to see even like where he's at when he comes back.
Yeah.
Which now he's on the 60-day IL. I don't have much faith that Nola's gonna make much of an impact. And injuries happen, and it's uncharacteristic for Aaron Nola, who rarely missed a game before this season. But like the Phillies are in a good spot with their pitching. It's starting pitching, not bullpen. But I just don't see him, even if he is back and like back to the Nola that we kind of knew from last season. I don't know about you guys. Like, I just don't see him making a good impact in the bullpen. I don't think he's a bullpen pitcher.
I totally agree. I
He
think
gives up home runs. Like, that's not someone you want.
He's not going to overpower anyone. I as a multiple, like a long reliever, maybe like at some point he could give you something if he could.
But the thing is, if you need a long reliever in the playoffs, you're probably in deep trouble anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like Nola, I don't think he's got like that translatable skill set to be a reliever, and I don't know where he fits in when he gets back, honestly.
Yeah, do you still see, and when do you think they will? Before I give my thing that's iconic, one more question. Do you think they pull the trigger on getting another bat and a bullpen arm before at the deadline, or do you think they're going to just kind of stay pat? What do you think happens?
I think they're going to be heavily focused on the bullpen, personally. I know people want another bat. I'd kind of be surprised if they had like a big impact bat, though. I think most of the focus is going to be in the bullpen.
And when Alvarado comes back, do you put Strom on the phantom 15-day just to rest him before the playoffs and wear Alvarado out since he's ineligible anyway for the playoffs?
Well, they
Rest
could.
some of
They
your arms that you can use.
They could do that, Lou. And because Strom just hasn't looked right. But what do you have that's iconic?
For many reasons, the Titanic.
Oh, that's good.
I like that.
That's a great one.
I was watching the doc on the Titan thing.
I just watched that too.
The
yeah.
Netflix one.
Yeah.
And did you see the fact where it's like there are 3 words that most humans around the world know, and Titanic is one of them?
Yeah.
That's it's like God, Titanic. I don't remember the third.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. That's
What'd you
a good
What'd you
answer.
think of that documentary?
Wow.
By the way, I thought it was a little boring, to be honest.
It was kind of boring. Like you're not. Yeah, but it was good. It was interesting. It was quick. It's pretty short. It was like
Yeah.
what, like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all
like
right.
we all knew what happened
Yeah.
at the end. I think that's why.
Yeah, exactly. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But the last caller mentioned Aaron Nola. And Nola yesterday gave an update on his status. Here's what Aaron Nola had to say in regards to his injury.
Well, it's kind of day by day, how I feel day by day throwing. So I think we're going to wait till at least Tuesday. So I think that'll be the 3-week mark to throw. So hopefully if it keeps getting better day by day, I can jump to that part of the program and just trying to not overdo anything and to irritate something. So, everything else working out feels good, running feels good. I haven't been really irritated by it, doing all that kind of stuff. So, the next step is throwing.
So he's obviously a long way away. They transferred him to the 60-day IL here, but I don't know what you do with Aaron Nola when he comes back because, again, I think you look at guys like Sanchez, Ranger Suarez, I think they have skills that are more translatable to the bullpen. That being said, I mean, they're pitching so well in the rotation. You can't move those guys out of the rotation right now.
Yeah, no, and I like even when he comes back. So 60 day, I think I read that July 18th would be like the earliest. That
If
Aaron
it's
Nola could come
retroactive,
back.
right?
If it's retro, yeah.
Right.
Which they didn't know, so I don't know. But even when he comes back, he's going to have to ramp up. So like, I'm not saying that it's the same situation as Andrew Painter because he had Tommy John, totally different situation. But like, you just look at the ramp up process and how cautious they are with guys, especially when they have injuries. Now I know this isn't an arm injury, but like there's probably going to be several weeks, from whenever that 60-day ends. And it depends on how Nola feels. It depends on how he looks. So like right now, I just don't have faith that we're going to see him. And I don't want to say like I don't care, but I'm okay with it just given how well the Phillies starting rotation has been without him.
Well,
and it's how well they've pitched, how deep they
Yeah.
are in terms of who and what. Like I can't figure out whether it's going to be Andrew Painter or Mick Abel when it's all said and done. I right now with the way Abel has pitched, it's like, wow, how do you sit him at any point? But it's going to be one of them.
Right.
Who loses out.
I mean,
misses
right now,
out.
and we're way far away, but if you're looking at a playoff rotation, I think you're probably looking at Wheeler and then the three lefties. So I don't know if that would leave a space.
Absolutely.
Right.
If your playoff rotation, 4 is all you need, and it's Wheeler and 3 lefties.
And this is where
that are as different as 3 lefties can be, which is beautiful.
And this is where, and I've been critical of Dave Dombrowski and his offseason and the way he didn't obviously change up the lineup at all, didn't add a ton to the bullpen. But you got to give him credit for the amount of starting pitching depth that he has assembled here. I mean, this rotation, this rotation's ridiculous. I mean, and it makes him kind of foolproof where, yeah, the playoffs are the playoffs. We'll see when we get there. But regular season-wise, they're kind of always okay because their starters are so good. It puts them in a great spot.
And Tom, once upon a time when we were playing in the World Series against the Houston Astros, I thought, I thought for sure that Astros team being like a template in my mind for what I thought was a great baseball team that we could try to emulate to become a World Series champion ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the starting pitching was what differentiated them. Remember they no-hit us with their a combination of 4th starters. And we were just such a far cry from what they presented. Well, we're there now. Like, we have such an overabundance of starting pitching that we just can't even figure out who the best 4 or 5 are. And we've got Aaron Nola sitting the rest of the year out. Think about that.
The Phillies had to start Noah Syndergaard in one of those games in the
They
World
had
Series.
bullpen games.
I mean, it much different situation. Time for a read on our Twitter poll question. Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevy Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Do you believe that this Phillies series against the Mets this weekend is a must-win? Yes or no? When we get back, we will get into some of Rob Thompson's decision-making, how I view it a little differently than I think some people do. Also, the top 11 list, the final 3 will be announced today. We'll predict what that's going to look like when we get back. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If you're thinking about getting engaged, you have to check out Cozy Jewelers. I stopped by their store a few weeks ago, had the best experience with Paul Cozy. He's such a great guy. I learned all about their stunning engagement rings, their in-house process, and the passion behind this amazing family-owned business. You won't find a more knowledgeable or trustworthy team. So if you're ready to pop the question, you've got to get to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. That's COZZI. You need to step up to the 5th C, cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Check them out at cozyjewelers.com.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Did you catch Luisito's header?
Yeah, I just recorded it on my new Samsung A36 5G phone I got for free at Total Wireless.
Oh, I'm actually live streaming the whole match with my new Samsung Tab A9 that I also got free at Total Wireless.
I got that tablet too.
And I got that phone too. We both got both.
Go!
Switch to Total Wireless and get both the Samsung A36 5G and the Samsung Tab A9 for free. For a limited time while supplies last, valid in store. Requires new phone activation on the Total 5G Unlimited plan or higher external port and ID verification and new activation on the Total 5G Unlimited 3-month tablet plan. Restrictions apply.
Rain, make it, rain girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The GOAT of kick returners, Hall of Famer Devin Hester, played wide receiver and sometimes cornerback. I recently asked him about Jaguars rookie Travis Hunter Jr., who wants to play both ways. Offense is way harder to learn in the NFL, Hester claimed. The playbook is 10 times larger. So why not set your DVRs to catch my entire conversation with Devin this weekend exclusively on Game Time. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get your grill on this summer. Get your grill on with Wild Fork Foods, your number one spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Let the Wild Fork Forkies help you grill up restaurant quality seafood dishes at home this summer. You have to try the skinless halibut fillet, 2 pieces, just $25.98, or skinless mahi-mahi fillets, 1.5 pound packs, just $13.98. I'm telling you, the halibut is incredible. I've had that. Or upgrade any meal without the prep work with their shrimp skewers. You got to try them. These high-quality, large shrimp come hand-skewered and packed for ultimate convenience. Just marinate them in olive oil, lemon juice, oregano, paprika, garlic powder, salt, and pepper to enhance their natural flavor. Toss them on the grill for about 2 minutes on a side, and you've got a tasty addition to surf and turf, a salad, or a standalone appetizer. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today, or headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store, and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. The Phillies beat the Marlins 2-1 last night, taking the 4-game set down in Miami. Christopher Sanchez struck out 4 through 8 innings, and Kyle Schwarber hit the tie-breaking solo home run to give the Phillies the lead in the 8th. The Phillies return to Citizens Bank Park tonight, tied with the Mets for first place in the NL East. The two will battle for the top spot in a 3-game series starting tonight. And the NBA Finals roll on. The Pacers beat Oklahoma City 108-91 to force the first NBA Finals Game 7 since 2016. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at aa.com. Weather sponsored by the Laborers District Council Lesset Fund. Sunny with a high of 84. It's currently 72 degrees. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summer is here.
Is your answer earlier, Taylor Swift?
Yeah, excellent music choice. Fran's here. He's not on mic. Wilson, Buzz might be dethroning you for best DJ on WIP.
He only goes by Buzz now.
Wait, wasn't there another nickname also?
I also never, if I don't call him Buzz, I call him Dan's. I don't know why I said Wilson, but I was distracted by the great music
what was
selection.
the other one? There was another one besides Buzz.
Buzzkill is the full name.
Is that where it comes from?
Yeah, it comes from Buzzkill.
Buzzkill.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Buzzkill.
I thought it was.
He is kind of a buzzkill.
I thought it was the hair.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks that, but no, Buzzkill.
Huh.
Started in middle school.
He doesn't have like a buzz cut,
No.
does he?
No.
It's
not
short
really.
hair,
Short.
but I used to have a buzz cut, but no, it was strictly from I was a buzzkill in middle school, and Tom would argue I still remain one today.
Why were you a buzzkill in middle school?
I like to take jokes a little too far. I like to be the center of attention. It hasn't really gone anewhere.
It hasn't changed. Nothing has changed in Buzz like his entire life.
I got to age 13, and that's where I plateaued.
Well, there you go. Good job, Buzz.
Yeah, that's similar to the camera. You peaked at too early.
That's not nice to say about
Peaked in Little League.
Plateaued is different than peaked.
That I guess you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Because a peak, it means that you
The
were
camera
at
has
the
has
zenith,
gone down.
whereas a plateau means you
He's
are
just stayed on that level.
maintaining that level, whatever that level might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. I see it. Good stuff. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We're talking a lot about Phillies and Mets today. Do you think the Phillies need to win this series this weekend? Also with the Sixers. Are you out on Ace Bailey, who has canceled his workouts in Philadelphia? Feels like he wants to drop to a bad team. I think you look at this NBA Finals, you need depth. You need role players. You need guys who can play together. And honestly, at this point, I'm done with the star hunting, done with any of that stuff. Just get me a guy who can play. Get me a player you can count on. Con Knipple, VJ Edgecombe, I'd be fine with any of those guys. I don't want Ace Bailey. I'm totally out on this guy. John, you look like you're still intrigued by the idea of Ace.
Well, I was excited when we were able to move up and get that third pick, and his name was, attached with the talent that you assume he could bring to Philly. So once upon a time, I was excited about this idea. But I'm perturbed. I'm dismayed. I'm grossed out by the way he's acting. I'm just wondering if there's more going on here that I don't really know. There's got to be a lot more at work that I'm unaware of.
Maybe he's just getting horrible advice. I just don't. I don't understand.
Once upon a time, I thought this guy could be our Michael Jordan. That star steps into the limelight and runs with it. But that's ridiculous. I very quickly could move on from Ace. I just wonder what the whole story is.
Yeah.
What is going on? Because I've never seen anything like this. This is supposed to be the biggest opportunity job interview of these young men's lives, and he seems to be treating it so flippantly, like it's a throwaway. I can't really understand this.
And I honestly have no real sense for what the Sixers are going to do. I mean, there continue to be reports that they're trying to trade up to 2, up one spot with the Spurs to get Dylan Harper, the other kid from Rutgers. It doesn't seem like the Spurs want to trade that pick. So if that's the guy they really want and they can't get him, do you just trade down? Like, do you sit and pick? Like, I still think if you could trade down a few spots, you can still get Knipple. You can get assets for the future. It just feels like that's the right thing to do, but just my take on it. 215-592-9494. Also, our side topic today, give us something iconic. Jaws was released 50 years ago today, an iconic film. Give us something that is iconic.
Doesn't have to be Philadelphia related.
Does not, even though
we've been getting a lot of Philly answers.
Would you say 80% of our answers have been Philly-based?
Yeah, if not more.
Easily.
Yeah. It's been a lot of Philly, which is, we always like Philly, but it can be broader than that.
So we need to get a star in this draft who can come in and sort of rescue things in the here and now. Like
I don't think we do need to get.
Yeah, I think
if this is the last year we have to try to make it work with Joel, and we're supposed to assume that he's going to be able to function medically, then don't you have to try to get a guy who can make an impact right away and put us over?
Well, I think that line of thinking is a mistake.
Because it's just so far-fetched.
You can't go
that Joel could actually be.
You cannot go into this year thinking it's
player.
Look,
I agree with that part because of what we've watched.
Mm-hmm.
Joel can't survive that level of competition that I've been watching.
Exactly, and I don't think Daryl Morey's going to do this, but this is what I would do. I wouldn't trade assets to get off Paul George or Joel Embiid's contract. But what I would do, I'd plan for this season as if they're not there. I'm going to build the team for beyond. They're not going to win anything this year. People can fool themselves into thinking, oh, well, if Paul George and Embiid are healthy and they can play 50 games, whatever.
Well, that's the thing that keeps pulling me.
It's not going to happen.
I keep coming to reality, and then that, I don't know, fairy tale keeps just bursting into the corner, reminding me, it's the little devil on my shoulder. Hey, by the way, Joel could be healthy.
Yeah.
Even though there was the nebulous idea that surgery was, not really what he needed anyway. And Paul George could play a season, My gosh, with Tyrese and Springer and like we've got young talent, we could do something.
Well, next week's going to be really interesting in the NBA because I think there's going to be a lot of things done. I mean, it feels like Kevin Durant's going to get traded. It feels like the landscape of the league is going to change pretty seismically. So we'll see what ends up happening. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. In a minute, I do want to get a little more into Rob Thompson, how he handled things this week in Miami. I heard you guys talk about it a little bit yesterday. I have a little bit of a different take on it. But let's
go. What's crazy?
What's that, John?
Rob Thompson's name, Robert. He could have gone Bob.
He could have gone with Bob.
Can you imagine how different that would be if he were Bob Thompson?
Bob Thompson?
I mean,
I don't think it would be any
one
different.
Letter. It's just one letter, just like with John and Khan. Khan is so much cooler, but man, if his name were Bob Thompson,
I don't think that's
I would.
Yeah, I don't think that's any. Like what?
We need to
just completely
John.
different. It's the same name. It's Robert. Robert is the name, but Bob is so different.
Just calm down,
Rob.
Calm down. We don't want you going anywhere anytime soon, John. Let me clarify that. But when your time does come, we need somebody to study your brain. we really do. We need somebody to dig deep into the
donated to science.
Yes, please.
Bob Thompson.
I would love to see the
Our
results.
manager. His name is Bob Thompson. His name is Bob Thompson.
You know what? The next time he comes on the show, you should ask him if
no.
Can I call you Bob?
No, because I'm sure he wouldn't like that.
He might.
It sounds so wonky.
Maybe
but
he's been
that
waiting
is his
for,
name.
Maybe he's been waiting for somebody to ask him this question his entire life.
When he grew up, maybe he went by Bobby.
Maybe he did.
There was an old baseball player. There was an old baseball player named Bobby Thompson.
Look at that.
Well,
sounds agile.
Yeah. Good for Bobby. Let's go to Christy in Bluebell. What's up, Christy?
Hi there, everybody. How are you?
Great, Christy.
Good. Hey, so where does a Bob and Rob thing come from? How did that just pop in?
It's the same name.
It came literally out of nowhere.
Don't you think it's crazy?
It came from John Ritchie's brain, which you never know what's going to come next.
Robert Thompson.
Never know what's coming out.
Robert, but he could be Rob. He could be Bob. He could be Robert. What are the other names? I don't know. Bobby.
Robbie, yeah.
There's lots.
And
they all have so many different connotations.
Oh, boy.
I just never thought about that. His name is Bob Thompson.
Yep.
Technically, I guess it is.
It really is. His name is Bob Thompson.
But John,
but that's not.
But where do we go from here?
I don't know.
With the conversation,
I just can't.
Like what I'm asking you.
That's the best response.
I guess it's so
I'm going to
mysterious.
use that with Richie. So where do we go from here?
Yeah.
You made your point.
It doesn't really take us anywhere.
No.
Let's go to Cassie. How's that?
Sounds good, Christy. Nice transition.
I'm begging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think of Cassie?
I'm going to the game tomorrow night. I'm going to be there with one of my daughters, and I have some signs made up.
Oh, boy.
What do they say? Oh, wait. Do you want to keep it a secret?
What's that?
Do you want to keep what your signs say a secret?
Oh, yeah, I have to.
Okay. But these are going to be good signs
Wait,
that we should look
are
for.
they signs for Cassie or for multiple players?
They are signs for Cassie, yes.
Are they nice
Wow.
or are they mean?
Yeah, I know. I feel bad for him that streak ended, and I just feel like there's different ways that it could have been handled.
Really?
Uh-huh.
So
I
you
don't know what we
you
said.
object to Rob Thompson's dealing with? Sounds like you're definitely a Cassie fan.
I think that I'm proud of Rob Thompson. If that doesn't sound condescending, that he's started sticking up for himself a bit this year. It sounds like he's,
But then why did he retreat?
I feel like, yeah, I know. It's like, he's like, oh, I'm going to punish you, but then, but you can have a piece of candy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
It felt
I
weak.
don't know. But, yeah, I'm going to be there tomorrow night, and I'm excited to go see the Mets. Last time I saw the Mets was in Red October last year. The only game that we won.
That was a great game to be at, Christy. That was an exciting
Well,
one.
it wasn't until it was.
Yeah, it
like
was
I
bad for a
remember
while.
sitting through that game being like, this is the worst. It's just like torturous when it's the postseason.
My nails were gone. It was a nail biter.
And
we were
Harper
sitting
hit
right
that home
next
run
to-
and kind of turned everything around.
Oh, yeah. We were sitting right next to Mets fans.
Yeah.
And we had the best time because we were ribbing each other back and forth the whole game. And that last run, like, we turned around, they were gone.
That's always the best.
There you go, Christy.
Right.
Do you got a solution for John's jeans as well?
I do. So
Please.
what you do is you want to take your jeans and get like some kind of a bucket or something and do a mixture of vinegar and water, and you want to soak them in the vinegar and water for a couple of hours.
Okay.
Like white distilled vinegar.
We're
And
hearing
not
that.
Only will it improve, like it'll help keep the color of the jeans good
Oh.
for years, but
Good.
it should help take the smell out of it.
Okay, good. So, all right, soak it for a couple hours in the vinegar solution.
Just
That's
let
key.
them soak in the bucket for a couple hours, and it should help take that stink out of them. But if you want a quick solution, have somebody run and grab you some Vicks Vapor Rub and just put like a little dot under your nose, and you won't smell it anymore.
That's a good point.
What do you got for what's iconic, Christy?
I think Merrill Reese with the Philadelphia Eagles is iconic. The man has
Love
been there
it.
almost 50 years, and look, we're doing this for tickets for the Eagles concert. I sat next to him the other night at a function, him and his wife, and they are the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life.
That's a good answer, Christy.
They
Appreciate
are the
call.
nicest people ever. I love that answer.
Great answer. Great answer from Christy. Merrill Reese, who, again, as we mentioned earlier and as she mentioned there, will be the host of this event with the Philadelphia Orchestra.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Do you have something, Devin?
Sorry, I was just going to say the Phillies just sent out a travel advisory. I totally forgot that the FIFA Club, it's not the World Cup, but the Club World Cup starts. It's here in Philadelphia tonight, along with the Phillies game.
Oh, wow.
So if you're driving down there, be aware.
Yeah, traffic.
I will be. Yeah, I might need to leave myself some extra time. That's going to be nice.
Traffic's going to be nasty this weekend.
Yeah,
With
I
all
don't
that
even know
stuff
who's
going on.
playing. I don't understand the Club World Cup. I don't know about you guys. I don't really pay attention to soccer, so I'm very confused by the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know what the Club World Cup is either.
It's not. I know it's not
I'm now
countries, but I don't
very
know like how you
confused.
qualify as a club.
Did you guys watch Welcome to Wrexham at all?
Yes,
Have you been into
just
that?
I have not watched it. I've heard of it.
Well, you got to check it out. And do you know Rob McElhaney? Do you know?
Do I know who he is?
Well, yeah.
Yes,
know of him,
yes,
but
we know
Yeah,
who
I
he
don't-
is.
Do you know
Yes.
anyone who knows him? Because it sounds like
No.
people know people who know him because he's a Philadelphia guy.
Right.
And like whenever I bring him up to cameras, like, yeah, he's a prep guy. Yeah, we all know him.
Is he a prep guy?
I don't know. Everyone says
he?
Is he
everyone's
friends
a
with
prep-
Joe?
I don't
no,
know.
there's no way.
Joe
Rob
acts
is so
like-
much cooler than Joe.
Oh, no doubt.
I'm
about
surprised
that.
Joe even knows who he is. Is Joe confusing him with someone else?
I don't know. See, that's the thing too. Like, he seems so like completely unfazed by when I ask him about McElhaney. He just says, "Yeah, he went to the prep and
He is a
I
prep
know
guy.
him and like my
Yeah,
friends
I
know
hate
him."
that.
Yeah,
No,
like,
I don't hate that he's a prep guy. I hate that Joe is right.
Joe acts like his friends are friends with Rob McElhaney.
Well, would he and
and
Joe
like,
be in the same age demographic? Where they'd be in the
probably
same
close.
school at the same time?
Probably close. I
Rob
guess.
is
Maybe Joe is
48
buddies with
years
him.
old.
Yeah, so he's like a couple years ahead of Joe. They
Okay.
would have been in school together
How about
at the
that?
same
The thing
time.
is, Joe went to like 10 different high schools.
Yeah.
So, and he claims
But he went to the
prep.
prep though. But
Probably
he did-
because he just feels like that's the coolest one to claim.
Who do you guys think
Maybe.
Joe considers to be more of a impressive alumni, Mac or Joe?
Joe.
Joe, yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
They're- Is that a question?
No, that was a dumb question. I'm sorry. This segment,
But no, Rob McElhaney, he's awesome.
Yeah.
And I would love to talk to him, get to talk to him on our show at some point. But now that I've learned more about the soccer and the way it's run over there by watching Welcome to Wrexham, like I don't know how that factors into this either. Like you've got the clubs, then you've got the nations, then you've got so like you've got the teams that are separate from the countries, and I
Yeah.
don't know, and then you've got all those different levels of those club teams.
Right.
How does that factor in?
Yeah, I don't know.
To the Club World Cup, it's like just it's professional teams and professional leagues. It would be
But
like
you have to qualify, right?
you have to qualify, but so like there's teams from the MLS playing teams from the Premier League, playing teams in like various
But like
countries.
that's what doesn't make sense because the MLS is leagues below the Premier League.
Way below. Yeah.
So how would Wrexham?
Wrexham is not in it probably because they're not in the Premier League. They have improved a lot since Rob
But
bought
now
the
that they're
team.
working their way up, was there a way that they could have tried out to get into this tournament that's now being held here?
I don't know.
I think
they
in
need to
theory,
qualify.
anyway.
Yeah.
But like LAFC was in this against like Chelsea.
Yeah.
I know because I pulled up Flamengo
That's so
was playing
cool.
Chelsea at the link today.
I think that's cool. Like but I don't know how in the world that works. Like I know that that's a huge team playing.
I'm not familiar enough with the Club
I wish
World
I
Cup.
knew more.
This segment sponsored by Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's Diamond Destination. And I did want to follow up because Crispy had mentioned the Rob Thompson thing. And I know you guys were talking about it yesterday. I heard
Bob.
a little bit of your Bob Thompson.
No,
sorry.
I can't even do it.
But
It's a different person. It doesn't even apply.
I know that you guys had discussed it in terms of Rob or Bob maybe retreating, as you put it, John. I don't think that's what happened, though. Like, I get that he made a different decision on Wednesday than did on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's a hard and fast rule that it's got to be done because he did it once, he's got to do it every time. I think it's managing personalities. And I think,
Possibly.
in this day and age in sports, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but with players and their mindsets and the way maybe you do need to massage their egos a little bit, I think Rob Thompson handled this really well, where he takes him out of the game. Who knows what Nick Castellanos said on Monday night?
Mm-hmm.
But I think he was right to bench him Tuesday because obviously what he said must have been pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I was supportive of him benching him Tuesday. Whatever the streak,
I was
who
supportive
cares?
also.
But
Yeah.
I think the way he's handled this has been honestly a really smart way of handling it.
Well, without knowing the details behind the scenes, it does feel like the retreat was purposeful, and I don't know exactly why, but the fact that the team is winning, that helps things, and I don't know if that demonstrates that things are being handled well, but I know that it's possible if it were handled poorly, things would look differently on the diamond. I know that Rob understands the buttons to push for his guys a lot better than I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have been more comfortable with Rob holding a hard line and, staying a little more old school with it, which is what I would have been accustomed to as a player when things were different. I think things just really are different now.
Do you think the players respect Rob Thompson?
I do.
I do too.
I hope they do.
I do.
I don't think it's the same type of respect that it used to be for Andy Reid.
Well, it's totally baseball is a different sport than football, and I think that's the mindset a lot of people have with Rob Thompson, where I hear a lot of he's soft, he's not a good leader. I don't think Rob Thompson is soft at all. I think he's mild, just in the manner in which he delivers his words and his messages to the team, but he's going to bench Castellanos if he says something inappropriate. And I think he does a lot more behind the scenes than what we give him credit for. And I do think the guys definitely, all of them, respect him and his decisions. And I think we see when a decision is disrespected, look at what happened this week with Castellanos.
I agree, and another part of it too. I don't think these are impulsive decisions. I think when Rob Thompson's making, whether it's the decision to take him out of the game initially Monday night, the decision to bench him, I think there's a deeper thinking to it and more of a rationale. Long term, he thinks this is going to help the team. We'll see if it does or not. Mm-hmm. But
the situation pops up tonight. You think he pulls him?
I think it might
depends on
be game to game. Honestly,
yeah.
But if it's the same stars aligning as Monday,
doesn't he?
Because it was the same thing on
Doesn't he-
Wednesdays and Monday. He was due up 7 spots away, and the Marlins were coming up. Why, if you do it on Monday and you
He's
punish him on Tuesday?
required
well,
to
it's a
do
3-run
it
game
now.
as opposed to a 1-run game.
It was a
I
3
think that's
versus
different
it
as well.
was 3 versus 2.
Situation.
3 versus 2.
3 versus 2. Okay, 3 versus 2. But
if this similar situation presents itself,
if anything, he'd be more inclined to do it.
I think he has to. I think he has to.
I don't know. Maybe it was as simple as a wake-up call. Like, hey, we need you to play better defense. And if that's the case, maybe it worked on Wednesday night.
I think like the Phillies have.
That's a good point.
So they rely on analytics a lot more, I think, than we realize and fans realize. And I think it depends on whatever situation, whoever is, coming up in the Mets order, what the score is, where they tend to hit the ball, who's pitching for the Phillies. So I think like all of that is factored in. And that's it. Like Rob Thompson knows all of this stuff. He has people in his ear. He's like looking into all of this stuff before and during games. So I really think it's going to be situational. I think it just depends on what's happening in the game tonight.
Well, Cassie's going to get his metrics packet so he can understand the defense.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
By the way, I received a text. Joe does indeed think he is the more famous.
Is Joe listening to us?
He is.
Oh.
Yes. He's listening to us. I've received a couple texts.
Joe, what do you think of my Beat the Beat win?
215-592-9494. A lot to get to in the final segment. Give us an answer for what is iconic for your chance to win a pair of Philadelphia Eagles 2024 championship season musical concert tickets at the Mann Center on July 24th. Time's yours. All that coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the morning show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary in white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, or platinum. You can go with the simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized dealer for all the top bridal designers. So if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. Yoni, thank you so much. And we talked design with Rachel herself at Benari. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Trey Turner with a no-doubter.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Rob Brown, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The best postseason in sports, the College World Series Championship is set. I took out a preseason ticket on LSU to win the title at 16-1, but it's time to hedge with Coastal Carolina. The Chanticleers, well-coached, efficient players. They come through in big moments, have all season. Coastal Carolina to win the title at plus 155. I'm Rob Brown. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell him Fred sent you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai, with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires 6/30/2025.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Roto-Rooter. The Phillies beat the Marlins 2-1 last night, taking the 4-game set down in Miami. Christopher Sanchez struck out 4 through 8 innings, and Kyle Schwarber hit the tie-breaking solo home run to give the Phils the lead in the 8th. The Phillies return to Citizens Bank Park tonight, tied with the Mets for first place in the NL East. The two will battle for the top spot in a 3-game series starting tonight. And the NBA Finals roll on. The Pacers beat Oklahoma City 108-91 to force the first NBA Finals Game 7 since 2016. Have plumbing or drain problems? Call Roto-Rooter. Their experts are ready 24/7 to tackle any issue, big or small. For fast, reliable service, trust Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Weather sponsored by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Sunny with a high of 84. It's currently 74 degrees. Home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Enjoy Happy Dad hard seltzers, now available in Delaware and Maryland. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. Window to the weekend, sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Windows' big summer sales event. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. A lot going on this weekend, obviously. Huge series. Phillies and Mets get started tonight. Zach Wheeler on the mound for the Phils should be great. And then Game 7 on Sunday night. Nothing better than a Game 7. Thunder and Pacers. This has been an incredibly entertaining series. What do you guys think? I think the Thunder win that game at home, but, man, I really would like to see the Pacers win.
I've had the Thunder winning the series, the finals, since the start of the series, but I also didn't have this series going to 7 games. So now that it has, I kind of feel like all bets are off. No pun intended there. I'm rooting for the Pacers because I still love watching. TJ McConnell is just such a fun player to watch, and I think his time here in Philly just makes me a fan. So I'll be rooting for the Pacers, but I don't know. It's in Oklahoma City?
Yes, in Oklahoma
And their
City.
crowd is surprisingly very rowdy.
Great basketball city, honestly.
Yes. So that could play a factor.
Yeah. What do you got, John? Who do you like in Game 7?
I like the Pacers, and I wish I were going to see them win, but it just feels like it's too much.
Yeah.
It feels like it's just slightly out of reach to suppose that they could push through there, Man, for T.J. McConnell's sake, and for us as fans of T.J. McConnell, Sixers fans, we should be hoping for T.J.'s sake that the Pacers are able to pull this out. It just doesn't feel realistic in any way.
And also, Tyrese Halliburton is just one of the more confounding players I've ever seen, where some nights, Game 5, and I know he's dealing with an injury, he was awful. He scored 4 points, did absolutely nothing. And then last night, he looked like himself and was really good. I think it could come down to that. It could come down to which Halliburton shows up.
I hate that.
Sunday night.
Yeah, I
He had 14
hate
points
that.
last night.
Yeah,
I feel
14
like
passes.
I was
was
always
effective.
told the difference
Yeah.
between a good player and a great player is a great player plays consistently. A great player plays, well, actually, they would also add for us as football players, great player plays through injury, which you can't even say anymore.
Right.
And a great player plays with consistency. Consistency is what makes you truly great. That's what was preached.
And we'll get back to the phones in 1 second here, but the top 11 list is revealed today. Now, yesterday, A.J. Brown came in at number 5. Bryce Harper came in at number 4, which surprised me. Bryce Harper doesn't get in the top 3. But this
Really? I thought that was surprisingly high.
Really?
Just
For Bryce?
For the year. Because the way I looked at it, and I know that the criteria is pretty broad, is that it's the top 11 athletes right now in
Right.
Philly sports. And that's why Joel Embiid didn't make my list. If I was making it for the last 5 years, I think Joel Embiid would probably make the list. But Bryce Harper hasn't. He was having an underwhelming season for the most part. Like, he was starting to pick it up, and then he went out with injury. He hasn't really done too much this season. So for that, I mean, I know Jack Fritz is gonna. He's mad at me for my list. I had Bryce Harper at 11. I just think that, like, the Eagles won the Super Bowl in a dominating fashion, and that's why, for me, like, they fill out the top 5 for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I still had Bryce number 4 just because, I still look at him last year. I thought he can't come through in the playoffs, so I still think with a guy like Bryce.
Bryce always seems to come through in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just surprised with the Philadelphia fan base he wasn't higher. But top 3 today, and we know he's going to be in the top 3. How do you guys think it is? It's Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, Zach Wheeler. I'm going to say Saquon 1, Wheeler 2, Hurts 3.
I think I think it's probably Saquon 1, Jalen 2, Wheeler 3.
Think so?
Yeah.
Saquon's got to be 1, right?
Or
has to.
no,
I think
he doesn't
that,
have
like,
to be
we've
1.
all
It could
been
be
fighting,
Jalen.
but I feel like that's
I think
been
it
a
should
constant.
be Jalen at 1.
Really?
Yes.
No, I think it should be Saquon.
He's the leader of that team.
Saquon was the best player in the NFL last year,
Okay,
John.
I get it. He's playing running back. He had the best season I've seen
I mean,
in a long time.
Saquon's one, like, you don't even need an explanation. Like, he's
Yeah.
one because, like,
It was all that.
look at what he did last season.
And then and he left some on the field, like, because he was forced to not play. Like,
Yeah.
that's crazy to me. But no, I love Saquon to death. I still think Jalen is the reason, and Jalen will be the reason why this team continues to excel this year. There's not going to be a fall off. There's not going to be a 2017, hey guys, we're not going to talk about the Super Bowl anymore and we're going to move past it. Like that was fraudulent, the way that we dealt with, the way that Doug and this Eagles team handled the Super Bowl the first time, the win. It's not going to happen this time around. I'm so confident that Jalen's going to do this the right way and have us right back where we want to be, and hopefully then people will start talking about him as being the best athlete in Philadelphia.
Well, tune in today at 2:30. The afternoon show will reveal the top 3 of the top 11 list. We'll have Time's Yours coming up in a few minutes. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Mark in Delaware. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, John, so 2 questions for you. So you said your father's name was John also. Did he spell it the same, Jon?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know if he, deviated.
Yeah, just the Jon. I think that'd be kind of strange if you had one Jahin and one John.
That would be
But
rough.
maybe that exists. Maybe that's out there.
Well, I mean, there's a Tom and Jerry, right?
I can't even believe this. This is a huge finding. Tom, Kelly, your parents. They had to know. They had to think. Oh,
Well, I'm sure they were aware of the
kind of
cartoon.
funny. It's kind of funny.
You think that's why they did?
I don't
You think that's
know.
really why they did it?
Do you guys have what kind of relationship do you have with your brother, Jerry?
It's combative. Or it was when we were kids. We used to fight all the
Don't you think
time.
that was fostered by your parents naming you Tom and Jerry?
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's why we got in so many
Art
fights.
imitating life. Unbelievable, man. They set you up for failure with your brother in your relationship.
We don't
they
have a
set
failed
you up
relationship.
for an acrimonious
We're
relationship.
We get along now, but when we're kids, we're brothers
No,
2
you
years
don't.
apart. Of course,
you don't
we're
get
gonna fight.
along. When was the last time you fought your brother?
I don't know, like 20 years ago.
No, I'm not talking about like physically fighting.
Yeah,
but
like-
you got in an argument with your brother.
Not really anymore. We're grown-ups.
You don't argue with your brother ever?
Not
well,
too
that's
much.
unhealthy.
Not anymore.
Tom, you have an unhealthy relationship
Well, we don't
with
see
Jerry.
each other as much as we
Well,
used to.
that's unhealthy.
Well-
Well, is there animosity, and that's why you don't see each other?
I don't think so.
Probably.
Maybe I'll have to ask.
That must be it.
I'm going to
Can
his
we
son's
get
birthday
Jerry?
party tomorrow.
Oh,
So I'll
but
ask him
animosity.
tomorrow.
You got animosity. Ben Simmons
Oh, really?
jersey.
Hey, do you
Oh,
hug?
God.
Someone just
Terrible look.
Someone just walked by and not just a Ben Simmons jersey, a full Ben Simmons Sixers.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ben Simmons.
wow.
uniform. Mark, what do you got for what's iconic?
Oh, we're just going right to that.
Well, what do you got on the Eagles, Mark? Sorry, I got
Sorry.
sidetracked.
Sorry.
Got distracted.
We could just go to iconic. It's fine. So I know the girl just had mentioned Merrill Reese, but I'm going to go with another voice, James Earl Jones.
James Earl, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Massive.
Appreciate the call, Mark.
Hey,
Massive
so do
answer
you
late in the
hug
show.
Jerry?
Do I hug?
Do you hug Jerry?
I mean, I'll see him
Sounds
tomorrow.
like a no.
I don't think I'm going to give him
Sounds
hugs.
like a no.
No.
So that's
Shut
a
up,
problem,
Buzz.
Tom. That's a problem. What'd you say, Buzz?
I said
He
he,
said
hugs
I'll
his
hug
legs.
his legs because he has to make a short joke. That's what Buzz does. That's why he's a buzzkill. Because he
Wait,
makes the
is
same
Jerry-
jokes over and over
Is
again.
Jerry taller than you?
Of course he is.
But you're not
What
that
do you mean,
short.
of course?
Yeah.
You're not
Thank
short.
You, thank you, Devin.
How tall are you?
Thank you. I'm 5'6".
5'6"
A robust
isn't short.
5'6".
And how tall is Jerry?
He's
There's
like
no such thing as a
5'9".
robust 5'6".
Buzz acts like he's 7 feet tall.
I'm 5'11".
You're not 5'11".
I am 5'11". We've
I
argued
do
this
not
before.
believe that. I do not
We
believe
can
that.
measure in the
I
studio
think we
one
should
day.
measure Buzz.
I don't think there's 5
Do you
inches
think Buzz is
separating
5'11"?
you.
Exactly.
I don't think there's 5 difference.
There's not 5
inches
inches
difference
separating
between
There
the
are,
two of you.
I can't confirm the time's 5'6". I can confirm I'm 5'11".
We'll measure both of us. How about that?
Sounds
So
good.
I'm
Double
5'10",
measurement.
and I find that I'm a good judge of when a man is actually 6 foot versus 5'10", 5'11", because that happens a lot. Men will say oh, I'm 6 foot,
Oh,
6'1".
really?
I'm like, no, you're not. And then I always get
That
you're
is
not
a good
5'10",
beat.
as if I
Good
don't
measuring
know,
stick.
as if I'm wrong and I'm lying. So
That's a good
I
point.
can judge this.
Well, there you
Good
go.
point.
Devin will judge it. But now it is time to do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Time's yours, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile.
Yeah, Devin, that's how you do. Congratulations on your victory.
I was about to drop a bang, but I can't.
That's how you do. You got to give one of those.
That's how you do. Did I do it right?
I think
Bang!
that was good. Yeah. What
Hey,
next
John,
one, Buzz?
You need to get all oiled up, get tan,
Whoa.
put on that gold rope chain, and you will go from pasty to tasty. Or as Ruben would tell you, you would look delicious.
No, it does not work.
Tasty to tasty?
He's saying
I
if
feel
I
like
put the
you
oil
would
on,
be very burned. If
I
you
would
put-
be so
if you
burnt.
put tanning oil on.
Yeah. I would need medical assistance if I
Yeah.
put tanning oil on.
We should do all this in one day. We'll do the measurement thing with me and Buzz. We'll have John
oil me up.
basted
Out of
in
context,
tanning.
that
While
sounds really bad, by
wading
the way.
into the ocean to clean his jeans.
Yes, that would be perfect. All right. Well, what's the next one?
Tom Kelly Show. Gotta let you know. There's been a lot of songs for hosts on the radio over the years. This one is real catchy. Gotta let you know. Tom Kelly Show.
Get stuck in your
It
head.
is really
Get
catchy.
stuck in your head, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
You got that forever.
I
You got
appreciate
that
that.
song.
Yeah.
Right in your back pocket.
Yeah, I
Just
love it.
play it out of your back
I would-
pocket on your phone as you walk around all day, every day.
That would I'm carrying a boombox, like the
you
guy
could.
who leads the team out
You
of the
could.
tunnel. Yeah.
Why not?
Like, what was that kid who was the athletic
It's a worthy song.
manager of one of the college teams? He
I
wore
don't
a
know.
boombox chain.
Oh, the Aura guy.
The Aura kid, yeah.
Yeah.
I could just walk around with that, blaring the Tom Kelly song all day.
Good idea.
All right, let's shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Do you have other brothers
I have
besides
one,
Jerry?
I only have one brother. That's the only brother I have.
Do you expect to host the show today and just get absolutely peppered and interrogated?
Yes,
by
I
John
did
Ritchie
because this is what
about
happens.
your family.
This is what happens every time. I gotta prepare myself.
Tom's a substitute teacher, and Richie just
Yes, yes.
I need to prepare myself every time I come in because I know John. Last time
Richie's the kid who, when the teacher the sub rolls in the TV, that's
he's like, this is
strapped
going to be
down.
a good day.
Yeah.
This has been Devin. This has been an easy day for me. Last time I was in with him, he called me decrepit. He said I looked decrepit
Why?
because he's a mean man.
I
He's a
don't
mean
know.
guy.
I don't think you look decrepit.
Oh, that's
Thank you,
nice.
John.
You really don't. You look very youthful and vibrant.
Vibrant. Thank you. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go to Paulie and Percy. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, what's up there, TK? John, stop teasing TK. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
What's going on, Paulie?
I don't think he gets along with his brother Jerry, in large part because his parents set up an acrimonious relationship from the get-go, from the jump. by naming them Tom and Jerry. And I think that's why they will not be hugging tomorrow when Tom goes over to his nephew's birthday.
Yeah.
John, I'm a drummer. I gotta Google the word acrimonious. Don't use those words with me. Look, I'm at work right now. We've had power out since 6 o'clock yesterday. I got
Same. I still have a power outage at my house.
Oh man,
Unbelievable.
I hope your dogs are okay and staying cool and all that stuff like
Yeah.
that. Hopefully they don't poop in your jeans. That'll change. Real quick.
Paulie, we're up against it here, man. What's your
know.
iconic thing?
Iconic. Dude, easy peasy. The Rolling Stones tongue logo. Come on, it's everywhere.
Rolling
That
Stones
is
logo.
true.
That's a good one.
That's a great answer.
Carlos, we need your iconic thing.
Hold on. Go speaker.
What's iconic?
Who's the guy who could predict before there was space travel that in space you throw a ball, it's going to go in a straight line?
What?
I don't know. Who did that?
Yeah, I don't know. You
Albert
tell us.
Einstein. Albert Einstein.
Okay, Albert Einstein. There you go, Carlos. Thank you for checking in with that. So we
Jeez.
got to pick a winner, guys. So we got Albert Einstein, obviously, the Rolling Stones logo, Merrill Reese, the Titanic, the Revolutionary
Einstein
War,
is iconic.
the word "yo," Statue of Liberty, Bob
like
Barker, the Rocky statue. What do you guys?
I
vote
like
for?
yo as an iconic phrase that caught on nationwide, but I don't know that it's the right answer for what we're looking for.
kind of like.
I
the
also don't
Titanic.
think Yo. I think he was wrong. I don't think that Rocky started Yo.
Yeah, I don't
think
either.
Yo. Yeah. I feel compelled to
Stones
say
is
Merrill
good.
Reese because he is iconic. So I'll go Merrill or Titanic. I'd be okay with Titanic as well.
What do you think, John? I'm fine with both of
Titanic
those.
is pretty. Titanic's huge.
All right,
I
we
thought
gotta
the
pick,
Stones
John.
is big too. So Titanic for me.
All right.
Titanic
it
is the winner. So that means the winner is Lou. Lou, you win the pair of tickets, Philadelphia Eagles 2024 championship season musical concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Mann Center on July 24th. Final read for our Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Is the Philly series against the Mets a must-win? John, what do you have for their guess?
I'm going to say 39% say it's a must-win.
64%
No
say it's a
way.
must-win.
Wow.
Must-win series.
Wow.
We are laying it
Rare
on heavy.
Richie L.
Richie L today.
He's distracted by the
guys.
pants.
Yes, he is. But a fun
they
show
still
today,
smell.
guys. Thanks for
crushed
taking it
it,
easy on
TK.
me today, John.
Great job, man.
Good job, Devin, winning Beat the Beat.
Thank you.
Stay tuned.
That was a dominant performance.
It was.
by Dev.
Thank you to Buzz. Thank you to Fran. Thank you to Anthony. Everybody who helped the show today. Stay tuned. Midday show coming up next. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls?
I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Hey Navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one.
Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. In the early 90s, the Buffalo Bills made 4 consecutive Super Bowls with nothing to show for their efforts. This brings me to Edmonton right winger Corey Perry. He's reached the Stanley Cup final for the 5th time in 6 years, only unfortunately to lose each time. Is this guy a one-man jinx? I think not. I think he's a great player, just unfortunate. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A pop-up on the infield. Who wants it? Bohm coming over. So's Turner. Bohm taller makes the catch. And that ends the ball game. As Kerkering gets the save, and the Phillies with a big home run from Kyle Schwarber and a big night on the mound for Christopher Sanchez. They beat the Marlins 2-1, and now it's back home to face the Mets with the top spot in the division on the line.
Oh, there it is. A big night, a big win, and it sets up a huge weekend at Citizens Bank Park. Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. As the Mets arrive to Philadelphia, we got a lot to talk about. Scott Francis is going to join us at noon to preview the series, which is the biggest of the year by far. We will get to our reaction and our initial kind of thoughts on what will be the top 3 athletes at Philadelphia sports, which will be unveiled by the afternoon show. So a lot to get to today. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, did you know that plumbers and electricians make over like $100 an hour?
I did not.
That's pretty good. Shout out to all the plumbers and electricians out there. We need some more plumbers, though. I do know that.
We need both. I mean,
we need. That's a nice little. That's a nice, and the benefits were nice. I don't know why.
Are you considering a late? Hold on, I almost said late life. I meant. Are you considering a late career change? I didn't mean late life.
No,
that was a slip.
But I'm a fan. Like, you know how people always say, there's not a lot of good men out there, and they don't make a lot of, like plumbers and electricians. It's a damn good job with some really, really good benefits.
I respect anyone who does those jobs.
And especially plumbers, because there's a shortage of plumbers out there. There's a real shortage. So if you're thinking about getting a career, and if you're good at it, you make a pretty good living at that.
I agree, and right now they're needed. I mean, certainly, people. If those jobs are always going to be needed. So, good little advice there. And do you need a plumber? Is that what this is about?
No. Okay. It was just like I was on this web, just my algorithm.
Yeah, of course.
And it was telling me the highest paying jobs in Philadelphia. Some of the highest paying jobs in Philadelphia, and plumber and electrician was like right there at the top.
What was up? What else was up there? Like your typical
steam fitters and stuff like that. Stuff like that. Yeah. Steam fitters make a pretty good job. Like that. Those livings, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good. You know what's pretty good? A Phillies win last night. Pretty good.
Yes.
Really well pitched game by Sanchez. Schwarber with the home run. But I gotta be honest. I'm past it. I'm over last night. I'm over this week. I'm on to tonight. I'm on to this weekend. Because
I think you and everybody else is as well.
Because the Mets are here. And it's time to make a statement. And you know what time it is time for tonight? It's time for the Phillies to fully make me a believer in this team. And I haven't been there the whole year. Not that I think they're bad. I mean, obviously they're a good team, and they're a probable playoff team. I've thought that the whole season. But I haven't really been all in because I just, I just have this thing about them where it's like, are they really going to do what we want them to do?
And they hate it.
Yeah, and it's held me back. I mean, this team, I've been held back this season, thinking that their flaws are going to hurt them.
You're talking about the Phillies. The Phillies. About the Mets. We hate them.
Yeah, well, of course we hate the Mets. Yeah, but I've been held back on the Phillies. And you know what the Phillies could do this weekend? They can make me a true believer. Go beat the Mets. And for me, this weekend is way more about the psyche of me as a fan and them as a team than it is about the standings. Like, yeah, I mean, if they win 2 out of 3, they're in first place on Monday. That's awesome. That's obviously what we want. But it's not about that. Like, first place, 1 out on June 23rd. It's not that much of a difference. What this weekend is about for me And I said it a few weeks ago. I need to see them play and beat better teams. And they did beat the Cubs. That was a good series win. But that was also on the heels of them getting beat up by the Pirates. So it was tough to really feel great because I was so down about the Pirates thing. Phillies are playing good baseball now. And if they go out there and beat the Mets this weekend, I'm going to feel like, you know what? Maybe it is time to actually believe they're going to do something. This Phillies team is 4-12 in their last 16 against the Mets, including the 3-game sweep in Citi Field in April, including the playoff series last year. The Mets have been in their heads for a while. I think the Phillies deep down have been scared of the Mets, and I need that to change. The Phillies can make me a full-on, no-doubt believer this weekend. Hugh, what are you thinking as the biggest series of the year begins tonight?
I know it's a lot of baseball left to be played.
Yep.
But 5-4, 5-1, 4-3 in 10 innings.
That was the series in April.
That was the series in April. And, you look at that last game, and they tried to rally a little bit. Wasn't the case. You need to go out there and you need to send a message because, like you said, we got a chance this weekend to take over the lead and just not look back. This team has been, for the most part, been kind of up and down as far as the way we look at them and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But this will go well for you to get them to get them out, like to keep them from living in your head rent free.
And I think they have lived in them. You go back to last year, right? It was right around the London series.
Mm-hmm.
From that moment on, they've played 16 games. You pointed out the 3 this year, but the two teams have played 16 games in the last year or so. 4-12, that shouldn't be, right? The two teams are too close for it to be 4-12, right? If it was...
Totally agree.
And if they were 6-10, even 7-9 against them, I'd say, it's a small sample. Maybe you switch 1 or 2 games and it's even. Whatever. What are you going to do? No, it's not. The Mets have beaten the crap out of the Phillies for a year now, and I'm tired of it. Especially when the Mets come down here, it's the worst thing in the world when their fans come in here.
They're a lot. They're a lot. And it's going to be a nice night, too.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be a beautiful night tonight. Beautiful night. Well, it's going to get a little warm this weekend, but whatever. It's good. It's a perfect time. The Mets are struggling. This is their worst stretch of the year. They've lost 6 games in a row. They just got swept by a Braves team that hasn't been able to wake up the entire season. They have pitching issues. The Mets are going to have a bullpen kind of game tonight. I don't even know what they're starting tonight. Never heard of the guy. So, this is the weekend to do it. We got Wheeler on the mound tonight. We got Luzardo on the mound Sunday at home. This is the weekend to do it. If they win this series and they look good, I'm going to come in here Monday and be a full believer for the first time this entire season. The Phillies. Can the Phillies make you a full believer this weekend? 215-592-9494. What about you? Are you going to be a full believer, or are you going to?
There's still a lot of baseball left to be played, but this will be
June. You're doing the June.
No, I'm not doing the June thing. I'm just saying it's a lot of baseball left to be played. But you're talking about when you talk about mentally,
yes,
getting in the Mets' head because they're probably sitting here thinking that, hey, we've been on a little bit of a lose streak, but we going into Philly, we'll be all right.
I think you're right. They do think
You know
that.
what I mean? So now you come in and say, no, not today. Like Mutombo used to do. Shout out to Mutombo. Rest in peace. Yeah, that's what you can do today. That it starts tonight. And I think that even the way that Sanchez was on the mound last night,
Mm-hmm.
I think the guys are feeling that a little bit. I think they're a little bit excited about this series coming home. And getting ready for this Mets series.
Yeah, and look, it goes beyond just this weekend. It goes beyond just the standings and who's going to win this division. I think the Phillies are going to see the Mets in the playoffs, or there's a really good chance they're going to have to go through them in the playoffs. And right now, as of this moment, I don't believe the Phillies think they could beat the Mets. I think
their confidence is wavering a little bit.
Totally,
Joe?
I really do. I think we saw it in the postseason series last year. When Lindor walks to the plate. He has a swagger about him, a confidence. We haven't seen that out of the Phillies. Schwarber tends to bring that. Nobody else on this team, I even think Castellanos, I don't even know if he knows what's going on half the time, but he brings a confidence in himself. But the Mets bring that, and the Phillies have it in these head-to-head games. I need the Phillies to beat the Mets more than I need to get on top of the standings on June whatever. I need to show the Mets they can't just push the Phillies around anymore. Because they've been doing it for a while.
Yeah, they need to jump on them like a bunch of crickets.
Yes.
And it's one of those things where, it's, like I said, cannot forget, still a lot of baseball left to be played.
I don't want to hear that.
But, when you talk about
a lot of baseball.
Well, it is. But when you talk about hitting a groove,
yes,
this would be a good game to hit your groove.
Well, and tonight specifically, because tonight is Wheeler against, they have pitching injuries right now, so they're starting a guy that just got here, basically, AAA pitcher just got here.
Take advantage of that.
Yeah, and I think tonight is the key to the series, because the next 2 games are probably closer to toss-up games, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe you win one, you lose one the weekend. You win tonight, you're going to win the series. That's the way I look at it. They have to win the Wheeler game. I just want the Mets to walk out of here doubting themselves. Because when the Phillies play the Mets generally are the team that doubts themselves. 215-592-9494. Can the Phillies turn you into a true believer? Would a series win over the Mets this weekend? It's a clear yes for me. I mean, Hugh, it's only June Douglas over here. It's not quite there.
Come on, Douglas.
Come on, Hugh.
Man,
Go
still a lot
all
of
in.
baseball left to be played,
Stop.
guys. But I'm with you. I am with you that this is an important series.
It's a huge series.
Walk with you.
Well, yesterday
you, Kyle.
he tried to walk with you.
I walk with you, Kyle. I'm with you, Kyle.
You're walking
With
all
me
over
and
me
Kyle,
right now.
listen. Me and Kyle, we all did, but we cooked up an 8-leg parlay, man. We all in with this.
Yeah.
Why you don't? What?
I don't sense that you feel it in your soul, Hugh.
I do.
No, but you say it's still June and
It
stuff.
is still June. I mean, it's still
But this
a lot of
is a
baseball left.
huge
See, no,
series.
because here's the thing. You're making it the end all to be all,
Yeah,
which
it
it
is.
is important.
It's the end all be all.
It's important, but there's another side to this, which I don't think is going to happen. But there's another side, and I just don't feel like.
What does that mean?
I don't feel like being in here on Monday with a bunch of mopey Marvins. I just don't feel like doing that.
Well, that's
with
not.
y'all.
But I'm not responsible
have a
for
choice,
me.
bud.
Yeah, I'm not. If I'm a Mopey Marvin on Monday, is that my fault? Is it my fault I'm a Mopey Marvin or the Phillies' fault? It'd be the Phillies' fault.
I kind of like Mopey Marvin.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, we should use that more. If I'm a Mopey Marvin on Monday,
it's not your fault.
It's not
but
my fault.
It's
Don't blame
the
me.
ebb and flow of baseball. I mean, it's
No,
the truth.
hold on.
What do you
if
mean?
If they get smacked around by the Mets this
No, I
weekend,
didn't say. No, listen,
ebb
they're
and
not.
flow,
They're not going to get smacked around, Joe.
If they get smacked around the division,
They're
not
going
winning
to
the
get
division.
smacked around.
Yeah, okay.
They're not going to get smacked
but
around.
the Mets have been smacking them around for a year.
No, but they're not going to smack them
Okay,
around.
well,
they're not going to smack
that's
them around,
what I
especially
need.
tonight. It's going to be it's going to be an epic night.
City Connects.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We got all.
I need to get. Is it okay to get a jersey now? I can get a. You can get a jersey.
Yeah, but what player? Did you get a Schwarber? He's an Ohio guy.
Yeah, that would be a good.
Yeah,
one.
I mean
That'd be a
that
good
one.
I would like a tee. I think I'd rather do the tee. I'm a t-shirt kind of guy.
Okay,
so
get
I'd
a
rather
you
do
like a T, like a City Connect tee. You're saying like
the Philly, the one that
Yeah.
says the Phillies on the front.
Absolutely
yeah.
could
I need
get
to
one.
get that.
All right, 215.
Somebody who hooked me up with that.
The
'Cause
Phillies team store. Yeah, I mean,
That's costs a lot of money.
what do you mean hook you up? We get a discount in there.
Wait
you
till
know
you win
that.
this 8-leg parlay.
Wait a minute, wait. Yeah, hey, you know what? That's what I'm gonna have to do. I hit this parlay. Ooh, it's on and popping.
I don't even think you can get a T-shirt for the parlay on $2.
I don't know. This 8-leg. Ooh, we had some
maybe.
pretty good odds.
Yeah, you
on this
definitely couldn't
8-leg.
afford a jersey on a $2 parlay bet. Anyway, 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Jeff.
I got to agree with you here. We definitely need more plumbers, electricians, and bricklayers.
No question. No question.
See, Joe thought you was about to agree with the other thing. He was already going on. He was already going in.
I just
he was like, "Oh, here we go."
I'm thrown off. I haven't had power since 5 p.m. last night, so I'm thrown off. So I
am going to agree with Joe on the Phillies. You know, it's not even about the standings right now because it's June. It's about asserting your
dominance.
That's right. That's right. We got to smack back. They've been smacking us, Jeff. We got to smack them back.
Yeah, it's definitely a statement series. You know, they got to win minimum 2 out of 3 to put themselves, to give everybody. Well, I'm already thinking they could get to the World Series if they're playing the way they're supposed to be playing, and this will, if they play the way this will prove it this weekend. This is it. So yeah, I'm with you, Joe. I think they need to, everybody needs to step up here. Weekend.
All hands on deck.
Yeah, and Jeff, good call, man. Especially tonight. Like tonight sets the tone for the weekend. Wheeler's on the mound. They have a kid I've never heard of before pitching in the game, and they've lost 6 in a row. Like the thing the Phillies could do this weekend is almost shift the doubt back to the Mets. Right?
Yeah.
The Phillies, I feel like, have been the team that doubts themselves in this rivalry for a year now, or better part of a year. If the Mets come in here and get swept, they'll have lost 9 in a row. Like that's crisis mode up there for them. Kyle, what are you feeling as we get Phillies, Mets, and I know you're going to the game.
Yep.
Can they turn you into a true believer this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, come on, Douglas.
No fighting tonight,
That downer
Kyle.
Douglas.
Only fighting is the Phillies fighting the Mets here.
No brawling.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you can be a baseball fan and not feel the juices flowing.
No, I feel
when
it.
it comes. No, I'm not talking about you at this point. I'm basically like, I'm talking to the people who have been in Wake Me Up in October mode for the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, basketball's about to end. Hockey's over. This is what we got. If you like baseball, we have Phillies Mets on the first day of summer with the division tied, right? The Phillies can prove that, one, to themselves, that they can hang with the Mets, that the shadow of October and even what happened earlier in the season in April is over. Like, it's time. Go put the doubt in the Mets' head. Go put the confidence in your head. Like, go step on their throat this weekend. Kick their ass. The Mets are free-falling right now, and the Phillies are scrapping and clawing without their best player in the lineup. Like, I'm so pumped for this series. Like, the Phillies can absolutely... I just don't understand what other boxes they can check from now until October.
There's really not much but the Mets.
Right,
Yeah.
because, like, listen, I can't predict who's going to be healthy, who's going to be injured, from now until then. Like, that's totally out of my control. Nobody has that kind of foresight. What I can see is that this team can step up to the moment, can rise to the challenge. Like, this is really the last thing that I need to see, that they got that monkey off their back. Go take down the Mets, go take the division lead, and then don't look back. Like, this is the time. Let's do it.
Yeah, but I will say this to that. Because at one point, wasn't the Mets running away with this division?
So they were up, I think.
Like 8 games or something crazy?
I think 5.5 was the biggest gap.
8 sound better.
It does sound better.
It sounds better. But, 5.5 games.
Let's go with 12.
And it looked like, since we're embellishing the
Yeah,
stories.
Did you guys know the Mets were up 14 games 2 weeks ago?
No.
Unbelievable.
But the point is this. They looked at one point during the season like they were unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
And they looked like they were just going to run away with the hitting that they had going on, the pitching and everything. And now look where they are. We look up a couple weeks later and we're like, oh wow, we're 4 games. We're 4 games behind them. And now it was 2 games. Now we got a chance to take the lead. That's what I'm talking about. Everything that you're saying is true. I'm with you on that. But you have to keep it going. You have to keep your head about you. You can't be in a situation where you push all your eggs into this basket, and once you get this goal, then you just kind of take a relax a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand that. And no matter what happens this weekend, that's why it's not, to me, so much about the standings. It's about the feeling. This is because I don't think the Phillies fear the Dodgers, right? They haven't been as good as them over the course of seasons.
You mean the Dodgers fear the Mets fear the Phillies?
Well, I don't know. I'm talking about the other teams. Like the Phillies play the Dodgers. When the Phillies play the Dodgers, I think they get up for the series. They play them hard. They just beat the Cubs twice this year. The one team over the last year that the Phillies seem to, there's a disconnect. It's the Mets. I think the Mets are in their heads. I think Lindor's in their heads. I think Alonso's in their heads. Mm-hmm. And I need that to stop because first of all, it's annoying. I mean, beyond the standings and beyond they're a roadblock.
The Mets are very annoying.
The Mets are annoying. And there's almost nothing worse in sports than a good Mets team because they're mouthy fans, so shut up.
Yeah, like I think the variance in how
they have mouthy fans.
The variance in how Phillies fans can feel come Monday is massive. Like, one, I think everybody should become believers if they beat the Mets. But conversely, they lose to the Mets again with Wheeler on the mound and Luzardo Sunday. Yeah. Like, we're sounding the alarms.
Oh,
I don't care. I don't care if they just beat up on the Marlins and whatever. Like, this is the series right here. This is the biggest series to date, biggest series since that October series versus the Mets. Like, this is the time.
Yeah. What did you call it? Marvins? What are they? What was the thing you said?
Mopey Marvins.
I just want you to get ready for Monday because Kyle just kind of laid it out. There's a couple extremes here. Hugh, if they sweep the series, if they sweep the Mets, we are printing the World Series tickets on Monday. I'm just letting you know that, okay?
I understand.
If they get swept by the Mets, the season is canceled. I'm just letting you know what's on the line this weekend.
I understand what I'm dealing with, and I will be mentally prepared for whatever happens Monday. But it's going to be a good Monday. It's going to be a good Monday.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for.
You got to speak it into existence.
Let's go. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Ron and Monco starts us off. What's up, Ron?
Good morning.
Hey, Ron, turn that radio down there, buddy.
Turn the radio down?
Yeah, a little bit. Just because of the feedback. Thank you, sir.
Hey, so listen, this is a big series with the Mets, okay? Mm-hmm. But check this out. I told you it starts on June 20th. Then you go to Houston. Then you go to Atlanta. Then San Diego. Foul ball, Cincinnati. San Fran, San Diego.
Who cares? We got the Mets this weekend, Ron. Lock in.
I get that. I get that. But
thanks for updating me on the Phillies schedule.
Okay, they have to hit. Are they going to hit? They can't hit. Good pitching. They can't hit. What was the scores against of the Marlins? They won, 2-1 last night?
They did, but a win is a win.
2-1, 4-2, 2-1, 4-2, 5-2. Those were the wins, all right?
When you're playing these teams. Try to say that when you play Houston.
Yeah, you got Houston coming up next, too.
I got to worry about the Mets series.
Yeah.
this is a gauntlet. You're going to have to drink heavily for the next 6 weeks. I mean, a lot of bourbon, dude. A lot of bourbon.
A lot of bourbon.
And if they come back in one piece, it'll be a miracle.
Oh, so you're setting the stage for this thing falling apart.
So, Ron, the gauntlet it starts with the Mets.
It goes through the All-Star
Then you
break,
got Houston, and then you got the Braves.
Well, it goes further than that.
Okay.
All the way to I think it's San Diego, Cincinnati, San Diego, San Francisco, all the way through the All-Star break. Yeah, it's a lot.
We got the Mets.
But it has to start with this series, Ron.
But guess what? They have to beat the Mets.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what we said.
We took 2 minutes here.
Yeah, but the only way they make the playoffs is if they win the East, because the wild cards are going to the West.
You might be right. I mean, I
am right.
We'll see. We'll see. No, we're not always right. That's not true.
Clue today that I can pull my hair out about.
Really? You just covered all the bases.
We didn't even set it up yet, Ron.
He taking shots at
we
everybody.
We didn't even set it up. You're not ready. We're not
don't
ready.
even want you at the Phillies game.
They even let him in the park anymore.
They should.
Well, are we doing Hughes Clues today?
Yeah, we're doing Hughes. No, we're doing Try Day.
I was about to say, because if we
were,
hey, listen, I could cook one up for you real quick.
No. We like to give the people a break on a Friday. Like, give them something everyone has a shot at.
I can cook one up for you right now, real quick.
After 4 days of Hughes Clues. Think about all the people out there who don't have power right now, including me. They have no power.
Traumatized.
They got to listen to you with your nonsense clues for
I
4
give
hours.
great clues. I don't care what nobody says.
Listen, everyone out there who needs a break from Hughes Clues, we're doing something different today, all right? So just stay tuned, all right? 215-592-9490. If none of us traumatized, it's just this week has been a week where I think people are just maybe it's the heat because it got really hot.
Like, they burnt out on my clues.
Yeah, no, they're on edge. I think people are on edge. The Phillies, Mets get you on edge a little bit here. Hughes Clues get you on edge. Your power going out. Yesterday, for the second time this week, a caller called WIP and said Jalen Hurts is better than Dan Marino. So, like, there's a lot that have people on edge.
It's Philadelphia, man.
Yeah.
You gotta let the people live their truth, man.
Yeah.
Gotta let them live their truth.
Yeah, I like how you encourage people to lie to themselves.
Live their truth.
That's like, code for lying.
It's not lying.
It is.
It's live your truth.
It's not live the truth. It's live your truth.
That's what I said. Live your truth.
Yeah,
if you feel like you're probably the only one, but if you feel that Jalen Hurts is better than Dan Marino, then you live your truth.
Yeah, but see, you allow people to live in La La Land. I'm more for accountability.
Isn't that what we do every day, though? Don't we live in La La Land every day?
No.
We do.
No.
We do live in La La Land.
You might live in La La Land.
I mean, you're right there with me, Joe.
No, I feel like I'm grounded in
Kyle
I
there
am
too.
grounded in reality.
Just Mopey Marvin. Fans.
Mopey Marvin, I'm the one saying this series decides the season. You're the one over there saying it's June.
I am pumped up. I'm ready to go.
Down.
I'm ready to go. I'm just being realistic about this stuff.
It's realistic. Now, but we're being realistic. But
it just, reality kind of moves as it moves. It's like water. It kind of, ebb and flow.
There's your truth. All right, 215-592-9490. Forget the Phillies make you true believers with a series win over the Mets. We have a try-day. We're putting Hughes Clues on ice for today. We have a try-day Friday for a pair of Phillies tickets to the game on Tuesday, July 1st. Plus, Phillies injury update. Could we see the return of Bryce Harper as early as tonight? We'll let you know about that next. 215-592-9494 as we get pumped for the Phillies and the Mets. Right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to get in on all the MLB action. From hits to total bases to home runs, they've got a lineup filled with all your favorite wagers. Or if pitching is more your thing, FanDuel has a deep bullpen of bets from strikeouts to shutout innings. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today. New customers can get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to step up to the plate. That's FanDuel.com/Ike for your chance to score $200 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. It's all come down to the last games of the season, and Indiana and Oklahoma City have guards that continue to put up huge numbers night in and night out on the biggest stage. After an absolutely electric start to the series, both teams look to leave it all on the hardwood for the right to become world champions. Who will get to hoist hoist the trophy. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 W.
I'm definitely gonna do that.
Oh, come on!
That's where I predict my weekend, or the weekend's gonna go great. That's where I'm gonna predict I'm gonna be. Yeah, like, hey, Joe, come just a little bit.
Yeah, so I'll be mad at you.
I mean, when aren't you mad at me? I mean, like, we've gotten to the point now where it's like, you know what I mean? It's like that same different day, same attitude, different topic. It's just that it is what it is.
Yeah, I get it. All right, can the Phillies turn you into a true believer with a series win over the Mets? It is our Twitter poll question here. Early on, 72% yes, and 27.8 or Hugh Douglas
it's gonna be
burners.
A great weekend.
It better be. Let's get some wins over the Mets. I'm tired of losing that team. 4-12 their last 16 against the Mets, dating back to London last year. All right, before we go back to the phones, and we'll tell everyone in a few minutes what we're doing to give away an incredible prize today. Hugh, we got some news here, and it's good news.
What we got?
On Bryce Harper. Well,
okay.
This from John Clark yesterday. Good news on Bryce Harper. He is back in Philly with the team in Miami. He started to throw today. He had been taking grounders. He also started swinging a bat. Manager Rob Thompson said he is hopeful that Bryce may be able to hit off a tee tomorrow. So we're progressing the right way on Bryce Harper. And then this is still in my head from a couple days ago. Was this Tuesday? I think it was Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah.
Here's Dombrowski on Harper and kind of where this is going now.
Well, I'm not concerned from what the doctors tell me as far as any type of long-term repercussions. They have found what the issue is, and they've been able to deal with that. Now it's a matter of when he can feel comfortable to play. I don't really know when that's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a long time down the road. But and he continues to make strides on a daily basis. But it really will be a matter up to him. He's been cleared to go ahead and get back in the lineup whenever he feels comfortable to do that. So he has to work through some things and just in the rehab process, and he's doing that. So I'm not sure the exact return date at this time, but we'll just have to play through it with him. And he works hard and is following the instructions that he needs to follow. So hopefully they'll get him back much sooner than, like I said, later down the line.
It was an odd word grouping of words there by Dombrowski, because and second, portions of that it makes you feel like what's going on. Then other portions you're like, maybe he's really close, right? Because when he did say the words, he's been cleared to return when he's comfortable. So that makes me wonder if this thing could be quicker than we think. Like, could Bryce Harper just show up one day way quicker than we assume? Like, we just get the notification, Phillies have activated Bryce Harper, he's in the lineup tonight. It wouldn't shock me if that happens soonish with this guy. Because you remember last year he hurt his hip or his hamstring, right?
I thought it was the hammy.
Hammy, right around this time of the year. We thought it'd be a while, and then he just showed up back up like 10 days later for the Dodgers series. He does this, Hugh. He shows up when you think he's going to be out a while. He kind of just arrives back.
Kind of like Hulk Hogan when he gets hit and falls down, and you think he's down and out.
He's staggering after the chair shot.
And then he puts the arm up and the crowd goes crazy.
Yes.
You think that's what's going to happen this weekend? Kind of feels like like it might be this weekend.
Nothing would surprise me. Boy, that would be a boost if we get Harper back in the lineup.
Well, my thing is this. Like, you haven't been hitting in a while. And per reports, you haven't really ramped up to going against live pitching, correct?
Right.
Wouldn't that be a little premature? Like, it'd be a little bit premature, I would think. Yeah. That's a lot, though.
But
his Bryce Harper.
I mean, he just kind of goes by the beat of his own drum when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
I mean, the guy on the fly kind of learned to play first base and then just did it.
And did a hell of a job playing it.
Yeah, I mean, some players are like that. Some guys need a ramp up. Some guys
just get out. Yeah.
When he broke his thumb in 2022, obviously he was out months, right? So he needed a rehab at AAA. Right? They sent him to Lehigh to try to get his timing back. He only stayed there for like 2 days.
That's what I was about to say. Somebody else did. Somebody didn't even go to AAA.
I think it was last year.
Trey didn't go. Yeah, he didn't go. He didn't go.
But I think when Bryce went to the AAA rehab in 2022, the idea was he's going to stay a week or so, and then 2 days later he's like, I'm coming back. So I'm not predicting he's going to play tonight. I'm just saying, between the Dabrowski thing on Tuesday and then the good news update yesterday, nothing surprises me when it comes to Harper.
He's getting ready to go.
All right, well,
and like Ron said, this gauntlet that we're about to run, it'd be great to have him back.
It sure would. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? And should Harper, do you think because of the gauntlet, because these games are so big, do you think he should push to get back soon? I mean, tonight might be extreme, but you know what I mean? Like, should he push the envelope to try to make it back during this run of big games?
I need Bryce Harper to be healthy. Okay. And like I said, I've been saying for the last couple of weeks, Joe, for whatever reason, it just feels like, not accusing anybody of anything, it just feels like this training staff has kind of, I mean, they've missed a few things, if you will. I'm not saying they did anything wrong because I don't know. I don't know the protocol or whatever how they operate.
Right.
But when you talk about the Aaron Nola thing, when you talk about the Bryce Harper thing, and we got to this point, it just feels like they've been a little late to the party lately. Just a little bit.
Yeah, well, it does. I mean, look, the Aaron Nola thing. By the way, we got an update on Nola yesterday that yesterday they called up Buddy Kennedy to come to the major leagues.
It's a great name.
It is a good name. It's a great baseball name, Buddy Kennedy. So Weston Wilson goes down, Buddy Kennedy up, and along with that, they transferred Aaron Nola from the 10-day injured list to the 60-day injured list, which I think scares people, but it really is just it's like a procedural thing. So it's like it opened up a roster spot because Nola wasn't coming back within the 60 days anyway. I mean, he told us last week, he told us 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it really changed anything, but it does clarify Nola's not coming back until he said, which is probably post-July. 215-592-9494. Should Bryce push to get back a little quicker here? Kyle, what do you think? You think we could have a Bryce Harper surprise appearance this weekend?
I mean, I would love it. I don't know if we need him right now. Like, come back when you're ready, dude. When he came back last season, I'm not sure if I'm remembering correctly, but didn't he start off? I think he got a hit right when he got back.
Well,
and
then he rushed back for that Dodgers series. He wanted to play Ohtani.
I know, but then he tapered off a little bit, and it was almost like a hole in the lineup. And I understand that he's Bryce Harper, but like when he's not hitting, it's just another guy in the lineup's not hitting. And I know the lineup's not, they're not going crazy right now, but they're sustaining, they're fine. Like, I don't know if I want to knock anybody out of it right now just to get, like, and now's not the time to get Bryce Harper and his timing back against the Mets. Like, we need to win this series.
Yeah, this is where I'll side with it is still June Douglas over here. We don't need to rush him back if he's not feeling full strength.
I definitely don't think we need to rush him
I mean, it'd be fun to have him. I'm not rushing him back into the lineup tonight. 215-592-9494. All right, can the Phillies turn you into true believers? Would a series win this weekend? They can for me. I've held back fully believing in this team all year. Like, I understand they're good. The starting pitching is excellent. They have a shot if they make the right kind of moves the deadline. But I'll tell you, that Mets series in April, it's stuck inside me as much as any good that's happened this year. Like, there's been some good, right? They beat the Cubs in 2 series. They've gotten hot 2 or 3 different times. They've had nice series. They beat the Dodgers here in April. It's still like I have a bad taste in my mouth after that April series where the Mets swept them. The Mets last year were in their head the whole second half of the year, including the postseason. I need to beat the Mets. Then I'll fully believe. Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Happy first day of summer, man.
Happy first day of summer. It is. First day of summer, big series. There's a lot going on here, Chris.
Yeah, guys, everything's pointing in the right direction. The weather, summer's here, and our Phils are going right. I want to make a prediction. If we win this series without Bryce and without Alvarado, who's going to also give us some regular season help when he comes back, and I know Dave is going to make some moves, but guys, if we win the series, Joe, I want you to call Jolly on the air and tell him it's over. NL East is locked up. Over. Done.
Well, those of us that saw it early last year were correct. The NL East was over in June last year. It belonged to the Phillies, and this week it can go a long way to getting my brain back there, Chris. We need a win this weekend. We need it.
Yeah, absolutely. But guys, can I call out some fraudulent hosts on WIP?
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
So I do have to say, when I saw Jack Fritz at the Chesapeake Inn, I pat him on the arm, and when I did that, I said, "Oh wow, Jack, looks like you've been working out a little bit. You going to the gym?" And he goes, "Nah, just doing about 40 push-ups a day." So here's where the fraudulence comes in. If Fritz can do 40 push-ups a day, and it's noticeable that he's doing 40 push-ups a day, how in the world is Spike, that looks like Skeletor, doing 250 push-ups a day?
Well, this, without the name calling, this is what Hugh has been, I think, trying to. This is what Hugh's been on.
How I get pulled into this conversation?
Because isn't that your premise here?
Skeletor.
The Skeletor's one. We don't do the name calling, but
I didn't say anything. I didn't even open my mouth.
Your premise is. Let me correct me if I'm wrong, because he's saying Jack told him he's doing 40 push-ups a day. Jack's got in better shape. So Chris is saying, for the 40 push-ups look noticeable on Jack, how does 250 not have some sort of noticeable reaction to Spike? I feel like that's where the space you've lied for a couple months now.
You know I've been in that space.
I know you've been in that space
months now. But me and Spike have also, we've extended olive branches.
Oh wait, there's a truce now? We're not doing this push-up thing?
Well,
come on.
No, that's my movie buddy. That's my movie.
You go on one movie date and now we can't do
and
push-ups?
You know what? We're supposed to go. And listen, we were supposed to go on a date tonight, but I have to go out of town. The way I just said
You guys are unbelievable. You guys are unbelievable.
But, I mean...
Listen.
Cop out Douglas
but
over
Chris,
here.
to answer your question, that was a conversation that was had, asking, if Spike's doing that many push-ups, why doesn't he look a little bit more what the kids call brolic? He don't look brolic at all. He don't. And I was kind of wondering.
And you know what? I'm starting to think, we're going to have a new nickname for him. I know you don't like nicknames here, Joe, but we're going to start calling him Nola because, he went out with the initial back injury, and then, there's still no push-up contest. What happened to that? It's just disappeared and kind of flew into the wind. And now we hear Spike's cozying up to Hugh so he doesn't show him up in the contest.
Because I know Spike's probably listening. He's not cozy. We are movie buddies, and we have had.
This is unbelievable.
This sounds like a cowboy gym tactic.
This
here.
is not a cowboy.
It is. Everyone knows when you buy you popcorn. Everyone knows you buy you something,
as a matter of
he
fact,
will leave
wait
you
a
alone
minute.
forever.
I think. No, he bought the tickets. I bought the popcorn. So this date, I have to buy the tickets.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it.
Yeah,
I'm going to let you go, but I want everybody to get out, enjoy the day because it's SUMMER summer.
Chris, SUMMER summer.
I thought that was an FU, and
I did too.
I thought it was FU, and then I was waiting for the Mets.
Look, if you did FUMETS, that's
acceptable.
That's one thing.
Yeah. If you throw the other,
that won't get you banned. That won't get you banned.
Yeah, what's the rules on spelling the letters without saying the word?
Would probably dump it
to
be sure.
It's probably the best. I never thought about it. No one ever spelled that one out for us.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you can't say it, but you could spell it. All right, 215-592-9490. Before we go back to the phones here, we do have an incredible prize to give away today. And we're giving everyone a break from Hughes Clues on a Friday because you need it. We have a pair of tickets. Phillies, Padres, Tuesday, July 1st. Go out to the game with us. 6:30 p.m. is the first pitch. It is a fireworks night, Xfinity fireworks show after the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com, or you can win them with us. It is a Friday, which means it's a try-day.
It's a try-day Friday. It's try-day, Hugh and Joe on Fridays.
All right, well, I am one of, I think, hundreds of thousands of people in the area that were without power last night.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully, people.
That storm was bad too.
Yeah,
man.
and it was quick. It was like a powerful, quick storm. It rolled through my neighborhood at like 5:45. It was stopped raining by like 6:30, but the damage was done. We didn't have power all last night. I don't know if there's power right now at home. There wasn't when I left this morning. We'll see. But you know what got us thinking, Hugh, today for a try-day? Something to do that doesn't require electricity. Like, just picture yourself. Maybe you are in this situation right now. But, like, the power's out. Something to pass the time, something to do that doesn't require any electricity. You got any ideas?
I got a few.
It's a family show here. I just wanted you to know that.
And slather Vaseline on me. I didn't see you paid me in a bad light.
You started giggling.
Because listen, I know for a fact when you said that, half the people mind went straight there.
Okay.
I mean, it went straight there.
Get your head out of the gutter,
No,
dude.
I'm just saying, I'm not the only one.
Well,
don't y'all try to paint me with a broad brush.
Well, I
Now
know
that that's out of the way, so let's say besides that.
Who's going to be the first to actually say it? Though?
Well, I don't know, but you know
You
what?
did. I mean, it
No,
was
I
basically
didn't.
you.
I didn't say anything.
You said it without saying
I
it, though.
giggled. What is a giggle? I giggle every day.
You people saw it. They saw right through you. Okay? They saw exactly.
No,
what you were
like
thinking.
I wonder what you people think about that.
Well,
I'm pretty sure they're going to chime in.
I'm curious what the best answer would be. The best answer we get today to something you could do to pass the time without any electricity. You know what would be out? You know what's not an option?
What's that?
Your movie dates
Yeah,
with Spike. Can't go to the movie. You need electricity at the movie theater.
It feels funny when you say date.
You said that.
Well, I did, but after I said it, I was like, oh, that sounds kind of funny.
Well, but you can't tell us how to say it now that you
No,
said
I'm just saying, because it's like when we go on our movie outing, he goes home and I go home.
You know what
I mean?
Well,
But when you say date, it sounds like you know.
Did anyone assume you guys
No, I'm
didn't
just saying.
retire to your own quarters?
I'm just saying. I just like when you say date, it just sound like might be some extracurriculars after that.
I wasn't.
It's not like that.
I didn't think that. Now I don't know where your mind is today.
It's not like that.
215-592-9494. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Can the Mets fully make you can the Phillies fully make you a believer this weekend? They beat the Mets, and of course, Tri-Day Friday, something to do that requires zero electricity, as a lot of us in the area are without power. Rob in Westchester. Hey, Rob.
Hi there. So should I answer the question first? Because I got a pretty good idea.
Sure, yeah.
Go for it.
What do you got?
Oh, man, I just want to throw a football around. Just toss the rock. You don't need electricity for
So,
that.
Rob, you don't. So now what becomes challenging? It's a good answer, but what becomes challenging, like in my house last night, this happened at like 6:30. So by like 8:30, those lights go out, Rob. The sun goes away.
Dark. Yeah, it's a little dark.
So then we had a transition to we got to figure out the flashlights situation. So, but I like that one. Throw a football around, especially if it's nice weather after the storm. All right, Rob, what do you got on the Phillies?
All righty. So I got a little stigma I live by. My friend taught me this a couple years ago. The season doesn't really start until after the break.
The All-Star break.
Right now, the All-Star break and all that. And I mean, I get it. I believe it. I mean, most World Series champions are best, like the hottest teams after the break. Right now, I think it's totally different, though, with the Phils and the Mets. I mean, this is a rivalry that for the past couple of years, it's been ugly for us. Like, it's exhausting. I hate them more than I hate the Celtics, the Cowboys combined, probably. I mean, it's getting me sick. Soto signing there kept me up at night, I won't lie, but I think the Phils have a time now to just show up. Like a couple of years ago when we made it in 2022, we had a mid-season crisis with Schwarber freaking out on Angel Hernandez, that bad call. Something bad's got to happen and set the tone. I think Castellanos with his gesture on Monday night is kind of giving me that similar vibe, and I think it's going to bring us some energy in the clubhouse that we need. A little too friendly over there now, and it's just going to give us the right energy, that gritty energy that we need back, that we should because it's Philly.
Yeah, I need an edge, Rob. I feel like the Mets in these games play with an edge, and the Phillies, for whatever reason, they don't. It just feels like the Mets are in their heads, and I hate it. And I need it. You're right. The last year has been horrendous against them because it feels like they win all these games, and I need to change that. Rob, good phone call. We appreciate it. Yeah, Hugh, like the idea, the Mets, I've thought since the beginning of the year the Mets are slightly better, but it shouldn't be 4-12 in the last 16. Like that tells me something's
that lopsided.
off.
It shouldn't be that lopsided. No, I get what you're saying with that. And I think a lot of this is because of the way obviously the way the playoffs went and things of that nature. And then coming into this season, not changing a whole lot. Early in the season, caught them early in the season too. So I think now that, we've had a little bit of adversity as far as a team, as far as a club, and then, in the locker room and everything. So I think that, this is the weekend where you get everything, all the stars align for you, and you go out there and you take care of business.
Yeah, also, I want them to panic. I mean, like, if they've lost 6 in a row, right? Let's just say the Phillies sweep this weekend. That means they'll have lost 9 in a row. That's panic time for them up there. Like, is their season falling apart? Did they fire the manager? I mean, you know how this works. I mean, the media up there will be like sharks with blood in the water. If they lose 9 in a row, including getting swept here, the Mets could free fall the other way. That's what I need. Let's go to Justin in Yonkers. What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Justin. What's up, buddy?
And real quick, I have a gripe with something a previous caller said. He said the Phillies are either going to win the division or they're not going to make the playoffs. And Joe, I don't know how you even let him slide with that.
I was trying to say I don't necessarily agree with that.
You didn't want to waste your time on it.
Well, yeah, because then we get bogged down with that. Now, I do think the West is really good, and I'm not 1,000% positive the East gets 2 teams in. But if I had to guess right now, Justin, I would guess both the Mets and Phillies are going to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Phillies are minus 800 right now to make the playoffs if that matters. But yeah. But anyway, about this series. We need to win this series. I'll take 2 out of 3. A sweep would be a dream, but and you said it, tonight, you need to win tonight because you got Wheeler on the mound and you got some guy I've never heard of pitching for them. And I don't really like the matchup Sunday. We never hit that guy Peterson. So you need to win tonight. And this Mets team is reeling. You need to jump on them right now. They're falling apart. They got Senga, McGill on the IL. They're you got to smell blood in the water tonight and you got to pounce. And really, I just can't deal with them losing the series and listening to WIP Monday because every Phillies doubter and hater will come out of the woodwork and be calling Monday and say they can't beat the Mets.
That'd be a rough. Yeah, that's gonna be a rough.
It'll be a morgue. Yeah, we'll feel as much as the losing streak or the Pirates series was annoying, frustrating. It'll feel like a different kind of disappointment if especially Justin, because you said it, their pitching is down, right? Like this weekend, we're seeing a guy never heard of tonight. Griffin Canning tomorrow, who's been a nice reclamation project for them, but he's nothing special. And then Peterson, who gives us some trouble on Sunday. This is all set up to be a 2 out of 3 Philly series. Anything less, it's not good enough. Justin, what do you got for us in terms of something to do when the power's out?
I didn't have too many good ideas. I'll just say intimate relations with your woman.
You know what? It was Hugh said. What time did you say the first one would be?
Well, Max said 11, so that's probably about in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, Justin, we appreciate the phone call. All right, so it's off the board now. So if you give that answer, there's no way you can win because Justin grabbed it first, as he described it as intimate relations.
Intimate relations.
Yeah, there's the first one. I mean, we knew it'd be. How about?
Oh yeah, that was gonna be. I would have rode him until he told me no. I hate you, Kyle.
I mean, you said it. He didn't.
I'm just saying.
He didn't doctor the audio.
I'm just saying, man.
Stop it. You didn't realize when you said that what that would become?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
It didn't. But most of the times when I say
I knew it right away.
Oh, I think everyone else listening did. Yeah.
Sometimes you just know.
Now, I don't know if
you just have a feeling.
I don't know if anyone quite thought a year and a half later we'd still be getting giggles and laughs out of it, but
because we're childish. It's a big part of
Hold on.
The
as
reason
soon
why this
as
show
we threw out this side topic, this Tri-Day thing, you were giggling.
Yes.
Because
I'm childish.
Yeah, okay.
I said we. I didn't exclude me. I said we are childish.
Yeah, but you looked at me when you said
that.
Kyle.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I looked because we are childish.
Well,
I'm not here by myself. Why do you think they put us together? Because we're childish.
That's probably true. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, can a series win this weekend turn you into a full Phillies believer, or are you still stuck in the wake me up in October days?
Wake me up before you go.
Or it's still June Douglas over here. And speaking of October, the way these starters have been pitching made me wonder where people fall on something when we do get to October. That's coming up. 215-592-9494. Pair of Phil's tickets on the line today to the game on Tuesday, July 1st. We're looking for the best thing for Tri-Day that you can do when the power is out, which it is for many of us right now in the area. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. And this 4th of July, you can celebrate with big savings at the Mattress Warehouse with up to $1,200 Mattress Warehouse-wide. Right now, you can save $500 on the Tempur-Pedic best-selling Breeze mattress designed to feel 10 degrees cooler all night, every night, especially if your power go out and, you're doing like adult things. It could, if you're on a cool mattress, because the AC is probably out, you could, I'm going with this. And you get $300 in free accessories with your purchase. So I suggest, if you're going to get the bed, you might as well get the pillows too, because the pillows could probably come in handy, when you're on that cool mattress doing, the grown-up stuff that you like to do. So do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse 4th of July sale. Shop the entire selection and find the location nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with the little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco Brut from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Mixed with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Take advantage of limited-time leasing offers on select Acura models, but don't wait. Offers in June 30th at Elite Acura.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to get in on all the MLB action. From hits to total bases to home runs, they've got a lineup filled with all your favorite wagers. Or if pitching is more your thing, FanDuel has a deep bullpen of bets from strikeouts to shutout innings. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today. New customers get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/John R, J-O-N-R to step up to the plate. That's FanDuel.com/John R for your chance to score $200 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, He also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Shedeur Sanders got cited again. First, it was driving 91 miles per hour in a 65. Now, 101 in a 60. Still no word on discipline from the Browns. Any other fifth-round rookie might be on thin ice, but Shedeur is just not any rookie. Fame may have cost him on draft night, but it's protecting him now. In Cleveland's four-man quarterback battle, these speeding tickets won't leave a scratch. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94.
Brown. And then he did the whole now I'm awake thing. Like he
was excited.
Well, you know what? Can you find that, Kyle? Can you find Ike's "Now I'm Awake" during the draft when they traded for A.J. Brown? Because that's how I'll feel if they sweep the Mets this weekend. Like now I'm in. Now I'm a believer in this team. If they could take down the Mets this weekend, especially if they could beat them up like that. That's like the thing that could change the way I feel about everything. If they
leave no doubt,
beat the
brakes off of.
Make the Mets leave here on Sunday night, beaten and battered and losers of 9 straight and 3 back in division.
There we go.
Yes.
Ike Reese.
There we go.
You wanted the wide
there
receiver.
We go. Now we can do it. E-I-G-L-E-S Eagles. Yeah. There we go. Now I'm awake. Now I'm awake. Give me A.J. Brown, baby.
Yeah, he was.
Woo! He was awake.
He was hyped.
And you know what? He was right. I mean, that team won the NFC Championship. But they wouldn't have won without that guy. 215-592-9494. All right, your calls to the Phils. They can certainly wake all of us up with a big weekend over the Mets. But for me this weekend, it's really about this. Win the series, and I will be a believer in this team, a real believer.
Get the monkey off your back.
Yeah, because the Mets, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the Mets winning, over and over against Phillies, including the sweep earlier this year up at Citi Field. We also have pair of tickets, Phils, Padres, July 1st, 6:30 p.m. first pitch. It's fireworks night. Come hang out with us at the game. We're going pair of tickets. The final pair we have to give away this week, so this is a big one. Tri-Day Friday. Something fun to do when the power is out. Occupy your time. And for everyone out there who's childish like Hugh Douglas, we already took that answer off the board.
Wake me up before you go.
All right. Before we go back to the phones now, let's throw this out there. So last night, Christopher Sanchez was excellent. 8 innings pitched.
Man, that was, yeah.
He was good, right? So, and the Phillies starters, for the most part, I know Aaron Nola had a tough year and then got hurt. But they really have lived up to the billing, I would say. I mean, Wheeler's always great. Other than his first start, Suarez has been great. I would say Sanchez has been good to quite good. I don't think he's been Cy Young level that people may have predicted for the season, but he's been quite good. And even the back end guys, like when they've had to rely on Abel or they've had to give the ball to Taiwan, I mean, the rotation has just been good. And Luzardo had 10 amazing starts, and then he fell off for a couple, and then he got better here. So Here is the question, Hugh Douglas. Let's play a little game of pretend. You ready? We're going to pretend something.
I'm listening.
Pretend the playoffs start next week. Who's your Game 2 starter? I mean, there's no debate on number 1, right? Zach Wheeler gets the ball in Game 1. Who gets the ball in Game 2 if the manager is Hugh Douglas?
Am I a prisoner of the moment?
You can be whatever you want.
Well, because you got 2 great starts from Ranger the other night, and Sanchez.
Yep.
I'm gonna give Ranger the ball because, to Kyle's point, he does it. We didn't pay him. I'm operating under the assumption that we didn't pay him yet, and he's hungry. And what better way to up your stock, if you will, to go out there, be the number 2 pitcher, and go out there and pitch lights out. So I'm going with Ranger.
So
he got them frosted tips.
Well, he does have those, and
that's a big deal.
Yeah. Would you say his big game moxie or the frosted tips?
The frosted tips and
reason,
the I think that he got the moxie because he got the tips frosted.
Oh, you think it's like a 1-1 egg?
Yeah, you know, you got like
chicken or the egg.
See, this is what happened for Ranger right now. Follow me. You ready?
Yes.
Got his wife back. He didn't got used to having the wife and the kids at the house.
Okay.
Got the frosted tips.
Settled in.
And now he's trying to get his bank account right.
One step at a time.
Hey, listen, got my wife with me, got me some frosted tips. Now it's time to go get that bread. So that's what he's doing. Power went out last night. Well, he was working. He was with the team, but still.
They were flying back from Miami. Hopefully they had power.
No, but I'm just saying. The Stars have a line for Ranger, so I'm giving Ranger the ball. I'm giving him the second. He's the second pitcher. He get the ball.
So I'm not going to fight you and say it's a bad idea because it's not. I mean, Ranger has, again, like you said, frosted tips and big game moxie.
He got the big game moxie and the frosted tips.
He has a good track record in the postseason. So I think Ranger is certainly pitched his way to, like 6 weeks ago, it would have been kind of silly to say Ranger, I think. Even though he had a track record, it was like, wait, we got all these other guys. You're picking Ranger? I don't think it's silly. I think it's very fair to pick Ranger. I would go with Luzardo just because I still think he has the highest upside of all these guys. Like, I think Luzardo at his best is the second best pitcher on the team. And I feel like we've seen that, 10 of his starts this year out of the 13 or whatever it is. Maybe it's 11 out of 14, whatever we're up to now. He's been, at times, like, we were talking about him before you jinxed his season by saying he was a Cy Young contender. He's the only other guy we say that about is Wheeler, right? We as much as we like,
he was on a tear.
He was on a tear, and I feel like he has think about that game against the Cubs the other last week, right? That's the kind of lineup you're going to see in the postseason: Dodgers, Cubs, Mets, right? Those you got to go through some combination of those teams.
Agreed.
They've got big lineups with great hitters like Ohtani and Freeman and Betts and Soto. You got to strike those guys out. You can't just put it over the plate and hope they just have weak contact. So I would go Luzardo. Now I will say this, he's on thin ice for my number 2 starter because he's had a couple of these outrageous blow-ups. And I did hear a clip. I didn't hear it live, but I saw a clip of Joe DeCamara, I guess it was some point this week, saying that he talked to someone who knows. I'm reading between the lines. Maybe Joe's talking to an ex-pitcher.
Joe was talking to people?
Well, yeah. I mean, he said he talked to someone who knows pitching really well. So I'm going to guess he probably ran into an ex-pitcher.
So Hugh Douglas.
Not Hugh. No, I wouldn't classify him as that.
I'm just surprised Joe talking to people outside of work, though.
Well, Joe does play golf with people sometimes. I'm not sure he plays it well, but like he he
no good golf.
Yeah, is he better than you think?
Probably. I don't play golf though. I'm a heckler. I think like now that I think about it, yes, I think I
trying to
bothered.
Concentrate. You're taking
as
silly
a matter of
videos.
fact, when I was out there, I think I bothered Joe when he was playing because I said something about his swing.
Yeah,
I don't think he liked it too much.
But anyway, back to the story. Joe referenced that he spoke to someone who knows pitching, and that person thinks Luzardo still could be tipping pitches, even though he's gotten through the last couple starts. That maybe he's not fully out of the woods. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not fully sold on Luzardo being as great as he was earlier this season, but I know it's in him. If he could refine it, if he can make sure he's not tipping. Long story short, I'd go Luzardo. So you're going Ranger.
You're going Ranger.
I'd go Luzardo for a game 2 if the playoffs started tomorrow. Kyle, where would you go? Let's say the playoffs are about to start. Who are you getting the ball? Who are you handing the ball to in game 2?
It's got to be Ranger Suarez. He's got a one. Let's see. I just looked it up.
It's like 1 something, isn't it, in the playoffs?
Yeah, 8 starts. 1.43 ERA.
That's pretty remarkable.
Stones, man. The dude has stones. And he's the kind of guy that I trust. Say they do somehow lose a game 1 with Zach Wheeler. I trust Ranger Suarez to help the team bounce back and win game 2. Also, when I think about a playoff situation, I think of a guy who can get himself out of jams. And Ranger Suarez might be the most crafty pitcher that we have in our arsenal. Like, Ranger's got to be the guy. Even, especially last season against the Mets, Ranger did not even bring his best stuff. And every single time he went out there, he was getting out of the craziest jams. Like, Ranger Suarez got to be the guy. By the way, I put up a poll, and I'm getting cooked for this.
Okay.
I said if the playoffs started now, who would be the number 2?
Yeah.
And, big brain over here is, well, Aaron Nola's on the IL, so if they started now, he couldn't pitch.
They didn't.
Thanks.
They didn't have any vision.
Well, you
don't understand.
You put Nola in the poll or no?
Yeah, I put Nola in the poll.
Oh, I understand.
But people,
They don't. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big brain. Yeah. You're a genius. Shut up.
So I guess Nola's not getting many votes, is that what you're telling me?
He's got 2% so far.
2%. So people trying to be difficult, trying to have fun. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go to Aaron, who's up next on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Aaron.
All right, so can I guess on the tri-day? I got July 1st off, and I actually can. I got some airline miles where I could actually. Fly out
sure. You give us the best answer.
What you got?
Come on out. What do you got? So give us something to do when the power's out.
We're going to go to a next level, and my tri-day is going to be adult slip and slide.
Oh,
All
you mean
need is 3 things?
Oh, yeah. Let me.
All you need is 3 things:
water,
rubber sheets, a 5-gallon bucket of baby oil, your significant other, and it's a lot more fun in the dark.
Sound like some P. Diddy stuff.
Oh, God.
To be.
I mean, come on.
You kind of lost me with the baby oil.
Off the rails or what?
I thought when you said slip and slide, I thought you meant like a real one with
He
water.
meant like, he means some P.
I get
Diddy.
it. No, I get it. He went.
The problem with the fanatical sports fans is we are as perverse as it gets. So
I blame
That's
you.
a lot.
I blame you for this.
Why? What'd I do?
Well, as soon as we threw out tri-day, your giggles led people down this path.
but
Now, that's where we went.
Let's be honest.
Someone could have said, play cards, play rummy.
Now
now we got adult slip and slides.
Let's be honest. If you're with your significant other and the power goes out, I mean, the options are. You know what I mean? They're limited. They're kind of limited.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Maybe we could try to broaden people's minds here. Let's say
we could try.
Let's say it's got to be some sort of a family activity. What if you're not
okay,
alone?
if you got kids.
You got
okay,
kids.
Like think outside the box. Think outside the box.
That's what makes it challenging, right?
But
Because they
adult
want
slip
the
side
electronics.
is pretty. That's pretty unique, though. But I guess you got to have like. I'm assuming you got to have like high fences in your backyard.
I love how you're going down the path.
Well, no, because you got to work. Like, say, for instance, you got to be somewhere where you got a little land. And you can have a little bit of.
All right, what do you got?
Hey, the great thing with adult slip and slide is you got kids. You just lock the door. That's all you got to do.
Well, it depends how old they are, Aaron. But yeah,
they could probably unlock the door.
Hey, so I got a questionnaire for you guys,
and
it has to do with the top 11 list and the top 10 list.
Okay.
And Hugh, with your NFL expertise and your history with being an Eagles Hall of Famer, what is more important, passing yards or wins?
I would say wins.
Well, I think everyone would agree with that.
I mean, because listen, it's so hard to win in the NFL. So, I say wins.
What is more important, touchdown passes or wins?
Oh, wins. It's wins for me.
Aaron, do you ever start with the topic at hand?
Is anything going to beat wins, Aaron? Like, why are we doing things that everyone knows the answer to?
Because, Joe, your theory of Jalen Hurts not being the top athlete in Philadelphia, as well as being the top 1 or 2 quarterback in the NFL, is ridiculous.
Well, it's not a theory. This is reality. I mean, Aaron, I don't know what to tell you. It's
not reality. What would you, Joe? What would you rather do? Would you rather play well in the beginning of the season or at the end of the season?
Well, the end of the season, but sometimes you need to play well throughout the season. That's an option too.
You got anything on the Phils, Aaron?
Do you think Josh Allen would rather be the NFL MVP or a Super Bowl MVP?
Well, again, you're asking questions you know the answer to.
We all know the answer to it. That's why Jalen Hurts is the number one.
What we're doing, and Aaron, we appreciate it. We just got to move off because we haven't got to the Mets Phillies series.
the worst.
You already knew that.
What the issue is, we continue to have a disease where we conflate team success with individual success, and we say what's better. Everyone knows what's better, but that's not what any of this is about. The debate. Let's try to calm myself down. Before I crash out here at 11:14. We haven't even gotten there. We actually planned something here to have this conversation.
The worst.
Yeah,
The worst.
This is like the caller yesterday in the afternoon show that was yelling at Spike and Jack about how he'd rather have Jalen Hurts than Dan Marino. What are you talking about? Like, why do we go to this level? Why can't we have any reality to anything anymore? Because certain people around here encourage believing your truth versus the truth.
And I caught a stray just like that.
Yes.
I just sat here.
I know.
And was not going to say a word because I know this rabbit hole that happens once we have this conversation.
Well, then I'll pause the rabbit hole. But,
Okay,
but you're in trouble for this.
I didn't do anything.
Did you not encourage people to live?
He asked me a question.
No,
and I asked.
No, you didn't do anything wrong with your answers. It is you encourage people to live their truth. That's a problem. I mean, that's where we get to when we do this.
I mean, this guy's Kyle cuts his eyes at me because
Sam and King of Prussia.
Yeah, let's
don't talk to Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Guys, and Jalen Hurts is the greatest quarterback that's ever lived. Just kidding.
I sensed the your calf kidding in your voice, and I needed that because if you weren't, I think I might have walked out.
Look, I'm going to be very short and sweet about the Jalen Hurts stuff. He's 5 or 6. He's great. I think the radio station underrates him. I think we overrate him. Let's just leave it at that.
You know what? I'm good with that. I think that's probably the fairest thing said on this radio station in a whole week. So, go ahead. What do you think on the Phils?
Okay, so the Phils. I mean, it's a marathon. It's forever. So, expectations are always the World Series, especially now because of that the couple runs over the last years. I'm still in on them because there's a lot of season left. Bryce being hurt is not great. I'm still in on them. What I've noticed with them, and Joe, you might disagree, but I feel like this is very true. Mm-hmm. They get up for big games and they get down for the games that they should win, like the Pirates series. Like they should have handled those guys. They didn't. The Dodgers and inexplicably the Cubs, they seem to enjoy playing and it brings the best out of them. So I think with the Mets, you got to win 2 games.
Sam, I don't disagree with you. I think you're right on that. I feel it in the way they play. I mean, sometimes they can still play like crap and beat the Rockies because they're so bad. But I think the quality of play, I do think they bring it for the good teams. Now, for whatever reason, it hasn't mattered against the Mets. That's why I think the Mets are in their heads, and I need that to change because when I realized this morning the Mets have taken 12 out of the last 16, that's a lot.
See, I'm worried. I'm worried, Joe, to be honest, that even though the Mets are struggling, they tend to get right against the Phillies the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So it kind of bothers me. Or they do really well against the Phillies, but still continue to struggle. So I guess in the long run, we might not run into the Mets in the postseason, which is fine. I mean, I would rather not because, Joe, what's funny is I don't know if you guys ever hear New York radio. Dude, they hate Juan Soto up there. They hate him.
Well, it's funny. I've seen some clips. It's amazing how much he gets talked about, right? Because the Yankees fans, which are probably more than half of the people there, they hate that he left for the Mets. And the Mets fans are either defending him or they're annoyed he hasn't been better. So it's a lot.
Should have never gotten the contract.
Right.
He's a bum. Can't play the outfield, which we knew because he kind of lost that Padres series for them with kind of his nonchalant fielding against us. But that's a story for another day. But I have an amazing answer.
Okay, what do you got?
That is not a Blue Chew commercial because I don't know what you guys are doing over there. Blue Chew is the afternoon thing. Let's keep it with the afternoon guys.
Yes. See, they need Blue Chew. We don't need Blue Chews over here.
Listen.
Everything works.
Chew. This is church. Let's keep it clean. All right.
I got you.
On a Friday. It's a Sabbath. It's a holy day. Let's get it going.
Okay.
So my suggestion is this: sleep. Whenever I have the power out, I can't do anything. I can't get on my electronic stuff. I go to bed. I get some shut-eye. I recharge for when the power is on.
Sam, it's a good one, and I did that.
That's what
last
I did.
night.
I slept through the storm.
Well,
though.
you sleep. It was at 6:00.
Yeah, I slept through the storm.
Okay, Sam,
and I got up and watched the Phillies.
Sam, good answer, man. We appreciate it. I did sleep. Not like at 6:00, but I went to bed way earlier last night than normal. It's I don't know. The power's probably not coming back. And my phone's going to die if I keep looking at it or touch it. So I'm just going to put the phone down and go to sleep. So I think that's a good one. But I don't know if Would that resonate with you? You sleep no matter what.
No, I'm going to go to sleep. Like, the only thing that would probably bother me, because, I got those wind turbine fans that I have.
Those.
Like, I can't have those, so it'll probably be hard to sleep.
Yeah.
But then I have to go to my alternative.
What's that?
Gummies. Take me a couple gummies. Then
well, as we know from our trip down to Florida.
Yeah,
you'll be good
stuck.
if you're on those. Yeah.
Got stuck.
Left you in the airport.
That was a good time.
Pop up at the kiosk.
That was a good time, though.
Yeah. I remember texting Kyle, like, look at Hugh over there. Guy's doing what he's doing.
All glassy-eyed.
Y'all do not understand how I would have stayed in Florida if that lady wouldn't have came to help me. If she didn't help me, I would have still been in Florida.
Imagine the next morning we're in the meeting. Where's Hugh? We think he's still in the airport.
She's like, no, don't worry about it. I got you. I was like, thank you.
Yeah, and then you didn't know what you were doing. Bam and Upper Darby. What's up, Bam?
What up, Bam?
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Bam! What's up?
Not much. Before I get to my point, right? Rob from Delco stole my answer yesterday.
Really?
Yep, he said my uncle's name. You know I fell out of the tree, right?
No.
Wait, what?
Yeah. As soon as Rob said my answer yesterday, I was in a tree. I was climbing a tree outside my house and I fell.
What do you mean you were in a tree?
What are you doing? Climbing for apples or something? What were you doing?
Nah, we were just sitting up there because it was a nice day. And as soon as he said my answer, I dropped my phone and I was like, yo. And then I just slipped and fell.
Are you okay? You get hurt?
I got 12 stitches, a gash in my head.
Damn.
And I re-injured my leg that I got.
Oh, no. Well, Bam, we wish you the best. How high was that tree?
Pretty high.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Like treehouse height.
Yeah, I would suggest maybe next time calling from flat ground. Just
yeah,
try that. All right, so Bam, what do you got? Are you believing? Can the Phillies make you a full believer this weekend?
As long as they can get past the Mets series, then not repeat like they did in London, like last year, like they did in London last year.
Yeah, that was a disaster. Well, they won the first one, then they lost that second one, and it was all downhill from there.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're right. Hey, before I get my answers to Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I shout out my bus driver and my attorney?
You just did.
Yeah, sure.
I guess so.
Larry Clark and I forget.
Leave him alone, Joey.
Dude.
He fell out.
Right. What is going on?
Buddy fell out of a tree, man. He got a big old gash in his forehead.
Yeah.
12 stitches, Kyle.
12 of them.
12 stitches and it hurts.
All right, Ben, what do you got?
I want to fall out of a tree.
Try to fall out of a tree. Is that it?
All right. No.
Okay.
No. So I was telling Kyle back there, you got some commercials come with some meetings, come with TVs, like an entertainment system. Sit in the car and watch movies with your family.
You want to watch an entertainment system in the car?
Watch a movie.
Watch a movie in the car, but there's no power. You using the car power? Is that how you're doing this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Bam, we appreciate it. So we're going to watch a movie or a TV show in the car. Pile in the car, use the car power to fire up the electronics. All right, so Bam, we wish you the best. Again, I don't tell people where to call from. Obviously, we want you to be safe, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe not Treehouse. It's not the best idea. Or Tree Branch to call the show from. That feels a little dangerous. But we wish Bam the best this weekend. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. All right, back to your phone calls. Phillies, Mets this weekend. Can the Phillies make you a full and true believer this weekend? Plus, later today, the top 3 of the top 11 will be unveiled. We likely know exactly who those 3 players are, just not the order. And I have a feeling something ridiculous is about to happen. We'll discuss it next. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cake topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, you got options for days, people. You got the frosted mini donuts, you got the powdered mini donuts, and who can forget the delicious dip and stick flavors? I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Rain ends after midnight tomorrow, 86 and mostly sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WI.
You can listen to Scott and LA on 94 WIP, but they're all nationally televised games. Tonight is an Apple TV game, so if you're not going to be there tonight, you need Apple TV to watch tonight's game. Tomorrow, I think, is Fox. Is it the Fox Saturday national broadcast? And then Sunday, we get Sunday Night Baseball. So that's a big weekend series here with all the different networks. Broadcast these games. All right, Hugh, we're going to get back to the phone calls and the Phils here. And, of course, Tri-Day Friday, we're looking for things to do when the power is out.
The power is out.
It is for a lot of us. We've got some interesting answers so far, including sleep and then some adult stuff going on there, and then throw a football around. So we'll see. Try to think of it more in a family perspective. Like,
if you got kids or something.
Yeah, what do you do with the whole family when the power's out? All right, so best answer today we get today, we'll get a pair of tickets, Phillies, Padres, Tuesday, July 1st. But, Hugh, you know what today is, right? It's a big day and has nothing to do with the Phillies or the Mets. Today is the final day of the countdown of the top 11 athletes currently in Philadelphia sports. So yesterday, Jack and Spike unveiled the last, the next two names on the list, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have now counted this thing down from 11 through 4. Let me recap or let you guys know where the list is at, and then obviously today will be 3, 2, and 1. Here is the official list as it's been announced on the afternoon show this week. And again, this is half the votes of the listeners and half the votes of us here at WIP. Number 11, Devontae Smith. Number 10, Joel Embiid. Number 9, Jordan Mailata. Number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Number 7, Jalen Carter. Number 6, Lane Johnson. And Hugh, the two that were listed yesterday. Number 5 is A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4 was Bryce Harper.
Okay.
What hit you from yesterday's? AJ and Bryce, 5 and 4.
AJ's pretty hot. Like the how close in proximity those two are. I would say that.
I think Bryce is a little bit high. He was not as high on my list. I mean, I don't think the last year for Bryce Harper's been great. I mean, I just don't think he's been great the last year. Now, he's got a resume, a great resume, but I don't think he's been great the last year. So I found the Bryce one to be high. I think AJ belongs in that range. Now, I think I can pretty accurately guess the top 3. I don't know the order yet, but I could pretty accurately guess who's going to Jalen, Saquon, and Wheeler. They're going to be the top 3 athletes in Philadelphia on this list.
Mm-hmm.
You do you think not?
No, I think you're right.
Okay.
I think you're right when you say that. No, I'm trying to figure out, like, honestly, when you said it, I was trying to figure out where Wheeler was going to go.
So he's either 1, 2, 3 or not on the list.
Well, that's what I mean. I know, I'm thinking.
I'll boycott the list.
I'm thinking 3.
I'm thinking about doing it anyway.
Okay, so you think Wheeler's going to come in at 3. I think that is a fair guess. He very well might come in at 3 today on the list. Here is what I am sensing already, and I don't know what else to do besides talk through it. Jalen Hurts is going to come in at 1 or 2 today, isn't he?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
And that's that's to me more
triggering.
Well, no, it's crazy. Then it.
I mean, it really isn't. I think for the space that you live in, it's crazy, and which is surprising because you've been here a lot longer than I have, and it's surprising to me that you don't understand how this fan base looks at Jalen and the fact that the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Well, I know the last thing. We lived it.
Well, I don't want to harp on that because that's been a huge talking point.
You do,
but again, I tried to frame it in a way where you could understand it. It's the whole Rocky thing. It's the whole underdog thing. We epitomize that here in Philadelphia.
Cook you.
And Jalen is the epitome of the underdog story. Second round draft pick. When he got drafted, nobody believed in him, you know? And he comes in and he leads this Philadelphia Eagle team to not one but 2 Super Bowls, wins 1. And regardless to what is being said about him year in and year out by all the naysayers and, you know, people that do what we do, he has still risen to the occasion. You know, it's one of those things. He's an anomaly, if you will, where no matter what you say about him, and the numbers aren't pretty all the time, he gets the job done. Kind of like Rocky. Kind of like Rocky in a sense. Why are you looking at me not? I'm trying to frame it in a way that you understand. Because it's the same thing with Rocky. What did Mick say? You're 5 foot nothing. You're 100 and nothing. What makes you think you got a chance to be a contender? And he went out and he became one of the greatest folk heroes in American history. So much so, Joe.
American history.
And Kyle. Let me cook. So much so that we treat Rocky like a real person here in Philadelphia. See, that's the thing that you tend to forget. And when and so I go so far as to say, when you disrespect the statue, there's consequences and repercussions. I mean, and that's just, it is what it is. And see, the problem that you two people have with this is that you can't wrap your mind around that, how much Rocky means to us. And once you realize that, then you would be in a lot better space.
You done?
Yeah. I feel pretty good about that.
It was a wonderful web of fiction you just spin there. I mean, that was great. He's not Rocky. He was a second-round pick. He went to Oklahoma and Alabama. He finished second in the. I don't know what happened here. I don't know when we got on this train as a collective, but we have totally lost the plot. You just described him like he was Brock Purdy. That's Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft, 5 foot nothing, 100. Jalen Hurts is an elite athlete. I actually think everyone that talks about him that way is discrediting the player he is. He is a really good football player. He has been a productive quarterback. He finished second in the Heisman. He has been a dominant player at times. He's not Rocky. He was in the second round of the draft. He was the 53rd pick.
That was sickening, dude.
He was the 53rd pick in the draft. Rocky, that's not why he's rated this high. He's rated this high because everyone's lost their mind, and I gave you my theory yesterday. This is a guilt trip. I know as people are in traffic right now, they feel uncomfortable when I say this because you know who you are. There's people out there, you didn't think he could play. You thought he sucked. You thought they should get Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson or whatever quarterback. And then you realize, I guess he could play. Oh, man, he might be the best quarterback in Eagles history. I got to vote him number 1. No, you don't. He's a good player. Jalen Hurts is a good NFL quarterback. And we're lucky we have a good NFL quarterback because they could win with that because they have a lot of other places. But the idea that he's going to finish 1 or 2 today on this list is just, we've lost our minds here. We just have lost it. It's crazy.
I've resigned to the fact that this is what I think is going to happen. I'm not sure. But I think just to stick it to us, these people, that's right, these people,
oh boy,
they're going to vote this man number 1 on the list just to stick it to us. And you know what? I've had an epiphany.
Oh, have you come to an understanding on this? Yeah, you good now?
You know, I've decided it makes me feel good. It puts into perspective how freaking stupid the average person is. And that I am not one of those people. I feel good.
All right, so we're all handling it in a different way. Yeah, you're calling everyone stupid.
Yes.
I'm saying everyone's guilty. And Hugh's trying to make it out to be Rocky. So
I'm just saying, I'm just telling you what it is. Yeah. I'm just telling you what it is.
But he's not a little engine that could. He's not 5'11".
Kind of.
He's not.
Well, when you compare him to the other quarterbacks that we like to compare him to.
But we're comparing him to the players in Philadelphia.
You're going way too far.
No, I'm just saying.
Then why isn't Jordan Mailata number 1? He was a 7th-round pick who didn't play football. He played rugby.
I'm trying to tell you the psyche of the Eagles fan.
I know,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I don't get why isn't Mailata higher?
Because I tried to tell you this a while ago. Is that it's because of the ridicule that he's gotten, and he's been unwavering in his backlash, if you will.
What ridicule does he get?
Well, the fact that people call in and talking about he's not this, that, or the third. The fact that Chris Sims tends to, talk bad about him every chance he gets.
But Chris
it's
Sims
all
has
of that.
ranked him a top 10 quarterback 3 years in a row. I actually think this is
rent-free in Houston.
This is all made up.
But
He doesn't get ridicule anymore.
I'm trying to tell you how people hear it. See, I am trying to bring, like they say, remove the curtain, bring you back, unveil the veil, or whatever the hell they say. You know what the hell they say. But anyway, yeah,
I like that.
That's what I'm trying to unveil the veil. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to tell you, and it's irritating to some, but I get it because that's what people think and they feel when they see Jalen.
I think I have a solid analogy. Okay. We'll see. And I know the Jalen analogies have been flying off the hook.
Yeah.
But I feel pretty good about this one.
Mm-hmm.
So you have one final exam. You need a 70. That 70 is a passing grade, right?
Mm-hmm.
You graduate if you get this passing grade. Now, I'm not saying Jalen is a 70. I'll give him maybe he's a 75. Maybe he's an 80, right? You pass the test with that. That's wonderful. You should be very happy that you passed the test and you graduated college. There's nothing wrong with that. But is a 90 on the test better? You bet your ass it's better. There are guys out there that are 90s on the test, a 95 on the test. But you know what? It's okay because you got the passing grade. And we should all be happy with the passing grade. But we can all readily admit that it's not a 90 and that it's not a 95 and that an A is a little bit better.
Yeah. We can.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've resigned. I mean, we know he's going to be top 3 now, right? That's clear. Jalen Hurts will be rated a top 3 Philadelphia athlete right now when the list is unveiled in full today. We know that. He's going to be in the top 3. I know this. If he's ahead of Wheeler or Saquon, I think it's crazy. That's my perspective on it. Like I've actually come to the I've come to my senses on if you want to put him above, I don't know, AJ, Bryce, Lane. I'm not going to fight you on it, right? Like, if you want to do that, I just can't do the Saquon Wheeler thing. Those are the 2 most excellent athletes in Philadelphia. He's not better than them. That's where I'm at. Where do you guys come down? Is Jalen Hurts could be rated the number 1 athlete in Philadelphia by, I think 2:30 this afternoon. They'll unveil that thing. 215-592-9494. The graduation, college, tests, valedict, that whole thing that Kyle just threw out that analogy, it is kind of interesting because feels like we're trying to make him the valedictorian when he was a B- student for most of the semester. Not the valedictorian.
I mean, if
gotta
that's
have a
how
lot
you
of
look at
A's.
it.
Got to have a lot of A's to be the valedictorian. Highest GPA. He didn't have that.
I mean, it's just, if that's the way you want to spin it, but I'm trying to tell you what it is, and that's why people feel the way that they feel. They feel like Jalen has been slighted so much that there might be an overcorrection. I give you that.
But then then I feel stronger. He's not the best athlete in Philadelphia. We just want to name him that. Like I just don't get it. I know everyone has different criteria, right? That's part of this. We all
won the Super Bowl.
Well, the team did.
Well, Jalen was the catalyst for them winning the Super Bowl. I know you hate that. That really burns your biscuits.
It's not because it's just untrue.
It's Jalen.
Well, the defense was in that particular game. The biggest reason they won the game.
I hear you. I mean, we can rehash this as much as we can, but I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you.
But you don't believe it.
I believe that Jalen was the catalyst for this team. I believe Jalen was that dude that he needed to be all year long. Yeah, I believe that.
Well, I think he played well. I'm just saying that the catalyst means the reason they won the game. I mean, they won the game with their defense. I mean, their defense scored a touchdown and set them up on the 11-yard line for another one right before halftime of the game. I think the defense was the biggest reason. All right, where do you guys come down on all this? We now know that there's only 3 spots left in the top 11 list. It's going to be, in some order, Jalen Hurts, Zach Wheeler, Saquon Barkley. I think that order, as I just said it, 3-2-1, Hurts, Wheeler, Barkley, feels like the fairest way to do this based on what we know and what I think is going to happen. But if Hurts is 1 or 2, I just think it's just ridiculous. He's just not as good as those players. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Travis is up on WIP talking some Phillies. What's up, Travis?
Hey, guys. I mean, on the Jalen thing, it's clearly because he won a Super Bowl, but you guys got to talk about that later. I'm excited for tonight. We have Apple TV. I know all the old people in Philadelphia love the Apple TV game. We got the City Connects. We got the old school Wheeler on the mound. Hopefully he throws at Lindor, wakes this team up. I think tonight is big for their psyche. I don't think it really matters with the standings. These guys have not had the swagger that they used to have after getting beat by the Mets in the playoffs. You can tell they're just kind of playing with less energy. I think a win in this series, maybe a blowout game in there somewhere, can give these guys the swagger they used to have, the fun team that we used to watch over the last couple of years.
And Travis, I totally agree. It's almost like the rivalries in the NL East have flipped to where 2-3 years ago the Braves and the Phillies were the two teams going back and forth, and the Phillies kind of stole that swagger from the Braves, and now the Mets have stolen it from the Phillies. It's like they're passing that torch. We got to get it back because it really feels like that's happened. I mean, that series up in New York in April, Travis, the games weren't blowouts. It just felt like every big moment the Mets did something good and we did something bad.
Yeah, 100%. I do have to say I love that the Braves are not even part of the conversation. Like, that's like just a nice little bonus dessert to where the season is at right now.
It is great, yeah. I'm tired of them. They've been good for too long. But it was nice to see them this week. And Travis, good phone call, man. It was nice to see the Braves beat the Mets up this week. They did us a little favor here. Yeah,
they did. They're still alive a little bit, too.
A little bit. They're 10 back behind the Phillies and the Mets. I don't think they're good enough this year to win this division. Now, can they creep back in the wild card race? I mean, maybe. I mean, they've won, 5 out of 6 or whatever it is, 4 out of 6. They swept the Mets. Maybe. I think the Phillies and Mets are just at a higher level over the course of a full season. Now, let's go to Aaron in King of Prussia. What's up, Aaron?
Yeah, so I'm weighing in on this Hurts thing.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, what is the biggest reason why people were saying that the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl? Who had to step up? It was Hurts. They said if Hurts didn't step up, we weren't going to win the Super Bowl. So he stepped up, and he won the Super Bowl. And the other thing is, he's the biggest reason. He was the X factor. The other thing is, nobody takes away from Saquon Barkley and says, oh, Saquon has a good coach and Saquon has a great line, so he can't be the number one athlete. Every athlete needs players behind him.
I agree with that, but Saquon's a better football player. Who's a better football player?
When you put the mental aspect in it, I would actually go with Hurts.
Oh my goodness!
Even though I like Saquon better because Hurts had to sacrifice.
But this is all feeling stuff. Who's better?
This, though. All these other quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you're talking about, would they have stopped passing the ball and handed it off?
But Aaron, you're asking the wrong question. Aaron, you're asking the wrong question. Would the team have asked them to stop throwing?
Would the team have asked them to stop throwing?
Yes.
Probably not.
Well, that's the question. We had to do this, and it worked, Aaron. And Jalen, I agree with you in that he put himself below the team, right? We'll put it that way. He was team first, and he did a good job, and he was efficient what they asked him to do. But like we're missing the big thing. Like they wanted to stop throwing the football because it wasn't efficient. I mean they weren't winning that way. I mean that's the reality of it.
Let me ask you this: who's the Eagles' backup quarterback?
Well, right now it's Tanner McKee.
If Tanner McKee last year was the quarterback, would they have won the Super Bowl even with Saquon there?
Probably not. But what?
You have to have a Super Bowl winning quarterback for this whole thing to work, and he has to turn it on when it has to be turned on, and you can't take that from him.
I'm confused. He's the best player in Philadelphia because he's better than Tanner McKee. That's the criteria?
Mm-hmm. No, they in the Super Bowl they shut down Saquon and they said, "Listen,
Jalen beat us."
Yeah,
and he destroyed them.
Right, but the game was won by the defense, though. I mean, like that's true, but the game was won by the defense.
It wouldn't have been won by the defense if Tanner was there. Because
what does that have to do with the defense?
Different game. Because the defense kept playing the defense because they were scoring.
But the game, did we forget
this
game? The game was over by the time Jalen got going offensively. What are we talking about? He had an interception in the first half, and the defense basically put up 14 points. Like he played well, but it wasn't like they dominated all game from the offense. The third quarters when
who was the MVP? The defense was who won the MVP?
But they can't give it to the defense, Aaron. They give it to a player.
They could have gave it to a player on the defense, but who was the MVP?
Well, Aaron, part of the issue was they all dominated. Which defensive player would you have chosen?
I So I'm going to ask you a question. Name me another MVP quarterback that you say is not good. An MVP Super Bowl
So,
winner.
Aaron, have I ever said Jalen Hurts is not a good quarterback? Ever?
No.
No. So what are you talking about?
You're not ranking him high up. A couple years ago, he was going to be MVP of the season as well.
Well, but so is Carson Wentz. I mean, every year has a shoulda MVP. He didn't win an MVP of the league. If you want to talk about Super Bowl MVPs, I could name 5 or 6 or 7 that in the history of the league you forget who they are. Like, I'm not saying that's Jalen, but like, I mean, come on. Larry Brown won a Super Bowl MVP. Malcolm Smith won a Super Bowl MVP. Like, Super Bowl MVP is not that, like, in terms of the annals of the NFL, who cares?
It's a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
You get a card, too, don't you?
The season. He wasn't just the Super Bowl MVP.
But
he was running for the Super Bowl MVP of the season.
No, he wasn't.
But in 2022, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought that year he was a great player. He hasn't played at that level since. Not consistently. I mean, that's what.
Won Super
He
Bowl.
does when he has to.
Wow,
Groundbreaking.
Yeah.
He wins football games, too.
Yeah, he does win a lot of football games. Aaron, what's your activity to do when the power's out?
When the power's out, just turn on the radio. Oh, you don't have the radio on, so you just
Can't
sit
turn
there
the
with the
radio
kids on. It's family time.
Family time.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's true. It is family time. I'm trying to figure out the activities with the family.
Dude, I'm telling you,
family time.
Never felt better.
You know, he won the Super Bowl. Did you know that? Do you think we could have a Jalen Hurts day where you're not allowed to say he won the Super Bowl and just talk about positively about the player?
No, because it's a big deal.
No, but
we live in a ring culture, like what LeBron was talking about the other day. Ring culture.
Well, we don't have to. I could talk positively about all sorts of players who never won.
Well, you can say
talk about
okay,
the player, the game,
okay,
the way he plays.
Say okay, we have that conversation.
Yeah.
Jalen, for whatever reason, let's just say okay, we're not talking about Super Bowls. Jalen has beat quarterbacks. Well, the team, since we want to play semantics, he's beaten teams, quarterbacks that are better than him. And he's risen to the occasion. Like, there's been times where Jalen has made phenomenal plays. Now, not to the number of a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen like that, but Jalen has had moments where he's made some phenomenal plays.
Sure, yes. Well, he's a good player.
Jalen finds ways to win. And I think that's what people gravitate towards. It's not always pretty, and it's not always the way that you want your quarterback to traditionally win football games. But Jalen does that. And, you know, this is where I'm stuck at in this. And I understand where you and Kyle's argument is. But it's been ingrained in me that, number one, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right? Mm-hmm. And the absolute most important thing that you can do is win a Super Bowl, like as a player, because that's the pinnacle.
Sure, but you're right. But we've decided now that counts for him more than it counts for Saquon.
Well,
Saquon on some people's lists, Saquon is below Jalen, even though he's not as productive, and they both won together.
I look at it like this. When I first got here, remember we went to the Kelsey's thing down in at the shore or whatever.
Yeah, we're going back there next week.
And I said something to the effect that between the two quarterbacks, I would take Michael Vick over Nick Foles. And people had a fit, and they were talking about how I was disrespectful to Nick and all this other stuff. And in that moment, I knew it was because I strictly based that off of talent alone. That it wasn't about what Nick did or anything like that. I strictly based it off of talent. And when I said that, people ratioed me and got mad because they was like, but he won the Super Bowl.
But I remember that. We got to get to Scott coming up. But Michael Vick also didn't produce much here. He was here for a short period of time. He had one great season. It wasn't like he never had a Saquon season here.
He didn't.
Mike Vick had like 10 weeks of great football as an Eagle.
But what Michael Vick did when he got here to Philadelphia, what Michael Vick did was show you potentially what he could have been.
Oh, I agree.
If he would have been with a better team and a better coach.
Yeah, no, talent-wise, he was an all-timer.
Just real quick, if you're a defensive coordinator and you're looking at the Eagles' offense last season, who are you game planning for?
Saquon.
That's it. He's better.
But this is why you're game planning for Saquon. Is because
checking out for
you want Jalen to beat you with his arm,
right.
But he did that.
Right, he did it, but he doesn't do it consistently.
If you're game planning for the Bills, you're game planning for Josh Allen.
If he does this consistently, this is a moot conversation.
But he never has.
Okay,
That's
but
the point.
Again, you're only as good as your last game. I win.
Well, then Saquon stinks. 215-592-9494. All right, we're here now. All right. Well,
That's your fault.
Not my fault. This is top 11 week. Scott Fransky next. Your phone calls as well. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, Hatfield just dropped something special as I took my mints out my mouth as I just put them in. Marinated carnitas, boneless pork roast, everybody. They're tender, juicy, flavor for days. This isn't your average pork roast. This is a next-level pork roast. The new Hatfield Marinated Carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you'll want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork. When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Phillies baseball is in full swing, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside green tea and vodka. The best part, zero bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one. And they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change.
wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Connor McDavid isn't saying he's leaving Edmonton, but he's not saying he's staying either. Quote, I still need to do what's best for me and my family, end quote, just days after another gutting Stanley Cup final loss. Now McDavid enters the final year of his deal, eligible for an extension on July 1st. If he doesn't re-sign soon, the Oilers may have to start thinking about trading the best player in hockey. Edmonton's holding its breath. Everyone else watching very closely. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing!
Yes, it is that time of the week, and it is a big weekend to come with the Mets in town. It's time for a Fransky Friday. Scott Fransky joining us, sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Scott, how you doing today?
Scott.
Well, I'm doing all right. No power, no phone, no internet.
Oh.
Yeah. Sitting in a parking lot right now just so I can call you guys.
Well, we appreciate it, Scott. Scott, I'm kind of curious because we kind of bantered this around all week long. So allow me to long talk for just a minute. What do you make of the Castellanos benching, the whole thing with that, and then him starting the next night?
Well, again, I don't know what was said.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't, I just know if Rob felt it was to the level, if it rose to that level, I don't think he would do. From what I can gather, is he really contemplated it, thoughtfully, and it's not like he came off the field and that night he said, "All right, well, you're going to be benched tomorrow." I mean, they talked about it that night, and they. He went back and he thought about it, and he, obviously thought it rose to that level. So, I think Rob has done a pretty good job of managing some pretty big personalities in that clubhouse over the years, and so I'd like to think he knows what he's doing there.
So, Scott, now a couple interesting things from this, because it all turned out okay, right? Next night he makes the catch, they win the game, and it's kind of, everyone's talking about water under the bridge. I'm curious where this goes from here. So, we know he left him in the field late in the game since then, but now, the seal is broken. They will take him off the field, or at least that's a thought, that he could take him off the field late in the game. When do you, and I think I heard you ask the other day, is there let's call it a formula, right? Is there a moment where it's the right thing? Is it a 1-run lead, 2? And I don't think that Topper is going to unveil what it is, but how do you think this goes now? Because clearly they have a better all-defense outfield that doesn't include Nick, and they kind of told us that the other night, yet he was still on the field after that. I'm just wondering how this goes as the games get bigger and the stakes get higher here.
I think we're going to see it more often. I really do. I don't think it will be an every game thing. And like you mentioned, there's not an exact science to it or a specific formula, but some of it, it's where did he bat in the 8th inning? Did the Phillies just clear his spot in the order, for instance? Is he going to bat again? Is it a 1-run game and you're worried about, going extras? Is your bullpen short, right? Are you trying to win it right then? Can you play the long game if your bullpen's a little short or whatever? I just think, but I do think we're going to see it. I think we'll see more of it because I know it's something that, he's talked about and contemplated for a while. I think everybody understands that, there's an upgrade defensively in the outfield, and that's to put Rojas out there. Move Marsh to left, which is an upgrade in terms of using Marsh. Kepler, would be an upgrade over Castellanos in right. And again, I think this comes down to Nick. I mean, Nick loves to play. Nick wants to be out there for every single inning, but he also has to understand what's best for the team. And there will be nights when it's best for the team for him to, spend the last half inning or inning and a half on the bench and to have a better defensive outfield.
Scott Fransky with us. Scott, I'm going to ask you kind of a big picture question. Your years covering baseball. Obviously, Castellanos is the subject this week. I saw a story that Nick had asked the Phillies now, after all this, to show him some of the defensive metrics, to let him see the data that they see. Scott, do you think players, because I have a theory that players that maybe are losing range don't know it like we know it, or maybe they don't want to believe it. I think it's one thing if they're making errors, that's obvious, like they know I made a mistake. I'm just curious, and I wonder if Nick Castellanos before this week knew, like does he know that all the numbers are saying he's losing steps out there and maybe they got to do this? What do you think players know when they're losing range, or do you think that's something they have to be explicitly told, like this isn't going the way we need it to go?
I think most of them probably get it as they get older. I can't speak to Casty specifically on that. But I think most players, whether they want to publicly acknowledge it or not is a different story. But I think privately, they know when their swing is getting slower. They feel it, right? They get beat by pitches that they didn't used to get beat by. And the same applies defensively, or the same applies for a pitcher, who doesn't have the same velo or doesn't have the same break or doesn't have the same command or whatever. They understand it. Now, whether they want to publicly, acknowledge it or not is another story. And I don't think they necessarily have to. But, it's good to have some awareness, as Charlie Manuel used to say, know thyself.
Yeah, that helps.
And so, I think it's fine that Nick wants to learn more about it. That's great. Rob kind of joked about it yesterday. He said, look, I should probably get those packets too and learn more about it because I don't use them. He doesn't use really. He knows generally what they are and what they say, but he watches the game and he uses his eyes to tell him who's got more range than the other guy. And I think if you're watching every game, every night, every play, like he is, you have a pretty good sense on when a guy's losing a step.
I would think so, too. All right, Scott. Well, Castellanos should be out there tonight, as all the Phillies are, with Zach Wheeler. And it's a big series. Scott, how do you frame how big you think this series is? We all realize it's still June. Whatever happens this weekend, there's a lot of baseball to go, and they'll play each other again. It does feel to me like a bigger one than normal, though, Scott, because the Mets seem to have had the Phillies number for about a year now. It feels like they just keep getting the best of the Phillies, and I want to see that turn around. That's just from my fan perspective. Scott, how big do you think this weekend is, all things considered?
I think it's a bigger than normal series. I don't think there's any question about it. Anytime you play within your division, and certainly anytime you play the team that's co-leading the division with you, it's a big series. From a mental standpoint, I don't think it hurts at all to say, I think it would do maybe. I'm trying to see how to phrase this. It would maybe do more harm than good, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So if they get beat up again, right, then like what happened in April, then they think to them, then all the old ghosts come in. If they win 2 out of 3, or if they play really well and battle and fight and win the series, it's good. But I don't know that it carries them. You know what I mean? I think it's more a downside than anything else. If you don't play well, then again, all those old thoughts start to creep into the back of your head. just like we were talking about a minute ago. Did I lose range? Have I lost bat speed? Did I lose a step? Have we lost a step as a team, with our chief rivals in the division? So I think it's important that they play well and they show well. And I think they have the pitching matchups they like. I don't think there's any doubt about that. To have Wheeler going in game one, I think that's great. And should be fun. Should be an unbelievable weekend, I hope.
So, Scott, is there any chance that we might see Bryce Harper this weekend?
I don't think so. You never know. It does sound like it's going to be sort of a show and go, if you will. Like Bryce tries it out. Dry swings yesterday. He swings off the tee. If that goes well, maybe he swings, get some live pitching to see. But I think it's probably unlikely that it's this weekend. But, he's the showman. And I know the narrative can be out there that, with 3 games coming up on national TV, maybe he wants to jump back onto the stage. But I would think Houston's a more likely possibility.
Yeah, nothing would surprise me, but I tend to understand what you're saying there. All right, last one for you, Scott. Is Orion Kerkering the closer now? I mean, it never seems like we have a closer, and it always kind of goes back and forth in matchups, but I did think this was interesting this week. He closed some games, and then they went back to him last night. Do you think he's the ninth inning guy, or is it still just a mix and it's just his week?
Yeah, no, I think he's just number one on the trust tree, if you will. Because, last night he was warming up in the 8th, and he's still the favored reliever if there's a situation to put out a fire. And that might be in the 7th. It might be in the 8th. He might close in the 9th. But I do think that moment that he sees as biggest in the game, that's where Kerkering will be used. And last night there was a chance it might come up. 1-run game, somebody gets on, situation develops in the 8th. They were getting him ready for that. And if that was the case, he's not coming back out for the 9th, I don't think. So, like in that case, he wouldn't have been the closer. But, to close that inning, he's their most trusted guy. And if there's a spot in the 7th, 8th, or 9th, certainly in the 8th or 9th, he's the guy.
Well, he's done a good job this week with a couple of saves. Scott, we appreciate you hopping on. Good luck with the power. I'm in the same boat at home.
Appreciate you.
So hopefully that gets back on soon. Yeah.
Same to everybody. I know there's a lot of people without it.
There really is. Scott,
hang in there.
Thank you, Scott. We'll be listening this weekend.
All right.
There you go. Scott Fransky there. How about Scott Fransky going into a parking lot to get on the phone with us?
I appreciate that. That's dedication.
It is dedication to the show. I mean, he had to get your answers for you about Castellanos.
Yeah, I mean, I think he told us a lot without saying a whole lot, too.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Well, I think the thing that I took the most out of that conversation was he strongly believes that Topper's going to go back to doing it again. Now, the question is when and where and why and how. Like, when is the spot the next time to take Castellanos off the field for defense? And now, does Nick handle it better? The same? Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll find out.
Yeah, and it also, and I'm recklessly speculating here.
That's what you do.
It also sounds like there was a conversation about him coming off the field, and he didn't like that. And that's where, it became a thing, and now he wants to see. He wants to see where, he's failing. And the fact that his significant other was sending out mean and hurtful tweets. So yeah, that kind of, gives you a little idea of what probably was going on at the home.
Yeah, as much as, and I know Scott was saying there, he thinks players deep. Let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. This is not the same thing, but it's close. Did you?
Yeah.
You knew?
Yeah.
But
because I just.
Do you think you knew right away, or do you think you were
No, I knew.
Okay.
I knew.
You knew you started to lose a step.
Well, my bounce back, I remember waking up in the morning. I was in training camp, and I felt worse than I did when I went to sleep.
Oh boy!
And I remember, I never forget. I remember telling Trey, I was like, "Dog, I don't think I can do this no more." And he was like, "Oh man, ain't nobody trying to." He was like, "Oh man, come on, man, suck it up." I was like, "No, dog, this is different." I was like, because you wake up and you're stoked about going to practice. You know what I mean? You're not really stoked, but you do a little running and you work yourself out. But then, man, after a while, I was just like, man, I don't think I'm gonna make it.
So Now you were at the end, right? That was the end?
Yeah, that was the end.
So I always wonder this. And I was trying to ask Scott the question, and he framed it as he thinks players know when they start to lose a step, lose some bat speed. But I also think there's an arrogance to great athletes, right? Your whole life you could figure it out.
You that's what I'm talking about, Joe, but I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it was just it was one of those things where I was doing some of the same things. I was working out the same way, but my body just didn't respond the way that it used to.
So I always wonder if a team knows before the player, and then it's a matter of trying to are we going to tell him, or is he going to figure it out? Like,
they watch things like that.
Of course.
You got to have an eye for that because it's one of those things when you have to know what you're looking at.
My thing is this week, right? I don't think the Phillies took Castellanos off the field because they thought last week his defense started to slip. They probably thought this the whole year, right?
Yeah, there probably was some signs to them that it was, this was only a matter of time before it happened.
And my gut tells me Nick doesn't
He
feel
didn't see it.
He doesn't feel it's as egregious as their numbers tell them, and maybe their eyes tell them, and that's the disconnect. Like, you think this is a big deal.
I don't think it's a big deal.
And that's why when we were kidding, it's because it's mostly funny. When his wife tweeted that he set a record for most games without an error,
that's pillow talk.
It speaks to I'm sure-handed. And Nick is sure-handed. He usually when he can get to it, he catches it. The problem is he didn't get to it as much as Marsh or
and
Rojas
shout
would.
out to his wife for having his back, because that's basically what that was. When she's sending out tweets and stuff, she hears him talking. I'm speculating again, everybody. I don't know this for sure, and she sees how frustrated he is, and she goes into protection mode.
Yeah.
And she's trying to protect him. So I get that. I totally get that.
So Scott also mentioned us. He didn't completely rule out when you asked about Bryce Harper. He said he doesn't think so. But he also said at the end there he thought that Houston is more likely than this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Houston's the next series.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but it also tells me this could be close, right? If Scott,
so you might see him Sunday?
Well,
Think you might see him Sunday?
Maybe. That's the ESPN Sunday night game. Who knows?
Yeah.
Bryce likes to make an entrance. All right, 215-592-9494. The Phillies. Can they make you a full believer this weekend by beating the Mets? I thought it was interesting that Scott said they could do more harm than good this weekend. Right? Like, they do good, we feel good, but they got to keep going. They do bad, it's, we sound the alarms on Monday. I think he's probably right on that. All right, your phone calls there. We have a pair of tickets. Phillies, Padres, Tuesday, July 1st. 6:30 first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. We're going to be there. Come hang out with us and watch the game. Xfinity Fireworks Show after the game that night. For tickets, Phillies.com. We got a pair today. Try-Day Friday. Fun things to do when the power is out. Family-friendly answers, please.
I'm looking at the three.
Family-friendly answers, please. All right, let's...
And slather Vaseline on
that
me.
right there,
probably. That dog probably won't.
Yeah, and of course, we have the unveil today of the top 3 athletes in Philadelphia right now. I have a sneaking suspicion that Jalen Hurts is going to be 1 or 2, and I just don't get it. I mean, I guess the best way I could frame it without getting upset here is I just don't get it. Hugh tried to give us a Rocky analogy earlier.
Tried to. Y'all didn't get it, man.
No,
y'all just don't get it. And y'all lived here.
I think you're underrated.
Life.
I think you're underrating Jalen Hurts now.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm just telling you how people see him and think about him.
But then I think people need to wake up.
He's just made up some whole story about how no one ever believed in him.
He's not Rocky.
I mean, I didn't.
He's a Heisman Trophy
kid. I think I did a pretty good job of
you spun a web of lies.
I know it was.
I think I did a pretty good
You're
job.
You're lucky I even graced you with the Rocky music for
I
that
think
nonsense.
that people felt that when I did that. I feel like like people were with me.
We'll get to what you people comment.
I feel like that
later.
resonated with folks.
Yep,
he's
right.
too good to be compared to Rocky.
I feel like it resonated.
I actually think I think you're slighting him.
Yeah,
when you
that's
compare him to
not
Rocky.
at all. I'm trying to get you inside the way that you people feel.
Rocky was nobody.
We'll get to how you people feel.
Rocky was a charity
rant
case
It's
that
Friday.
Apollo just wanted to beat someone up, a tomato can.
It's Friday.
It is Friday. I know it's Friday.
No, I'm just saying the you people. He was talking about the you people.
Oh, well, I'm still on the Rocky thing. All right, Mario's up. What's up, Mario? Mario?
Yes. Yeah.
What's up, Mario?
What's up, Mario?
Hello.
Hello.
Yo, my bad, man.
It's all right.
I'm at the barber
I thought
shop.
that. I heard the buzzer.
What's going on? Hey, I just want to comment on the try day.
Okay. All right. What do you got?
What I got is sitting around with your kids, get them marshmallows, make some s'mores, and just talk and enjoy the family and tell stories and talk. And the story I tell my kids is how Elliot cooked Joe the other day.
Oh,
wow. So tall tales.
You know, I got to tell you, I was going to say that was the best answer we got today until that last little jab at the end, Mario.
Yo, don't hate on me on that. I'm trying to come and kick it with y'all, man.
I know.
Tickets, man.
Mario, I like the answer. And you know what? When I get home today, if the power's not out and it's getting dark,
make them s'mores.
we got the fire pit in the backyard. A little, you know, we make the fire. I like that.
Lighter, grab some matches and just get it cooking.
I'll make some s'mores.
That's like Elliot cooked you.
Well, again, I like this answer before all that. All right, Mario, what you believe in the Phillies? Do they make you a believer this weekend?
I've been a believer. I ain't never doubt on them boys, yo. I've been a believer. We good. We just got to relax. We good. We got this.
Well, we got to beat the Mets because I'm
tired.
We're
going to beat the Mets.
Well, Mario, I'm taking your word for it.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yo, man, what's good, man? You know what I mean? Yo, you need to come to the barbershop. Let me fade that beard
I was about to say, man, the beard. I was about to say because, man, I ain't got no hair. I appreciate. I'm trying to let it grow though, but I ain't got no hair. But I probably take
the hair grow or the beard?
No, I'm just letting the beard grow. I'm just like letting the beard grow.
Before I get off this phone, man, I really appreciate y'all, man, to the end, man. Y'all get a lot of people through their day. And y'all get me through my day every day, man. I love listening to y'all, man. It's all in fun and games with me talking junk to you, Joe. But Elliot cooked you, though. But I love y'all, though.
All right, Mary, I appreciate your call. We're happy to have you as a listener. And
Thanks
I
a lot, man.
With the
Appreciate
cooking.
you listening.
And it is a good. And we're going to remove the cooking me from it. But the marshmallows, you think he cooked me because you agree with him. I mean, that's the ways these debates go. Whoever you agree with.
Yeah,
that's who did the cooking.
It lit Twitter up yesterday. They were talking about it. People still talking about that.
That's good. I mean, that's what people do.
Rent free in people's head.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. They react to the show and they talk about it and they send it around. They say, "Here, watch this video. Elliot cooked Joe." I mean, that's fun. So I'm glad they did that. But it is a good answer. I do like the fire pit with the marshmallows. You have a fire pit? Have you ever had a fire pit?
I've been to one. I don't like s'mores though.
What do you mean you don't
like burning marshmallows and chocolate?
Who doesn't like s'mores, man?
Delicious.
That's crazy.
What do you like chocolate?
I do like chocolate. I don't like chocolate with graham crackers and marshmallows, though.
Do you like all three things individually?
That's a wild
Not
take.
a big fan of marshmallows.
Okay.
I like graham crackers, though.
You don't have to have marshmallows.
I don't like them. Don't like them.
But if we were hanging out by a fire pit, you wouldn't make a s'more?
Mm-mm. Not a s'more. Not a s'more eater.
More s'mores for me.
Yeah,
all right.
You got to go for it.
Kiva in North Philly. Hey, Kiva.
Kiva.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Kiva, what's up?
I'm pretty upset because Mario just took my answer.
Oh, no.
So I'll have to think of something else.
Okay, you can do it.
You got time.
I'll think about it. But, I'm going to the game tonight and Sunday. Got wheels on the mound. We're facing Blade Tidwell, so I don't know anything about him. But I feel like tonight it is like a must-win because we can't waste another Wheeler start. And, with the way Jesus has been going, I'm not super confident. Like, I'm confident, but, it's a bit of a toss-up with him these days. So.
Yeah, I agree with you on tonight. I mean, obviously they have the next two games if they do drop tonight. But they have an enormous pitching matchup. Kiva, they've had pitching issues. So I think they just called this kid up from AAA. I think he made one appearance. I mean, we got Wheeler against a guy that just got to the big leagues. This is we got to get this game. And then the next two games, it feels like more of a toss-up, like just the pitching matchup. So let's get tonight. I agree with you. It's a must-win. And then even if we split the next two, we got ourselves a series win here.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then one comment on the list.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say, I think I agree with Hugh. You got to think about the way people in Philly view their athletes because it's not necessarily the top 11 best most talented athletes in my opinion. I feel like it's more like the top Philly athletes, how they what they've done for the city and all that. Nick Foles got a statue and we don't think Nick Foles is one of the greatest quarterbacks, so I think that's kind of where because I don't think Jalen Hurts is top 3 but it's in my own opinion, but I understand where people are coming from because it's he's Jalen Hurts. He squats 600 pounds or whatever. He kind of just embodies the city. So I feel like that, they love their quarterbacks. So
and I understand that. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Almost what he helped bring the team that and what the doubts all. I get it, Keith. I understand. Or what did you you had a little time to try to think there while you gave your takes. What should we do with the power out?
All right, I'll fast forward a few weeks when Jack Fritz's book comes out. I'll read that, light a little candle and read it in the dark.
I actually have a book.
Oh, Jack Fritz, his book come out in a couple weeks?
Yeah, you know what? And Keith, I'm glad you brought that up. Keith, we appreciate it. Read Jack's book. I pre-ordered that thing.
And what happened?
Well, I thought I was told June. It's June 20th, and I keep looking in the mail every day.
You ain't got your book yet?
The Ring the Bell book, I don't have it yet. So I'm like, yeah, that's a good one. And I'm going on vacation in a couple weeks. I got a long flight.
You wanted to read it?
Well, I thought I'd have my book for my flight. That was part of my plan. And now I might need a backup book here. 215-592-9494. All right, Kiva said read Jack Fritz's book in the dark. You need a light. I do have a book light, though. I have like a battery-powered book light, so I can do that.
That's funny. Read it in the dark.
I never thought...
Would it be available in audiobook form?
Do you think he would voice his own book? Well, I mean, the guy's a radio host. You would who else would they get?
Think, right?
I mean, why would they get someone else to do it? He'd just do it himself.
So is he gonna? I'm curious. Is he gonna do like a signing, a book signing? I would think so, right?
He's doing. I heard something on WIP the other day, right before one of Joe Conklin's shows coming up in July.
That's cool.
I think in Ocean
who else
City.
writing the book?
Camera?
Camera's writing a book.
The Camera's got a children's book. Yeah, books everywhere around here at WIP. All right, 215-592-9494 for your phone calls here. This weekend series, can the Phillies make you a full and true believer? For me, that's where they're at. If they win this weekend and play well this weekend, I'm in. And I haven't been fully in the entire season. All right, on the Castellanos thing, something he recently did that I found interesting, and I wonder what will come of it. We'll hit on that next. Your phone calls. And Jalen Hurts, he's going to be a top 3 athlete today. I don't get it if he's 1 or 2. And I know everyone has different criteria. For me, it's just excellence as a player. And I don't think he's as excellent as Saquon or as excellent as Zach Wheeler. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Big spot. 2-1. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Belted. Up the alley. Right center. And that ball is gone. Francisco Lindor turns the game around. A grand slam for Lindor. Mets lead 4-1. Here in the bottom of the sixth.
Oh my gosh, it's awful. Yeah, I'm tired of it.
Why did I play that?
Enough. Well, because we need to change it starting tonight. That's why you played it.
Tonight's the night.
A reminder that this is huge tonight. We got to stop this. They are, 12-4 their last 16 against the Phillies. We got to change it. Kyle mentioned earlier that when Ranger pitched last year in that playoff game, it was like base runners kept getting on and we kept dancing out of it. That was like when you ever try to stand on thin ice? That was like the whole thing just cracked.
You know, fool around with that.
Well, I didn't. It was more an analogy than anything else.
I got it.
You don't fool around on thin ice? Yeah, you knew what I meant, though.
No, I knew
you
what you mean.
stand on a block ice and it cracks,
yeah.
and then you're in trouble.
You work your way out of danger.
Speaking of things you don't do, we'll get back to the Phillies in a second. You know what today is the 50th anniversary of?
What's that?
Jaws.
Yeah, I saw that where it scared everybody.
Well, of course.
And
you
know what the
most
irony,
especially.
You know what the irony is?
What?
The shark was broken when they made the movie. The shark was broken, and as you notice, there's not a whole lot of scenes where you saw the shark. It was because the mechanical shark kept breaking down. So it was certain scenes where they just shot. It was terrifying because of the thought of the shark being in the water.
Of course.
You know what I mean? It was just, Roy Scheider did a great job. They just did a great job of shooting that and terrifying everybody.
It is one of the most influential movies ever. I mean, like, 'cause everyone thinks about it, right? Like, even if you don't let it consume you with fear, like, it's in the back of everyone's head since the movie. Anyway, I thought that would resonate with you because we know.
Oh, yeah, I don't fool around the water.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me about the beach, going to the beach yesterday.
Yeah, were you gone?
Nah. Somebody, do you swim?
In there.
No, because I was talking about, they were talking about vacation.
Yeah.
And, like, hey,
go to the beach vacation.
Do you like to go snorkeling? Or I'm like, no.
Sounds awesome.
I'm like, no, you doing none of that. Like, do you sit on the thing? I'm like, no. I ain't doing none of that. I went snorkeling one time.
I feel like you'd sink.
No, I went snorkeling one time, and when I went,
bottom of the ocean.
And I went, and you know how the fish, they swam up to you.
Yeah.
And I had a
They're
thought, I was
friendly.
like, damn, if these fish swim up to me, then a shark ain't got no problem swimming up to me and biting my ass.
But they're not there, the sharks. That's the whole point. They don't make you snorkel in shark-infested water.
Yeah,
Wolffields might be.
Yeah,
I've snorkeled in shark water.
Yeah.
In Australia. Yeah.
Were they, like, hanging out with you?
They were pretty far down. Like, it was the Great Barrier Reef, actually.
Oh, that's cool.
Swam off, like, there was like a drop-off, and you couldn't see the bottom of the ocean. Pretty scary stuff. And there were sharks, like, pretty far down, but you could see them, and they were doing that thing where they swim in a circle.
Were you scared?
Well,
Did you hurry up to get out of the water? Because they're pretty fast, tue.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. The guy we were with, and maybe these, like, Australian people are kind of nuts, but the guy was like, nah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Where they're fine.
It's not that big of a deal. See, that's famous last words. It's not that big of a deal.
Well, I'm here.
That's true.
Unfortunately for all you.
Yeah.
It's like that cat. I remember that cat. I know you heard the story about the dude that was hanging out with the grizzly bears every year.
Oh, yeah, grizzly man, right?
Yeah, and then they ate him. I mean, it's not
Yeah,
funny.
but
you got eaten.
That's different.
I mean, but it's like, because he was, like,
That's
have you ever seen that video?
The clip is so scary.
No, not the clip. The whole, he had a documentary.
Oh, I know. I saw it. Yeah.
He named these grizzly bears, and he talking to them like they're people.
Yeah, but that's on him.
Yeah,
like,
that was.
No, he was
lunacy.
hanging out. Yeah, he was hanging out with them.
If you make a life of hanging out with grizzly bears, eventually
He
it's
was
not
hanging
gonna
out.
go well.
He was hanging out with them for years. He used to come back and he named them, and he's talking about, they got. He was saying stuff like, they has a family. The family has grown, and da 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 da. Hey, Maisie, or whatever he used to call it.
Yeah, I mean, do you
Bear ate him.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy, but he had it coming. All right, before we get back to the phones here.
the headline,
Yeah.
Julio on Grizzly Man.
Yeah, he had it coming.
I mean, if you hang out with grizzly bears all the time,
harsh.
I mean, isn't it true though? And like, what do you expect? At some point, it's an animal. I mean, like,
you taking penitentiary.
There you go. That's the line. I was thinking of that. Just like you maybe
penitentiary
said it in a
chances.
different way. All right, we mentioned this to Scott. I'm curious what you think about it, Hugh. Nick Castellanos saw a story this morning that he now asked the Phillies and asked Rob Thompson, and Dave Dubrowski said they're going to do this, to provide him with the metrics that they're seeing that he's deficient in. Like, so he understands the numbers and the data. Because as we were saying to Scott, he doesn't make errors, right? It's not like Nick Castellanos out there butchering, the ball right at him or looking ridiculous out there. He's not getting to the baseball. His range.
His speed is not like what it used to be.
And I think my theory is he doesn't understand it or he doesn't realize it's to the level that they are obviously seeing, and that's why the other night went.
It's become a whole problem.
What do you think of him asking for the data and them saying, "All right, we'll show you"?
I think that's good on him because now he has something to go off of. Because if they're telling him that he's not the guy that he used to be and he thinks that he is, and the data shows him otherwise, either one or two things are going to happen. Either he's going to receive that and adjust, or he's going to be even more defiant. I don't strike him as a guy that is going to be more defiant because just like, it kind of makes sense now, Joe, because when you talk about the play that he made in the outfield, when he made that diving catch and he pulled his shirt out, he was basically calling them female dogs. And that, I got you,
what now?
female dogs, because he made the play. And that was great for him because it served him well for the way that he felt, recklessly speculating. But if the data proves that over the long haul that he's not that guy, then that's something that he's going to have to come to grips with. But I don't think he's there yet. So it's going to, we'll find out in the sampling size of the next, couple of weeks, about a week, I would think.
Like
about
if
10
they
games.
do it again, if they take him out again?
Well, 10 games. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe because Topper seems like the type of cat that's going to allow him to play. It might – see, here's the thing. Is it going to be a detriment to the team? Because these games this weekend are huge. I mean, that's a good one. But I think that there's going to be moments where he's going to trust him enough to leave him out there. And if he doesn't make the play, then,
I also wonder if maybe if they each look at the data, they can make him better. And when I'm like, they're not going to make him faster. But I mean by
or just be in better position.
Right. So I'm just going to pretend. Let's say he's been poor going to his left.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just using that as a potential example. Well, I wonder if there's a way that he could just stand 2 extra feet to his left on certain...
Or get ahead of, like some guys, they go to a point.
That way, right?
Yeah, they get to a point.
Yeah, it's almost like, if we use a football example, if a safety's losing step a little bit, maybe he shades a little bit over that way where they might throw the ball more.
Yeah, can make the play.
Right, so it gives them an extra shot. So I don't know if it's going to make any difference. I actually think the whole thing is a good thing. I mean, of all the potential outcomes this week, him saying, okay, show me what you're looking at, I didn't expect that out of him. I think it's a good thing. I mean, I've always thought Nick Castellanos wants to win. Is he kind of a space cadet half the time? Yeah. But I don't think – I've never felt like he just dogs it and doesn't care. I think the guy wants to win. He's different, to use a Hugh Douglas word. He's different.
He's definitely different.
Yeah, let's go to Joe Mayfair. Hey, Joe.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and I'll give you my what to do in the dark, which I've done also as a kid.
Okay.
But so the Jalen Hurts topic, it's nauseating because – and I was speaking to Kyle about it. We vilify the quarterback week in and week out on sports talk radio, right? Not just one day, not just one play, not just one quarter. We vilify almost each and every decision that a quarterback makes, watching our home team for 4 quarters, not just highlights, under the microscope all the time. And it's either one way or the other consistently on sports talk radio since Jalen's been the quarterback or anyone's been the quarterback in town. So it's part of the story. It's part of radio hosts for the most part on WIP or one way, and radio hosts or the other way. Kyle doesn't have him on his list. The camera doesn't have him on his list. That's going one way, and then you have other people going the other way. That's just how the world works, and the lack of respect for how people feel or not giving a quarterback credit for when he does make plays when it counts. And I'll give you this, like in the second half of games and close games, you know how many turnovers Jalen Hurts has had the last 3 seasons?
Well,
can you even think of a game that was close where the ball was in his hands and he made a mistake that cost the team a win? Can you think of one on top of your head?
Well, that was it, right? That's the last one I can remember. Yeah.
That's it. And the quarterback has the ball all the time. Doesn't that count for more than other players?
Sure. I mean, he did throw a pick to end the Falcon game. I mean, Saquon dropped it, but they got the ball back. He threw a pick.
Yeah, I know, but he threw the ball to Saquon. Do you hear what you just said?
Yeah, Saquon dropped it.
But we don't vilify Saquon for that loss for not having home field throughout the entire playoffs, do we?
Yeah, well, they probably shouldn't have thrown the ball there. That was a coaching decision. That was probably.
I understand it, but he dropped the ball. We make excuses for somebody that we like better.
Well, he needed to catch that ball.
Okay, but we vilify. Devontae Smith is so well-liked and beloved, but he made 2 drops during the season that cost the Eagles drives or chances to win.
The Commander game. Yep.
But he's on the list.
Well, he wasn't on my list, but he's on the list. Yep.
But that's my point is we vilify the quarterback position because it is under a microscope all the time. That has to count for something when you look at a player in this city to win a championship, to beat the best quarterbacks that they say he's not as good as. He's never folded against a top team and top quarterback. That's the difference of why the city loves this guy so much. Back in the Lindros days, fans loved Brindamore more than Lindros. There are certain players that are liked more because they have that grit. They play with it. Utley wasn't the most talented Philly in the 2008 team. Brian Howard had more talent. J.B. Rollins had more talent.
So,
but he
Joe,
put
I
the
think
work in and became a better player.
It's a
and the
really
fans
interesting
love
perspective.
that.
I agree with agree with the whole premise. What confuses me is we didn't do this all year. Like the love for Jalen, and maybe it's just like the Super Bowl flips everything. That's my, but that's where it's confusing to me because we did this every day last year, and things you're saying were true then, right? Like even before the Super Bowl.
The two games after the bye week, he went ham, but the radio stations didn't focus on him having phenomenal games.
Ham is crazy.
They didn't focus on that.
Ham?
It was just, we'll have to see if he can do it for a longer period of time. Well, it was just a fluke. Well, he had a good game.
Well, yeah, October through November was his best stretch. So you're right. Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying.
That's my whole point.
Right,
is we vilify him 10 times more than we give him praise when he's doing phenomenal.
Right, but
and that's why the fans revolt against sports talk hosts who don't put him on their list.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you can be mad at the camera or Kyle. I don't care. I mean, like I'm not defending them. What I'm trying to understand is why it's the same player. We just lived through a whole same season. He was doing good things in it. I mean, I remember we did a show in October. I said he's playing really well, and then everyone was like, I don't know yet. I was when the Jaguar game or Bengal game or something like that. It's like everyone either ignored it or didn't want to fight for him, and then he won the Super Bowl, and then it's like, see, he was great the whole time, and I'm like, but why didn't you tell me that during the season if you believed it? It's odd to me that it's flipped so strongly. So quickly.
Because it's the narrative. When Lane Johnson has a false start in the 1 yard line against the Rams game, people don't mention how big that was during that game because we kicked the field goal on a tush push. He doesn't get vilified for making a most stupidest bonehead false start play that costs us a touchdown in an important game. We don't vilify him for a week on sports talk radio, do we? No.
Well, I mean, no, but he's a right
Carter's
tackle.
Personal foul that he cost us a game when he whacked someone way after the play, and Nick gets pissed. But we only hear that for 1 week because we vilify the quarterback position because it's 10x, and that's why people put him so high because what he has to deal with in this city, what he has to overcome, vilified and put down. I'm telling you, Hugh's partly right. Rocky did become a left-handed boxer in Rocky 3. He did put the work in to become a better boxer, not just a brawler.
Right, but
that's what Jalen's done.
Sure, but he's not an. I actually think that I get it. I get what you're saying. I get Hugh's analogy, but he's not a nobody. He's a very talented player. He's not like Brock.
No, he was a nobody in the beginning, and he was put down. And people in the sports talk station said he would not be the quarterback on the city in 3 years.
So then you're right. Then I'm right. Then there's a guilt trip here. We're flipping this around because people feel guilty.
I just think a lot of
he's not Brock Purdy. He's not Brock Purdy.
Narrative.
I know, but he's not Brock. Brock Purdy is Rocky.
That he's not good enough, Joe. I'm just telling you. We're tired of hearing the narrative that he's not good enough.
Nobody says he's not good enough anymore.
For him to fail. What?
Nobody says he's not good enough anymore. We just don't put him up there as a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. What is so hard to understand?
But I'm telling
Can we
you,
get
that's
over
the reason
it,
why fans
please?
do.
He's trying
I know, but now we've had 2 calls this week that someone thinks he's better than Dan Marino. Like, do you realize that? Like,
he's not.
I know you
He's
don't
not.
think that, but like, there's a. I know it might sound ironic saying this on talk radio. There's got to be some sort of like happy medium we can all find here. Like, there's got to be. He's not Marino.
It is. But I'll put it this way. He's got ice in his veins when the moment is the brightest, where Joel Embiid does not.
Oh, I agree.
Up under a rock.
I know.
So there's so many players. Claude Giroux crawled up under a rock later in his career and blamed everybody else. Jalen doesn't blame anybody else. He doesn't crawl under a rock in the biggest moments. And when you have the spotlight on you in a city that wants to win a championship, and it's up to you every single day to be the leader on a team to do that, that's why the fans put him higher.
Well, yeah, I see it. All right, Joe, what do you got? What's the activity to do when the power's out?
Best thing to do. Everyone grabs a flashlight and you play hide and go seek in the dark. It's scary. It's fun. You don't know where anyone's at. You can kick a chair, kick a sofa, trip up the steps. It's scary. So I hide and seek in the dark is absolutely fun.
Yeah, my kids will love that. If there's no power tonight, we're doing that. Joe, good one. We appreciate the phone call. Maybe we'll do the s'mores and then we'll do the hide and seek.
The s'mores.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to fall down the steps in the hide and seek though. All right, so I think he kind of was on the same wavelength as you.
Yeah, he was.
But it all goes back to why are we doing this? It's almost like we know it's not true. We just want to feel better about it. Like,
Well,
and that's I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general. I feel like people are now overrating him to combat the negativity or combat all. Like, it's weird to me. Why we got to do this?
I look at it like this, Joe. When we talk about elite athletes in this city, a lot of times the storyline is, okay, well, He was good, but he folded under pressure. And I think particularly last year, especially with the way Jalen played and had to adjust his game. Because like I tell you, I sat in the press box, and I heard people complain about the way that he played all year long. But he would sit in that press conference, and he didn't say a whole lot, but he was never bitter, and he never lashed out.
Well, until he played well. He did lash out that week.
Well, when his lashing out is what? Is that what y'all wanted?
Yeah, right.
That AJ's lashing out is crashing out.
Well, AJ,
you see what I'm saying?
Jalen's more mature.
Yeah, it's one of those things where normally when athletes crash out, when the fan base ridicules them and heckles them, they lash out and they say, well, I couldn't stand y'all anyway, anything like that. Jalen's never done that.
Well, he's smart, yeah.
Well, he could have easily lashed out because he was getting a lot of heat.
Yeah.
He didn't do that.
And more power to him that he didn't.
And I think people admire that because think about all the other athletes that have come through here and, you know, when it gets a little tough for them, they want to talk bad about the friends. Tobias Harris, remember when he said, "Oh, they're traded for a crumble cookie, whatever."
Like way worse players than Jalen too.
No,
like way worse.
but I think people look at that, and because he didn't do any of that, and he brought you a championship, is the reason why they hold him in high regard.
What I've heard a lot this week, you're framing it that way. A lot of callers is Joe, give him extra credit. That's all I keep hearing. Nothing about his play. It's give him extra credit.
I mean, but it is his play, though, Joe, because he's over. Like, this is the thing that you guys are missing. You're right. There are other better quarterbacks in the NFL.
Even just this week, just this city.
You're right.
Saquon and I'm stuck on Saquon and Wheeler. They're they're better players.
I've never said Jalen was the best quarterback.
Well, you said he was number 2.
He's the number 2 quarterback in the NFL, yeah. I never said he was the best. Patrick Mahomes the best. But Jalen has that it factor. I think for both of you guys and for most people that are talking about this, you need something tangible that you can sink your teeth into when you talk about Jalen.
No, but
whether that's stats, whether that's arm strength or whatever.
No, it's just excellence week to week on the field.
No,
excellence.
But there's something about him that you can't quantify. And that's the thing that I look at. I remember when I met Deshaun Jackson the first time that I met him, and Shady McCoy. Wasn't familiar with either one of their games, but it was something about both of those guys when I met them. I was like, oh yeah, they can play. Like it's just Derek Burgess, same thing. It's just something. It's something that you can't put your finger on.
Sure.
But Jalen has it.
But they all could play. But to me, we're at the point where we're not judging him against nobodies, right? Like to me. And I know we all have different criteria for our lists. And in the end, the afternoon show is going to unveil the full top 11 with the top 3 today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when it's the quarterback list, we're parsing him against the best quarterbacks in the world. Mm-hmm. So then you got to figure out where he goes in. He's being ranked next on these lists this week, and he's going to finish in the top 3. We're talking about Zach Wheeler and Saquon Barkley. These guys are 2 of the best in their profession. I mean, they look like they're going to be in Hall of Fame contention when their careers are over if they keep going.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just feel like we're almost disrespecting them to create the story of Jalen. And to go to Joe's point for a second about all the ridicule the Eagles quarterback gets. Well, I said this to Elliot the other day. Then what's the point of these conversations? Does the Eagles quarterback just get to be number 1 no matter who he is? They all take crap. It's like, well, or the whole thing about winning the Super Bowl. Like, then what's the point of any conversation if the answer is, well, he won the Super Bowl? Then just take the quarterback list every year that everyone makes and start with the guys that won the Super Bowl and then rank everyone else below them.
That's kind of how I do it.
But
I mean, to be honest.
But but no one believes Eli Manning's better than Aaron Rodgers.
But Eli Manning is going to the Hall of Fame.
Right, that's fine. But because
Eli won too.
Right, but the discussion is worthless. Then.
There's no debate about that list. Like that is a factual list. If you're just ranking people who have won a Super Bowl or won a championship, every list is the same.
Right.
Well, see, because I think what we're doing is this. And I think I feel where you guys are coming from because you're talking about any quarterback. You're talking about like Trent Dilfers, the Brad Johnsons and guys like that. He's not in that category, in my opinion, because he's went to 2. And he's played extremely well in both games, given his deficiencies.
Eli won 2.
Yeah, and Eli's a Hall of Famer.
But he's
so
not
better than Jalen Hurts.
But he's not
right now. He is.
No, he's
but
not.
he's not.
I
He
would take
wasn't a great
Jalen over Eli
quarterback.
Manning 10 times out of 10.
Eli Manning is a better passer than Jalen. And I said that. He might have been a bubblehead.
Didn't he have like 40 million interceptions?
But Eli Manning was a pretty damn good quarterback.
But Jalen, I think Jalen's a better overall player than Eli Manning.
I give you that.
Okay.
I give you that.
So I'm able to separate that somehow from the amount of Super Bowls that he won because I understand through logic and reasoning.
But see, that's where you missed the point though, Kyle, because there's something about Jalen that he overcomes these situations. Now, let's if we want to go back into history, let's be honest.
Overcomes what though? He's on the best team in the NFL.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Nothing
right
to
here.
overcome.
How many people thought when that game started, as well as the defense was playing, that it would be the way that it would go the way that it went? Because everybody said,
not many.
Well, because we know they're gonna stop Saquon. We don't know what Jalen gonna do because of everything that we talked about all year long. Well, he had games where he looked a little lost back there, and everybody was asking what he was doing. He was immaculate in that game.
He played great. I mean,
he was immaculate.
Yeah. I mean, I did try to tell you Monday that week they could blow him out.
No, somebody did, and I didn't believe it because knowing what I know, or knowing how I felt, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a tough game. Jalen came and he saw every blitz. He picked up everything that they were trying to do, and he dropped the ball in when he had to. Now I know we can sit here and say, well, the defense did this, that, and the third, but he still made those plays.
Sure, he did. I mean,
and that's why he's number 2 on the list. On my list.
Well, that doesn't belong there. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, Phillies activities for when the power is out for a pair of tickets to the Phillies. And when we get back, so we know the top 11 list will be finished today. Hugh, I'm going to try to take a stab at something.
What you got?
I'm going to tell you what the top 11 athlete list in Philadelphia will look like 3 years from now.
Ooh.
We're looking into a crystal ball. The future. 3 years from now, top 11 athletes in Philadelphia will be. That's next. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to get all the MLB action, from hits to total bases to home runs. They've got a lineup filled with your favorite wagers, or if pitching is more your thing, FanDuel has a deep bullpen of bets from strikeouts to shutout innings. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today. Maybe we'll put together a parlay later in the show on FanDuel for the Phillies and the Mets. New customers get started $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/GIG. LIO to step up to the plate. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO for your chance to score $200 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. See Joe Conklin in the city rhythm orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Tonight's Mega Millions jackpot now has an estimated annuity of $302 million. $302 million. Buy at a retailer or online. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey.
And I'm Josh, and we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A.
And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sometimes numbers don't tell the whole story, but last night they sure did for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Their star player, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, had 8 turnovers in a blowout loss to the Pacers. Their second best player, Jalen Williams, had a plus-minus of -40. When he was on the court, Indy outscored OKC by 40 points. That's the worst plus-minus in NBA Finals history. They're still favored in the series heading into Game 7, but last night's loss had to make Oklahoma City fans nervous. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back to Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That gets you aboard. We have a pair of tickets to give away. Phillies, Padres. It's a fireworks night. July 1st at Citizens Bank Park. We'll be there. Come hang out with us at the game. We're looking for something on a tri-day that you do when the power is out, as it still is for, I think, like thousands and thousands of people. So your phone calls on that. Of course, the Phils, can they make you a true believer this weekend? And, of course, the top 11. Is it crazy if Jalen Hurts is number 1 or number 2? I think it is. Hugh Douglas obviously doesn't, because he put him number 2 on his list.
Yeah, number 2. I'm 2 on the list. Try to explain it to you. I didn't.
We don't believe you.
No.
This is a joke, quite frankly.
We just take. You explained it. I just take exception with your explanation.
It's just funny how we consciously went into the day saying that we were going to stay away from this, right?
Well, in a sense,
and
we wanted to wait a little bit into the show before we got here.
And then we end up right here.
Well, because we need to. We need to.
I'm blaming this on Spike.
No, I blame it
This
on
is Spike. This whole list thing.
If
man.
everyone didn't have amnesia, we'd be in a better
I got
place.
no amnesia.
Well, I diagnosed you on Tuesday. I mean, I don't know. Have you been getting extra rest and trying to sleep this off?
I rest. I sleep like a baby.
Yeah, maybe that's part of the problem. Let's change the diagnosis here and change the situation. All right, Hugh, this segment is brought to us by?
It's sponsored by McGurk's Pub and Grill. McGurk's summer menu is back, everybody, featuring a mouth-watering smash burger, lobster roll, and fresh seafood items. We'll be at McGurk's Langhorne location June 25th. That's next week, right?
It's Wednesday. Yes, excited for that. So come on out, hang out with us at McGurk's.
Next week.
It is. Lucky they have air conditioning in McGurk's.
Yeah, it's going to be hot.
Let's hope that power's back in that area and everywhere by then. All right, before we go any further, I have a list in front of me. You like lists so much. You like top 11 lists so much, Hugh. I made another top 11. You ready for this? Well, I try to think. I try to think into the future a little bit here. So I have a top 11 list that I created here. The 11 best athletes in Philadelphia 3 years from now.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear
We
this.
can make this like a time capsule thing. We should grab this. We should save this audio, and then 3 years from now, when we do top 11 week, because we're going to do this every year, right? This is what we do in June.
There's a chance you're going to want this audio buried forever.
No, I took some liberties on this one. I mean, before I start, let me tell you, I leaned very young. So if you are on the older side, sorry, you're going to be in decline 3 years from now. You kicked you out.
Ageist Giulio.
Oh, I was a complete ageist on this. I think I only have one player that will be 30 or older 3 years from now. Like, this is totally a young list. And I took 8 of the players that I had on my list this week, kicked them out. There's new blood coming in. This is the way I view this, all right? And I didn't go too crazy. I didn't put any like free agents or trades because I mean, how do you guess who's going to come in?
I have one idea of who you're going to put on here.
Okay. All right, we'll see.
See if you name.
I have one player on the list that is not yet in Philadelphia sports.
That's where my head was.
I don't think it's quite. I should have done the one you're thinking. I don't think I did. But I have one player on the list that is not yet a member of the teams that I think will arrive pretty quickly here. All right. Number 11. If the Sixers have any brains, it's VJ Edgecombe, the kid they're going to take at number 3.
Exactly who I thought.
And he's going to be good because I said he's going to be good. Number 11, VJ Edgecombe. Number 10, Landon Dickerson. Some people put Landon Dickerson now. I feel like we don't know what to do with him because he's a guard. Like, he's a guard.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's just hard to like get excited to put him on the. I think did DeCamera have him on his list? I think DeCamera had Dickerson on his list. Most lists I saw this week didn't have him, but you could put him on the list. He's a really good player. All right, number 9, Quinyon Mitchell. He continues to be a star level athlete. Number 8, I'm going to call this a lifetime achievement, and also I think he might be the number 1 wide receiver on the team at this point. Devontae Smith is number 8.
Don't have a problem.
I was wondering if you were going to go that route.
Yep, because I think I'm not sure A.J. Brown's going to be here 3 years from now. Okay, number 7, a guy that it's funny, we have gone so far in giving a lot of credit for the postseason and like this is what you are now. You know who I feel has been, Kyle's talked about defensive erasure this offseason. Nolan Smith had one of the great postseasons we've ever seen.
He did ball out.
No one talks about him. I mean, he had like 4.5 sacks in the playoffs. He was awesome.
And you're only as good as your last game.
And that's what I've heard.
I mean, that's
one of the best players in the city.
I believe in Nolan Smith and think he's going to be here for a long time. Nolan Smith, 3 years from now, number 7. Number 6. Now, this one's a leap, but I liked what I saw last year.
What you like?
Jared McCain is going to be the 6th best player in Philadelphia sports 3 years from now.
That's an interesting one.
I think he's the real deal. So the Sixers are going to have a couple young guards there. Number 5, I put a flyer. It's Mitchkov.
Okay. I had my eye on you for a second. That's good.
Yeah,
5's good.
That's not bad.
I think
I'll take that.
I'm ready. I mean, if he's 5, can we at least be in the playoffs 3 years from now? Is that under?
Well, we have to be if he wants to be considered. For that list.
Well, that was kind of in my head that we'd be coming off a playoff spring with the Flyers. All right. Number 5 is Mitchkov, and now the guys that will be 4, 3, 2, and 1 3 years from now. Number 4 is Cooper DeJean, who will have the combination of production on the field, and like Hugh likes to say, people like him, right? So he's gonna get bumped up those lists. Number 3 is Jordan Mailata, who will carry the torch as kind of the voice and the face and the best offensive lineman as Lane fades out. Number 2 is Andrew Painter, who by 3 years from now is winning Cy Youngs. And the number 1 player in Philadelphia sports 3 years from now is Jalen Carter, who is the highest paid defensive tackle in the history of the NFL. Those are the 11 best athletes in Philadelphia sports.
That's a pretty decent list.
You didn't put Hurts on there,
I did not.
Wow.
I did not.
That's a pretty decent list.
I mean, Hurts for me was 9 today. Is he going to be better 3 years from now?
I also noticed you did not put Connor McDavid on there.
I thought about it.
Flyer.
Yeah, he could be here. What's going on with him in Edmonton? It's going to end? Maybe? So here are the 8 that I took off.
Danny.
I took Hurts off the list. I took AJ off the list. Harper. I mean, Harper might be in full decline 3 years from now. Schwarber, I don't even know who's going to be here. Wheeler has told us he's going to retire.
Yeah, he done.
Saquon, it's tough to imagine a running back at his age 3 years from now still being that level.
Yeah, Saquon Barkley. No, he ain't gonna be.
I know Lane said he's just entering his prime or whatever. I mean, he'll be like 38.
You're not buying that?
No.
That his best years are ahead of him.
And Zach Bond, now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I think it's hard to imagine he holds this level for 3 more years. So I took those 8 off the list, and I put 8 new ones on. Hugh, what hit you the most from my list for 3 years from now?
The Jalen one, obviously. It's kind of hard to say. I think that Jalen's going to take a leap, but what kind of leap he's going to take, I feel like there's probably some more Super Bowls left in his future. So that's the only one that kind of struck me a little bit.
So maybe, and there's 3 years is a long time in pro football.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was kind of weighing it, but he's still fairly young, so he'd be right on the cusp of 30.
Right around there, yeah.
Yeah, he'll be on the cusp of 30. So I'm hoping that he'll be in his, he'll have evolved by that point where he's a lot different quarterback than the one that we see now. So I would say that's the glaring omission on your list.
So I looked back 3 years ago at the top 10 passers in the NFL just to kind of get a glimpse of like where are those guys now.
Mm-hmm.
So top 10 passers 3 years ago: Tom Brady, Derek Carr was on the list, who just retired. Kirk Cousins on the list. Like 3 years changes a lot. I know some of those guys were older, but Derek Carr was only like 30, and now 3 years later he's out of the NFL. Yeah. I'm not saying Jalen's career is going to end in 3 years. I'm just saying
you were just trying to be fair in your assessment.
3
in the
years
list.
is a long time. Plus, I had to get a hockey player on there. I had 2 Sixers. I mean, you run out of spots after a while. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here, and we have Joe in Delaware is up on WIP. Hey, Joe.
I need that light. Okay, 2x4.
Yeah. Joe, what's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on? I'm sorry.
Are you good?
I just want to talk about Jalen Hurts.
Of course.
Elite quarterback. So, what do elite quarterbacks do? They throw over the middle. They throw to 5, 6, 7 receivers in a game. We can't even get 3 receivers in a game. Can't throw over the middle. And the only time I saw him throw over the middle was that awesome pass in the Super Bowl with A.J. Brown. I mean, if you're going to be an elite quarterback, you got to be able to do all that stuff. So to me, he might be like 15. Our quarterback is 2023 when they fell down the hill because we were saved by the defense and we were saved by Barkley this year. We would have lost 4 more games at least if it was up to Jalen Hurts.
Hugh, your response?
I mean, that's the way he feels. That's the way he feels. I don't agree with it.
Well, Hugh, elite quarterback, John Elway.
I heard you the first time you said it.
He's trying to explain what he thinks elite quarterbacks are. Elway. Who else? We got Marino.
Yeah, you got Marino. I mean, there's plenty. Montana. There's plenty of them out there.
Mahomes.
First of all,
Michael Vick was good. He could throw over the middle.
First of all, I never used elite in my conversation when I talked about Jalen Hurts. I said that he was the number 2 athlete in the city. What do you have to say about that?
He's not even on my 11.
Well, okay, well, what is your 11?
Okay, off the top of my head.
Yeah, run them off. Just give me your top 5. Give me your top 5.
I got Wheeler. I got Wheeler first.
Okay.
AJ second.
Okay.
Who was my third?
You got Saquon in there?
I asked you.
Oh, I know. Yeah, Saquon's 3, Carter's 4, and 5 would be
Jalen Carter's 3 and Carter's 4. I mean, who? Wait a minute.
No, he put Saquon 3.
Okay.
Jalen Carter 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good, he takes up 2 spots.
And 5 would be not this year Harper, but last year Harper.
Yeah,
I want Harper to be better.
Well, I think Harper needs to be better, Joe. You know, actually, you know what's interesting, and Joe, I know this was about. Let's get your answer for the for Tri Day, and then I wanted to say something about Harper.
I don't mean to make you mad, but he's not that good, bro.
Joe, I'm not mad. I was just curious about your list.
Yeah.
Never said he was elite, but he's on my list. He's the number 2 athlete in the city, respectfully.
So, and this guy going 3 years ahead of time. You need to give him some of your gummies so he can slow his brain down.
Some of my gummies.
I'm just thinking ahead, Joe. I'm trying to help everyone out. You workshop your list early.
I'm messing with you.
I know.
When my power goes out, I'm with the women. I'm going to do a massage and do.
You heard him.
A little this and that.
You heard him.
I heard. I mean, we asked for the family answers. Joe, we appreciate it.
You talking about?
It's your fault.
How is that my fault?
Well, you asked for the whole list. I mean, that led us down that path.
That one gave me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, so it did. It really did.
Good call, Joe. Call again.
After all of that, he got to something that I think is maybe the least talked about.
The massages?
No. I think it's the least talked about thing that's going on with the list.
What's that?
Well, so we've spent a lot of energy this week on the list with Jalen Hurts, right, and his placement. The real thing that struck me, because if you go on the website, we have the page up, right? All of our votes are there, right? You could vote, all the whole staff voted. Mm-hmm. The vote as it is coming in day by day. But then at the bottom of the page, they have the graphic of last year's top 11.
Mm-hmm.
And what really struck me is not like Hurts isn't going to change his spot that much. Jalen Hurts was 4 last year. He's going to be 3 or 2 or 1 today, right? That's a jump, but it's not like insane.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the good thing is people can't really put him much higher than they are.
For next year, he gets his own list. Yeah. Last year, the fall of 1 and 2 is really the story. Last year's 1 and 2 were Bryce Harper and Joel Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
And I had Bryce Harper at 7th or 8th on my list, and I had Joel Embiid off the list. I think that's actually more of the story than just Hurts. That there's been the top is been vacated, right? And it's now allowing Hurts and Wheeler and Saquon, who wasn't even here a year ago, really, to become those guys. It's a pretty big change. 1 and 2 for last year got knocked down to a lot of 8, 9, 10, 11 off list. It changes fast.
Yeah.
Other guys in the list last year. Tyrese Maxey. No, he's not there this year. Ranger Suarez. Not there this year, except for DeCamera. Aaron Nola was number 10 last year. He wouldn't even sniff a list right now.
Yeah, he's having a little rough.
DeCamera might be a visionary on the Ranger thing.
If Ranger keeps it up, Joe's going to look pretty good.
We're talking about him as the number 2 starter.
I know. Trey was 11 last year, and I don't believe most people had him in the top 11 this year, except Jack and Spike, I think, had him.
I had him.
Oh, you did have him? Yeah. But he didn't make the overall top 11.
No.
It's kind of weird because he's playing better now.
I know.
It is kind of an interesting one. All right, let's go to Tom in Abington. Hey, Tom.
Yo, fellas, how we doing today?
Tom, what's up?
What it do? Stand on business, Hugh?
What's going on,
That is
man?
this Hugh, yeah.
You know, I got to tell you, Hugh, of all the people at the whip, you stand on business more than anyone, and I appreciate that.
I try.
It can be good, it can be bad, it can even be annoying, but one thing it is always
business.
Is entertaining.
It's business.
Yeah, I like the annoying part in there, but go ahead, Tom.
Mostly annoying.
All right, so for this top 11 list, as soon as they revealed the first 2, I knew the whole list was fugazi because Joel Embiid shouldn't snip this list.
Agreed.
That's ridiculous. And then there's a lack of criteria, so that's why we have all this consternation with people's lists. So personally, I used chips and recent performance. That was my criteria. So I came up with 8 Eagles and 3 Phillies. No Flyers, no Sixers. They don't deserve to be on the list.
So I didn't look at my breakdown, but I did the same thing as you. My list is just Eagles and Phillies. Because, I mean, the Sixers won 24 games. I mean, how could no one deserves a spot. And then the Flyers, obviously, I mean, Mitchkov is young, and he had a promising year, but they haven't won anything yet.
Right, yeah. So I'll give you my top 6 real quick. Number 1, obviously, Szechuan broccoli has to be number 1.
Szechuan, yeah.
Got Wheeler at 2, got Jalen Carter at 3, got Jalen Hurts at 4, and Bryce Harper at 5.
I think that's very fair. Like, I've been fighting with the Hurts 1 or 2, but if you want to put him between 4 and 7 or 8 or not, like I think he's got to be on the list. He can't be one or two because I just don't think he's Wheeler or Saquon. But anywhere in that middle, I think is understandable.
And a travesty is Zach Bond not being on there. He's actually number 6 for me.
Well, yesterday, Hugh took a victory lap about defense being a luxury.
I'm just saying.
It's unbelievable.
It is.
Really is.
I mean, I don't make these lists. That's how the people feel.
Well, you did make a list.
Well, I did, and he wasn't on my list either. No, wait a minute. Was Zach on my? I can't remember.
I think he was. Otherwise,
I think he was.
We would
on
have
my
yelled
list.
at you about that.
Anti-53 bias.
It is. Well, you were just upset he took 53 from you. Just be
He's
honest.
the best bald 53 we've ever had in this city.
At one point, I had hair.
You had Zach Bond at 6 on your list,
Yeah,
by the way.
I had hair.
So you,
I had hair.
I
gave him his props.
for me, too.
Yeah, I gave him props. I had hair before.
Tom, what do you got for us? What's something you can do in the dark?
All right, so this is something I actually have done in the past. So whenever a storm was coming and I knew that they'd say there's a chance power would be out, I made sure I had a full tank of gas. As soon as the power went out, I'd get the wife and kids, get in the truck, turn the hotspot on my cell phone, open up the laptop, and stream whatever we wanted right in the truck.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a fun idea. Yeah, you could use the truck for the air conditioning or whatever you need, the heat if it's the wintertime. Tom, that's a good one. We appreciate it. Yeah, you hop in the car, you use the hotspot, and you watch a movie or whatever. I like that. But people, these answers have gotten creative. I'd say for the most part better. I didn't need the personal masseuse one a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, that was wild.
It was a little bit.
That's your boy, Joe.
Well, you're the one that asked him for his whole list.
Well, I did. Then I saw that he was probably going to struggle with it, so I just gave me a 5.
You know,
this is a lot.
The more we haven't, I know it's the end. The week's about to be over. I think we need to do a deeper dive and unpack Hugh's list. I'm looking at it right now. You have Bond at 6, but then you took a victory lap that he didn't make everyone's list.
No, I mean, I did.
You should have been mad at everyone.
No, I'm not mad at anybody because when I made the list, I was trying to be in the moment of what it was, and I gave him his props. But at the same time, the fact that all of you didn't have him on the list.
No, I had him on my list.
Okay, well,
the
rest of the folks didn't have him on his list. That just kind of validated my parking, if you will.
It invalidated your point.
No, not really, because it was like, I mean, I gave him his props because I understand how important defense is sometimes, but it's a luxury.
Cut the audio.
It's a luxury, not a necessity.
But that's
a luxury.
Not true.
Well, you know what? What was the story you was telling me about the other day about how they were talking about
I'm not gonna tell you. You don't remember the wording.
No, I do remember the wording. What was the words that they used?
So ESPN ran a story. I'll try to find it. You know, we're all about accuracy on this show and about facts. Okay, so ESPN had a story. I think Bill Barnwell was here it is. Okay, Bill Barnwell wrote a story. Here's the headline: Barnwell picks the NFL's top luxuries, the best players at 11 specialized role. And then the little subheadline is gadget player, slot cornerback, swing tackle, backup quarterback. Like the guys that are the best at the non-traditional important spots.
Yeah, but it's a luxury.
And the reason I acknowledged this and brought it up to Hugh was, and Kyle, the story, the picture with the story was Cooper. Cooper, he put as the best slot corner in the NFL, that being a luxury position. But just because Cooper DeJean is a luxury position at slot corner doesn't mean all of defense is a luxury.
I'm just saying, to say that about a defensive player that was so integral to the success of our defense.
Well, I mean, maybe Barnwell's lost his mind too, like you.
The fact that the word luxury was used.
I know.
It was, refreshing.
Well,
you shouldn't have
I learned a lesson. Next time I don't tell you.
I tell you stuff.
Yeah, but I don't use it against you. 215.
No, I'm just saying. It's just the word. It was the wording, that L word.
The best part is that as time goes on, you think you're more right on this.
Every day there is something that validates what I said. Mm-hmm. Like 2 years ago, the hottest take on the planet right now, and it's gaining momentum.
It's really not. I mean,
it is.
The Eagles won the Super Bowl on the back of a great defense. That it ended it.
I mean, it was.
It is amazing. What logic would have said, it would have destroyed the take. You have just decided to just ignore. And this is what we call amnesia. I mean, you forgot what happened.
No, I mean, I just like we talk about I stand on business. Yeah. I was just standing on business.
Doesn't matter if the business is logical or not. All right, 215-592. This is the problem. You encourage it.
That was my phone. I'm sorry. It's Friday.
All right, answers for Try Day. We got a prize to give away. Phillies tickets. A few more chances for you to answer. All right, your phone calls will get to you people. And we went crazy for this big weekend, and we put together an 8-leg parlay for tonight's game. Hugh, we're going to hit this one. 8-leg parlay, Phillies bets. We'll hit you in next. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're heading to Minnesota and taking the first 5 under 4 and a hook between the Brewers and Twins. This is a great pitching matchup. Jacob Misiorowski is on the mound for the Brew Crew. Terrific in his first start last week, allowing 0 runs. The Twins have their ace, Joe Ryan, on the mound, 7-2 with a 2.93 ERA. He's allowed 4 total runs in his last 2 starts. Let's go with the first 5 under 4 and a hook between the Brewers and Twins. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I think Rob Thompson needs to go.
Okay. And why is that?
He has no fire under these guys. As a coach, you need to light a fire under these guys, and there's no players on the team that can do it. The Phillies have no one that can light a fire under these guys.
Well,
number two,
so I do agree with the fire thing, but they're not going to fire him 15 games over 500. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
They're not. Would you be surprised at the end of the season if he's gone?
I would not. No, if they don't make the playoffs or they get knocked out in the first round, I think there's a new manager next year.
Gotcha. And then number two, the Phils need to make a move at the deadline, or they're the Sixers. And I think this might sound a little crazy, but I do think Bryce Harper is the next Joel Embiid of Philadelphia.
In terms of the body's just going to break down?
Body's going to break down. He's a top 5 player, easily top 5 player, and just can't get it done when it matters most.
You're a positive guy, aren't you?
So man, we can't pump for the game tonight now, Sean.
On a Friday.
Yeah. So I am concerned with the body. I mean, I hope he doesn't break down. He's played a lot of games and swings and innings, but I mean, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it besides just hold our breath and hope he hits for the next, X amount of years.
I also think that we should make a trade at the deadline for the bullpen. I like Mason Miller out of Athletics.
I love him.
Yeah. His name came up a lot last year, too.
I love him, Sean. I'd be willing to give up something real for him. And I think they would deal him. Now, they have some young guys, so maybe they're trying to turn a corner soon. But I would overwhelm them for a trade for him. I think he's an awesome, awesome relief pitcher. All right, Sean, what do you got for us for something to do when the power's out?
Grab some adult beverages and play some cards.
Play some cards in the dark.
That's nice and simple and easy. That's a good one, Sean. I appreciate it.
We assume
when you're
that
drinking is fun.
Cards, drinking.
Yeah, but we assume it's dark, right?
Well, so at some point it's going to get dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you need, we have a few of like the book lights.
Mm-hmm.
Like so you can clip them to the book and you can read in the dark. That kind of gets you through with flashlights. You can get by for a few hours that way. Okay. Yeah. So you don't, you could create a little bit of light. It's just a matter of how much. Topper's not getting fired right now. They're 15 over, and they have a series for first place this week. What was the other thing you talked about? Oh, Bryce is the next MVP. Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, guys, I am revved up for this series after that call. Woo!
It's a lot.
Let's go.
That was a lot to digest.
It was. It's a little much, yeah, but it's okay. I mean, hey.
That's the way it feels.
Yeah, you can't change how people feel. I mean, we know that this week with the whole top 11 list. You can't. People have their feelings.
People are dug in. Yep. Some people are right. Some people are delusional. Just got to figure out who is who.
I think it's quite clear.
Where do you align in all of this?
Yeah, I think it's quite clear this week who's in the delusional camp. And
I think it's up for debate.
Well, everything is. That's what we do.
Yeah,
at
that's
WIP.
what we do. That's on a daily basis.
That's part of it. Tasty Cake Dom. Hey, Tasty Cake Dom.
How you doing, Joe? Hey,
Good.
you.
What's up, man?
Hey, Dom.
So I just told Kyle I've become a big fan of the show, and I now listen to you guys every day.
Oh, we appreciate that. That means a lot to us.
So I'm a 30-year WIP guy. When you guys commit a violation at the level that you did today, I'm going to call in.
All right.
Fair?
What we do? Tell us.
Is that fair?
It's fair, yeah. But that's how I know you're
arguing. You guys are arguing about football, and you take a cheap shot against Tobias Harris. That was such a low. Can we talk facts, Joe? I just want to talk.
I like facts. I like facts.
Okay, right. The 6 years Tobias Harris was here, they averaged 50 wins. Fact. That 18-8 was there every single night. He didn't miss 400 games. The other guy did. Fact.
Mm-hmm.
And every single year he played for the Sixers, they played more than 82 games a year, and they transferred him to a slop team, and they then played more than 82 games this year.
Yeah, the Pistons made the playoffs. That's all facts so far.
Try to tell them.
Okay, so how does Tobias and the other guy they acquired for Tobias Harris,
is a stiff.
the other max contract,
is a stiff.
Flop.
He's a stiff, yeah.
Flop.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't get the constant Tobias Harris shots.
So,
I don't get it.
All right, there's a couple things. I don't exactly remember how we got to Tobias in this, but
Kyle said, somebody said something about, I think they compared him to Jalen, and Kyle said Tobias Harris is a way less player than Jalen Hurts.
Well, he is. I think that's
right. When
debatable.
I mean, Tobias Harris is let's try to be fair. He's been an average to above average NBA player for 10 years. I'm trying to be nice to him, right? That's what he is. Jalen Hurts is one of the 5 to 6, 7 best quarterbacks.
Stop. 18-8 is average?
Average to above. Average to he's kind of vacillated in there.
And
Jalen
nice.
Hurts is better than that. Jalen Hurts is better than that. He's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So we're good then on this.
Okay.
I don't think he liked the shot
he ain't been here in a year now. I mean, there's a lot of names you could throw out there.
So you're just upset we used him. I get it. Now I get it. Well, part of this, It's Hugh's fault, though. It's Hugh's fault.
This is a rash that this station has gotten me for years because basketball fact again, Joe. This station, Tobias Harris went 2 for 6 in a game once and got obliterated on the station the next day all day. 2 for 6, right, Joe?
Yeah, that happened.
If your max, and you know as a basketball guy, if your max player goes 2 for 6, it ain't the player. If the coach ain't getting him more than 6 reps in a game, it ain't the player. If Jason Tatum went 2 for 6 in a game, would they rip Jason Tatum or would they rip the coach?
They probably should rip both. And, Dom, we appreciate it. Dom, love that you're a big part of the show now.
I got to tell you, if there's one thing that tells me that you'll never win, it's that. Like, we say Jalen Hurts isn't a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. You're a hater. If you say Jalen Hurts is miles better than Tobias Harris,
you're a hater.
Then you're a hater on Tobias Harris. I mean, it's unbelievable.
There is one thing, and I thought about this the other day with Castellanos. I actually think there's a good parallel between Castellanos and Tobias Harris. They both are paid a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
They're both average to above average players. They're not bad, right? But they're not like awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Could we call it what it is? Right? They're there. They're not your best player. They're not terrible players. You wish they were a little bit better. I think there is something people do appreciate, though, about players that post every day. I appreciate it about Nick. He plays every day. He doesn't take days off because something's nicked and bruised. Tobias was kind of like that, too. I mean, there is something about those kind of players that I do appreciate.
Blue-collar guys.
Right, they just show up every day and play. I mean, like, there's a million great players that there's always something wrong. Always something sore. Always, I can't play tonight.
Totally agree.
Yeah, and I think that's where Tasty Cake Dom was coming from. If I think he appreciated that from Tobias, but mostly this is your fault.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, because
I brought him up
because
I brought him up because like I was talking about. I brought him up in the vein of how guys, they snap back at the fans.
Yeah.
When the fans say something, and that's how it was brought
you're
up.
Right, it was your fault.
Yeah, it was. It was like because I brought up how he talked about the crumble cookie thing. And then, I think Kyle called him a bum or something. Something like that.
God forbid.
All right.
And then, then it was all downhill.
Sure. Let's go to Nick at Cherry Hill. Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Nick?
I just wanted to add in on the Jalen Hurts thing. I think when it comes down to the whole athlete thing, it's going to be down to what he can do and what others can't do, like their physical ability, whether throwing, how fast they could run, how well they do other sports, things like that. So I think that's going to be a big thing when it comes to that list.
Well, for sure. I do think, because, right, you're right. Everyone has different criteria, and some people think here athlete, and they're just going to think of the best athletes. Some are going to think of players, production. That's what kind of makes it fun, Nick, that no one exactly thinks of it the same way. So really no list is wrong. We're having fun at each other's expense. But there's nothing wrong with it's whatever. It's just a list.
Yeah, I think he's going to be like 2. But I think he's going to be over Wheeler.
I think you're right. If I had to guess right now, I think you're spot on. I think it's going to be Saquon, Hurts,
Jalen.
Wheeler.
Yeah.
Because there were enough lists, Nick, that I saw that had Wheeler 8 or 9, and I think that's going to hurt him. Meanwhile, there were a lot of 1s for Jalen, and maybe I saw 1 Wheeler 1. I think that was Spike, but I think it's going to even out to the math that you said.
Yeah. I think, and the Phillies too. I think they got this weekend. I think they at least got 2 this weekend. I always have a weary feeling. Like I know as little as the Phillies hit, but I don't feel like the pitchers, except the aces and all the starters like that. I just think the pitchers don't help as much. I guess the bullpen, you would say. I don't think they help as much when it comes to keeping the score. Like even if we get up 2-0, I want to be up 2-0. I don't want to get 2-1 and then 2-2 and then. Strom comes in and the tied leader, like the other night, Strom's in and the tied to 2 runs are on the bases and all that, and it's 4-2, and we're stressing at the end of the game and all that. And but I think they're going to have it this weekend.
Well, I hope you're right. 2 out of 3 is exactly what we need. All right, Nick, what do you got for us? The power's out. What's a fun thing to do?
I think this one's a good one because it's not any board game, but when you play a board game when the power goes out, but it's not any one board game. There's a specific one. It's called the Titanic. And you have to start off in your room, and you have to collect all your belongings, all that stuff, get a life vest, get to the end of the boat, and then get off the boat.
I've never heard of this. That's an interesting one. All right, Nick, we appreciate it. Titanic. All right, we appreciate the phone call. All right, before we go any further, our Twitter question, of course, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You're learning about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. Can the Phillies turn you into a true believer? What a series win over the Mets. 71% yes, 29% no. They want to wait. It's only June, people. All right, before we get to you people. Hugh, you ready to put together a parlay here? Let's go. Are we going big? How many legs we talking?
We're going 8.
8 legs. All right, let's do it. A parlay for the Phillies and the Mets. So this is tonight's game, right? Tonight's game parlay?
Yes.
All right, Kyle's going to be there. We know you always want to win your parlay. So, all right, what are we thinking? When do you want to start this?
Oh, yeah. I'm on the money line. Always.
Phillies money line. Okay.
Phillies money line.
Wheeler versus Blade Tidwell.
Yeah, we're going out on a limb here.
Yeah.
Money line. Okay. We like any home runs tonight?
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber.
All right.
Hit a home run.
So do we think that was the beginning of the June thing got a little slow start this year?
Yeah, it did. I think tonight is going to be a big night.
He crushed that one last night. I think that was the hardest hit homer since the one he had off a sale.
Smoked it.
Yeah, he crushed that ball. All right, so Phillies money line, Schwarber homer. Can we go under on this clown strikeouts tonight? What's his name? Blake Tidwell?
Blade Tidwell.
Come on.
Blade Tidwell.
Blade Tidwell is a made-up name. And if the Phillies let this guy go over his strikeout prop, I'm mad at them. Under 3.5, Blade Tidwell. They should blast this guy.
Yeah.
Under 3.5 strikeouts. Okay. What else we throw? You like the hit props, don't you?
Yeah, I do. So I went Bryson Stott.
Okay.
Max Kepler.
Okay.
Hits Starling Marte.
So we threw a Met hit in there?
One Met in there.
He always
gets
Yeah, and then Alec Bohm.
Okay. So
I got Philip Bomer. What did they say? Ride the Bomer? That's what Ike likes to do.
Yeah. Are you riding the Bomer now?
No, I am not riding the Bomer. I would have rode him, but until he told me no. Ike likes to ride the Bomer.
We can all feel that you want to be a Bomer guy.
Nah. Not riding the Bomer. Not doing that.
I just mean support Alec
I think you
Bohm.
just don't like the phrase and it's turned you off.
I do.
In some weird way, I feel like this is the same. In whatever part of the brain this is, it's the same thing why you'd eat glizzy so
I
weird.
eat glizzy.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's okay to say you're riding the Bomer. It just means you're supporting Alec Bohm.
Come on, Hugh.
You just ride the Bomer.
Can we get this last leg in, man? Because I'm not riding the Bomer.
He was done with this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not riding. That's not going to happen. We ain't doing
that. Before we get to the last leg, if Alec Bohm hits a walk-off hit to win the World Series, will you ride the Bomer? We'll all be riding the Bomer all winter.
I don't even like the way it sounds when you say it. It's like, we ride the Bomer. No, I'm not. No.
His name is Alec Bohm.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I understand.
You're riding
and we both acknowledge that I'm a little childish. Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
We're good.
All right, quickly, and then we got to move on. Would you be more willing to, Phillies win the World Series at a walk-off Bowman, say you're riding the Bomer, or eat a hot dog like a regular person? In public.
I'm sorry.
Guess I'm
so tough for you.
Guess I'm riding the Bomer.
Oh, we got him! All right, final leg.
That's crazy.
We think Phillies team total over 4.5?
Over 4.5. I like it. I like it. I like it.
The eight-leg parlay. Phillies money line. Schwarber homer. Blake Tidwell, that clown, under 3.5 strikeouts. Over 4.5 Phillies runs. Stott, Kepler, Bohm, Marte hits.
Boy, I tell you, if I hit this parlay, I'm going to get that T-shirt we was talking about.
You might be able to get 2 T-shirts.
I might be able to.
What's that, 30-1 right there?
Yeah, that's 30. That's like
Boom.
$60.
There it is.
$60.
All right, let's check in with you people. See what they're up to today.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Gentlemen, we have a red alert in the YouTube chat.
Oh, no. What is happening?
Aaron in San Diego has found the YouTube chat.
We can't get rid of him.
This is, look, Aaron's probably a great guy.
Yeah.
No one bothers me more, I've decided. Nobody.
You got to deal with
Way
that.
to go, Aaron.
And yeah,
Good job, Aaron.
He should wear that as a badge of honor. But Aaron in San Diego finding the YouTube chat is a disaster.
Okay, so
it's a disaster.
So you need the weekend more than any of us.
I mean, already can't stand his phone calls. But him in the YouTube chat where he can just incessantly ramble on.
Yep.
And drop in his nonsensical points.
And not talk about the subject at hand.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All good.
All right. On a more normal note, can't wait to hear the nonsense you guys spew today. That was right in the beginning of the show.
We gave you 4 full hours.
Thanks for being here.
Hope you enjoyed it.
As always. Finally, a break from Hugh's crummy clues.
I'm living rent-free in somebody here.
Crummy. You know what? That word isn't used enough.
Crummy. Yeah.
Like Blake Tidwell is a crummy pitcher.
Yeah.
He's crummy.
Yep. Joe, somebody put this task on you for Monday.
Okay, what I got to do?
Your top 11 worst takes.
Ever or just the last year?
He said ever.
I think maybe ever.
Ever? Oh, all right. I'll dig deep.
Trying to cook that up.
Memory bank. Yeah, you got it, guys.
That's good. So at the beginning of the show, and this has happened before, but the audio wasn't synced up, so someone said we were like those old kung fu movies.
Oh, Hugh loves kung fu.
I do. I do love kung fu movies.
Where the audio was a few seconds before or after the video, so that's always good. Yep. Your friendly neighborhood Hugh Douglas has arrived today.
Oh, the Spider-Man. I forgot. Yeah, Spider-Man. Sure.
Hugh looks like he's about to sling webs and fight crime in the city tonight.
That ain't funny.
It's not bad, man.
It's really good. I like that.
Yep. This was during Hugh's rant on Jalen Hurts when we were telling him that he was cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hugh just cooked up a bowl of cereal.
Cereal.
It was.
Yeah, you don't cook cereal.
A second round pick. He's Rocky. I mean, unbelievable stuff.
They liked it. They liked it a lot.
All right, I love this one. This guy, Douglas, parentheses, pushing 60, can't get his mind out of the gutter.
Don't be mad at me because everything still work over here. That's all I got to say about that. Everything's A-okay on these parts.
Yeah, he didn't dispute pushing 60 though. He didn't.
The parentheses pushing 60 is... That's amazing.
Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad.
I might work that into our regular conversation. Like you say something about the Phillies, like, yeah, and you're pushing 60.
This guy, Douglas, parentheses, pushing 60. Can't get his mind out of the gutter.
That's the ages. Quit being at ages.
Yeah,
that ain't cool.
Yeah. Hugh didn't need to ask the Eagles for his stats when he declined. He knew it was over when he got two-piece by T.O.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
no, I got two-piece by Todd Harriman. It was not T.O. Todd Harriman's two-piece.
That was a low blow. People don't bring up the T.O. thing enough when they're trying to take personal shots at you.
Yeah,
they don't.
Because that dog
It's brand new.
That dog don't. Huh?
Yep. All right, last one, because we were talking about Try-Day, things to do when your power goes out. And I believe you people invented a drinking game.
Oh.
And it's take a drink every time Hugh forgets English.
This 4th of July, you can celebrate with big savings at the Mattress Warehouse.
You will get hammered, so be careful.
I would drink something light. Yeah,
but
just
you know
for
what's
your own
funny?
health.
I know when I do it, and I think it's funny too. I'm like, wait a minute.
You laughed it off.
All right, I know we got to get to Andy and then award this prize. I started workshopping the 11 worst takes just to like get the few top of my head. Phillies last year, the best Phillies team I've ever seen. I picked the Eagles to beat the Bucks outright the year they were down 30-0 in the playoffs. I said last year the Eagles would miss the playoffs after they lost to the Bucks, and fire Sirianni, hire Belichick is the only way to save the season. So we got 4 easy ones.
Now, so let me ask you this, because I know you would still do the Harper for Soto trade right now.
Yeah.
But at the time, the timing being that Harper had like the most unforgettable postseason of his life.
Yeah, the timing didn't help me.
But
that's a great take.
Okay.
That one I wouldn't put on my list. No, I got one. The Phillies would be better off missing the playoffs in 22, the last week I said, and then they got to the World Series.
Yeah, that was
every playoff
tough.
game I was there, people reminded me of that.
You know,
it was fun.
We will accept submissions for the list of Joe
Oh,
Gilliard's
yeah.
top
Yeah.
11 worst takes.
Yeah. When are we going to get to my best ones? Are we just going to ignore those?
we don't yet.
Oh, okay, because I got some good ones. All right, Andy in Westchester. What's up, Andy?
Andy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
Andy, what's up?
Pretty good.
Nothing. I love the return of Spider Douglas. You got your 8-leg parlay in for you.
Oh, Spider Douglas. He sounds like a boxer.
Wow, with the 8-legger, I didn't even put that together.
Yeah, me neither.
It's like Spider Rico. And you've had the Rocky reference.
Yeah.
Maybe you are Spider
what it
Douglas.
is? Okay.
Yeah.
Spider Rico.
They're good. Way to go. Way to go, Andy. Way to go.
No, because you couldn't say it earlier, Hugh, for politically correct reasons. Grizzly Man was a comedy. That was so great when at the end of the movie. I loved it.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, that was
I admit
crazy.
it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But the Phils, I think that this is absolutely a must-win series, if not sweep. Especially this, if you think about it, it was about the same time last year where both teams' seasons swung. At this point, it was the England.
It was, and the
London
crazy part
game.
is since then, I think if you go from the last game in England to now, the Mets are 12-4 against the Phillies. Andy, we're up against it. I want to get your answer though. What would you say for an answer if something we could do Try-Day if the power's out?
All right, what I did last night actually exactly is the garage hang. It was still raining, so I had to put up a chair out in the garage, got myself a glass of bourbon, watch the rain, then my wife joined me later.
I like that. The garage hang. Andy, we appreciate it. All right. We got a lot of good answers today. Once people got their head out of the gutters, we got some good ones. As much as I think it was 3 times Mario said Elliott cooked me, I did like Mario from the barbershop who said
Mario from the barbershop.
The s'mores, right? Roast the marshmallows over the fire. I like that. All right, Mario, you're going to the game with us. We will talk to you guys on Monday. Go Phils. Beat up the Mets. Afternoon show next with the unveil of the top 3 athletes in Philadelphia right now. We'll talk to you on Monday on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore. The new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Jack Fritz here. I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, I purchased the all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. Scott Honda made the process so easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at ScottAutoGroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Other WNBA teams keep playing physical basketball with Caitlin Clark. You could see it as an honor. Same thing happened to Michael Jordan when he came to the NBA. You could even say Wayne Gretzky when he got to the NHL. I know it's crazy to discuss a second-year player in the conversation with two GOATs, but Clark is getting singular attention every time she steps on the court. Now the question is, how do her and the Fever adjust? This could get ugly as they try to figure out the new reality of the WNBA. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back. It's the WIP afternoon show. With an Ike and a Spike and a Fritz on a Chickies Friday. Well, we're actually not at Chickies because of that big soccer thing going on. But if you want to watch that big soccer thing and you don't have tickets, no better place than Chickies and Pete's in South Philly.
There you go.
Ike Reese, how you feeling, brother?
Brother Spike, I'm feeling pretty good. Listen, yesterday, like a roller coaster ride watching that game last night.
Yes, it was.
But we got through it, and the Phillies get through that series, winning 3 out of 4. I love it. I love it. I love it. Schwarber is back. Listen, June Schwarber's taking a little longer to get going, and I don't know if it's actually going to ever kick in the full swing. But since he had a great start to the season, maybe we don't need it as much. I'm excited about this series. Enough about that stinking series in Miami. We got through that. We got New York. We got stinking New Yorkers in the city. You know, I know they're here. Traffic says so as well. Jackie Baseball, holla at your boy.
I need a Met to wear one. I'm so jealous of what happened with the Padres and Dodgers this weekend.
Don't start the show off with that.
I got to.
Wait to get into that.
Come on, Lindor, first one in the ribs. Wheels, set a tone. Set a freaking tone. I want a brawl.
It's all fun until somebody breaks their finger.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's a Met.
Well, listen, the Padres and the Dodgers didn't give a damn about that.
No. I see Ohtani getting hit, and I'm like, imagine if they throw a ball at Bryce's hand or something like that.
Might not be there this weekend. Who cares? Ohtani, they went right after him.
Yeah.
That's baseball.
By the way, let me tell you.
Yeah.
He and I are Ohtani guys.
Yes.
Ohtani's men.
Ohtani's men?
Did you see after he got hit yesterday?
Oh, him telling everybody go back in the dugout?
Yes. And then walking over to the Padres dugout.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That is ultra cool.
That's super cool. And all he has to do right afterwards is sit in the dugout for 2 innings and wait for his next at-bat.
He pitched this week.
Yeah. For an inning.
He got on the mound.
For an inning.
Yeah, weep, pal. I know you're going to cry in your little Lindor blanket.
All right.
Oh, man.
As I said, we're usually at Chickies on Friday. We'll be back at Chickies next Friday. There was a big soccer event going on, so we are here.
Stupid soccer.
No, stop. The soccer sport.
On, man.
Can we stop?
It's football.
Oh, my God.
Don't let Elliot hear you say that.
But the show today is brought enough.
All right, let's pull it together.
The show is brought to you by Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. It's a big show today. As we wrap up top 11 week, we reveal.
Everybody's out there like, thank God.
Yes.
Until Monday.
Yeah.
We bring something else back, baby. Yep.
So
it's been exciting.
We reveal 3, 2, and 1 at 2:30 today. So you will get to, and we all know the 3 remaining, unless there's some big shock, the 3 remaining players that we have not heard yet in alphabetical order are Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, and Zach Wheeler. We will find out their exact order of where they got voted on at 2:30 today. Elliot joins us at 3. Tornado Shapiro's weekend forecast at 3:30. The belt at 4:30. Robbie E. to defend his selection of Jalen Hurts at number 1 right after that. Making everybody defend their selections today.
I was going to say, do we have everybody who picked him number 1 to
well,
defend
just remember, we had DeCamara on first to defend not having him.
Even having him at all
on the list. Yes. But we do have to start with the Phils today because the Phils win 3 or 4. By the way, dynamite, maybe the best pitching performance from a Philly this year, or one of them from Christopher Sanchez last night. That was absolutely awesome. I know it was just Miami, but that was a great game, man. He gets into the 8th inning on 80 pitches. Like that's a good pitcher.
I'm just smiling because we went from Rangers' great game.
I know to Sanchez's. It's like incredible. Yeah. But like this weekend, and it's a gut check Friday because it's a gut check for us. It's a gut check for you because it is a gut check for the Philadelphia Phillies. Because coming into the city starting tonight are the New York Mets. And we all know what happened the last 2 times we saw the New York Mets. We got swept earlier this year, and we got, it was so bad that it made us question whether this team even had it anymore. And then, obviously, in the playoffs last year, the Mets win 3-1, and it honestly didn't even feel that close. And that's not even that close. It just felt like a series that we were waiting for the Mets to win. And quite honestly, the Mets have been the Phillies' daddy. And on a gut check Friday, it's like, what does your gut tell you? Do the Phillies have it in them to stand up to the New York Mets this weekend, who are struggling, by the way, losing 6 in a row, not scoring any runs? Their starting pitching is hurt. Like, do the Phillies have it in their gut to stand up to the New York Mets this weekend, to say that not only are we as good as you, but we are better than you? Like, this is our house. This is a division that we want to win. We are still the class of the NL East. So I ask you first, on a gut check Friday, what does your gut tell you that the Phillies have in store this weekend? Do they have it?
Well, my first instinct is to ask Jack, as usual.
Okay.
Who's in the rotation?
Oh.
For the Phillies or the Mets?
Who do we have going this week?
Well, we have Wheels tonight in a bullpen game against a bullpen game for the Mets.
Yeah, they brought a guy from AAA.
What about? I mean, just for us. I don't even care who's going for the Mets. Although the Mets have the best pitching.
Yeah, it's cooling off a little bit. Yeah. So it's Wheeler versus Blade Tidwell tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Griffin Canning versus Abel tomorrow.
Okay.
And then David Peterson, who's been great, versus Jesus Luzardo on Sunday Night Baseball.
All right. So here's what I'll say to this. The Phillies need to step up. I feel we can get 2 of 3.
Yes.
You know, I feel that. If we get 2 out of 3, I'll be happy with that.
Absolutely. And not just that, like show that you are, like,
there's this sense.
Here's the thing. Show that you're tired of losing to the
that
Mets.
team. Yes.
Like it's that simple to me. When I don't want to overdo the West Coast rivalry that's going on with the Padres and the Dodgers, but that's a clear sign of two divisional teams. One is a defending world champion, and the other is trying to get to where they are. And they play each other so much. You can see the animosity that is built up in that rivalry there. You mean to tell me a West Coast rivalry has more intensity and more passion than an East Coast rivalry?
New York and Philadelphia,
Philly?
San Diego, they've never been mad about anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's 75 and sunny every day.
Every day.
Stupid chant by the nursing home guys that they had a few years ago.
That's what's in?
Yes. I mean, so to your point, Spike, I'm like, I need the Phillies to show fire this weekend. And to me, I want to see a little emotion this weekend.
Yes.
Because our crowd is going to be here because their crowd is going to be here.
Yes, and understand that is going to happen this weekend.
No doubt about it. We've seen it.
Yep.
We've seen it. So if we're going to have that type of atmosphere, I want the players to feed off of that energy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Casty, I love the passion, brother. Show me a little bit this weekend.
Yes, absolutely.
Show me a little bit this weekend.
Absolutely. Schwarber. I want to see it out of all of them. I want to see it out of Trey Turner. I want to see it out of the pitchers. I want to see it out of Zach Wheeler tonight. I want to see it out of Wheeler tonight going against his former team who didn't believe enough in him to, you know what I mean? This is, I know LA, when we asked him on Wednesday, he said, it's not that big.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling that LA. No.
I think he's wrong.
Exactly.
I think these
I
series.
hope the players don't think that way.
These are statement series.
Yes.
With the Phillies coming in, having won 5 of 6, or 8 of 10, or all that, and the Mets losing 6 in a row. I'm just telling you, they cannot come in here and win this series. They can't. And we can't just be watching these games waiting for the Mets to win, which is how it has felt the last several games we've seen the Mets.
Because here's what I'll say. We're not going to react that way Monday. That won't be the reaction of this fan base after this series if that's what happens.
Oh, if they lose the series.
Yeah.
It won't be just like, it's another series.
Doesn't matter, yeah. That will not be the reaction.
No.
Nor should it be, by the way.
215-592-9494. It is a gut check Friday. What's your gut tell you the Phils have in store against the Mets this weekend? Jack, what does your gut tell you?
Gut tells me I'm hoping. I'm just letting everyone know. I know.
He's nervous going into the season. He's looking for a soft landing.
I am definitely nervous. I'm with both of you. I want 2 or 3. I want some fisticuffs. I
didn't say I want fisticuffs.
Well, I want fisticuffs. You got to man up in there. And Spike, don't even turn your mic on. Everyone needs to fight. No, but I want to see a backbone. And I think they've developed a backbone. You've seen them bounce back from losing 9 of 10. First time they've done that since June of 2019. They've bounced back. They've righted the ship with Bryce going down. Will we see Bryce this weekend? We'll get into more of that.
That's another question.
As we go forward.
Yeah.
But I'm still I got to see it. I got to see it before I'm like, there it is. You got it. They were the Marlins, and it's not like it was the most crisp baseball down there. There was still some sloppiness, and I love Sanchez, brilliant, Ranger, brilliant, all great. But man, this is still a huge test. I don't care how the Mets are playing. I think the Mets have this series circled, and the Phils need to meet the moment.
Well, and the Mets know they have the mental advantage
and
right now.
that's what we got to get back from on
they have the
their
advantage
side.
right now. Yes.
And I'm just letting everyone know they do this horrible, horrible celebration when they get on first base. It's Alonso road runnering in his ear hole. Every guy, take out Alonso for all I care. They are annoying. They're the worst, but I still got to see it to believe it.
Can I tell you, I listened to both of you, and you both said, because I said, it's a gut check. What's your gut tell you? Mm-hmm. And both of you said, I hope the Phillies do it this weekend.
Yeah.
So all right, but I'm not. Look,
so if you want me on a scale of 1 to 10,
yeah, what's your
7.5,
7.5 confidence level?
Yeah, 7.5 confidence level.
And Jack,
I'm like 7.5.
You guys are lying.
I don't know what
you're saying 7.5.
Where are you at?
Can I tell you? Your mouth is saying 7.5. Your eyes, both of you, are saying 4.
No,
I'm being honest with you.
6.
Yeah, you could at least said 6.
I see
where
your
are you
eyes.
at, tough guy?
I believe in this team, and I have all year.
Well, what's your number?
Hold on, you have not all year.
I have.
You jumped after the Pirate series?
No, I didn't. I said they were better than what they showed. I was mad at them after the Pirate series, but I did not jump.
All right, where were you at?
I'm at a 9.
Oh,
my ass.
No.
I'm at a 9.
What if they lose tonight?
I'm at a 9. Then they'll win too. I'm telling you.
All right.
They will be present this
But they
weekend.
lose tonight, we won't win too.
Well, I hope we will.
They lose this one tonight, we won't be.
Can't lose
too.
a bullpen game against Zach Wheeler.
That's what I'm saying.
215-592-9494. It is a gut check Friday. What's your gut tell you? Phillies, are they ready for the challenge against the Mets tonight?
I was.
Yeah,
Had
but
we
that
stayed in our
traffic.
original location.
Yeah, the traffic will tell you no. Julie in Swedesboro, you're on WIP. What's up, Julie?
Hey, guys. Listen, Spike, I'm with you. I've believed in this team all year. Of course, we're not going every single game, but I've believed in them all year. And I don't think it's going to be a challenge because the Mets have lost how many in a row? 6 in a row?
6 in a row. Yeah.
6 in a row. They're coming in.
But it also says they're due to win.
Wow.
I mean,
yeah, but the Phillies are, they've been playing, really well recently. I just think they have a chip on their shoulder because, they haven't played that great against the Mets overall over the last few years. But I also think Casty still has something on his shoulder. Like, did you guys see his Instagram post about half hour ago?
I did not.
No, I did not. What happened?
So it's a little. I mean, I pulled it up. I actually was just about to send it to you, so I'm glad Julie brought it up.
Okay.
So he posted a photo of himself in right field, of course.
Okay.
And
Wow, this is very dramatic. It's been a very dramatic week for Nick.
It's been a weird Phillies week. I'm not used to the drama.
Yeah.
His caption was, learn the rules like a pro, comma, to break them like an artist. What the hell does that mean?
I have no idea.
Learn the rules
like a pro, to break them. But don't be sloppy. If you're gonna, I guess what he's trying to say is that he is learning. Is to learn the rules of how to operate within what you're doing, because he broke one of Rob Thompson's rules. And if you know them well enough, then you can know how to maneuver around them, is I think what he is. He was, he mouthed off and he shouldn't have. He's got to figure out when to open his mouth and when not to.
Would you say this is a little self-awareness?
I think it is.
Okay.
And there was the story, was that from Lachlan Marsh? The story?
He talked about it last night.
Yeah, just a story about him wanting the team to send him his defensive metrics every week so he can learn what he's doing well and what he's not doing well. I don't know. Maybe this ends up being a real moment for Rob Thompson and Nick Castellanos. An actual moment.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily know how this was being sort of portrayed. So this is a positive thing.
Yeah, I take it as a positive thing. I take it as
positive. I like the explanation you just gave.
That's the way I think about it.
You seems like you speak Castellanos. Something, with him, you never know sometimes.
Similar temperaments.
Me and Casty?
No.
Oh, come on, man. Get a little respect here. Maybe 15 years ago, maybe I was a little more like Casty. Do you take that Instagram post as a positive, Julie?
I am so back and forth. Okay. I don't know. I can't.
See?
He's different. He's just so different. I don't know. I can never read him right. But I think this show. I think to me, it's like he still has a chip on his shoulder. I do. I don't think it's entirely positive as far as his his relationship with Rob Thompson.
So you think there's still a little residue there from the other night of being benched?
I think he's still like, I'm going to do what I want. Because that's how,
Yeah, but I did hear that, correct me if I'm wrong, did Rob say yesterday prior to the game or after the game that he wasn't going to take him out in that series, but he wasn't necessarily excluding that he may do it at some point else?
Yeah, I think
he left it open that he would still do it.
Yeah, he's going to still do it.
Yeah.
Right.
He just didn't want to do it immediately with everything going on.
Right.
I just think, thank you for the call, Jory. I think Castellanos wants everybody to know, he is a proud guy. Yeah. That he is not neutered. And he's still going to do what he wants, but he understands that there are rules. Right. I think that this was a positive thing for both of them. And I want Castellanos to still have an attitude.
Right.
Right? That's part of what makes him good.
Well, I think it was all good until we thought there was an issue with he and the manager.
Oh, yeah.
Like the defensive strategy, I was fine with it with Rob Thompson. By the way, Joe Giglio's crazy for his topic yesterday.
Oh, yeah. He was
nuts.
Yeah.
Topper was correct in that, and I'm okay with him not doing it immediately moving forward.
Sure.
what Cassidy has to realize is that whether you agree with it or not, your handling of it was wrong.
Right.
That's the issue right there.
And it was good that it came out that he apologized both the night of and the next day.
Okay, like that's what was important right there. It's the way you handle it. It's not Rob Thompson and what he decided to do. You can be okay with disliking it, but you can't handle it the way you handled it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he understands. I think there's so many positives from this.
Mm-hmm.
I think Castellanos knows it could happen in another game now. I think which is a good thing. Like if for Rob Thompson to do that in the middle of June and we have this blow up in the middle of June is a lot better than it happening in game 2 of the NLDS, and then we're dealing with it then, right?
I agree.
The other thing that it does is it wakes Castellanos up that, hey, we've never thought that you were the greatest right fielder in the world.
Now he's ready to prove it.
Yes, but you've been worse than you have been, and like that's not good enough for us.
Yeah,
and I think he knows that now, and I also think that Rob Thompson showed that both A, he can have a backbone and stand up and make a rule, but that B, he's not changing who his personality is. He's not some taskmaster, and everyone's got to do exactly what he said.
No, or anything like that. Yeah,
and I think him giving and saying that he wasn't going to do it, he told Casti he wouldn't do it in the game immediately, shows a respect for Castellanos, and I think
doesn't lose the clubhouse. Rob knows what he's doing, man.
Yeah,
I got to be honest with you. It might be the moment that I have become a topper guy.
Wow. No more discussions of what's the manager doing.
No more. It's where it's complete trust with him.
And it could be, listen.
It might be the moment for me, man. And seriously, it may be the moment where I'm like, because he handled this, like Spike said, he did the disciplinary thing, but he also was able to be nurturing and understanding. It's like being a parent.
Yes.
It's like being a parent. Like, okay, you discipline, and then it's like, okay, that doesn't mean you don't necessarily love your kid or what have you. So you got to give a little as well. Yeah. I know they're grown men, so it's hard to sort of put those together, but Rob is still in a position of being the parent, the boss. It's like managing us. When Spike was a program director, Rod's the program director, brand manager. You got to be able to handle these personalities, and when it's time to be strict with us, sure, there's there, but then you still got to give us room to be us.
Yes, and
we're going to respect that.
And that's what makes everybody here good at what we do, because part of it is the outrageousness and how difficult we can be. It's the same thing with baseball players. Yep. And Rob Thompson knows, like everybody in there is making more than Rob Thompson is.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everybody in there is making more than Rob Thompson is, and he knows that.
Are we making more than Rod Lagan?
No shot. Well, I don't know you guys.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about you.
Okay. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you weren't. But maybe this could be like how the Eagles responded after the BG comments.
Yes. I think it could be.
They need to have that conversation.
Yeah. So 215-592-9494. It is a gut check Friday. What is your gut telling you about the Phillies-Mets series this weekend? It is a big one. But coming up next, it is the biggest reveal. You think this Phillies-Mets series is big? Well, we're revealing the top 3 in the top 11 countdown as voted on by you, as voted on by WIP staff. As I've mentioned, the 3 left, and I'm going to give them an alphabetical order by last name, so I'm not saying who's
you're not
first.
Saying this is the order.
Yes, this is the order.
3.
Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, Zach Wheeler are all the guys that are left, and we will find out who came in 3,
but it could
2,
be this
and
order.
1. It could be. It could not be. It could be reverse of that order. It could be Zach Wheeler number 1, which is where I had him. So that is coming up next. This show brought to you by the great Chickies and Pete's and Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and big events are always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your party online at chickiesandpete's.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Listen, I love my Scott Auto Group family. Got my first car from there and my current car. And take it from me, you got to go check out the brand new Scott Kia location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. A stunning new showroom. Was out there a couple weeks ago. I was blown away. It's a beautiful, beautiful showroom, state-of-the-art service center, a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to get in on all the MLB action, from hits to total bases to home runs. They've got a lineup filled with all your favorite wagers. Or if pitching is more your thing, FanDuel has a deep bullpen of bets, from strikeouts to shutout innings. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today. New customers get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Give me the over in strikeouts for the starting pitcher in Philadelphia. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to step up to the plate. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO for your chance to score $200 of bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out, because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies MP.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second three-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Zach Wheeler's walk-up song there. That is a ominous walk-up song.
It's a phenomenal walk.
Yeah.
Get that before a playoff start in front
Come
of a
on.
sold-out CVP, Chelsea.
Come on.
Yeah.
You above 3 in your confidence level and trust in the Phils this week?
Shut up.
And
I
you
said
are.
6
Nah,
and a half,
you're
at
lying.
least. You're a liar.
You're both lying. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you trust the Phillies this weekend against the Mets is the question, Ike. Do you trust the Phillies this weekend against the Mets? What do you think the poll response is so far?
Probably where Jack and I are at. I would say the majority says yes, but it's probably in that 65 to 70 range. So I'll go 68.
51.6 say yes.
Even lower.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. They are the truth tellers. As usual, we all think Twitter is the truth. Yeah.
Twitter, yeah.
The
They know
truth
exactly
tellers.
what they're talking about, yeah.
Show today brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big games always better with crab fries. Online at chickiesandpete's.com. Your official sports bar of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. 215-592-9494. We are just moments away from revealing 3, 2, and 1 on the top 11 list. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Yeah, you want to get me out the way before that list got reviewed. I see what you're trying to do.
No, your guys in the top 3, so you're happy anyway, right?
So look, I just got to address something real quick.
Yeah.
Yesterday, people was trying, we got Is and Ike over here. People was trying to Yoshi my guy, but Spike my boy Yoshi. Don't be trying to put no dissension between me and my guy.
Well, you had me ranked
number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. But look, my criteria, I told y'all, was based off of how you rated the quarterback. I ain't say it's based off of likability. I told y'all the criteria, but you know what? I put you above Devin and Rhea. I put you at 5.
Okay, I'll take that. No offense, Devin and Rhea. Thank you.
You know what
I
I'm
appreciate it.
saying?
Just put me in the top
I
5. That's all.
I always call when Ike don't be here, so don't try to put me in there. I always call when Ike don't be here. I call every day.
Did they attack you yesterday, Corey? What happened?
No, Corey called. Yeah. We had Corey.
Okay.
We had Corey yesterday.
The only time I don't call was last time. What's funny is Ike wasn't here on the 19th last month either. The reason how I know is because I got rear-ended. I was on hold. I had to call hang up. That's why, you know what I'm saying? But, it's all good.
I was here on the 19th last month? Where the hell was I at?
Well, maybe it didn't work.
Why?
Yeah. Well, he had probably a golf outing.
You went that golf
Oh, was it a golf outing?
Yeah. Mr. Ikey Charity Golf Corny over
no,
there.
that was Mike Quick's golf outing. Yeah, you're right. Yes.
By the way, instead of lowering the music, Jack accidentally just lowered Corey.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I just want you to know I see every mistake.
But look, so this what the Phillies got to do this weekend. We got to show fight, man. Castellanos, whatever you got going on, dog. You can't put it above the team. Listen, I get it. You upset. Your streak got broke. All that time. I get all that. That's personal feelings. But it's like when you put personal goals above the team goals. See, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to lower the personal goals. Because I know a guy that lowers personal goals a lot. Team accomplishes a lot. So I ain't gonna say his name, but I know a guy to do that. And when you do that, you know what I'm saying?
Shut his hole!
The team accomplishments, it becomes greater. The Mets, y'all, they've been punking us. Y'all saw what they did this last year in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? We got punked. You know what I'm saying? We got swept early in the year. Now it's time to put your foot in their ass. I need y'all to show up this weekend. I don't care. We don't got to sweep them, but you know what I'm saying? I need 2 out of 3. The Mets is coming in. They kind of reeling, you know what I'm saying? Let them show who the boss is, you know, with the NL East, you know what I'm saying?
And you know what, Corey? It's not just, to me, it's not just about winning 2 or 3. It's like this feeling that I need to go away, that I always feel like the Mets are going to find a way to win and the Phillies are on their heels. Like, the Phillies we have to feel like they are the aggressors, like they are jumping on it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just this feeling I've felt when we watched the Phillies play the Mets in the series this year and the playoffs last year. Like, I was just scared the whole time. I don't want to feel that way anyway.
Dominant win. Like,
yeah.
if one of the games, if we can get a dominant win, it don't even got to be all 3 games. If we can get like a 7-3 win in one of the games, then I know, like, you know what, we okay. I just, like you said, I don't want to be sitting on the edge of my seat, 8, 9 inning, tie game, up 1, you know what I'm saying? And you got to worry about maybe they hitting a home. I don't want that. Take care of them, win the first game, win the third game, and we party on Monday.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Corey. I want 6-1 tonight. I want 6-1.
All right.
It's a bullpen game with some Jamoke we've never heard of from AAA that they brought up for the game. 6-1. You know Wheeler's going to go out there and do his job, right? I mean, we all assume he is. Let's put some runs on the board. Easy win. Let's go. Like, let's set the tone in game 1. All right. Speaking of setting the tone, we have set the tone in Philadelphia this week with the top 11. The top 11 athletes in Philadelphia. List voted on by you at home, or in your car, or wherever you are, and us, the staff at WIP. 50-50 proposition.
Now, did we count people not in the area? Like their votes? Is there?
Yes. Well, I didn't have a way to check.
So Justin, Tennessee's vote counted as much as everyone around here?
Yes.
That feels a little shady.
Well, we let Justin call.
I know.
Yeah.
Corey's vote counted?
Corey's vote counted?
All right.
He did it? Yeah.
Yeah, you went down a rabbit hole that you should not have gone down.
Oh,
yes.
Was that? You are.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it. When the funny thing
take
is,
it easy.
Take it easy.
Well, no, here's the funny thing with him. He disagrees with everybody who votes on the players here.
Right. Yes.
You disagree that Jalen's too high.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
No, you already do.
Yeah.
But you don't want. But these are the only votes that count.
I was just trolling him.
Oh,
okay.
God, see, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Easy.
All right. So we have not revealed 3, 2, and 1. So far, the list is as follows: number 11, Devontae Smith. Number 10, Joel Embiid. Number 9, Jordan Mailata. Number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Number 7, Jalen Carter. Number 6, Lane Johnson. Number 5, A.J. Brown. And number 4, Bryce Harper. We ready for the next one? Let's do it.
The top 11. Number 3.
At number 3 in the top 11 athletes of 2025 is Zach Wheeler. So fair. I think it's fair. I have him as number 1, but I think 3 is fair.
But that's why I had him.
But I had him at number 1. You know, some people on the staff, maybe Devin Caney had him 9.
Elliot
had him 8. You know,
Hugh.
What's that?
Hugh had him
Hugh
like
had
9.
him 9. Yeah, which definitely hurt his score, by the way.
100%.
Yeah, so maybe they're not allowed to vote next year.
That's what we do.
We might need a more rigid,
Penalize.
might need a more rigid process. I think that's absolutely fair. Zach Wheeler, number 3, though. So, you know, this leaves the 2 guys that are left are both Philadelphia Eagles. One last year set the record from beginning to end of the season of the most rushing yards ever in one season, including regular season and playoffs. The other one had the 29th ranked passing offense, but won Super Bowl MVP. Who is going to be at top in Philadelphia? Let's check the next one.
The top 11. Number 2.
The number 2 athlete in Philadelphia in 2025 is Jalen Hurts, leaving number 1, Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
All right.
Congratulations.
All right.
I am... Saquon number 1, I can get behind it. I did not have Saquon number 1, didn't have a long enough resume here in Philadelphia or overall, but number 1, Saquon, absolutely fine Jalen number 2.
There you go.
The guy won Super Bowl MVP. So, what are you going to do?
Not enough people talk about that.
Well, you knew he was going to finish high. Didn't over half the staff vote him number 1?
I think only 4.
Yeah,
It was
voted him
only
number
4?
Yeah.
They voted him number 1? Oh, I thought
so
it was more than
Seltzer had him number 1. Richie had him number 1. Rob Ellis had him number 1.
And Elliott?
And Elliott had him number 1. I
Only
think
4?
those might have been the only ones. Yeah. Yeah. And I think, and we'll get to this later when we reveal the listener list and the staff list, but Jalen was not number 1 on the listener list either. So was number 2 for Jalen, absolutely fair. 1 Super Bowl MVP. Saquon number 1. Going to be hard for Saquon to hold on to number 1 for next year, but given the workload he had last year, and no matter what he does this year, you have a year like that last year. No matter what he does this year, it's a step down. There's almost no way he can equal it. Yeah. So holding number 1 is going to be tough for him. But there's next year, who knows where Jalen Carter is? Who knows where Jordan Mailata is?
He won't be number 1.
Not number 1, but higher than 7, I think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I mean Jalen Carter.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, Jalen was number 7?
Jalen Carter was number 7.
Oh, on the official list.
On the official list.
Gotcha. The official list. Gotcha. Okay.
So now that we have the whole list out there, Devontae Smith, Joel Embiid, Jordan Mailata, Kyle Schwarber, Jalen Carter, Lane Johnson, A.J. Brown, Bryce Harper, Zach Wheeler, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley. Anything stick out to you as they screwed it up? So I think Zach Bond not being on the list is a very clear they screwed it up.
Yeah.
It just seems like people mostly just forgot, because when you would question people on it, most times they would be like, yeah, it probably should have been on there. Zach Bond seems like they screwed it up. A.J. Brown 5 feels a little light to me as well. Those are the 2 that I look at this and I'm like, that doesn't seem right to me. Anything else?
Ooh, A.J. go?
Higher. I mean, I had A.J. 3. But again, I had Jalen lower and I had Saquon lower.
Yeah.
But
which is nuts.
Well, it's what it
which
is.
is nuts. Now I love AJ too, but of those 3 guys, he probably had the least impact last year's winning the championship.
Well, we can say he had the least impact until he's not on the field. And we always talk about him not being there. So in terms of stats, I know you guys are obsessed with stats. He did. Yeah. He did. But again, I went 75% resume, 25% year.
Yeah, see, that's the nonsense right there. You went resume because the number 1 issue on this list is Embiid being on this list. That's the number 1 issue.
It is not.
It is.
It isn't.
Yeah, it is. To me, it is. So you gave your opinion. You had Zach Bond. I had Embiid.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you thought my number 1 issue was Embiid.
No.
Yours.
I'm just saying my number 1 issue. Yeah, you had Zach Bond. I have Embiid being on the list. And I think it's primarily because a lot of people went with his resume versus what happened over the past year. I mean, Zach Bond not being on this list is criminal. So for all Eagles fans that want to claim how much they know football and how much we don't, we gave an opportunity to vote the guy on the list. And we didn't vote arguably our best defensive player on the team on the list anywhere.
And for what it's worth, Zach Bond was 13 on the listener list. So it wasn't even like he was 12. You know what I mean? Like he was solidly out of the top 11.
Because everybody's in love with offense.
Yes, well, that's for sure.
Right?
Yep.
Jalen Carter's number 7 on the list, right?
Yep.
And is Jalen Carter the only defensive player?
Yep. No Zach Bond, no Quinyon Mitchell.
One defensive player
on the number 1 defense.
From the number 1 defensive team in football gave up the second fewest amount of points in football. By the way, you can easily say they gave up the fewest amount. I think they only missed it by like 0.4 of a point.
Do you think any of the guys who left would have been in the top 11 if they were still here?
That's a good question.
Probably not.
CJ?
Well, CJ Slay.
Or Josh
Sweat or Milton Williams.
Or Milton Williams.
I'm just thinking defensive
Milton
guys.
Williams probably would not have made it.
No.
But Sweat.
Maybe.
Or CJ could have had an argument for it.
Everybody loves, the fans love CJ.
Yeah.
Before CJ left, the fans love CJ.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a little different now. Yeah. But the number 1 defense in the city, we're a defensive city.
Jack?
That's what I was told.
Jack, anything stick out to you as absolutely wrong on the list this year?
Yeah, I mean, Harper feels too high. I mean, 4 is pretty high for Bryce.
Yep.
I think that's definitely more what resume than what the last year has been. I still think Jalen Carter's too low. I mean, I'll still say that. I mean, 7 is.
I had him 5.
Yeah, I think. And listen, next year he should be in the top 5. If he's not, something probably went wrong. So maybe it's just because he's early and we're not there yet with Jalen Carter. But I think this time next year he'll easily be top 5. But really, I think just Bryce 4.
Okay.
And I think Zach Wheeler is clearly number 2. But whatever.
So did we see? Here's also what happened, which I managed to avoid. The O-line. So we have 2 slots for O-linemen, right?
Yes.
So Lane and Jordan Mailata made it.
Yep. Lane is 6, Jordan Mailata is 9.
Lane Dickerson could have easily made it.
I mean, as far as resume and current production,
he could have very easily made it.
Yeah.
Which is why I went with the O-line as a unit.
Yeah.
So guys like Zach Bond isn't getting left off.
Maybe Zach Bond would have gotten on the list.
I think that's probably what happened because they wanted to put, obviously Jordan Mailata is a great player. Over there at left tackle.
Yep. Well,
I don't know, was he greater in his position last year than Zach Bond was?
Well, everyone knows at least next year that it is legal because we made it legal this year in voting, offensive line.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. The list is out. Devontae Smith 11, Joel Embiid 10, Jordan Mailata 9, Kyle Schwarber 8, Jalen Carter 7, Lane Johnson 6, A.J. Brown 5, Bryce Harper 4, Zach Wheeler 3, Jalen Hurts 2, Saquon Barkley 1, 215-592-9494. All right, so it is a summer Friday. There's probably traffic getting down the shore yesterday, traffic getting down the shore today. Everybody goes down the shore on the weekend. Wouldn't it be nice if you could do that too? Wouldn't it be nice if you had your own shore house? And I would recommend you do Delaware because the property taxes Delaware Beach way lower than they are in Jersey. You're going to need a great realtor to make that happen. And Adam Kasabi has been the official realtor of the Rights Ricky Sanchez podcast for years now. KSEBE. Adam Kasabi out of Long and Foster. He's the guy. In this time where there's 50 bids on every house and a house pops up and it's sold 3 days later, he can be your guy to make sure that you get that house. And what you do is then you have your beach house, right? And it's an investment because what happens is you go down when you want, you rent it out the rest of the time. Other people are paying your mortgage and you don't have to pay thousands of dollars for the beach house for the week. I'm telling you, he is your guy, and that is the move. So when you're ready to take the leap, you got to use my guy, Adam Kasabi, Ksebe. You can call or text him. This is his cell. He has it right now, 302-864-8643, or go to processrealtor.com. All right, 215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown. You're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Happy Friday, man.
Happy Friday, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
Guys, real quick on this Phillies thing, and then I got to address a few points on this top 11, but the Castellanos-Thompson situation, this got like an eerie feeling to me. I feel like I'm watching the BG, blow up all over again, and I'm hoping it turns out the same way. And I just kind of wanted to see if you guys think I'm crazy for thinking that or not.
I mean, it doesn't feel as dramatic as the BG thing, honestly. I mean, the BG thing if we're talking about with BG and A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, like the A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts thing, if it wasn't addressed, could have been a real disaster last year. I don't know if it could have been a disaster on the field, by the way. Just the nature of football compared to the nature of baseball. Nick Castellanos doesn't have to throw the ball to Rob Thompson or anything. So I think that seemed like a potentially bigger deal. But I agree in that you have moments during a season where your devotion to each other, your devotion to yourself, all of those things get questioned. And how you answer in those moments is a major, major thing. There were people that said that what happened with Castellanos and Rob Thompson this year, we're making a big deal out of it. I don't think so at all. Right. I can't remember Rob Thompson ever saying publicly that a guy was being punished. Yeah. Which is a guy being punished because of what he said. That is a major thing. So I think the way that Castellanos responded to it was good, largely. I thought the way that Thompson followed up with it is good. So I agree with you on the whole. It didn't feel as catastrophic as the A.J. Brandon thing. Like, if you just put yourself in the headspace of when you heard Brandon Graham talking on WIP, that was...
Oh, no, that was way worse than this.
That was
way worse.
That was crazy.
That was nuclear.
Yeah. But I think
it had the potential to be.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, to their credit, By the time we got to Wednesday, it was a done deal when they spoke to the media and everything because they had already dealt with it on Tuesday.
Yep.
So
I'm just hoping that the fact that he actually showed us discipline in public, because all of the Thompson people that like him would always say, oh, he's tough behind the scenes, he's tough behind the scenes. We never saw it. This was the first time we ever saw it. So I think that hopefully that kind of pulls them in because, guys, this series, I'm very confident that they're going to win. And I need them to win because I need to see that stupid, dumb team. I can't stand them. They're fraudulent New York team. Come down here. And, last year we had to look at that dumb grimace, and now we get this new celebration thing. I can't stand them. We got to, at home, take 2 out of 3 against them.
Yeah, I agree with you. At some point, I'm going to have to, having been in the belly of the beast, I'm going to have to do my power rankings of most annoying New York fans.
Yeah, a little Mount Rushmore.
A little Mount Rushmore of worst New York fans. But I'll say this, the Mets aren't the worst, but they are close to it. They are whiny and annoying. Like somehow they are both way too confident and way too woe is me at the same time, if that makes any sense. They sort of have the vibe that old Eagles fans had, to be quite honest with you. Like pre-Super Bowl Eagles fans they'd be like, we're going to beat everybody. Oh, I can't wait for the bad thing's going to happen. That's sort of how Mets fans
I missed
are.
that, though.
Yeah.
Don't you miss that a little bit?
A little.
A
little
too chesty?
Yeah. I think Chris, what makes you so confident, though? Like that they're going to... confident in the team, given what we've seen against the Mets the last couple of times.
Again, in my eyes, I feel like this whole situation lit a fire under them. And I do get that. I do think it's not the nuclear option that we saw what happened with BG, but I really think it did. I really think it helped them lock in, and we're making this run, and we're making it without Bryce. So, for them to – I feel like they were leaning on him too much, and now they finally got themselves out there. Their big boy pants are on, and now I feel like they're going to take it. Plus, I really do think that Mets team, their pitching in particular, they're just frauds.
Well, I agree. The pitching seems fraudulent to me.
Can I say one thing about the top 11?
Sure.
Ike?
Yes.
I blame you for some of these people in this top 11 because this came from your boy that you brought up from ATL. Defense is a luxury.
What do you mean? He's an Eagle. What are you talking about? He's an Eagle.
You brought up from Atlanta.
He's an Eagle.
And the guy starts spouting that defense is only a luxury, and are we surprised now that the listeners are buying it?
That's a fair
we get one
point.
defensive player on the list. Yeah, you're right.
I wonder how many defensive players Hugh put on his list. I have to look at that, actually.
Right, yeah,
Mr. Luxury over there. That's a good point, Chris. I do. Maybe Hugh has infected everyone's brain. It does sort of point to
He had 3, by the way.
He had 3?
Yeah, you should have at least 3.
Well, actually, no, he had 4. So he had Quignon 8, Cooper DeJean 7, Zach Bond 6, Jalen Carter 4.
Wow.
For defense is a luxury.
Yeah. Such a luxury. They won the Super Bowl with 4 of what he considers the top 11 athletes in Philadelphia.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm thinking, too, now I'm looking at everybody about next year, too. Man, it could look very, very different next year.
For the top 11?
Yeah, just looking at this now, man. I mean, Kyle Schwarber might not even be here.
Yeah.
Well, it's a legacy year for Bryce and Joel.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, totally. Now, I guess we'll get into it later. Jack said yesterday he thought Bryce was going to play this weekend. Do you still think he's going to?
I think he's going to play this weekend.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to play tonight.
Okay, because Fransky said he didn't think he was going to play this weekend. On midday show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's setting up for Fritz versus Fransky.
Oh, it's exactly what this is. The better FR.
The better FR.
I guess I want him to. Jack said, no, you said he swung yesterday. He swung off a tee yesterday.
Yeah, he did some dry hacks yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he might do some tee work today.
Okay.
Dry hack and tee work.
Yeah. Yep.
Baseball.
Which is better, hockey or baseball lingo?
I don't know, man. It's pretty,
you're pretty in on
tough,
hockey.
Yeah.
Hanging and dangling. And...
Yeah. I hope.
Part of it is how you deliver it, too.
Yes. Well, you don't deliver it like Broads.
You want me to start screaming?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Dry
Pause.
Danny!
Like Sam Kinison.
Yeah.
All I hope with Bryce is if he plays this weekend, he's playing because he's ready. He's not playing because it's the Mets. That's my only hope.
Mets and then Padres.
Mets. I thought it was Mets and Astros. Is it Mets and Padres?
Oh, I thought I looked at Mets home series. You're right.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, I think it's Astros next. All right, coming up next, he did have Jalen number 1 on his list. He did have Quinyon Mitchell ahead of Zach Wheeler. He is Elliott Shore Parks. He joins us next. Show today brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. We're not there today, but we will be back next Friday. Big games always better with crab fries. Online at chickiesandpete's.com, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, you guys know how much I love summer. By the way, I mean, we're about to be hit with a serious heat wave coming up.
We are.
Jeez.
First day of summer today.
Is it the official first day of summer? It is. No, tomorrow is.
Either way.
Yeah, either way. So get ready to enjoy a season of savings now with limited time offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Every trip becomes its own destination in the 2025 Acura RDX, now available to lease for just $459 a month for 36 months. This premium sport crossover is engineered with comfort, handling, and cargo room to put it in a class all of his own. Make every mile a moment to remember in the 2025 Acura MDX, ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade. Check them out today and make sure you tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really 2. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Tonight's Mega Millions jackpot now is an estimated annuity of $302 million. $302 million. Buy at a retailer or online. Pennsylvania lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It is always better when athletes get to go out on their own terms, so it's great to hear that Jonathan Taves is coming back to the NHL, signing with his hometown Winnipeg Jets. The former Chicago captain missed the last 2 seasons with health issues. His resume includes 3 Stanley Cups and 2 Olympic golds. The Jets and the league are better with Taves on the ice. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Show brought to you today by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big games always better with crab fries. Online at chickiesandpete's.com, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Elliot Shore-Parks joins us now, as he does at 3 o'clock every Friday. This call-in brought to you by Robin Ford, online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are so cheap. Elliot, I forgot to even put Elliot on the radio. There we go. Elliot, how you doing, brother?
Doing good. I'm sorry that the best sport in the world had to knock you guys off of Chickies today, but don't worry, you'll be there next week, I'm sure.
It's not the World Cup, it's some
Correct.
FIFA other cup, and I think MLS players are participating in this somehow, right?
Yeah, so it's the FIFA Club World Cup. So the best way I could describe it is like the Eagles are a club team, and then obviously USA would be in the World Cup. So it's like soccer teams from different leagues around the world. So MLS players are in it because there's 2 MLS teams in the tournament, and one of them actually won a game yesterday. So it's been cool so far, for sure.
Okay, and last thing, is it a whole MLS team, or is an MLS team made up of MLS players?
It is a whole MLS
Okay.
team. Obviously, Messi's team is one of
Miami.
the ones that's in it. Yeah,
Yep.
of course. Yeah.
Okay. He just scored, did he?
Yeah, he scored the game-winning goal yesterday. See, look at that. Ike, me and Ike, soccer.
Come
guys
on,
right
man.
there.
Pele over here.
Yeah.
We live close to the Union
right
Stadium.
across the bridge.
Yeah, like 15 minutes.
The Union are in first place right now.
I know, they're really good.
In the whole league, yeah.
It's unbelievable. They had their year last year was a disaster,
Yeah,
right?
gave up on him. I guess you're back in.
Yeah, are you back in
Well,
now?
it is crazy how the Eagles and the Union are just run so much better than all the other franchises in the city.
That's what everyone says.
Look how quickly the Union rebounded from one down year. It's taken the Flyers 15 years.
Wait a minute. The Union have one playoff victory ever in their history, I believe?
No, well, they were in the final 2 years ago.
Oh, you're right.
Or 3 years ago, I guess,
Okay.
at this point. But,
Yeah. All right.
That probably fills your soccer quota for the
more than enough. So now that top 11 week has wrapped up, and I don't know if you heard, but number 3 was Zach Wheeler, number 2 Jalen Hurts, number 1 Saquon Barkley. Any regrets from your list that you gave us earlier this week, or are you still confident with it?
I probably do regret not putting Zach Bond on there. I think if I could do the list again after seeing the way, you all backstabbed me and Ike by not doing an offensive line after saying it was the rule, I would probably put Lane 2 to represent the offensive line, and I would probably put Zach Bond in place of Devontae at number 11. That was probably one I got wrong.
Well, wait a minute. Who did I backstab? I did the same thing you did.
You guys, oh, you did? All right, then only Jack backstabbed us. I'm saying you guys made
It was
the
my
rules
idea.
of putting the offensive line as one unit, and then I see Jack's list, and he doesn't even do it. And so me and Ike are out here getting flamed on Twitter for doing it.
You're getting flamed by Seltzer. What do you mean?
What do you
That's
mean?
it.
Yeah, get him out of here.
That was a good call with him yesterday.
It wasn't. It was a dynamic call. It was a little testy.
It was.
It was.
He
Yeah.
brings the energy.
Well, he was all. Yeah. Well, you don't want James when he doesn't have work the next morning. He's full of energy. Well, what did you think of James saying that you are a better teammate than Joe DeCamara is? Because that's essentially what he said.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Okay.
I think I'm probably one of the best teammates at WIP.
I agree.
Yeah, so I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay.
I mean,
all
I've
right.
done the daily pod 400 days in a row, so I think at this point, we're even.
Yeah, with no help from Seltzer on that.
Listen to Elliot Silent. Listen to him being a good
Just let it
teammate.
go, yep.
Being a good teammate.
Hey, he's got to be on the morning show.
Well, and
he's got his own things to do.
let me ask you this: we were trying to figure out why do you think so? Zach Bond didn't make the final list. He was, and we haven't revealed the whole listener list yet, but he was 13th on the listener list, and he was low on the staff list as well. Why do you think overall, Zach Bond, if you had to guess, why you think Bond wasn't on the list?
So I would say there's just a lot of Eagles players that have been here for a while that are probably just more popular amongst the fans. You think about Jalen, AJ, if you do Lane, Mailata, Saquon obviously was going to be on the list. Devontae has been here for a long time. So there's a lot of those players. And then I do think just naturally when people are making a list, you don't want to do all Eagles. So I think there could have been a legitimate argument to have 10 of the 11 players be Eagles and then only put like Kyle Schwarber. But I think that because people wanted to kind of move their list around, you probably saw a few Eagles get unfairly penalized to force whether it is Joel or an extra Philly on there.
Next year, any big moves? If you had to guess, who's going to be much lower, who's going to be much higher?
Yeah, I think the Phillies are definitely going to be much lower.
Would you find something else? Like you got your little feet are so dug in on the Phillies. Like, would you just relax?
I've been correct.
You have not been correct. Like you're so full of it. You just keep you do it just to say you must have a picture of me at your house that you're throwing darts at and saying, how can I get Jack to show emotion today? Because that's all this is. All you're doing is you're trying to troll me and the people that love the baseball team because all you predict. Oh, I've been so right about their downfall. Shut up.
Not trolling. The
You can't even spell baseball. How do you spell baseball?
The Phillies have taken a step back each of the last few years. Indisputable.
They are
right?
currently one of the four best teams in the National League. Like, sorry, baseball is tougher than the NFL right now, and the NFC. It's harder.
Right. So you bring up their record. They have a great record. They've had great records the past 2 years. Didn't mean anything come playoff time, right? So I think this team has consistently shown that when the pressure goes, when there is pressure, they don't handle it well. That's why this weekend series against the Mets, I don't expect them to do well. I think they probably will lose 2 out of 3 to the Mets. And so you asked about the list next year. Kyle Schwarber might not be here. Bryce obviously is on a decline if you look at this season. So maybe Zach will be on there. But if you talk about next year's top 11, Ranger might take a spot. He's been really good. You could argue Luzardo. But I think a lot of the Phillies that we have just kind of penciled in on this list when you first start to make it are going to be gone or on the decline. So next year's top 11, I don't expect to see many of the same names on the Phillies.
And you have made it clear that you don't think Embiid will be on the list next year. What do you think about any other? What do you think about Maxey?
So Maxey's an interesting one. So I do think Maxey, obviously last year, had a disappointing season. I think he is, in a weird way, almost underrated now because he did definitely have a disappointing year, but he is an all-star. He averaged in the high 20s. I think he had a down year shooting. I would be surprised if he shot as poorly as he did last year, but you never know. I mean, it's not like his sample size of shooting great is 5-6 years in a row, so hopefully he does go back to shooting what he was. But I think the Sixers are going to be a disappointing team, and the thing with the Sixers, which I think will soon be the case with the Phillies, is people are just so frustrated that they get penalized for it. So could Maxey be on the top 11 next year? He could be, but I just think the Sixers are going to be so bad next year that it's going to be tough for anybody to feel great about putting one of them on the list.
Well, my prediction about him is he will be on the list if Embiid's on the list. Because when you look at his shooting numbers, when Joel's on the court versus when he's not, it's just like it's a different guy. So if Embiid doesn't play 40 or 50 games or something, I don't think, Maxey will have a fine year or whatever. I don't think it'd be as bad as last year, but I think he'll struggle both from a visibility standpoint, as you're saying, as people will just check out, but also I don't think his performance will be there.
One Sixers thing I meant to bring up to you guys yesterday. I thought the interview with Jake Fisher you guys did was really good. And I thought he made an interesting point there that I vehemently disagree with and really hope they're not using this approach. He said that at the number 3 pick, they're trying to basically do two things. They're trying to make sure that next year they can be competitive if Joel is healthy, if Paul George is healthy, but also keeping the future in mind. I think regardless of how anyone feels about Embiid or Paul George, whether you're optimistic, whatever, it is never a good thing, in my opinion, to try to do two things at once with an asset like that. They need to decide what they want to do with that pick one way or the other. Either it is we need to take a developmental player that has a high ceiling because we know we're kind of rebuilding here, or if it is we actually are going to double down on Joel and Paul George, then honestly maybe trade the pick for a veteran player or do something like that. I know VJ can kind of be a win-now player just because of his game, but I really hope that they're not actually going to try to do two things at once, because that's where I think you end up with a bad pick that could really hurt the team.
I think if you frame it that way, I agree with you, but I don't think it actually works in the way that you're saying. Like in that, like, they don't really have control over whether Joel Embiid or Paul George are here next year. They're going to be here next year, right? Like, so, because I think we would all agree, or you might not, but I think most people would agree that you don't want to trade 3 first-round picks to get off of Paul George and Joel Embiid. So they're going to be here. So if you take the guy who you think maybe has the most upside, maybe, but you also know that the thing that player is going to need is minutes to get there, and you don't know if you can give that player minutes, then as soon as the thing that you have to understand about the draft, or that I've learned to understand, is that as soon as you use the pick, the value of it goes way, way, way down, because all of a sudden it's only the one player. It's not the possibility of 6 different players that somebody might want. So as soon as you take that guy, the value goes down. And then if you don't use him at all, his value continues to go down. So that's the first thing that makes it difficult. And the second thing is, I agree, I guess, in theory about what you're saying, but I also know that, like, if the right player is there to do both, you can do both. I think if it were more clear, and I think you would disagree with some other people about whether it is clear or not. If it were more clear who the number 3 pick was, and that number 3 pick was way above the players behind him, and that, like, that is definitely going to be a star, but it's definitely a developmental thing, I think there would be an argument for it. But it has become where I don't think people put Ace Bailey in a different class than Edgecombe or Trey Johnson. So, like. So I don't think the star upside is maybe what people thought it was a year ago.
So obviously I've planted myself in the Ace corner. I think that's who they should take. But even if you remove our opinions, I do wonder if Ace Bailey is just falling victim to pre-draft stuff and he's just going to go number 3, whether that be to the Sixers, whether it be trading up. I just think normally when, yesterday Jake Fisher mentioned he could fall to 8, and look, maybe he will. That just seems very extreme for a player that for almost essentially 2 calendar years has been, in this draft class, been viewed as a top 3 guy to, in these last few weeks, just plummet. And maybe he will. He's getting bad advice. He's not had a good pre-draft process. But I still think that while you're right, he's not the clear-cut 3rd guy, I still think he would be the smart pick at 3.
Okay. Last thing, because we didn't talk to you about this. Were you surprised at all Eagles didn't seem to have any interest in Jair Alexander, who went to the Ravens for 1 year, $4 million?
So the money is not the money doesn't make me surprised because I didn't think he was ever going to get a ton of money. I thought that would be, probably right around what he would get, maybe a few million more, but I didn't think it would be anything substantial. When they brought in Adoree Jackson, I think you kind of cemented that right side or, whatever side they end up playing on as him or Keeley. I just think Adoree came here with the expectation to play. Not that would prevent them from signing Jair Alexander fully. I just think they've already made their decision there. So I'm not super shocked. I think it probably would have been a smart move. Keeley, I think, had a good offseason, but he hasn't done it in the game. And Adoree Jackson is a nice player. I don't think he is anything where you feel super confident if he is out there. So I'm a little surprised they didn't do it, but ultimately it seems like they're going to give these young guys a chance into training camp. And if it doesn't work out, that's when I think you could see him make a move.
All right, we'll just be roasting him out in San Francisco in February.
Well, isn't it Las Vegas?
No, it's San Francisco.
Oh, is it? Wow, I thought it was Las Vegas this entire time.
Are we talking about the Super Bowl? The Super Bowl was in Vegas 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wrong about that one.
Yeah.
That's my bad. Donovan
Just
Chestnut.
add it to the list, Elliot.
Yeah. So I do have a question for you guys, right?
Boy.
So Saquon finished number one on your list, right?
Yep.
And I would put Jalen one, but whatever. One thing we say a lot with Jalen is, or at least some people do, a lot of quarterbacks could step on this team and do what he does. That's a lot of people say that. That's like kind of a reason he maybe doesn't get the credit he deserves. When it comes to Saquon, how many running backs do you think could have ran for 2,000 yards in this offense last year, or close to it? Like maybe 1950 or whatever. Like how much of Saquon's success last year? Phenomenal athlete, great year. Do we undermine or do we not bring up enough the fact that if you're going to talk about Jalen being a replacement player, this offensive line made a Pro Bowler out of Miles Sanders. They made a Pro Bowler out of DeAndre Swift. I think there's probably the same amount of running backs that could do what Saquon did as there are quarterbacks that could do what Jalen did.
Nope.
Yeah,
I disagree.
Nope. Wait. Well, first of all, rushing for 2,000 yards is not an easy thing to do. And what you're implying is that it was probably done solely because of the offensive line, or in large part due to it. While our offensive line certainly had a great deal in that, his explosive runs is what set Saquon apart from other running backs. So I would give you Derrick Henry could have probably done it. I heard you talk about this. I think it was yesterday you were talking about this. I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs could have done
You
it.
don't think so? Okay.
Well, here's the reason. I'm going to give you my reasons why. Jahmyr Gibbs has yet to start and finish the season as the lead back. So I don't know if he's durable enough to take on the load of rushing for 2,000 yards. You remember, after the bye week, Saquon damn near averaged 30 carries a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't, every running back can't average. He has the unique attributes of having speed and power.
Well,
Jahmyr is a speed guy. That's why David Montgomery gets all the tough yards inside the tackles and everything else. He's a breakaway runner, a speed guy, much like an Alvin Kamara. But if you ask Alvin Kamara to carry the ball 25, 30 times a game, I don't know if he could have actually done that even in his heyday. Matter of fact, I don't even know if Alvin Kamara ever rushed for 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
1,000 yards.
And by the way, Saquon rushed for 1,300 yards twice. His rookie year.
Behind bad offensive
like
lines.
horrible offensive lines.
Don't ever put Miles Sanders and DeAndre Swift in the same class.
Saquon's rookie year, he rushed for 1,300 yards with like 70 less carries that he had last year and like 65 or 70 catches or something. So you do make a... I think other running backs could do well.
Could have
behind
success,
this.
of course. Yes, they have success, and even a guy like DeAndre Swift could sneak into a Pro Bowl, even though we know he wasn't really a Pro Bowl running back.
Right. I just to kind of wrap up.
And I think Miles Sanders got to the Pro Bowl in the Madden game or something.
Yeah, but at least he got there. He got in the Pro Bowl.
So it is funny, Jack. I'm happy you said that because you seem pretty obsessed with how many Pro Bowls Jalen makes. Your boy Bryce has made the All-Star game, twice in 8 years?
He's got a good point.
Yeah, but that's mostly because of being hurt, not because of how he played.
I don't know about that.
Well, it is because he got hurt before the All-Star game each time he didn't make it. He was on track to make the All-Star game. No, but you could say like, I don't ever really remember. That's because you didn't watch. And no, this is just the truth. This is just the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
There you go.
Well, I'm just like you can.
When Pro Bowls matter, you bring it up a lot for.
Well,
Jalen,
you would think that the quarterback, that easy there, pal. I'll pot you down. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you would think that the elite quarterback that was on the number one team in football would be able to make the Pro Bowl. And it's actually, the Pro Bowl's insulting. I think the Pro Bowl's a joke. And it means something that he did not make the Pro Bowl. That's the issue.
So what's your excuse for Bryce only making
Because he got hurt heading into the All-Star games.
So he's injury prone? You're saying because he's hurt all the time?
Well, sure. Are you happy that he's injury prone?
No, I'm not.
Well, you sound like it.
You bring up. You were worried about this Mets series, man. Jesus.
Well, but you do this whole. He's injury prone. You're so happy to say players are injury prone. Like, yeah, he gets hit in the hand.
Such a nice call with Elliot.
He gets hit in the hand, and he did it, and he misses it.
You're happy to say Jalen didn't make the Pro Bowl, right?
Yeah, but I'm not wishing him to get hurt like you do with Bryce.
I'm not wishing Bryce to get hurt.
Yeah, you are. You're smiling at your house with how happy you are that he's hurt again.
No, I'm saying you bring up the Pro Bowl with Jalen all the time, but it never is a big deal to you that Bryce, who
because I can understand that circumstances matter.
No. So you're saying when they signed him, I would have told you he was going to make it 2 times in 7 years or whatever it is. You would have been like, oh, well, circumstantial, whatever. No, of course not. Like, it's a disappointment Bryce is not at this All-Star game more often representing the Phillies. It absolutely is. You can explain it away.
Sure, but if I was obsessed with the All-Star game in baseball, I wish he was there, sure. But he's also had huge moments in the postseason to where we don't even bring up the All-Star game.
He's had one huge moment.
He has not had one. He has not had one. He's had 6.
I heard you yesterday asking people if Jalen didn't win the Super Bowl, where he would be ranked. If Bryce doesn't have Bedlam at the bank, how is he viewed in this?
Ooh, a little bit lower.
That's a good question.
A little bit lower, but do they still make the Super Bowl? Or make the World Series?
They might, but Bryce's Bedlam at the bank is his signature big moment. If
Sure.
you take that away, there is far more disappointment with the Phillies with Bryce at the helm than there is big-time moments. So, yes, if Jalen didn't make the Super Bowl, of course he'd be ranked lower. But Bryce is living off of a moment that is, A, not as big as Jalen's moment, and B, is carrying
But what was Jalen's moment?
Winning the Super Bowl.
Dagger.
Yeah, so winning the Super Bowl. The dagger's a bigger play than Bedlam at the bank in the history of
Oh,
Phillies.
no, it's not. No, it's not.
The Phillies didn't win the World Series in 2022. They just didn't, okay? It was a great run, but they lost that series to the Astros.
Well, wait a minute. Iverson's your guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just saying they didn't win the series against the Lakers, and the step over is still debatably the biggest moment in Philadelphia sports history over the last 25 years. I mean, it's certainly the one that is replayed the most, and they won one game against the Lakers in those finals. One. So all I'm saying is, and you're making a lot of good points to Jack, who is very mad at you right now.
0 good points.
But it's definitely possible that Bedlam at the bank could be a massive, massive moment, even if they don't win the World Series, just like the step over could be a massive moment, even though they didn't win the NBA Finals.
I agree with you on that, but both of those moments are behind the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and I would say they're
and
both
the
behind
Phillies.
That's not a moment. Winning the Super
special.
Yes, winning the Super Bowl is not a moment. Winning the Super Bowl is not a moment.
I would say they're both behind the dagger.
Oh no, they're not.
I think they are. The dagger won. It was in a
Bro,
Super
you
Bowl.
are so you don't even mean this.
This
Would
is where I'm
stop?
not with you. I'm not with you on the dagger.
You can listen. You can convince yourself all you want. You're right. Like, this is ridiculous.
So how are those two moments that didn't lead to championships bigger than the moment?
Can I ask you something? Here's how I'll tell you. If we are 25 years since the step over, every year, hundreds of times on television, every year we celebrate the anniversary of it. It is not just a Philadelphia moment. It is an NBA moment.
Yeah.
Like, the guy who Iverson stepped over is still asked about being stepped over. Like, that is, I'm sorry, it just
I would agree. Yeah. I would agree with you. It is a bigger NBA moment than the dagger is an NFL moment. But in Philadelphia, 25 years from now, you will still be seeing the dagger. So it is in Philadelphia a bigger play. I agree with you.
But we're still seeing the step over in Philadelphia.
Yeah, the step over is also a huge play. And in 25 years, we'll still be seeing the dagger, just like we'll see a lot of the plays from this series. Right?
The dagger is part of the highlight package of the entire Super Bowl.
Right, but the dagger is the biggest play from the Super Bowl.
But it's not.
The biggest play. I love you. I'm with you on a lot of stuff, E, but that's one I'm not with you on is the dagger.
All right.
All right, we'll see what stands the test of time. If in 25 years I'm lucky enough to still be working with you guys, we will see what we're talking about.
Oh, don't worry.
I'll
We'll
still
text
be working
you.
here in 25 years. I guarantee you.
Yeah,
that.
Ike will be gone.
Well, I probably will.
Me and Jack will still. We'll all be here. Yeah.
When I'm calling into the Dan Wilson show.
Yes. Yeah.
Buzz Wilson, Buzz.
Yeah, Buzz.
My bad.
ESPN Buzz on Tuesdays.
Yeah, talking Phillies. Yeah.
Bzzz.
That's
talking Phillies.
It's talking Phils. Talking Phils with Buzz. Yeah. All right. The Go Birds Pod you can get wherever you get your podcasts, including Go Birds Daily. Have a great weekend, Elliot.
All right, fun time.
All right, see ya.
So that's where I'm not in on the dagger being the big player of the Super Bowl. You know that.
Can I compare Elliott to somebody?
Cooper DeJean's pick 6 is the signature play.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to compare Elliott to somebody. This is going to be surprising to both of you.
Yeah.
I'm going to compare Elliott to Chuck.
Okay.
Because when Chuck calls and he's trying to, we're just having a normal call, and he doesn't want that. He wants me to fight with him.
Yeah.
So he just keeps baiting until I fight.
Yeah.
Elliot, I thought we handled the Ace Bailey thing fine, the Jalen Hurts thing fine, and he just could not get off the phone.
No.
He was like, but can I say one thing that's at least going to make Jack mad? So I actually went into it saying, you know what? I'm hard on Elliott sometimes. I think I was especially hard on him on Tuesday. I'm going to settle this down.
Yeah.
He doesn't want any part of that. He wants no part of it.
Well, listen, he's trained to go.
Yes.
He's ready to go, man. He's ready to go now. That's one thing about E. He don't care.
Oh, my God.
He's ready to go.
The Tornado Shapiro weekend forecast is next. 215-592-9494.
The funny thing is, he wants that dagger play to be such the signature play of the game.
He does.
Even a Jalen guy, too, but that's not the signature play of the game,
Of course it's not. And I'm going to
But
get a
he's
text from
convinced
him.
himself. This is how everyone feels.
Yeah.
No one feels. Besides the losers online, they can't stop tweeting about the bleeping dagger. That's it. That's it.
Well, hold on.
No. No, it's not. It's
some
get
of it is because people like yourself, you're so hard on Jalen.
Because they want to prop it up.
Jalen, so they want to go overboard in protecting him.
And that's the only reason why he won Super Bowl MVP. That is it. It's it. It was underthrown. He did it all year.
Well, he's the quarterback. I'm not going to tell you that they didn't want to get the quarterback the MVP.
Josh Sweat doesn't pop the way that
I'm going to tell you that.
Jalen Hurts does.
Yes.
All right. The Tornado Shapiro weekend forecast is next. 215-592-9494. Show today brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. We love Chickies. Big parties, big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your party online at chickiesandpete's.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, let's talk about my friends at Dietz & Watson. Now it's grilling season, so fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. Now, there's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
This time of year, anything can go wrong when it comes to your plumbing system. When these things happen, it is time to call the experts. Horizon Services has the expertise to solve any of your plumbing problems because they have seen it all. They have same-day emergency repair service, which can make sure you're comfortable fast. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties and flexible payment options. Horizon Services is available 24/7. Schedule a visit today at HorizonServices.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to get in on all the MLB action. From hits to total bases to home runs, they've got a lineup filled with all of your favorite wagers. Or if pitching is more your thing, well, FanDuel has a deep bullpen of bets, from strikeouts to shutout innings. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today with new customers getting started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a deal that is. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Let's be honest, you've been portrayed as a monster.
Yes.
Evil, maniacal.
What's it like to interview a killer? 48 Hours is taking you inside what we've learned about the criminal mind. This is Killer Conversation. You can follow and listen to Killer Conversation on Tuesdays in the 48 Hours podcast feed on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Push on.
They pushed, they shoved, they're in, touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Show today brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big games always better with crab fries. We'll be back at Chickies next Friday. Online at chickiesandpete's.com, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. And the official weather guy or meteorologist of the WIP Afternoon Show is one Tornado Shapiro. Like it or not, he's here again today. What's up, Tornado?
Here we go, fella. This is the big one. Meet the Mets. Meet the Mets. It's about time we go out and beat these Mets. The weather's too sticky to allow New York and New Jersey to take over. Come on, friends. Support your team like it's a FIFA World Cup squad. Play my music, please.
It's the game day forecast from the world's most accurate and famous meteorologist, Tornado Shapiro.
Yeah, I've had nasty, bad feelings toward Mets fans ever since a weather gal left me for Mr. Met.
No.
Yeah. Sun shower Susie, WCBS, rain delay back in the late 90s. She took cover under that engorged head of his and never left.
Wow.
And I stood there with my slicker, humiliated, holding my little drink umbrella. I couldn't compete with that kind of head. You know what I mean, Ike?
Yes, the big Mr. Medhead.
Ooh, boy.
Yes, the big Mr. Medhead.
Well, we know these Mets fans. I worked at WGROS, the Pig, back when it was out of New Rochelle. You know, I remember the old Rochelle. She was a real wildcat. She got in a little trouble when she tried to Mount Vernon. You could make it with her. You could make it with anyone. Come on, we all know it. But we've hosted them here, too. One night it was me, Ike, Carlos Beltran, Dennis Cook, and Bobby Valentine.
Wow.
Yeah, we were out at Lou Turk's Steakhouse. Bobby Valentine was wearing his fake mustache. He didn't want to be recognized. And the entertainer at Lou Turk's was also wearing a fake mustache. It's called a merkin. Lou always had a good time. You could see him smirking right through that merkin. Yeah. Low tonight, only 68. It's hitting season. Turn up the AC. It's sticky at home. I worked with a weather gal by the name of Marlena Merkin over WWWIG, The Wig. She got fired for faking a warm front and a low pressure system blowing out of the south. I was working back in the days when I was working for Crazy Don Imus when he was at WNBC, later WFAN. Did you ever hear of WFAN, Spike?
Yep, I have.
Yeah, I wore a cowboy hat and boots and did that shock weather in the morning. Whenever Imus broke the wind, I would yell, "Thunder from down under!" I told everybody I got up at the crack of lightning. Come on, funny stuff, wacky even.
Yeah. Okay.
50 tonight, this sunset 8:45. This is the longest day of the year. It's also a big night down at the link. Tonight, we got the World Cup, whatever you call it, the Club Cup. Brazil versus the UK. Sunday, it's Italy versus Morocco. I dated a lot of female club players myself. That head-button thing kind of does it for me. Come on. But that soccer crowd's a little different, my friend. The international crew, they're a breed apart. I was down in Wildwood one time with Philippe Aumont. It was me, Ike, Aumont, Pedro Feliz, and Manuel Release.
All right. Okay. Wow.
You know him, do you, Jack? Spritzy's coming up from the minors.
Okay.
We met a
No. Do the forecast. Just do the forecast, please.
We met a Libyan girl with a Brazilian. She was dancing that flamenco with a set of maracas.
Okay. Do the forecast, please.
Oh, wait, I'm looking at the new weather models.
Okay.
Oh, she is hot. Sunday, all the way up to 91 degrees, 50 degree of sunshine. So that's an equal distribution of clouds and sun if you're keeping track at home. You heard it here first. You're not getting this anywhere else. Why would you try? It's the most accurate forecast in the country just for Philadelphia. Tornado Shapiro. How about a little outro music?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, my God.
That was a little much.
Man.
That was a little much today. A little much.
Well, it's the first day of summer.
Yeah, he's getting confident, that tornado.
He is.
Yeah.
Who's going to rein him in?
I know. Somebody call Lakin. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamond to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. All right, there's Yeah, Manuel. Please. Get it right. Say it right. Please. We're all in trouble. The Twitter question now. Did you enjoy Top 11 Week? Yes or no?
Oh, man.
Now, remember, this is on Twitter. Did you enjoy Top 11 Week? Yes or no?
Gonna say
well,
no.
in the first hour, Twitter made a lot of sense. Second hour, Twitter's making no sense.
Yeah, 64.9% say no.
They are lying.
They're lying. Yes, they're
lying.
They are lying. Yeah, they're definitely lying. Come on.
Seriously. It's the most talked about thing in the city this week.
Yes. What are we doing? and can my request?
Other than Rob Thompson trying to steal our headlines away.
Yeah, just for a minute.
Yes.
It's just like everybody relax a little. This is fun. We're just arguing over who's better. That's it. It's the dumbest thing we could possibly do. There's no need to get all mad about it. There isn't. You can get passionate about it.
Yeah, we want you to be passionate.
Yeah.
We're passionate about it.
Yeah, it's just like, it's just who's the best athlete? It's not rocket science, 215-592-9494. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP. What's up, Tasty Cake?
Right now. I'm sorry. The nurse just came in, like Spike. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Put you back on hold.
All right. We'll put him on hold. OG Wade, you're on WIP.
Oh. What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Oh, we'll see.
OG.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I'm telling Jack, he trying to go against Jalen Hurts. I guarantee you Walker know who Jalen Hurts is and don't know who Zach Wheeler is.
Well, he has a Hurts jersey.
Yeah, exactly. And I guarantee you he don't know who Zach Wheeler is. So my point to you, Spikey, is this. You saying you're going off a resume and what was it? And what's the last?
Well, 75% resume, 25% the last year.
Yes, 75% resume, 25% the last year.
So, and this question ain't to you, Spike, exactly, but just to all of y'all, why isn't Brandon Graham in the top 11?
Because he's retired.
Has to be an active player.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll get that one. Okay, so according to the requirements, then Bryce Harper should not be nowhere near where Spike has him at. Okay, because
where did I have him?
6 or 7.
Okay, and he shouldn't be.
No.
Okay.
No.
Why not?
No. Bryce Harper has been abysmal this year.
But again, you let's just rewind for a second. I said it was 75% resume, 25% this year.
Okay. So do we know what his injury is? Because how many games he's been out?
He's been out for 13 days or something.
Yeah, and
he's going to be back this weekend. No.
What's the injury?
It's a wrist injury, a nondescript wrist injury that they say does not need surgery, and they're not worried is going to be.
You couldn't keep Jalen Hurts off the field. Trust me.
What about those games he missed last year?
Yeah, he's missed games every year of his career.
He did not want to miss them games.
But he missed them.
They pulled him out.
You think Bryce is pumped to be missing time right now?
You're damn right.
Yeah,
he knows
I
all
know.
the pressure on him right now.
Right.
Because remember, after the Eagles won the Super Bowl, I said, Bryce, you're up. And he just shrunk up.
Well, all I know is when
Jalen
Jalen went out, they won with Kenny Pickett. When Bryce went out, the Phillies lost 4 in a row.
That's because we got a good team.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? A good supporting cast. And we thank Kenny Pickett for all he did. And even though he get cut in Cleveland, yeah, we thank you all for that. You know what I'm saying? We thank you very much for that. You know, but we don't, let's not, you know damn well Kenny Pickett ain't on no Jalen Hurts level. So let's not even go there.
I didn't say well.
OG, let me ask you this, OG.
Yeah.
Jalen is number 2 on the list. Do you have a problem with that?
I do have I don't have a problem with it, but he's number 1 on my list because first of all, in the Super Bowl, like to win that MVP, it wasn't just as simple as Jack's trying to make it out. He led the team in rushing when he's not the primary running back. Okay, he obviously led the team in passing. He had multiple touchdowns, running and throwing. And if it was baseball, he would have hit for the cycle. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how you don't give him MVP. And then as far as Josh Sweat, I've seen Josh Sweat trip over into a damn sack. Patrick Mahomes was so damn scared of his own shadow. When I went back and looked at this other guy's YouTube thing, they showing all these open receivers that the great Patrick Mahomes couldn't see, couldn't find. So it wasn't the Eagles' line pressuring him. He was shell-shocked, right? He wasn't seeing the field. Well, y'all said that Jalen Hurts can't see the field. Well, guess what? The great Patrick Mahomes didn't see the field in the biggest game of the damn,
season. Yeah, biggest game of the season. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we got to listen. All I'm saying is this here, and I always said this on a serious note. I never in my life had a problem with people criticizing Jalen Hurts. All I ever said, make sure it's warranted, it's fair. That's all I said. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, fairness is subjective. If you don't think it's fair, then you're not going to think it's fair.
Right, but right now, WIP, my show, this show right here, okay, me and Spike's show, said if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, we will start calling Jalen Hurts the Duke. I ain't heard none of y'all calling the Duke yet.
I don't ever remember making that agreement.
Oh, yeah, you don't ever remember me winning the Hooters tickets that I never gotten.
That was before I got here.
Hooters is closed.
No.
It was before I got here.
Too, Spikey. You share it, too. And you know what? Y'all been beating me for my damn awards and everything. Y'all to the point, y'all don't even let me do the contest no more because I win so much.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
You answer yourself every time.
Yeah.
Because what the hell is wrong with that?
All right.
I'm the
All
best.
right. Get out of here. Guy's out of control. All right. Congratulations to the Duke for being number 2 on the top 11 list this year. 215-592-9494. I have graduated from OG Wade's call. And you can graduate to a brand new Hyundai. You don't have to study. Nope. You don't have to go through 4 years of school. No. You don't have to take any tests. All you got to do is go to Colonial Hyundai. They're going to hook you up. They got this brand new dealership there that the Cars R John Ashdale has put together to make sure that your experience is golden, faster, easier, and better as always. Right now, and make it even better for you by giving you 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. 20% for a limited time. Okay? Right now, that's up to $10,000. Also, going to hook you up with $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. Piece of junk doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at Colonial. Doesn't matter to the Cars R. Doesn't matter to John Ashdale. Doesn't matter to the staff. Every new Hyundai there. Also, you're going to get 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, as I've told you, and I believe, and you will know, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. Ike, would you like to hear the listener top 11?
Sure.
Now, of course, the final top 11 was 50% listener, 50% staff. Here is the listener top 11. Couple of surprises in here. Actually, really just one surprise in here. Maybe two. Number 11, Joel Embiid.
Okay.
Number 10, Tyrese Maxey.
Okay.
Is on the listener list.
Wow.
A shock to me,
yeah,
actually.
Basketball fans out there.
Yep. Remember, number 9, Devontae Smith. Number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Number 7, Jalen Carter. Number 6, Lane Johnson. Number 5, A.J. Brown. Number 4, Zach Wheeler. Number 3, Bryce Harper. So Bryce still at number 3, only drops from 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Jalen number 2, Saquon number 1. Left off the list, Jordan Mailata, Zach Bond, Cooper DeJean, Trey Turner, Quinyon Mitchell. So I was shocked at the Maxey thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it was not an insignificant number of votes. It was thousands of votes. It was a lot of votes. I was shocked at that. I think people like Tyrese Maxey, but he did not have a good year last year. And the Sixers were terrible. So
Seems like the listeners still do it. That feels like a hierarchy.
Yes.
In Philadelphia sports.
That's
kind
more
of
resume than anything else.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Who they think is like it's almost like biggest.
Yeah, it's like faces.
Yeah.
Faces in Philly sports.
Yeah.
And
Not
a bad way to do it.
That would keep Bond off the list, because he's not one of those guys yet.
But again, Saquon.
Yeah.
In everyone's top 3.
Yes.
But here's what I also say.
Except for mine.
The thing with Bond.
I'm 4.
Right?
Yep.
We danced around it a lot when discussing why he's not on the list. You know why he's not on the list? People don't really believe he can do it again.
I think that's part of it. I think it's part of it for sure.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
People don't believe it.
Think it's a 1-year wonder?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's part that and part he just doesn't stick out other than playing. Like he doesn't.
But his play was tremendous last year.
Yes, but no good nickname. Never has a quote that year.
Mm-hmm.
Basically invisible since they won the Super Bowl.
Well, hold
except
on,
for
he
the
does have a
extension.
nickname.
Yes, he's
Teflon Bond.
Teflon Bond.
Oh right, yeah. Like everybody uses that.
What is Saquon's nickname?
But his name is cool.
SK26, is that what he was?
Yeah.
SK.
SK2?
Quadzilla?
2K say.
2K say, my bad.
Or say 2K.
Yeah. Or Playquan. People forget.
Playquan.
That was for the Week 17 game.
215-592-9494. Bob in Morristown. You're on WIP. What's up, Bob?
Hey, how are you?
What's up, Bob?
I wanted to weigh in on the Jalen Hurts.
Oh my God. Yeah, no. Go ahead. My bad. That's on me. I thought
that was out loud. Yeah,
that was my out loud
voice.
Yep. It's all good. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I have to tell you, I'm a little disappointed as a fellow Newhouse grad that you guys didn't talk up the Syracuse Orange. They finally have a decent year since Donovan graduated, and nobody said anything.
Well, we went.
How did we possibly miss the Syracuse?
Really.
Well, we went and got Kyle McCord, so everything's good, right? I actually, as a graduate, I do not have very much alumni pride. The guys can tell you, I don't ever wear Syracuse stuff. I never bring them up. I don't know why. I don't really ever think about it.
Well, because they're terrible.
Well, maybe that could be it. Yeah.
Anyway, on Jalen, I think, you guys talk a lot about comparing him to other quarterbacks and this and that. I think he is the perfect quarterback for the Eagles, and that's all that's important. He has the right demeanor. He has the right skill set. He can read a defense, and he can run. He's an extra offensive player. And I don't care who throws the ball better. He's just great for that team. I think the team loves him. They respect him. And that's really important.
Look, dude, they won the Super Bowl. I agree with you. I will never agree. I have trouble getting to the point where I say I don't care that he doesn't do X, Y, and Z, but it did not prevent them from winning the Super Bowl. So at least last year, how big a deal could it be? You know what I mean? Like I think I'm in a place where I'm happy that they have him. I'm happy that they won the Super Bowl. I'm still sort of aware of what his weaknesses have been. But at the end of the day, and this is what I said yesterday, I'd rather win the Super Bowl with whoever I think is the 7th best quarterback than not win the Super Bowl with whoever I think is the best quarterback. So
would you trade him for someone else?
Well, it's not an option. I mean, if you told me you could have any one of the 4 quarterbacks that are in the elite class rather than him, I actually might think twice. The Lamar playoff thing worries me a little bit.
Right.
I would rather have Joe Burrow than Jalen. I would rather have Josh Allen than Jalen. I would rather have Patrick Mahomes than Jalen. But it doesn't matter because those franchises aren't trading those guys, and the Eagles aren't trading Jalen, and we have Jalen, and we won the Super Bowl, so it's cool.
Well,
you know what I mean? Here's the thing. You like Bryce Harper, right?
No, not
okay.
necessarily.
Who's a
I
Philly?
think he's a
Who's
decent player.
Well, give me another player on another team you really like.
Well, I'm a Yankee fan. Sorry, Aaron Judge.
Okay, well, he's the best player in baseball.
Yeah,
that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I guess what I'm saying is that we all have players that we like and we won, and there's still other players that are on other teams that are better. But it doesn't mean that we can't like those players here. I've never in this argument said we should go out and trade Jalen for for Joe Burrow. Like I've never even brought that up. So
I don't think Joe Burrow would do as well as him here.
Oh my God, I just think you're psychotic for that. He's incredible.
Great for the team.
Yeah, but Joe Burrow's also great for his team. He's been to a Super Bowl and an AFC Championship game in Cincinnati. They hadn't won a playoff game
since '91.
Yeah, in 20 years since he had been there, or 25 years. Yeah. He's pretty good.
30 years now.
30 years.
Right? 30 years.
So he's good. You know. Yeah. So it's okay. So I thank you for the call, Bob.
Believe me.
Yeah, I think Joe Burrow would probably do fine here.
Yeah, I think he'd be okay.
I think he'd be all right. But it doesn't matter because he's not available. Jalen's not available.
Right.
Burrow's not available yet.
We're not available yet. Yeah.
Give us 2 years.
You're a psychopath, man. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, we'll get back. This is a big series this weekend, man. I can't get over how big this Phillies-Mets series is. Looking back a few weeks, who would have thought we're a half game out of first place? You know,
they're tied for first, aren't they?
No, half game out.
Why?
They have one more loss.
Stupid half game.
Yeah. I saw everybody saying tied. It's actually not tied.
They lost. It's funny because when they lost 9 of 10, they lost 5.5 games in the standings.
And then they just gained them back because the Mets lost 6 in a row.
Yeah.
So
#baseball.
Yep. We will get to the High Hopes Jackie baseball report next. We'll also reveal the staff top 11 list, which we have not revealed yet. 215-592-9494.
They have the same amount of losses.
Oh, they do? The different number of wins then?
Both 45 and 30.
Are you sure?
They're tied.
Just looking at the standings.
Oh. Then I guess I'm wrong.
I was going to say.
I swear I looked this morning. And they were
Maybe
different.
you looked after the Phillies won last night and the Mets hadn't lost yet?
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I looked last night. Okay.
Hey, it happens.
Well, we'll talk about the baseball team next. This show brought to you today by the great Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. We'll be back next Friday. Big games always better with crowd fries. Online at chickiesandpete's.com, your official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Do you have storm damage at your home or maybe your shore property? Well, this is actually good time for this read, considering yesterday, by the way, hopefully everybody is out there safe. Power should be on soon. But back to my read. Call the home team and my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now at Emmons, they install top-tier lifetime warranted roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal, drive up your home's resale value, and defend your home against the elements. Free estimates and fair pricing, along with top-notch service, Emmons is the one for you. Visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered. Don't forget to tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says this Wednesday night, the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Savor every last drop of summer with Starbucks. From bold refreshers to rich cold brews, the sunniest season only gets better with a handcrafted iced beverage in your hand. Available for a limited time. Your summer favorites are ready at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Breaking news flash for all the doubters out there, including you, Las Vegas. The Indiana Pacers are elite, and hell yes, they can win an NBA championship on Sunday. The Thunder haven't proved they can handle the massive moment of having a championship in their grasp. Do you know who I think can? The Pacers. Book them to win it all on Sunday. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Today's show brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. It was hopping earlier today before that soccer match or whatever.
Yeah.
They don't call it game, right? They call it match.
It's on the pitch.
On the pitch.
Yeah.
Big game's always better with crab fries. Online at chickiesandpete's.com, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. If you're going to the game tonight, of course, you can stop by Chickies beforehand. Speaking of the game tonight, Fritz, let's do it.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Before the series starts, Mike, who would you rather have at shortstop, Lindor or Trey?
Lindor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Says a lot.
What does it say?
Says you have a 20/20 vision.
Yeah. That guy's awesome. Come on, man.
Yeah.
He's awesome. Would love to have him. But I'm remember,
Are you gonna do a top?
I had Trey on my top 11, and you didn't.
I did,
That's
though.
true.
But you changed it.
What was the
because
final
he had
list?
a good game.
What was the final list?
Even was the final.
My final list had Trey on it.
Well, right, but
Are
you
you gonna
changed
do
it midweek.
Are you going to do your top 11 New York athletes?
No, I'm not going to. What are we doing
You
here?
should. That'd be funny.
Top 11 New York athletes?
Yeah.
But I only like a couple of them.
Would Jack Hughes on the Jersey Devils count? Does that
no,
count because it's
no.
Jersey?
Nobody in New York cheers for the Devils.
What about an Islander?
That would count, but I don't like any Islanders.
What about a Brooklyn Net?
I don't think I like any Brooklyn Nets either.
I say, who the hell is on the Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Cam Johnson? Top
I do
11?
like Cam Johnson, actually, now that we're being
I do
honest.
want him to be a Sixer.
I would love for him to be a Sixer.
At some
Good
point.
player.
So, no Bryce officially tonight.
Oh,
So,
there you go.
No Bryce in the lineup. Otto Kemp, right?
You got closer.
Okay. So, Otto Kemp is at first base. Otto, by the way, whatever, hit the ball to the wall last night. That was a good sign.
He also watched it.
He did.
Yeah, dude.
It could have been a moment for old Otto.
It would have been his first one, but I'm saying, brother, make sure it's over the wall.
Yeah.
You haven't been up here that long to be staring at.
And always remember, you're just a Division II guy. Like me.
Well, yeah, if you keep that in mind, then he won't. Yeah, I mean, he'll stay motivated.
For real though, and he's been a little jolt of energy since he's been up here.
Yeah.
But like he was hitting a bunch of home runs in AAA, right? Like where's the power? And it's not even like. Even in the games where he has a bunch of hits, I don't see him putting jolts into balls or anything. Like what do you think's going on?
Well, I mean, so I think he has minor league power. I mean, he's not. The thing about Kemp is he's not the biggest guy in the world. I think he's not I don't think he's ever be a 20 home run guy in the big leagues.
Okay.
I think he's like a 15. Well, what do you want? I'm just trying to.
We thought he was going to hit some home runs.
We kill a guy who plays third base and doesn't hit home runs, but we get so excited for the other guy. This guy's not going to hit home runs either.
One's not 6'5". No, like Otto Kemp.
Which actually works against him.
Against who, Bohm?
Yes.
In what?
Being 6'5" is harder for him to get those long ass arms around swinging.
What about Judge and Stanton and all the other 6'5"?
Doesn't mean that it's an advantage. They're also big guys.
But it does help you have leverage to drive the baseball.
I'm not saying that it doesn't, but the guy's never been a home run hitter. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm disappointed about the Otto.
I'm just telling you, Otto. You had me thinking Otto was a power hitter.
Yeah, I thought we were getting Darren Ruff up here.
Yeah,
Babe Ruff.
No, I think you're looking for a good 280, 15 to 20 home runs and plays a bunch of positions. I think that's the Otto Kemp. Can play first, can maybe play second. Stott's slowly kind of heating up a little bit. Can fill in at third, and now he's going to play left field because Weston Wilson got sent down.
What happens if we have nothing but players like that?
Well, if you think, Otto Kemp was never going to be an all-star.
He's not one of the real guys.
No, that's not what I'm saying. My only point is that then where is the guy that comes up that hits all the home runs?
Right.
Because Crawford doesn't hit home runs. Aiden Miller doesn't hit home runs.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. All of our guys hit 15 to 20 home runs.
I know.
And we can't trade any of them.
Maybe. I will say. So
that's all I was saying.
Yeah,
I was like, do we
I'm
have
with
a
you.
power hitter down there?
I do. Well, the one guy
What about
might.
Rincones?
Yeah, he's probably he projects to be a 25 home run guy.
Bryce is headed to being a 15 or 21.
25.
Yeah,
25.
I'm like, yeah, he's heading that way.
Well, that's the thing is that if you want to break
Bryce
down
Bohm.
If you want to break down Keaton Anthony, I'll break down Keaton Anthony. He's the first baseman for the Iron Pigs right now.
Okay.
But again, he has nowhere to play because he's just a first baseman.
Okay.
So, yeah. And he's more of a pure hitter as well. Phil's got pure hitters all over. Yeah, we don't need a 35 home run guy.
Oh, man.
It's a bunch of solid 1 through 9, tough to get out type of lineup.
I think I just stumbled on how I'm going to make Jack crazy next year is with Bryce Bohm.
Yeah, no, you can do it. You can do it. You'll need a new producer, but you can do it all you want. You can do it all you want. But I will say, so how they've been playing recently. I know we've been doing the how much do you want to invest in this team versus not invest in this team. I'm having a tougher and tougher time, not wanting to
go for it.
Just go for it.
Yeah,
it's because, dude, I keep looking at this starting staff, and I actually think we've somehow underappreciated how dominant they are. I mean, look at what Sanchez did last night. That's 8 innings. He could have easily gone 9.
He was awesome last night.
And he's looking closer and closer to last year, and he's looking closer to the guy that everyone thought could be a Cy Young contender. Like, he's reached that. Suarez is pitching to a 1.18 since May 10th. He looks phenomenal.
Wheeler's Wheeler.
Luzardo, last start wasn't great, but has shown signs of being great. Abel, we'll see. Knowles. No?
No,
Huh?
I agree with you.
Knowles?
You just
Knowles, man. We don't even know what he is right now.
On the 60-day IL now, so he's officially donezo for a little bit.
You can't. If you have a baseball team with this starting staff, you have to go for it. You just have to. It guarantees you like 85 wins off the bat, I think, with a starting staff like this. Already you're 500 or just over 500. Like I just don't think the difference between them and any other team in baseball is that drastic where I wouldn't go for it. I just don't. You could say the Dodgers. Dodgers have had so many injury issues from a pitching perspective that I just think it would be criminal to not go for it this year. I think it would be. And who knows what these guys are next year? Right. You know what I mean? Who knows who's even here?
Exactly.
Ranger might not be here. Schwarber might not be here. Yada, yada, yada.
JT might not be here.
Right. Just go for it.
Ranger or Schwarber?
If you can only pay one?
Yep.
I
don't like that question.
I got to see the rest of Ranger. I got to see Ranger the rest of the year.
I don't like the question. Guess what? It's just gonna.
You think Dave Dombrowski's like, I don't like this. I don't like this decision.
Well, at least he's got 2.5 months to see if Suarez can hold up. If Suarez can hold up.
That is a big question. If Suarez holds up, if Ranger holds up,
and the price goes up.
Well, but then you feel better about spending on him. You know what I mean?
We gave 170 away, didn't we? The Nola, what did we give him?
Well, yeah, that was
on a down year. I mean, had a semi-good postseason. We're like, you know what? There he is.
I just think a great starting pitcher is worth a lot more to me than a great DH or a good DH. Schwarber is a good DH, not great, good.
Oh,
right.
For DH standards, he's pretty.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good.
He's good.
It's like Devers, him,
yeah,
Ohtani for now, but he's a pitcher.
Well, he's not a pitcher. He's in the same category as Schwarber, which is why he's going to be a DH in the All-Star game.
I just want to point, this is going to be one of my new bits with the Phils.
Yeah.
It might take a while to get there, but I don't care.
Okay.
Orion Kerkering's 122 saves away from passing Jonathan Papelbon. We got to take Papelbon off the record
You're
list.
going to have to chase Rob Thompson out of town because
seriously.
the day after you named him the closer, they put him in the 8th inning.
It was situational.
Okay.
Situation. Went right back to him last night. As long as starter goes 8.
Oh, yeah,
Kerkering's
which
got the
should
9th.
happen all the time.
Kerkering got the 9th.
Yeah.
And the game tonight is on Apple TV. All games are on national TV, but Apple TV tonight. And the nice part about Apple TV,
you can sync it up to WIP.
You can sync it right up with Fransky.
Or if you don't have Apple TV, because you're like, enough already, stop charging me $8 more for another TV service, which would be completely normal. You can just listen to the game on WIP, and Fransky will tell you exactly what's happening. That's his job.
That is his job.
You know what I mean? That's his job.
Yep. Way to go.
Do we know if Tasty Cake is ready or not?
Tasty Cake's good, yeah.
Okay. 215-592-9494. Tasty Cake, Dom, you're on WIP.
Yeah, Spike, they don't have Apple TV in a rehab, so
No.
I'll be listening.
Idiots.
Well,
yeah. You could do it on your phone if you wanted to. But
I'll just listen.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
One thing, list week was tremendous.
Oh,
and
thank
you're
you.
right. It sparked conversation everywhere all week long. It was absolutely spectacular.
Glad you enjoyed it.
That
buddy.
was great.
Yeah, it will definitely be coming back next week, much to the chagrin of 66% of the Twitter voters.
Real quick, on
Yeah.
yesterday's list, real quick, I thought Jack did a great job with his list. I'd have had to work Eddie Jordan in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah. See, Jack didn't feel Eddie Jordan
Yeah.
the way you and I did. So Jack, for his top 11, did the worst of the last 25 years. So it was players and managers and coaches and all
Eddie
that.
Jordan didn't make the list?
No, because
I just don't remember the Eddie Jordan thing.
okay.
Yeah, so
it wasn't memorable.
So that was what?
remember that mess.
Was that 08?
Yeah, it was like 08.
So, there's so many bad things about that year, but him, benching Elton Brand for some reason, and, it was somewhere on the internet. That was when I first started writing about the Sixers, because they gave me a press pass for some reason for every game, and I just started writing up every game, and sometimes I go back and I read through it. What a disaster Eddie Jordan
one thing
was.
I remember about Eddie
Princeton
Jordan.
offense.
The one thing I remember on him, and he said he doesn't need a true point guard to run it.
No,
Yeah.
it does
I'm
not.
like, what?
Yeah.
Spike, I hear the word Princeton now, I get a rash.
Yep. Yeah, he was terrible, man. He really was.
Spike, I had to call in. Now I was enjoying the show, but I had to call in because this is such a great day for me. I have such a long history with Ike, and Jack's my buddy. But you and I had a moment today, Spike, because I'm so honored that you quoted me to win your argument with Elliot that I feel so honored that it made my day.
I can't remember. What did I quote you on?
Because the exact argument you used to win the step over amount is word for word what I said to you about the Landsberger move 2 weeks ago. Word for word. You just took out Landsberger and put in step over.
Oh, you're talking about the Dr. J thing.
Yeah. National TV, historic move. And by the way, Spike, they showed that Landsberger move on the finals this week. They didn't show no step over.
Well, there you go. Well, then we might have to reconsider that then. Then that is a fair point.
Sold it.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well.
They're still showing it, and that's 1981.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. You're right. I'm wrong.
But no, it was a plus thing because you used my argument against Elliott and you stomped him.
Well, that's what you got to do. We got to you got to take little bits of different arguments, file them away in your brain for when you need them in the future.
You wanted debate today, Spike, and I wanted debate because they took a cheap shot on the midday show, so I had to call in and slap them around a little bit.
Uh-oh, cheap shot against who? Us?
They're trying to win a football argument. To win a football argument, that Kyle said, you act like Jalen Hurts is Tobias Harris.
Oh.
What a cheap shot. Come on. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Jeez, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, Tasty Cake?
Yep.
Toby doesn't play here anymore
Yeah,
now.
Ike's out on the Toby thing.
Ike, my point exactly. The guy's been going for a year and you're still kicking him? Come on.
Seriously.
All right, Tasty Cake.
All right, brother.
All right, brother.
love you guys.
Thank you for the
All
call,
right, brother.
man. Yeah.
Yeah. I like Toby when he was here.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
over.
following Toby everywhere.
Right. You're letting that go.
Yes, sometimes you gotta be like, hey, enough is enough.
Letting bygones be bygones.
Here's your chance to get off the train.
Yeah, but it is a mutual divorce.
Yes.
It's one of those ones you guys figured it out in 2 weeks. You both use the same lawyer. You know what I mean? Like everybody's good. He's happy in Detroit. You're happy
I'm
here.
Good. Yes. We move on.
So real quick, here is the staff top 11 list.
Okay.
As we have not revealed that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Number 11, Zach Vaughn. So Zach Vaughn
does make the staff
did
list.
make the staff list.
At 11, barely.
Barely. Number 10, Joel Embiid. So he did make the staff list as well.
Yep.
Embiid was 11 audience and 10 staff. 9, Jordan Mailata. 8, Kyle Schwarber. 7, Jalen Carter. 6, Lane Johnson. 5, A.J. Brown. 4, Bryce Harper. So Bryce was Bryce was 4 on the big list as well. 3, Jalen Hurts. 2, Zach Wheeler, and number 1, Saquon Barkley.
So we had Wheeler a little higher.
Yeah, the staff had Wheeler at 2, and the listeners had Wheeler at 3, and then final, just because of the weighted scoring, Wheeler ends up at 3. So there it is. Not making the staff list, Devontae Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, Tyrese Maxey, Cooper DeJean. There you go. 215-592-9494. Kenny from the Dirty 30, reportedly. You're on WIP. What's up, Kenny?
Actually, reportedly, hypothetically, whichever adjective for the day.
Yeah.
Guys, I apologize. I called yesterday. I was on hold, and I don't mind waiting on hold. But then all of a sudden, Armageddon hit yesterday, and I don't know how many people's neighborhoods got, but I had to hang up because I almost got hit by a tree.
Yeah, dude, and, that storm, Jack lost me for about 20 minutes where all I was doing was staring out the window thinking about my basement.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So,
man, it was, Mother Nature every now and then reminds us who's in charge here, and it sure the hell ain't us.
No, it
That's
is
for
not.
sure.
My biggest Mother Nature reminder was my 1 year at University of Southern California where there was an earthquake, and I realized that there's no warning, there's nowhere you can go, and the literal earth is shaking so much that buildings are falling. And I said, you know what? I don't need to live here. I don't need to be here anymore. And I left. What's up, Kenny?
I wasn't going to talk about that, but when that earthquake hit North Jersey about 15 years ago, I was in the IKEA up there by the Newark airport, and the last place you want to be in a panic is in an IKEA because that place is a maze, and people were screaming because they couldn't figure out how to get out of there.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, I was on the air at YSP at the time, and I knew I was losing my job at the time. So I thought normally I would just stay on the air, but I went into the staircase. I was like, I'm out of here. They're not paying me in 2 weeks anyway. What difference does it make?
East Coasters aren't used to that. Anyway,
no.
So I've been reluctant to call because I know you guys are going to yell at me about my top 11. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Flyers aren't ready yet.
Yep.
Any Sixer that was signed by this current administration has the heart of a hummingbird and the brain of a earthworm, and that includes Embiid. He's a playoff loser. I can't put him on my list. And Jack, you're going to kill me for this, but any baseball player is at least number 9 for me because
the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Well, no, not that so much the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Zach Wheeler, as great as he is, he only plays 20% of the games. He can't be any higher to me than 9.
Yeah, well, you can evaluate players differently at the same time.
But you do understand, hold on the Zach Wheeler thing, because I hear this a lot. They only play one out of every 5 games, and it's true. But a everyday player only bats 4 times out of an entire game. So most of the game, an everyday player has no effect on the game whatsoever. When a starting pitcher is in there, they have an effect on every at-bat. Like a starting pitcher is the only player in all of baseball who can basically win a game for you single-handedly. So I know that they only play 1 out of every 5 games, but their effect on those games are far more than an everyday player in baseball.
And that's my argument about quarterbacks. Even an above average quarterback has more of an effect on a football game than any other position there, which is why my quarterback gets a lot more consideration on our list. So that's why I had Jalen Hurts in my top 3.
Okay.
But all the rest are Eagles. I'm not going to go into it, but I had 8 Eagles and 3 Phillies. And quite frankly, Kyle Schwarber, that guy's a warrior. I don't care what sport he plays, the way he plays the game, his attitude, the way people respond to him.
Okay. Yep. So wait a minute. So Zach Wheeler only plays 20% of the games, but Kyle Schwarber, who does not play in the field, who literally is playing in any given 2.5-hour baseball game, is playing for like 6 minutes. He is in your he's a warrior?
Mm-hmm. He is a warrior.
Okay.
He's also number 10.
What's a warrior? What are we...
I like it.
Oh, come on. Listen, Ike, you played with guys in the locker room.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep.
They might not be the most talented, but
they might not even play most of the game.
They're really starting to go after Ike Reese now.
Sitting right next to you, man. And
I don't know if this is a compliment or an insult. I don't know where we're going with this.
Come on.
Well, I know you mean it as a compliment, but Jack will turn it into an insult.
No. What was your favorite Ike Reese play?
My favorite Ike Reese moment?
Yeah.
You're going to love this.
Oh, he's got one.
You and John Running are sitting next to each other at a Miss WIP contest at Chickies and Pete's in the parking lot, and I was right behind you, and we laughed that entire time. And you're a funny dude. Most people don't realize it.
Okay.
We're going to let that go right there.
A bit of a cop-out.
Let's leave that one right there.
Yeah. That was a cop-out. It was definitely a cop-out. I love Kyle Schwarber, but there's
been a lot, and I love Schwarber too. It feels like it's been a lot of...
He's a warrior?
But inflated on...
Dude, stop it.
It's a little inflated.
It's a little.
No, not you.
Okay.
You.
Oh, here we go. What did I do now?
Well, it's because of the Bryce thing.
Well, it's been a tough week for me.
People are putting him over Bryce.
Which is ridiculous.
That's right. Now, this is the guy, Spike, that wanted us to give Schwarber an extension before the season even started. He was so worried and concerned.
Still am?
Yeah.
But now that the Bryce Schwarber thing is happening, you're like, hold on.
Which shouldn't be happening. So, I can do both. I can think it's ridiculous, and I want him extended. And it's the Wheeler thing. It's been I hate top 11. I don't think we should do it next year. If Wheeler is not in someone's top 5, dead to me, for all I care.
Wow.
Yeah.
So can I ask this?
Yeah.
Depends.
I love the fact. I love the fact that both of you get a little irritated if Wheeler's lower than 4. Like
lower than 3.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Lower than 3. I'm glad you admitted
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Get a little tight.
So I'm thinking maybe you guys just have a higher opinion of pitching.
Maybe.
Right?
Well,
like the baseball fan in me, I like pitching. I'm going to always have more, I'm going to lean towards the everyday player more than I am the pitcher.
But
as a guy that I want more.
I think, but I think if we had done this list 15 years ago or whatever, I think Roy Halladay would have been top 3.
Well, that's how good you have to be.
Yeah.
See, you guys wanted to put him in Roy's class. I don't think he's anywhere. I haven't felt that.
I don't think
his
peak is Roy, but I think Roy's peak is higher.
Yeah.
But Halladay didn't do it for this amount of time.
Right.
I think, I think Wheeler is hurt by the fact that they haven't won.
Like, give me a Wheeler moment. Give me the biggest moment Wheeler has had.
Well,
the stick that everybody should have, and that's not a knock on. I'm just from the fan perspective. We're talking about moments, right? So part of it is what moment is he remembered for?
Well, so I think it's easy for Halladay because he has the no-hitter in the perfect game.
Exactly.
It's more just like what he's done. Like I would say 7 innings against the Mets last year, shutout. Like that's impressive.
Right.
I could give all the.
It's not that impressive,
but it is. I mean,
7 innings of shutout baseball.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a guy who was giving me complete games every time he went out there to start.
I know. Yeah, for one postseason.
I know. All I'm saying is I think, like Hamels, I think Hamels would be, if we were to make this list when Hamels was in his prime, he would be higher on the list.
Well, but he was pretty polarizing. A lot of people hated Hamels. Nobody hates Wheeler.
Voice.
Yeah. I think Wheeler is just like, I admire, he is a rock. Like, he's just so steady and good. I agree with you. There's no big moment we all remember.
You guys convinced me, so you got me to actually make sure I had him up higher on my list.
It's just amazing that every time he pitches, I just assume it's going to be 7 innings and 1 run, and it mostly seems like it is.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, and his postseason ERA it's not a small sample size. I mean, and I know it was only 1 start last year, but it's like 2.13, and he's at the lowest postseason WHIP in the history of baseball, and that includes Mariano Rivera. So like, it's more totality of what he's done, I think, in those moments than one singular moment.
Yeah, there's no big flashy.
And he's probably going to finish. He's going to finish second in NL Cy Young voting for the third time.
Again, yeah.
So he's going to be the guy that we talk about when his career is over. We didn't appreciate him.
I think
enough while he was.
Yeah, but I feel like now he's starting to get appreciated. I think last year I didn't feel it, but this year, like the fact that he's top 4. But last year, I think, was he on the list or was he just on the back end of the list?
I think he made the list last year. Right?
I think he made the list. Yeah, I'll look.
But he certainly wasn't top 4.
I saw Ranger on the list and Nola on the list.
Yes, I had Nola.
So then I would
on
say
my
Wheeler
list
probably made it.
Yeah. Well, I also
think Nola made the official list.
The other thing that will happen with Wheeler, one would hope, is as long as he doesn't get injured, and if he does retire when he says he's going to retire a Philly, and that will, I think, also make us, appreciate the fact that there's still
already forgotten about his Mets career.
Yeah, there's still something a little transplanty about him to me here, but he's going to eventually retire a Philly who will have pitched more years for the Phillies than anybody else, and he will be a Philly.
Yep.
You know, coming up next. So Jack has had the belt for 2 straight weeks.
That's right.
Bull.
Arguably should be 3.
He has done nothing to keep it.
Yeah.
But we'll
I cooked Elliott.
Well, I don't think you cooked Elliott.
Cooked Elliott.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel good about my chances this week.
You do?
I do.
Well, you got to work the whole week.
Oh.
But Jolly worked 1 day a week.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
All right.
Jolly barely works.
Different criteria.
Yeah,
Al.
Broad's got it. Al works for like 5 minutes. He's barely working when he's working.
By the way.
Yeah. That was.
I heard Spike say this yesterday.
What happened?
You talk a lot more when I'm not here.
Of course. So what do you talk like what do you mean? Of course I talk more, or like the word trash.
You just talk a lot more.
Yeah.
In the not positive way.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do? Just sit there?
I'm just agreeing with Spike.
Yeah.
Well, of course I talk more.
Just got to
when you're
control
not there.
you a little bit more when Ike's not here.
Well, when Spike said it, it wasn't just because I'm not here. I mean, you're just sitting here at the mic. I heard what he said and why he said it.
Said what?
When I said that you talked a lot more?
Maybe he didn't get it.
Yeah. I forget what the situation was, but there was somewhere where you were, when you do your little Jack thing and do it a lot more, it's like Fridays. Yeah, it's like Chickies days.
Sure.
Almost.
Yeah. I'm busy back here.
Yeah, of course. Well, we will find out if Jack keeps the belt or if somebody takes it from him next.
And Robbie.
And Robbie E. defending, he had Jalen number 1. So
we got to argue with him about that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Get Robbie fired up a little bit?
Yeah, Robbie E. Joins us next as well. The show today brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. We'll be back there next Friday. Big parties, big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your big party or event at chickiesandpete's.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's hot out there today. It's hot out there yesterday. My one dog, she lays out on the deck when it's summertime. It's hot out, and you need stuff for your pets if they're going to be outside during the summer. And Dogs and Cats Rule, the only place to get it. I say place. There are 7 of them. The lead dog, George Perenni, has put Dogs and Cats Rule all over the area, so there has to be one that you can get to. He's also filled those places with staff that can answer any question you have about any of this stuff. Pet nutrition, you always have a question. There's all these different great products there, but they're going to help you settle in on the one that is best for your pet. And I was talking about summer. If you need any summer supplies for your pet, you need cooling bandanas, cooling vests, UV blocking t-shirts. That's right, for your dog. Life jackets. You take your dog out on the boat, they have all this stuff to protect their paws from the hot blacktop and pavement and cement. All that sold at Dogs and Cats Rule. 7 locations, as I mentioned. 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. DogsandCatsRule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Game 7s are rock fights. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The OKC Indiana total for Game 7, only 215.5, a 15-point swing from Game 1. No team has cracked 100 points in the last 5 Game 7s. The game has changed, but I still like the under 215.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires 6/30/2025.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Did you enjoy Top 11 week? 64.9% say no. Liars. Losers.
It's a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, come on, you love it. Rob Ellis joins us in a moment to discuss his top 11 list, which has a notable exclusion on his list, a notable inclusion, and a questionable number one.
Always questionable.
Yeah.
Always questionable.
See, hear us laughing. We're all having a good time. But before that, we got to do the belt.
There could only be one, the boss. Chief, the top of the mountain, the WIP Afternoon Show presents The Belt.
All right. Jack Fritz currently has the belt. The first week, it was because of his turn, saying that he would pitch against Joe DeCamara.
Yep.
Then talked a bunch of trash about Joe. It was a great moment for Jack.
Exactly. And arms bouncing back in a great way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the ball's popping.
Yeah.
I might throw harder now than I did in high school.
90?
I think it might have 80-something in the back pocket.
Really?
Yeah, it might be back.
All right, just make sure you're throwing strikes.
And golf yesterday.
Yep.
Looked good through 5 holes.
Wow, there you go. Yeah. And then he kept it last week by doing basically nothing because nobody came for the belt last week. And
I had a great Jalen take last week.
It was not great. It was okay.
Great.
It was okay
great.
on a nothing week. It was okay.
Super.
For a nothing week. The question is, can Jack hold the belt one more week? And the answer is no.
Oh.
The belt is changing hands. And this is going to be controversial. And I got the word back from the committee, and I was like, "Are you sure?" Uh-oh. And they said, "Look at the tenet of what the tenets of what the belt is supposed to be."
I gotta hear this.
Who had the biggest take on WIP this weekend?
Well, Joe DeCamara did.
The belt goes to Joe DeCamara.
Oh my goodness!
Look.
Oh my goodness!
It is what it is. The top 11 week is great. Top 11 week does not hit the fire that it hit without Joe kicking it off, without not putting Hurts on his list.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it was a big take.
Listen,
we all disagree with it.
Yep, I hear you. No, I hear you.
You know, it's just the camera's got the friggin' belt.
Yeah.
Great work, Jack. You couldn't hold on to it for one more week.
We have official comment from Joe DeCamara as well. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
That meant everything to me. Let's go to the phones. 888. I'm sorry to cry. I'm just very emotional.
Well, not shocking that he'd be emotional. Congratulations, Joe DeCamara. One of us has to step up next week, get this belt back. Honestly, can't stick with the morning show.
No.
Certainly not with the camera. We're not at Chickies and Pete's. We will be there next Friday. Show today brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big game's always better with crab fries. Maybe you're heading over to the game tonight. Maybe you want to watch the game at Chickies and Pete's. Online, chickiesandpete's.com. The official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Speaking of the top 11, joining us now to discuss his list, the guy that usually knows what he's talking about, one Rob Ellis. How you doing, Robbie E?
I wouldn't take it that far, Spike. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. I'm getting emotional just listening to the camera, getting emotional. I'm a little broken up right now. I don't know if I can get through this. Right
yeah, I'm pretty upset to camera with the belt, but you got to give credit where it's due. I mean,
not really, because it seems like we don't.
Yeah, I don't think I have to give credit where it's due.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a pretty big take not putting Jalen Hurts on his top 11. Do you have now you had him number 1. Your opinion on Joe not including him at all? I'm sure you at least heard some of the reasoning.
Yeah. It's outrageous. It's ridiculous. It's it's okay if you felt some way from the jump, but your opinion should evolve. The guy won it. He plays the most difficult / important position in sports, and he won it. And he can't crack an 11?
Yeah.
An 11?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me. I think he just dug in, and he didn't want to give Richie any rope or any credit or anything, and hey, I'll give him this. He sticks by his guns. It's a very unpopular opinion. I'll give him that much.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of the Richie angle.
The Richie angle's a big one.
There's no doubt it's part of it.
It's like a sibling, even though I'm an only child, it's like a sibling thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Where your brother felt some way for a minute, maybe about a band or a movie. You're like, that sucks. And you'll never, ever, Godfather. You won't even give in on it.
Yeah.
It still stinks.
Oh, that was me through my childhood not being a Jordan fan. When all my brothers were Jordan fans, I was doing the whole Magic Johnson. I'm Magic over Jordan. Yeah, it was that whole thing.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about the Richie thing. Richie and Seltzer, by the way, because they're both lunatics.
Yes,
What
right.
do you mean?
That's
What do you
true.
mean? Yeah.
So I think there's a piece of that. I mean, just to not be able to recognize like the clutch gene when you needed it the most, and it doesn't even even if you want to dig in on the didn't play great all year, 11 is a lot of rope.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like
yes.
you could jump in at 8 or somewhere around there.
Yeah,
But,
even Jack and I found a spot for him on the top 11 list.
Yes, and that's movement.
So,
right?
all right.
That's something.
That's what she said. So let me give your list real quick because I have a couple of questions for you.
All right.
All right. 11, Matvey Michkov. Number 10, Landon Dickerson.
What are we doing with Michkov? I mean, can we grow up?
Well,
That's right. Can he even get through the list before?
Yeah. So,
my God.
11, Michkov. 10, Landon Dickerson. 9, Kyle Schwarber. 8, Joel Embiid. 7, A.J. Brown. 6, Jalen Carter. 5, Bryce Harper. 4, Lane Johnson. 3, Zach Wheeler. 2, Saquon Barkley. Number 1, Jalen Hurts. So here is my question. You have Matvey Michkov on it. You don't have Zach Bond on it.
Yes.
Mm.
If I could have one back.
Okay.
Zach Bond.
Okay.
I'll do something Joe can't do with John and James.
Okay. All right.
My bad.
Okay. All
Zach
right.
Bond absolutely should be. If I had two, do-overs, I would put Bond on there, and I would put Schwarber in place of Harper at 5.
Ooh. Oh, really?
So Harper off the list completely,
or just flip
You heard
him?
me, Jack.
Oh, come on!
Wow.
Here we go.
Okay.
What
all right.
are we doing?
I'm gonna sit
Here's
back.
What we should do. Here's what we should do. We should put Jack in one of those Silence of the Lambs face masks, like the old school goalie mask.
Yep.
That's what we. That would just to torture him, and I'll just keep reading my list over and over again. It'll drive him nuts.
Well, also
So,
you.
but-
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Say again.
No. I would just say if I could do it over again, I omitted Bond. That was a mistake.
Okay.
So that's on me.
You-
And Mitchkov would be the one that would go.
Well, it's funny too because he didn't make the final list, and I actually think there's something so understated about him, just maybe as a person, that people just forgot to put him on it. Elliott didn't put him on his list either, and finally at the end he was like, "Yeah, I probably should have put Zach Bond."
Here's why I wanted. I think he deserves some recognition for a spectacular year coming over here. We didn't think he was going to be here, number one, on a garbage team with a coach who every other minute was trying to teach him a lesson. Had that guy played under a different coach who I think was a little bit more nurturing towards him, and he didn't, healthy scratch him a couple times and all that, his numbers were ridiculous this year. This guy is a superstar in the making, and I know it's hockey. I get it, but he deserved a little love. That's why I put him on there.
All right, he wasn't even Rookie of the Year. You did have Landon Dickerson on, and you didn't have Jordan Mailata.
Yes. Here's why.
Okay.
We never give the guards any love. All this guy has done since he's gotten here has been spectacular. And I know, look, coming out of nowhere, Jordan Mailata, I get the story's better. And it's not to say he isn't good. But Landon Dickerson more than deserves to be on the list. He's a dominant guard. You can make a case he's the best guard in the NFL.
I agree with Robbie E. And it's the reason why I took what everybody else is classifying as a cop-out.
I thought it was brave.
And did the whole offensive line because I wanted to put at least 3 of them on there.
Yeah.
I wanted to put Landon on there as well. So I was like, man, I'll just put the O-line because I think at least 3 of them deserve to be on there. And you can argue Cam Jurgens if you want to.
Yeah, and by the way, and I love you guys and I love Elliott, it's cowardly to put the whole offense on.
Well, maybe come up with your own idea next time because this is our idea. Just like do your own bit.
But you can't cop out and go offensive line. You can't do that.
Sure we can.
Because
it's a unit, Rob. It's a unit.
Yeah.
Unit.
Watch
it's a unit.
Hold on, we're gonna do the Phillies starting staff next year?
No,
That's
not the
a
same
unit.
thing. Not a unit.
It's not a unit.
Yeah.
They don't need each other to perform. This is an actual group, and it's not the same as a D-line because D-linemen don't need each other to perform.
And let's be honest, none of us know what we're looking at when we watch the offensive line anyway.
One of us does.
One of us. Most of us don't.
Thank you, Spike. You finally recognized my vision.
Yeah. And then last thing, just on Jalen number 1. Can you answer me this? Because I asked the same thing. And I will accept your clutch thing. I will all those things. I asked Seltzer the same thing yesterday. Do you think Jalen Hurts is better at what he does than Saquon Barkley is at what he does, or Zach Wheeler does at what he does?
I would say he's more critical.
Okay, that's not what I asked you though. I'm I can understand that.
Just look at this. They took Saquon away, right? Finally, somebody did it, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter, and you still won. Listen, I don't want to. It's going to come off like I'm knocking Saquon. What Saquon does and what he did was transforming this year. He was incredible. None of this happens without Hurts. None of it.
Okay. But I know you avoided the question. Is Jalen better at what he does than Saquon is at what he does and at Zach Wheeler?
Because it's a harder position.
Those are two different things, though.
No, it's not.
But sure it is.
It's way harder to be a quarterback, which means his degree of difficulty is higher.
Okay.
Than what Saquon's is.
Okay. Who's a bad quarterback? Geno Smith. Is Zach Wheeler better at what he does than Geno Smith is at what he does?
No.
Oh, stop.
He's not.
You're able to discern.
Hold on. What's your question?
My question is Zach Wheeler a better pitcher than Geno Smith is a quarterback?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So all I'm asking you is Saquon a better running back than Jalen Hurts is a quarterback?
No.
You don't believe that.
Yes, I do believe it.
How many running backs in the NFL are better than Saquon?
None.
Okay. How many quarterbacks in the NFL are better than Jalen?
I think you overrate this. I think Jalen may not be the best, but he's the best for this team. And we're doing a Philadelphia list.
Okay. So if Saquon is the number one running back and Jalen, even if we're going to go, let's say he's the fourth best quarterback, Saquon's still a better player than Jalen is.
But what's the list? Top 11 Philadelphia athletes.
Yes. This is where you will get me. In that the quarterback is the biggest part of the list. Sure.
If you're drafting, you're doing like a sports cross-pollination draft.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could absolutely make a case for Saquon. But if we're talking about Philadelphia, this is why I had him one.
But why can't you admit that Wheeler's a better pitcher than Hurts as a quarterback?
I thought it was Geno Smith.
No. Is Wheeler a better pitcher than Hurts as a quarterback?
No, because what Jalen does is more important.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not even asking put the list aside. Put the list aside. This list doesn't exist.
Jalen's better because he plays every down. Right. Zach Wheeler pitches every fifth day.
All right.
I'm sorry, Spike. You don't want to hear my answer.
It's not, but a starting pitcher can't pitch every day.
Every fifth day. That's the bottom line, whether it's his fault or not.
But
this guy's taking every
does
snap.
he do his job better than Jalen does his job?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
This is just wrong. I don't know what to tell you. I don't even think you believe this. Get the lie detector testing.
Listen, I don't say anything I don't believe.
Wow.
I'm telling you the truth.
Okay.
I don't.
All right.
It's what you don't like. That's fine, but it's not. It's what I believe.
Okay. All right.
You can't give me a guy who plays every fifth day versus a guy who takes every snap.
Okay. Is Paul Skeens a better pitcher than Jalen as a quarterback?
You can keep going down this road with different names.
What about Roger Clemens? Was Roger Clemens a better pitcher than Jalen as a quarterback?
Did Roger Clemens make every start? Did he pitch every game for the Red Sox?
No, he pitched every fifth day.
Every fifth day.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
Does Jalen jump in every fifth series?
No, he doesn't.
He plays every down.
Well, what he does I know that Zach Wheeler can't give the ball to somebody else to throw. You know what I mean? Like throwing every pitch is different than taking every snap.
Right,
so.
But that's
right.
sure. But you absolutely still have to throw the ball, and you still do the push. That's all Jalen, right?
All right. Well, all right. You know what?
I'm not
if we're going to take
like
credit for the tush
push.
The
other guys, I guess. I'm sorry.
All right. No, it's fine.
What I say.
I appreciate that.
Robbie, he's not laying down. He's not laying down.
It's fine. It's fine. I appreciate you coming on, Robbie.
You guys are the best.
All right.
Guys.
And he attacked everybody.
Yes. There he is, Rob Ellis. Look,
he attacked everybody.
When you call Guida, they're not going to attack you. No. They're going to hook you up. You kidding me? They're going to attack your old drafty windows and doors. That's what they're going to do with new ones, highly efficient ones, expertly installed. 40% off from Guida, their big summer sales event. It only goes through July 31st. 40% off is a very high number. Almost 50%. That's almost half. 40% off every high-performance, energy-efficient window. 40% off every new door, whether it's a sliding patio door, insulated entry door, whatever. Start your project with no money down, not 1 cent out of pocket, and up to 18 months to pay it off interest-free. A year and a half, interest-free financing. Energy bills down. Like, value of your home up. No interest. That's incredible. Don't miss it. It only goes till July 31st. All prior sales excluded. Call Guida at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Let me tell you. See, you forgot. Robbie E.
Yes.
Is the only other, outside of myself,
yes,
as the inaugural winner of the great debate.
The great great sports debate.
Yeah, I think I won 2. Rob might have won 4 of those things.
Yes, I remember Rob winning them.
Yes. So.
And I got rid of that thing just to get the shine off of Ellis. No, I got rid of it because I felt like everybody hated everybody afterwards.
They did turn everybody against each other. Yes.
I'll never forget the final one. It was when after I got made program director or whatever. Yeah. I remember Angelo in the final commercial break looks at me and he goes, "Spike, I get the feeling this is going to be the last one of these. Can I thank a few people in the next thing as if it's the last one?" I was like, "Your feeling is right, Angelo. Absolutely." Look, I wasn't. When I said, I want to be clear about Robbie E. because I have great respect for Robbie E. When I was saying you don't believe that, I don't believe. I wasn't saying that he was doing it for effect. Right. It was more like I was outraged that he could actually believe that.
Yes.
And I still think he was trying to sneak around my question by saying that Wheeler only pitched every 5th day. I understand that, but I'm asking you if whatever.
Basketball players.
I think you had him. He just didn't give in on it.
He didn't want to give in, which I respect, by the way. Which is,
you had him, but he didn't give in on it.
He didn't want to give in. Yeah. Didn't want to give in. That's fine though. But I can understand. The thing is I can understand the argument. Elliott wouldn't fully go with this argument, but the argument that it's the Eagles quarterback who won the Super Bowl MVP could be enough.
Yeah,
it could be enough if you just stood on that. You're like, yes. This guy's better, but this guy still, because if we'd done this after the Eagles won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles, I probably would have put Nick Foles number 1.
Nick Foles would have been number 1.
Yeah.
Well, / Wentz.
Yes.
I would have put the quarterback position.
Oh, dude, could you imagine the fights? Top 11 week. Oh, my God.
I would have put Reese Hoskins.
Yes.
I'm like, I would have put the quarterback position there because both of them would have had to be on the list.
Yes.
It's funny. We wouldn't have known where to rank Kelsey. Because Kelsey hadn't
become. Well, the parade speech did happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the voting would have happened after
he wouldn't have been like, that's number 3 or 2.
Right.
He eventually turned into.
Yeah. BG would have been high on the list.
BG would have been high. Fletch would have been really high.
Well, watch
Odubel Herrera?
Even Embiid. Embiid was finishing runner-up in MVPs back then. I can't remember.
18. So 18 was the year where he was hurt for the end of the year. 17-18 was the year, and they won 16 straight. Ben
would have been on the list.
Oh, Ben would have been on the list.
Ben would have been on the list.
And Spike
we would have argued about Ben Simmons.
I would have melted down.
Better without Embiid?
Remember that? I remember those discussions.
16 straight?
They beat nobody.
I remember those.
And then they had to start TJ in one of those playoff games
and now
against Boston.
TJ's going to win Finals MVP.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine if TJ and Iguodala...
I hope he does win the Finals MVP.
Well, banner for that at the new Xfinity Mobile Arena?
Yeah.
Banner for TJ winning the Finals MVP?
Man, the top 11 in 2017, 2018 would have been interesting.
Would have been wild. Yeah, we should go back and do that next year, maybe.
Like, Giroux would have been on it because he was still a Flyer.
Yeah.
And there would have been a lot of respect for Giroux.
Can you imagine, by the way?
There probably would not
Sergey Bob?
Well, he was 2011.
Yeah.
Oh, was it that early?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think Brzgalov goes here in 12.
Yeah.
And they got rid of Bobrovsky for Brzgalov.
Can you imagine?
Brzgalov is who I'm thinking about.
Oh, Ilya?
That's who I'm talking about. Because that's who just won the titles, right?
No, that's Bobrovsky.
That was Sergey Bob. Okay.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
One of our goalies just won.
You imagine if we have 2 guys that leave the Sixers and win Finals MVP, Iguodala 1 and TJ 2, would be unbelievable. God bless
basketball
TJ.
God still spitting on us.
Did you see TJ's dad stormed the postgame yesterday?
No.
So TJ's dad, TJ's sister is also in the WNBA now.
Really?
So they asked his dad. His dad was so his dad's a coach, and of course TJ.
Oh no, he's a coach's kid. Yeah.
TJ's dad is about as high school basketball coach as I've ever seen.
He's totally red, all the time.
Bald.
So he was very proud. and they go, "What'd you think of the game your son played tonight?" And they're like, he goes, "I'm so proud he did miss those two first free throws." And I just,
he's going to coaching mode.
Yeah, he was just like, I couldn't believe he missed those foul shots though. But after his son just swung another finals,
And then
game.
he ripped him for losing the state championship.
Oh, did he? I didn't hear that.
In high school.
Yeah. So, Jack, the final top 11 at 5 of the week. What's coming up?
The worst top 11 lists.
Oh,
Continues.
Filled out by WIPOs.
Okay. All right. The worst top 11.
The worst top 11.
The top 11 worst top 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of top 11 content.
Yes.
The show today brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big games, big events, always better with crab fries. Online at chickiesandpete's.com. The official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
The team at Mark's Jewelers are consumer advocates. Now, my guy Jim from Mark's is a proud member of the American Gem Society. For over 90 years, the American Gem Society has been fighting fraud and false advertising in the jewelry trade. Now, when you give a diamond from Mark's, you can be certain that you're getting exactly what you're paying for. Before buying anywhere else, ask if they are a member, and if they're not, go to Mark's Jewelers. Check them out in Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's Jewelers for diamonds that will make you proud. And tell them Ike Reese sent you.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. We're still waiting to see who Leon Rose will hire as the next Knicks coach. So I created a pie chart as to who I think it will be, and coming in with a 2% chance is a mystery name that no one is talking about. At 4%, Michael Malone. At 18%, Johnny Bryant. Then at 23%, Jason Kidd, who's currently with the Mavs. Taylor Jenkins comes in second at 26%, and then the slight odds-on favorite to land the job at 27% is Mike Brown. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Ike, Spike, and, who's that other one?
My name's on the freaking show.
The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Flitz.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on your radio at 94.1, the free Odyssey app, and streaming live on YouTube. Hey, YouTube folks. By the way, the Phillies game tonight, which is on Apple TV. If you don't have Apple TV, you can always listen for free on the free Odyssey app. So don't worry about Apple TV if you don't feel like it. Just listen to the soothing sounds of Fransky. Is LA in there tonight, or is it?
I think LA's back.
Yeah, Fransky and LA tonight. Mets and Phillies, 3 national TV games. But if you don't have Apple TV, all right. Let's get to it, Jacker.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
5. Beautiful 5.
Jacker?
Yeah, Jacker.
I said I never heard him use that one before.
I don't know if I've ever heard anyone use that before. Wow.
Jacker.
So what I have for you today is the top 11 worst top 11 lists.
Wow. We've really gone as far as we can go.
Yeah,
yep. This is Friday at 5 of top 11 week.
Number 11 is Jody Mack.
Whoa, I didn't see Jody Mack.
He filled out.
I did. I sent all of them to you, right?
Yeah. He filled out 12. And he at the end, he said, I can't decide between Schwarber and Mailata. And he said, I'm a dozen kind of guy. I mean, come on, Jody Mack. Have a take.
He's been here long enough. He can do
Maxey
whatever he wants.
at 10. I mean, Maxey at 10 and Bede 6. And he couldn't decide between. He chose 12 instead of 11.
Who did he have as number one?
Who did he have at number one? He had Saquon as number one.
Okay, all right.
Wheeler's number 2, Lane number 3.
Okay, whoa.
Where did he have
Where's
Jalen?
Jalen was 4.
Okay.
All right.
You take
four. I had him at 4 too.
Yeah, given 12 though, that's an issue.
Come on, Jody.
Yeah.
Come on, Jody.
Now some would argue all three of us did 12 or even 14 by doing the offensive line bit.
You guys did.
Yeah. Oh, right.
I had a take. I had both Mailata and Lane.
Yeah.
On it. Number 10 is Alex Call, Insider of the Year candidate for the Phillies.
All right.
Oh. Yeah. So he had Embiid number 10.
He bragged on Twitter, by the way, that he filled out the perfect one.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we all do.
Yeah.
Everyone nailed it according to themselves. He had Lane 9.
What?
And then he had Maxey 8.
Oh, come on.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, Maxey's not better than Lane.
Everyone's we got to represent all the team. Like, come on.
But that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah, but Maxey above Lane Johnson?
That's ridiculous.
No, I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
But that's why he's on the worst list.
Yes, fair enough.
Number 9 is Spike.
Mine was good.
You can't have Saquon 4. Like, it's
I absolutely
ridiculous.
could.
No, you can't.
I absolutely could.
No, you can't. It's actually inarguable that he should be at least top 3.
He's only here 1 year.
So what?
And I'm just saying he was only here 1 year, and it was a great year, and that's what got him up to 4.
Embiid 8.
Which is fine.
It's not fine.
It is fine.
He
Jalen
played 18 games.
Yes, and it is 75% resume.
Ass list.
It is not an ass list. It was a great list. And I'm the only one with a cohesive moral code around here that actually fills out my top 11 the way that I actually believe. You know? Friggin' Thirst Machine Elliott. You know? Baseball Worm Fritz.
I had like 3 Phillies on it.
Whatever. You still got a baseball worm.
Yeah, well. Number 8 is James Seltzer.
Oh, boy.
He had Hurts 1, which is obviously a reason beyond this list of worst top 11s.
Yep.
But then he also had AJ 8.
What?
Which is ridiculous.
But is he like a psycho Hurts guy who doesn't like AJ?
I don't know. He's a tough one to read.
I think you guys, I had AJ 8 or 9 too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh.
I had him and Smitty.
Yeah,
like
but when you said it, it made sense.
Well, because you said the last year.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't think he's doing it by the last year. I think he's doing it by hierarchy in Philadelphia.
I was going to say, yeah, so what does the rest
Because he still
of
has
it,
Harper
yeah.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
you
not the
can't go
last year.
last year.
Yeah, I agree.
There are some, I would say it's the extreme Jalen person, but the extreme Jalen person does not like AJ. Like
right,
OG.
right, they feel like, I know
Yes.
what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yep.
Yep.
Number 7 is Hugh Douglas.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Hughes was rough.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Wheeler 9. Lane Johnson 10. Devontae top 5. And I love Devontae, but come on, he can't sniff a top 5.
What about the 4 defensive players?
And he had 4 defensive players on it.
When defense is a luxury.
When defense is a total and complete luxury. Come on, man. Wheeler 9. Disrespect of pitchers continues by him.
Yep.
Number 6 is Elliott Short Parks. Obviously invalid with Jalen as number 1. That's why he's here. And then also the Wheeler, just the constant obsession with crapping on Zach Wheeler all week.
Well, Quinyon Mitchell above Zach Wheeler is crazy.
It's crazy.
Because he won the Super Bowl, but then Kyle Schwarber is number 4, right? Who didn't win the Super Bowl, as far as I can remember.
And Zach Bond, nowhere near the list.
Yes. Zach Bond not on his list.
Yeah, tough one.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Number 5 is Broads.
Broads.
Jalen number 1, obviously, why he's up the
I
side.
tell you, everybody's got Jalen. Going up there.
Is on this
top,
list.
yeah.
Yep. Well, he's got Embiid 4.
He has
though.
Embiid 4,
Yeah.
Jalen Carter 9. Come on, Broads.
Yeah.
And he had Michkov.
And he had Michkov, which, at least that's doing it.
Well, at least he's the only one who gets a free pass to put Michkov.
I think I know who number 1 is.
Well,
but,
we'll get through it. There's actually there's a surprise here at number 4.
Okay.
Which is Francisco Rojas. I mean, he had Saquon 6. 6. He had Jalen Carter 10. Tyrese Maxey 11.
Okay. Now, Maxey
11's whatever.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It's really listen. I love Bryce. He had him number 2.
Who do you have at 1?
He had
Saquon?
Wheeler number 1.
A Wheeler number 1.
He had Saquon 6.
Well, yeah, you 2 Phillies at 1 and 2.
Who do you have in his top
you're
5?
penalizing him?
Who do you have?
Well,
as
because
top?
it's a little ridiculous. So it went Wheeler 1, Bryce 2, Lane 3, Hurts 4, Schwarber 5. 3 Phils in the top 5. The Eagles won
Schwarber over Saquon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why what number is he on this list?
He's 4.
Yeah.
Arguably could have been higher.
He could have been higher.
That's
yes.
a rough one, man.
That's a terrible list.
Yeah.
The terrible list. Number 3 is John Ritchie, who had Hurts number 1, of course. So that's the first qualifier here.
Yeah.
Wheeler 9.
Okay.
Joel Embiid and Maxey 6 and 7. I mean,
yeah.
that is
what are we doing
ridiculous.
here?
What are we
Yeah.
even wasting our time?
Yeah.
Why even fill one out, frankly? Hurts 1, Saquon 2, Harper 3. Even that's,
questionable.
AJ 4, Devontae 5. Like, again, Devontae 5.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter 8, Zach Wheeler 9, Quinion and Coop 10 and 11.
So he is Tyrese Maxey above Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Zach Bond and
yeah.
Zach Wheeler.
Yeah.
Come on.
About that.
That's terrible.
That is terrible. Number 2, Devin Caney.
Oh, she's 2.
I know.
I thought you were going 1.
Yeah, I thought she was
I
going
think we
1
all
too.
know who number 1 is.
I don't know who it is then.
No.
I think we all have an idea. But Devin Caney. Let's get to Caney here, the resume. So Caney had Devontae 5, obviously wrong. She had Michkov number 8.
Yeah.
Now that's pretty high.
Ahead of Wheeler.
Ahead of Wheeler. Cooper DeJean ahead of Wheeler.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
The Wheeler disrespect.
The Wheeler disrespect.
Hell of Wheeler.
Yeah. I mean, come on. What did Michkov? Like, I'm hopeful of Michkov.
He didn't even win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had one of the 4 worst teams in hockey last year.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Yeah.
But the number 1 is obviously Joe DeCamara. I mean,
Oh, right.
yeah. I mean, listen.
Are you just mad that he took the belt from you?
No, I don't care about that.
Okay.
No, I even said this
And
yesterday.
he might have been cooking with the Ranger thing.
Might have been, but still, he can't be top 11. He can't be top 11.
I don't know.
He had Dickerson on it, no Jalen, Bryce 2.
Yeah.
Ranger on it at number 11. Ranger's pitching well, but whatever. And I even said yesterday, it's because Spike asked me, and this will be a truce maybe. Nah, I don't want a truce with Jalen people. But he's asked me, which is more ridiculous, Jalen number 1 or Jalen off the list? And I said Jalen off the list. Like, Jalen has to be on the list for it to be a serious list.
Yeah.
And this guy's a children's book writer. You would think that he would want to respect the history of this city.
Yeah.
Oh, Fritz versus the camera.
Oh, man, I
like
can't
it.
wait.
I like it. I like this little bit vindictiveness in there with Fritz on that.
Oh, you kidding me? Of course there is.
Hold on. I didn't make the list. That means you respected my list.
Yeah, well, what do you think I'm going to do?
What? I don't know.
I thought your list was good.
Okay.
I didn't like the criteria of only last year. I disagreed with that.
But it was the criteria.
But it was the criteria. So
Yep.
I can't argue the criteria.
Yep.
And obviously I'm not putting my list on it.
No, of course not. Nobody even remembers your list.
I made it pretty nondescript this year.
Yeah. It was like there was no takes in that.
Surprised at you with that one.
Yeah.
It was just a real list. Hurts 7.
Nah, no.
Yeah, you were playing games in the list.
Yeah,
We all know you were
we
playing
know you.
games.
Well, what game was I playing?
You were playing games in the list. Like, you
I
know
didn't-
you're playing games.
I just wanted a respectable, honorable list.
All right.
Come on, man. 11 Turner, Schwarber 10, Bond 9, Mailata 8, Hurts 7, Harper, Lane, AJ, Jalen Carter, Zach Wheeler, Barkley.
Yeah.
Good luck arguing that.
So if I had one do over, I had Trey on there and I took him off for Cooper DeJean.
You would put Trey back on?
Yeah, I think I would.
He's been
I
great.
would. I mean, yeah, he's been pretty damn good. He's
Yep.
been pretty good. He's been pretty good over the last year.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 40% off all windows and doors with no money down up to 18 months to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Stewart, it's Jim. You're on WIP.
Hey, Iker, Spiker, and Jacker.
What's
Those
up?
Your new Blue Chew names?
Yeah.
Blue Chew names. Yep.
Before I get to the only list that matters, Cowboy Jim's top 11 WIP personalities, OG Wade, I love you. You put me on the podcast twice, highest rate at once. Thank you very much. Please take some advice from a top 5 caller. You lost Spike. You lost Jack with your attack of Harper. And Ike is teetering. Mix it up.
He's got to mix it up.
Something wrong with Jalen.
Yeah.
Something. His shoelaces, his hair. something, okay? And we know that if Jalen gets traded to Cincinnati for Joe Burrow, we know you're going to move to Cincinnati. Okay, we get that. But mix it up.
Believe me, ain't nobody moving to Cincinnati from Philadelphia.
Yeah, no.
I didn't even choose to do it.
Yeah.
Well, he's moving there. He's moving there when he becomes the quarterback for the Bengals. Give me a break.
Let me say this, Cowboy Jim. Hold on, I got to defend myself here. Talking about I'm teetering. I've been critical of Jalen in the past. I tried to get Russell Wilson here, Deshaun Watson here, right? I've done those things in the past. I was critical of him after 23. Last year, I didn't think he did anything special during the season. I've said that. I didn't think he did anything, but he did pick up his play in the postseason, right? So you got to give him a little credit for what he did in the postseason while not ignoring the regular season.
I don't care about Jalen Hurts. I'm just telling OG, mix it up. Come on.
Well, you should care about Jalen Hurts.
I don't care less about him.
Well, he's the one that's going to keep you from winning anything anytime soon.
No, he's not. He's only
Jerry Jones is going to want to keep him from winning anything.
Troy Aikman and Terry Bradshaw. He just has a lot around.
Killer's inside the house. The killer's inside.
He's better than Terry Bradshaw now.
Yeah, surrounded by excellence. They were guys surrounded by excellence.
Yeah, I agree.
The way they got around.
I agree.
If Terry Bradshaw played for the New Orleans Saints back in the 70s and 80s, he wouldn't have done anything. So I'm just saying.
I agree.
All right. I'll count my top 11 to top 10 or top 8. How about that? Is that okay?
Yes.
Is your call still going on here now? You're usually out by now.
It's still going. I got to get my.
He wants to get his list.
All right, go ahead.
Number 8, TK, only because he's got a badass intro song.
Is it top 11? Why are you doing starting at 8?
I don't. Well, okay, fine. Rob Cherry and Rob Ellis are tied for 10 and 11 because they need a friend. Get a dog. Ashlyn Sullivan, number 9. Well, because it's Ashlyn. Woo! That's all I got to say about her. Okay, anyway, Kyle Quinn is number 7. He should get a dog, but I'd be worried about the dog every day. Spike, your common sense of sports talk gets you number 6 and your love of dogs. Joe Giglio, only because my love of villains. You look like a baby that Lex Luthor and Dr. Evil had. And John Johnson, there's number 4, John Johnson, there's nothing better than picking
skip number 5.
In the morning.
Yeah.
Number 5 was Joe Giglio.
All right.
He's the
Okay.
Number 3, Jack Fritz, named me top 5 caller, only to let me win, the only one to let me win a prize. And there's a tie, 1 and 2. They are tied. Ike Reese and Hugh Douglas, easily bought. Professional athletes that are
easily bought.
Easily bought. Professional athletes that are nice to everyone, unlike current players who treat common men and women like crap, like myself. Goodbye, losers.
Wow.
You keep it up. You won't be on that charter plane much longer. Keep it up.
Oh, man.
I appreciate you having me and Hugh as 1 and 2.
Yeah.
We're easily bought.
Easily bought.
With alcohol.
Listen to that guy. Herb in the Northeast, you're on WIP.
Here's my guy.
Yep.
Yeah, I run the show, okay?
Oh,
now listen.
Ooh, boy.
I talked about this a year ago, okay, or 2 years ago when you wanted to talk about who's number 1, who's number 2, and make this list and everything else. Okay, first of all, I'm going to go back, okay, a long time ago, but I'm going to start with number 1. Right now, Jalen Hurts, if you want to play football, basketball, baseball, if that's how you want to do it, and hockey, then I'll give you the list that I got, okay? So Jalen Hurts is number 1 in my book, okay? Number 2, Dr. J, Julius Erving. Number 3.
Oh, my God.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Will the Still Chamberlain.
Yep.
Okay?
Jalen's above
Number
Will.
4, okay? Number 4.
Yep.
All right, I'm going with, I'm going to go over to baseball now, and I'm going to say, okay, Wheeler is number 4. He pitches. He's been getting the money. Okay, I really would like to see him go like 8 or 9 innings.
So real quick, Herb, just to recap so far, number 1, Jalen Hurts. Number 2, Dr. J. Number 3, Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Number 4, Zach Wheeler.
Okay, now I'm going to go to number 5.
Okay.
Number 5 is Michael Jack Schmidt.
Number 5?
Okay?
Behind
What are you,
Wheeler.
high?
5, okay?
Number 5. He's a baseball guy.
Behind Wheeler.
Number 6. Number 6. Okay? I'm going with, okay, the great lefty. Never said anything. Underpaid. Steve Carlton, number 32. Steve Carlton.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Now I'm going over to football.
Number 7.
Okay, again.
Okay.
I'm going with, okay,
Okay.
Reggie White, number 92.
So Jalen's ahead of Reggie.
Jalen's ahead of a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, no, Jalen was number 1.
Yes, that would be ahead.
Yeah.
And Jalen's number 1, and the reason why,
Nah,
okay,
don't go backwards.
because he's been to 2 out of the last 3 Super Bowls, and he's a
Yes.
winner.
Yes.
Yep.
He's the MVP of the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Okay. Now, okay, we're going to go. What do I got? Where am I at?
You're on number 8.
8. Okay. I'm going with the main man, number 20, the hitter for the Philadelphia Eagles, Brian Dawkins.
Whoa! Dan Baker, Herb over here. Wow.
Okay. Then I'm going to go with. Then I'm coming up with number 55, won 2 Super Bowls, just retired, Brandon Graham.
There you go. Number 9, BG.
Oh, my goodness.
Number 10.
Okay, now what do I got?
Number 10.
What do you got next?
You're on number 10.
This is the greatest thing I've ever heard.
I'm going back to baseball.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, and now
Okay.
I'm going to give you somebody that still hasn't won a ring yet, okay?
Okay.
But the guy comes out, he plays. There's days when he's hurt and he's playing and he's putting up numbers. This year he's a little, slow.
Yeah.
But I got to give him credit for coming here to Philadelphia. and
Nick
trying to win
Castellanos.
a World Series. No.
Oh.
Bryce Harper.
Now you're making some
Bryce
sense.
made the list.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay.
I put him on the list.
Okay.
And when he does win the World Series, I'll put him down on the list.
Yeah, he goes
okay?
up higher. All right, now this is big.
Now,
This is number
that's where
11.
he's at.
Number 11.
Number 11. Okay.
Okay.
Number 11. I'm going to put somebody in there. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to go to hockey, even though I'm
Finally.
not an expert on hockey.
No, none of us are.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say,
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
one of the greatest ever, when they won the Stanley Cup back-to-back, I'm going with Bernie Perrant.
Oh.
Over Bobby Clark. Wow.
Well,
Okay.
I'm going
The
with
goalie is more important, Jack. Thought
I
you knew
don't,
that.
I don't know about that.
All right, Herb, let's recap it. Who is number 1?
What else do we have?
Yeah,
Wow,
keep
yeah.
going. Can you keep going, actually, Herb?
Yeah, who's 12?
Who's 12?
Keep going?
Yeah, who's
Yeah.
12?
Keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about Wheeler?
We already put Wheeler on the list.
Okay. What about Dr. J?
Dr. J was like number 2.
Oh, right.
What about Allen
Right,
Iverson?
right.
Yeah, what about Iverson?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Iverson, you could put him down there. He didn't win nothing, but
Okay.
he played. He had a successful career.
Okay.
He was in the finals.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about I don't know, Zach Bond?
Give him I got to give him a couple more years.
Okay.
If he wins another Super Bowl, he gets up on that list.
What about, Joel Embiid?
I mean, you got what you
Seth
call it?
Joyner.
You got Harold Carmichael. We didn't even talk about Harold
No,
Carmichael.
we haven't.
Yep.
No.
We didn't talk about him. We didn't talk about what's his name, 66 that just passed away.
Oh, Bill Berge.
Yeah, Bill Berge. He was an All-Pro. Come on, I mean,
May he rest in peace, by the way.
May he rest in peace.
Yep.
I mean, there's so many guys. Jaworski, Mike Quick. I mean, you go back. There's so many guys. I mean, you. That's why I say you got to. If you're going to do it like this, you should really. It should be made up baseball, football.
Or you know what we should do? You know what we should think about
basketball,
next year?
hockey.
We should just do current athletes.
Yep.
current athletes for the past 5 years or 8
Yeah.
to 10 years.
Yeah, we should just do
That's
current
all.
athletes instead of. We made the mistake of including like Dr. J and Wilt along with Jalen Hurts, and that's impossible.
I mean, they won in '83. They could have won two of them.
Yeah.
I mean, we should have won a couple of them. I mean, Maurice Cheeks was a big player.
Well, I know, and I'm
mean,
looking
there
at
were
our
so many
list,
guys.
and I'm looking at the final list here on WIP, and we have Devontae Smith, Joel Embiid, Jordan Mailata, Kyle Schwarber, Jalen Carter, Lane Johnson, A.J. Brown, Bryce Harper, Zach Wheeler, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley. I see no Dr. J. I see no Wilt Chamberlain. I see no Mike Schmidt. I see no Lefty. Like, what were we doing here?
I gave you the players that I remember.
I know.
from
I'm
back
saying that
in
our
the
list
late
is
60s or 70s.
I know.
That's where I'm giving you who I know.
Yep.
And
Michael
Jalen's the
Jackson
number
hit
one.
548 home runs. Let me tell you something. What I want.
And
to
he's
say
better
to
than
you now.
Jalen?
Tomorrow night, hey Jack. Tomorrow night, I want you to go turn that College World Series and look at that catcher, number 17. Okay, and that kid. Okay, right now he's a first-round pick. He's a junior, 5'10", 200 pounds. He throws everybody.
The Coastal
out,
Carolina kid?
Okay. Yeah, the kid. You know where he's from, Jack?
I don't.
Okay, guess what? This is going to shock everybody that listens to 610.
Wow.
3 years ago, he went to a tryout Memorial Day weekend, and the coach said you made the team. Okay, he played high school baseball. He's got unbelievable the awards and the different things that he's done in high school and now in college for three years. He got the Posey Award last year. Okay, this kid is from Haddon Heights High School, right across the bridge, Haddon Heights. Right now he's projected, okay, number 20 by the Milwaukee Brewers. They're supposed to take him at number 20. There might be some teams that might take him
we're
before
talking
that.
about now.
But right now,
Is he in your top 11 list?
What are we
Go
talking
check this
about?
kid out
I
tomorrow
know.
night, man.
Caden Bodine. Well, hold on. You don't want to talk college. The LSU Arkansas game was amazing the other night, Herb.
No.
I watched that
It was awesome.
from a couple days ago.
Yeah,
dude.
It was good stuff.
What are we
The
doing?
guy fell in left field in the ninth inning. There's a game-tying home run in the top.
We get judged by the performance of this radio show. This is our future. Thank God. Oh, man. You've been great, Herb. What a top 11 list from Herb.
Next time that knucklehead from Dallas calls,
Cowboy Jim.
I was just on American Airlines flight going to Cartagena, Colombia, you know?
Okay. We'll tell him.
Yeah, we'll get right on it.
All right.
Yeah, knucklehead.
Yep,
Cowboy Jim.
All right. We got to go, Herb.
Jim, knucklehead.
Yeah, we got to go.
Is that a Charles Barkley impression from Herb?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
All right. We got to go.
Could have been in his top 11, yep.
We got to go.
You know?
We'll get to Ike's thoughts on Ace Bailey skipping out on Philadelphia next. The show today is brought to you by Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and big events are always better at Chickies.
Still talking.
Yeah. Oh, somewhere. Book your party online at chickiesandpete's.com. I can't believe he goes number 1 Jalen, number 2 Dr. J.
Number 4 Mike Schmidt.
Yeah. No, he was like 5. wasn't
Might have
he?
been 5.
Yeah.
Could have been
3
5.
was Wilt.
4 was Wheeler, I think.
Wheeler and then Schmidt.
Then Schmidt.
This
Should we call up Mike?
Yeah.
And inform him that
No.
He's already been disrespected once.
No. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is the best place to get in on all the MLB action. From hits to total bases to home runs, they've got a lineup filled with all your favorite wagers. Or if pitching is more of your thing, then FanDuel has a deep bullpen of bets from strikeouts to shutout innings. Either way, don't get caught looking. Join today. New customers get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to step up to the plate. That's FanDuel.com/Ike for your chance to score $200 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6:15. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:15. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Nick Castellanos makes the catch at the fence.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says this Wednesday night, the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night this Wednesday at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Tonight's Mega Millions jackpot now has an estimated annuity of $302 million. $302 million. Buy at a retailer or online. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere, just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free on.
Big games, always better with crab fries. Online at chickiesandpete's.com, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of soccer fans taking in the FIFA Club Cup or whatever the hell it is today over at Chickies. They're having a great time there. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Did you enjoy Top 11 week? Final count, 65.6%. Say no.
Guess what?
We're going to do it again.
We're going to do it again next year.
Nothing you can do about it. Ike, you weren't here on the air yesterday. We did briefly discuss, and we had Jake Fisher on to discuss Ace Bailey making putting an appointment, cementing it in with the Sixers, that he would come and meet with them one day and then work out for them the next day. And he did not come. He canceled it, decided not to work out, not to meet with them. He hasn't met or worked out for anybody. How does that affect your Ace Bailey thoughts?
It moves me closer to not wanting Ace Bailey. That's what that does. And listen, I can understand if he stuck to his I'm not working out for anybody sort of thing, that's fine. But once you agree to do it and the Sixers are planning for you to do it and everything, and then you decide at the last minute that you're not going to do it, so meaning you change your mind again, this kid is starting to – we already had red flags. Then I felt like I got convinced, like, oh, maybe it's not as bad as I may think it's going to be. Now, as we get closer, the red flags continue to pop up. And for me, I know it's not a huge deal. And I know the Sixers, if they wanted to, they could still draft him.
They'll still take him if they want.
I'm just saying, this dude seems to be preoccupied with other things that should not matter, other than I'm going to be happy regardless who drafts me. I'm going to go there, and I'm going to be my best. Whoever gets me, they're getting a franchise player, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to have that be the case versus this stuff with him. Because, quite frankly, now, maybe I'm wrong. You pay a lot closer attention to this stuff than I am. He's the only one I'm, like, hearing this stuff about. I don't hear this about any other draft pick.
Dude, Cooper Flagg just worked out for the Mavericks.
Yeah. Like, I don't hear this about any other draft pick.
Cooper Flagg worked out for the Mavericks, right? And they're taking him anyway.
Yeah.
And it's not like, it's just weird. I do think, to an extent, there's a young guy who definitely has people in his corner giving him bad advice, for sure.
So he's 18, so we'll give him grace with that.
But he's not the only reason you shouldn't be working out is if A, you know they're going to take you anyway, you're very clearly where you should be, or B, you're not that confident in how the workout's going to go. And,
right.
Do you know, and this whole thing, and when we were talking to Jake Fisher about it yesterday, this whole thing about him trying to manipulate his way to a certain team, there is not, normally, if he had a promise for somebody at 4, then maybe he doesn't work out with the Sixers. Maybe he wants to go to the team at 4. But as far as has been reported anywhere, no team has given him a promise anywhere.
Right.
Hasn't worked out for anybody.
Right.
So, if they still want him, they can just take him. Again, I mentioned yesterday, Okafor didn't work out for the Sixers, and they took him anyway.
It happens. But look how it turned out. You know what I'm saying? So
now,
it happens. Even with Ben. And I don't know if Ben wound up working out right before the draft, because I think with Ben, it went all the way up to the draft week where he was still not doing it. And look how that turned out.
By the way, Markelle Fultz did work out for the Sixers.
And look how that turned
Everybody
out.
watched it online. It was horrible,
Yep.
and they took him anyway. Also, one quick...
I'm nervous with this kid.
I don't think they're going to take him.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a chance that they take him. By the way, there's a chance they take him if they know that somebody else wants him and just sort of holds him up for ransom. I still think there's a chance they take him, though I think it's a low chance they take him. One other quick NBA thing, and throwaway NBA here at 5:30. Want to get your thoughts on LeBron. LeBron on his podcast, Mind the Game, talking about ring culture.
I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport, and why it's the A-all, B-all of everything. You sit here and tell me, you know, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, you know, it wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys is because this guy won one ring or won two rings or won, like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady or Mahomes because he only has one ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport.
Right.
Or telling me that Dan Marino is not the greatest slinger of all time.
Yeah, Ike.
Or he can't be in the room with those guys because he didn't win a championship. They don't discuss those things, you know.
Yeah, we do.
I don't know. I don't know. Did Barry Bonds win a World Series?
Baseball's
I
different.
don't think so. I don't think so. Barry Bonds never won a World Series. So. You can't sit here and tell me that he's not the greatest baseball player to ever touch a bat. I mean, Jerry West
will tell you that.
I think went to like 9 straight NBA finals.
Right.
And was only able to win one. Right. And he's the logo of our league.
Yeah.
So you can't sit here and tell me that, okay, well, because he only won one, the guy can't be in the same room with the guy who won 2 or 3 or 4. Like, why not? This guy, he's our logo.
So, I mean, you must be impressed, LeBron standing up for Allen Iverson and Jerry West.
And Charles Barkley and Marino and everybody.
Yeah, who everybody always talks poorly about.
Yeah. like, what are you talking about? Dude, I mean, let me say this. And I'm looking right at you, Fritz.
What'd I do?
Well, no, you didn't do anything. You're a LeBron guy. And I feel bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel bad for LeBron fans. Because it has to be hard trying to cape for this dude and defend this dude.
That's why I stopped. I used to be a LeBron guy.
It has to be hard, man, because this dude, this is not something to be proud about. This is not something I'm running around saying, yeah, that's my guy right there. Yeah, that's the guy I want on my team. That's the guy I want right there. Like LeBron. Stop it. This dude has made... He climbs higher and higher up on scoring charts and all this other stuff, yet he falls further and further down the ladder because he's trying to control people's thoughts and opinions with manipulation and media manipulation. Like, that's what he's trying to do, and he doesn't think anybody sees it.
And about one thing that he's never going to win the argument about.
Yes!
Yeah.
You're not going to... Dude, here's the thing, LeBron. You're a great player. You won championships. You're going to go down as one of the greatest. I'm sorry you can't sleep at night because you want everybody to put you above Michael Jordan. I'm sorry. Some reason this bothers him.
It's like the one thing that Stephen A. says. He goes, he hates me because I say he's not better than Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
I said he's number 2.
Yeah.
Like, that's an insult.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, dude, just let it go, man. Let it go.
I love that the whole...
like, let it go.
I love that he was... Why do we talk about AI like he wasn't one of the greatest? It's like nobody talks about it. Yeah.
We talk about all these guys are great. And did you hear Charles's response to this?
Oh, no. What did he say?
He had a response that was perfect. Charles simply said, yes, guys like myself, Karl Malone, Allen Iverson, yeah, we're great players, but we can't sit at the table with the champions.
Right.
Or we can't be in the same room with the... He was basically saying there is a separation between... Once you realize everybody's great, then what separates the great players?
The greatest from each other.
Yes. Like and that's what separates them from... Dude, that's why you left Cleveland.
So you could win championships.
You can win rings.
Yeah.
Like that's... And his fans got to be saying to themselves, hold on, bro. For a decade, we've been defending your basketball movements because it's about getting championship rings.
But now it's not anymore.
Now it's not anymore.
Yeah.
LeBron is exhausting. Is it exhausting to you, Jack?
Yeah.
See,
I can appreciate the player. Everything else is annoying.
No, he's a great player.
Yeah.
But this thing with him,
it's getting worse.
Yes, because he won't go away. He's going to ruin his legacy.
He's literally having people put him lower on lists because it's like, seriously, dude?
Look, LeBron, you're at least the 8th best player in NBA history.
Then that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
See, at least I have him closer to 5.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I have top 5.
It's great.
215-592-9494.
Man, that's great. There's a lot of great basketball. Can you being one of the 5 greatest basketball players ever?
Not enough.
How is that an insult?
Not enough. Got to be better than
being
Jordan.
one of the 10 greatest players ever. How is that
In
an insult?
LeBron's defense, he's obviously a better player than Jordan, but it's like, and it drives him crazy.
All right.
It drives him crazy. He's a better basketball player than Jordan.
He's not.
Of course he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
How is he not?
Well, what does that even mean?
What does he do?
Here, I'll give you the
He's a 6'4" shooting guard. That's
yes,
over the 6'9" guy.
Here's the truth. The absolute truth is that when you were cheering, if you were cheering for the team against Michael Jordan, you were terrified because you knew Michael Jordan was going to do it. If you're cheering for the team that is against LeBron, you're waiting for LeBron to choke. And that is specifically the difference. And I'm actually impressed that LeBron has overcome that. Still the same guy, but overcame that. But like that, and I know because I cheered for LeBron, because I was a LeBron guy.
We used to argue, man. Spike used to argue.
As a LeBron guy, I was always like, oh, how's he going to screw it up this time? That's not what people who cheered for Michael Jordan felt. They knew they were going to get you. And that's the difference.
Jack. It's okay.
He's a better player. It's all right.
He's not a better player.
Of course he's a better player.
No, he's not a better player.
Well, his resume is better. I got it.
Well, resume is better. Yeah. He's played longer.
His resume is better.
No, I'm saying Jordan's
he's won
resume
less
is
than
better.
half of the finals.
I said Jordan's resume is better.
Okay, all right. And as a player, he's better.
He's not.
Yes, he is. All right.
Okay.
215-592-9490. You know, nobody's resume is better than
National
Appliance Warehouse. I wanted you to get to it already.
Yeah, I know. Come on. It's a perfect weekend. I know one guy on this show is going to be outside grilling this weekend.
Not me.
Yeah, I know. Not you at all.
But I'll be inside with my fridge that I got at National Appliance Warehouse.
Listen, we're all National Appliance Warehoused up. And listen, it is grilling season. If you don't have your grill, National Appliance Warehouse has every major grill brand. So get down there and take care of your outdoor kitchen. But, we talk about the difference at National Appliance Warehouse. Biggest one is the price. You're going to get the best price at National Appliance Warehouse.
Do you know about Price Assure?
It's guaranteed to have the lowest price because Price Assure instantly updates price tags throughout the store and finds lower price elsewhere. That's special stuff.
Yeah.
Tax-free Delaware, that helps, of course.
Middletown and Wilmington.
And right now, the 4th of July mega sale is underway. So, listen, if you've heard us talk about National Appliance Warehouse and you're like, man, do I want to go?
Now's the time.
Now's the time. Get down there. Experience what we experienced. A great buying experience. Smart, knowledgeable. They treat you like family, but the good part of your family. And they do installation, delivery, and a whole lot more. So over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budgets at National Appliance Warehouse. Go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware today. And when you go, tell them Fritz sent you.
Do it. Tell them Fritz sent you. Demand the Fritz treatment. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Jeopardy host. Born in another country, he is the face of a franchise who, when playing, is great, but is often criticized by Spike Eskin for only playing half the time. Contestant. Who is Joel Embiid? Host. Ooh, I'm sorry. The correct answer is Shohei Ohtani. And don't be ridiculous. Spike would never criticize Joel Embiid. Tim in Newark.
Well, it's a different thing. All I said is that Shohei Ohtani is not the best player in baseball if he can't play the field. That's it. That's all I said. What's next?
All these Jalen fans are so sensitive.
Oh, God.
Jack muttering to himself while slashing Elliot's tires.
Elliot got you today, brother.
He got to him.
Yeah, but then I cooked them. So
I don't know.
I cooked them. Everyone knows. Everyone's talking about it.
I don't know. You cooked them.
I did.
I don't know.
I did. I know. You guys are teamed up with hating Bryce.
I don't hate Bryce. What's that?
I've been really hesitant to call lately. Kenny from the Dirty 30, just seconds after saying he was on hold yesterday.
That's actually a really good point. I didn't notice that.
Well,
I think Kenny's list sucked too. I can't remember it, but I think it sucked. Did it suck if I remember correctly? Yeah, I think it sucked.
Wait till you read Justin's list.
Oh, no.
Yeah, little Justin.
Oh, Justin with the mustache?
Yeah.
The mustache man.
Oh, is that it? Is that what's in our text?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So he has 11 Bryce, 10 Bond, 9 Quinion Mitchell, 8 Cooper DeJean, 7 AJ Brown, 6 Devonta.
Devontae ahead of AJ.
Yep.
Okay.
5 Zach Wheeler, 4 Jalen Carter, 3 Eagles O-line, 2 Barkley, and 1 Hurts.
There you go. Quinion ahead of Bryce. How do you like that?
It's great.
Yep. I didn't know that was Justin's Twitter. Oh, yeah. There it is. There's the mustache. What's next?
Hey Siri, can you set me a reminder for 25 years from now to check if the dagger is still being shown on TV? A particularly angry Jack in the producer booth.
Well, it's going to be showed.
Yeah,
It's being, you know.
Well, it's part of the highlight package.
Of course. And it's Jalen.
And he was the MVP.
Yeah, it's Jalen propaganda.
Well, when you win the MVP, they're going to show all of your plays of the game.
Yeah. What's
It's
next?
propaganda.
What's next?
You're not going to believe this, but during Hurricane Agnes in 72, I was at Wanamaker's and the clothes were floating away. Kenny from the Dirty 30 on hold, still telling us where he was during random natural disasters.
That's a good one.
Oh, very good. What is next?
Top 11 week by the numbers. 3. People that had to come on the show to defend their Jalen ranking. 0. People that had to come on the show to defend Embiid being on their list at all. Alex in Lancaster.
That's fair.
Embiid should be on the list.
No,
He's on your list.
No, I took him off for Turner.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Remember that? Yeah.
Turner, who hasn't even had one full good year.
All-star starter last year.
Yeah. Just a quick question and answer period.
Right.
Has he had one full good year?
Yeah, last year.
No. We both know that wasn't a full good year. All right, what's next?
How could 68% of people on Twitter say they didn't like Top 11 week? Who among us hasn't loved 5 straight days of Spike asking, is Jalen Hurts better at quarterback than Zach Wheeler is at pitcher? Frank in Ardmore.
You know, if people would just answer the question honestly,
I know,
I would be fine.
Exactly.
Like, they know that I got them, and they don't. By the way, like, Seltzer's Jalen thing is actually the worst out of anybody. OG Seltzer, that's his new name.
Well, it's just like any quarterback that wins, it's just always the quarterback, the quarterback.
Well, to be fair, it's probably him also going against the camera every day.
Yes.
Well, hold on. Do you think the camera pushes them or Seltzer to that end, or does Seltzer and Richie push the camera to the point where he has to be critical of Jalen?
I think Joe is not like. I don't think Joe hates Jalen at all.
Right.
I think Jalen, he's just not impressed.
Right.
So I think it is John and James's over praise
love of him,
is that makes Joe be like, are you watching something different than I'm watching?
Yeah.
So I actually think it's the other way.
Yeah.
Jack, are you doing leading off?
Yeah, big one.
Remember,
working extra long tonight.
Yeah. Calling the big guns.
Remember, you can hear tonight's game on the free Odyssey app. It's Apple TV, so you might not be able to watch it. But if you can't, you can always listen on the free Odyssey app. We will talk to you on Monday. Thank you so much for listening. You know, Jack was just saying something about long. Did you just say? Oh, did you just say he's got a long one?
No. Ike said I got a long one.
Oh yeah, Blue Chew.
What?
Blue Chew. Look. You know what? I can't tie those two together.
Yeah,
I'm just going to have to leave it to the imagination.
Oh, yeah, that's what you got mad at me about yesterday was during this.
Yes.
Well, yeah. I don't know if you heard what he said yesterday, but...
Sometimes you got to be honest.
Yeah, well, you were a little too honest during the Blue Chew thing. Anyway, Blue Chew's got everything you want, nothing you don't. It's got the active ingredients that are in Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, Staxon. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
So you can, get busy the right way.
That's right, yeah.
Like you used to. But it is chewable instead of a pill. So that's good. You just pop it in, chew it and do it, as they say.
Just pop it in?
You can go to bluechew.com. You don't even have to go to the doctor. There's no doctor's appointments.
Yep.
So that's out the window. They ship it to you discreetly in a
hard
package.
Guys like to be stroked.
So you don't have to worry about standing in line at the pharmacy. It's cheaper because it's made here in the USA. No
tariffs
involved. It's everything you want, nothing you don't. How about a free first month? We're going to pay for it. We're going to pay for it. Go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is free. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. And then you can.
Chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.